Yeah, I just want to say, man, don't worry. You're still early and you're still going to have time to make massive gains. Pulsechain hasn't launched, PulseX hasn't launched. You're in, man. You're back in, and you just need to, you know, delay your gratification and you'll get there, bro. And I love how you're doing your own thing with the lasers and everything. That's what the community needs, everyone to do the stuff that they like to support the community, and you're definitely like doing all that you can, and it's great.
Thanks, brother. Yeah, I YOLO'd into this shit. Like when I saw that, because I didn't want to sell my lights or my lasers. I have a small little lighting package in production. We got hit with COVID, so like I didn't want to sell my stuff, but I had a Harley Davidson Pan America, and I'm like that was fully paid for, so I'm like fuck it, So like I sold my baby to fucking and I sacked my baby into Pulse X and Hex, So like because I just got in like at day maybe 760, something like that. But I sold my Pan America. And I'm like, I know there's gonna be so many more. So I was like, I was happy I had some equity somewhere, like besides my tools, because like if I sold my tools, I wouldn't be able to like display, and project and broadcast. You know what I'm saying? So I was happy I had like a little toy, but like it's fine. I'll take my bicycle.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Eco build, I think you wanted to say something. Yeah, he left. But yeah, man, that's an awesome story. Oh, he's back. Go ahead, Eco, if you wanted to say something.
Hi, yo. Thanks for answering my question. I will be projecting in the city guerrilla style advertisement in the next couple of weeks. I work in production and we're starting to get busy again. So between my jobs and my invoices and my dog, I'm trying to like and all these late night or early Twitter rooms, like I don't even know what to sleep, but like between all of that, I'm gonna try to like find a fellow Hexagon, maybe Marco, and we're gonna project onto some iconic buildings, just in time for Daytona, get people excited.
Yeah, just post something on Twitter, like, share this information, tell them what you're trying to do, maybe include some images of, like, just to show them some stuff, say like where and everything, and I'm sure people are gonna, you're gonna find the right person to help you with this, but you gotta be vocal about it, and the community is gonna help you, whoever
If you
has.
go on my if you go on my Twitter page right now, I just uploaded because like I created a vector of Hex last night, and so like that's in my room, and it's like at maybe 30%, right? And this lasers
Oh, sweet. Oh, yeah.
they
So,
they
like, yeah,
they
you're ready,
they
man.
project out so far out, so like I could be anywhere. You know what I'm saying?
30% from within your room. That means you could put it up on like a whole side of a building. Yeah, man.
Yeah, yeah, and that
I dig
like
it.
that's just like I'm like right now currently working on the hex.com vector and
Hmm.
the pulse x vector. So like I'm gonna make it like and I could animate them, do really fun, cool stuff with them, and dude, I could like I'm thinking like I want to open up a New York Hexagon Center here on May 5th. In line with the 5-5 thing, and I'm thinking, get a little center, educate people, and if that pops off well enough, you know what, take it right into the belly of the beast, right? Right into Hudson Yards, rent like 100th floor over there, and just like right there, educate right in there, like like. But you know what? I can't do it alone, so I'm just throwing it out there.
Listen, listen, I saw
No,
the thing you posted, but how about you post it with like the stuff that you're saying right now and what you're trying to do, so that we can
Yeah,
like
the hex
retweet it
stuff, man.
and we can help you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
do hex stuff, man, and then we'll work on the New York network and find locations to do stuff because it's such a big city, man, and New Yorkers don't really get along with each other even. So
Yeah.
we just have to get everyone together that's in the vicinity, and it's actually a really big like vicinity around just the city. So
Hmm.
just keep doing that hex work, man, and then show people what you're doing, and they're gonna come
Well,
out.
well, you know what? When if I'm not working, I'm here, so you'll see me. So it's a pleasure to meet
Oh man,
y'all.
take your time,
My doggy wants me
take
to
your
go
time,
walk
man.
him.
Yeah, man, take your time, work on yourself, and no, man, it's all
Content
good,
is
man.
coming. Content is
Yeah, bro.
coming, fellas. Okay, Hexico. We're about to like rebuild this world. We're about to buy back this world, and we're about to unveil the real truth. All right, one love. I'm gonna go walk the dog. I'll jump back in the room later on. Maybe show you some more content when I create the other vectors. Yeah, but if any of you all know Marco in New York City, tell him to DM me or I'll find him after this. I just got a lot of things going on. But yeah, I I'm gonna leave the chat. Have a great be safe everyone. One.
It almost feels like with this Hex product and now Pulsechain, the network coming out, and the exchange with PulseX, it's like I've heard a lot of people describe it as we know where this race ends, right? We know how who crosses the finish line first, but every day waking up, coming in these spaces, learning more, it's almost like you get to live it every day up to that point. Like the eventuality, right, of where this is all going. It's not there yet, but you can see it, in the distance, kind of long term. But yeah, every day, just waking up and putting in a little more work, or someone else comes from outside the community and they have some kind of skill or talent, and everybody's chipping in. And I think it was Steak, Hex, and Chill had mentioned, there are some similarities to Burning Man where it takes a whole community of people to kind of build out that space. And anyways, I see similarities in that sense in terms of something's being built every day or being marketed, new people coming into the space with their skills or talents or knowledge and sharing it freely, right? Like I think we can see, I don't know if it's 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, but it feels like we know where this is headed. And I would surmise that might be complete domination. Somebody else feel free to chime in, but it just feels like we've already won, right? But we're still winning towards that ultimate goal every single day. It's amazing.
Yeah, I love something that Crypto Heartbeat said once, which is like, we're just winning the lottery in slow motion, you know? That's literally how this
That's
feels.
perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. And like, like the awesome thing is just like knowing that there are people here for you to discuss. Like, you got how many brains with different knowledge have you got in your back pocket? You just like pull it up, come in here, ask your question, discuss your thoughts while they're fresh, and everyone's gonna chime in with their input. So like that's just so powerful. And just like imagine how much further these people that have any passion will improve their skills in the next years. Like this guy that just came in now, he's like, he's into lasers. Like how much of a laser expert is he gonna become after doing all of this? you know?
Hex Central, what department, please?
Like we'll have expert streamers, expert everything, expert musicians, because like this is experience, people are developing their skills and these skills are valuable. If there is a fourth project coming at any time, you'll have all these tools and skills ready to be deployed. They're just in development right now.
Without a doubt. And Aman, I heard I was in a space, I don't think you were in there still, but that you were looking at the possibility of creating some Hex content or maybe translating some Hex content. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we're we're talking about this like 2 days earlier, I think, or so. We're just talking about like the Arabic community, though people I can relate to, and how Hex in general, like outside English speaking communities, it's very very even like unknown and not even on the radar, not even gate kept because they don't even know it to gatekeep it. So we're just talking about these things, and I was saying like I did create a couple of videos just because when I searched hex in Arabic, there was nothing there, and I just felt like it was my responsibility to fix that. And I did like one hex video and one Pulsechain video. I didn't have time to talk about PulseX and that stuff, but generally speaking, yes, like I'm planning to grow the presence of hex and these projects in like the Arabic speaking nations.
Speaking of that, and sorry if you've already answered this question, but is interest a derogatory word over there? So do you normally focus around yield, or how does that work in that culture?
Yeah, so basically, like, Muslims in general, like, they follow there's like Islamic finance. That's like a whole major field of study where it like follows the rules of the religion and stuff. And interest in itself is not a problem. It's more of like, how are you generating the interest? How does the process work? Like, taking money, like, giving other people money and taking interest on that like loan, for example, that's something that is not accepted, for example. So like the entire banking system that's like in any country would be basically somewhat illegal. So like the whole
So what
finance sector
isn't the
works
word
that way.
interest like completely like you kind of turn the other way once you hear that, right?
I'm telling you, like it depends on how the interest is generated, where is it generated from. It's not that much like negative or wrong. It's
Okay.
just it's just like the source is important and the way you're generating this additional revenue or interest or whatever. Yeah.
So, how do you explain it? So, if you're explaining it to someone that's part of that culture, are you explaining it in terms of if it's interest, it's technically from the inflation of the system itself, as opposed to some sort of usury?
Yeah, so I've had to explain this for a couple of people that, this is something that comes up, like there's groups in Telegram and stuff where people, put out this information and you can just go search for any coin and stuff and understand if it's okay to invest in or not. But the way I explain it is that, like, number one, there is no one that takes your coins. Like, you're not lending it. Lending, like that term is more like negative. When you give someone money, expecting to take additional money for that loan, that thing. So the way I say is just like, you don't give your money to anyone else. Your coins are burnt. You get a share, and that share determines your payout at the end of your term. And basically, the payout you're getting is from inflation. And I just can compare that to anything else. Like, you're getting diluted, like your currency or whatever is getting diluted from inflation right now. So what's the difference? Inflation is not a wrong concept, because if it was, then we're already doing it. All countries around the world have inflation. So no one can argue with that. They want to argue about the interest. How are you getting it? Inflation. Your coins are burnt. No one is taking them. There's no middleman. That's also very important. If there's like a middleman taking profit or stuff, there's no middleman. Well, in just one circumstance where you might end your stake early and the OA gets a fee for that, then okay, you could say there's a middleman in some sort or someone benefiting. But you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to follow whatever you want to say, whatever like time period you put. So at the end of the day, it's easy to break down if someone is like paying attention and stuff like that.
And that is so cool. In case anyone hasn't told you yet today, Aman, brother, we love you. think it's important work that you're doing, and we're really glad to have you in the community.
I agree. Also, I wanted to. I don't know if you're familiar with Matty All In. I do know he had a quant gang discussion a long time ago, or maybe it was a HEX therapy discussion, where he spoke about having a friend who was from that area. I believe he spoke Arabic, and he was speaking about how he refers to it as yield instead of interest. And he was also talking about how they come by that yield or whatever. And I remember we actually had a discussion about changing on the hex.com website front page whether we should have the word interest on there versus like trustless yield through monetized time, or however you want to word it, to help those other people who need that kind of discretion when investing in things.
Yeah, I think that's like a bigger discussion in terms of like legally and regulation. Like having the word interest might like mean expecting work from others or something like that. So I think that's like even a broader discussion to have where regulation might come in after like something like hex, and that's some stuff that Kinetics in his like show discusses often, since they're working on some financial products. But yeah, like me, I just call it like, I don't call it interest. I call it like your return or reward. That's like the two words I use when I explain it. It's like, you do this and this is your reward.
Yep, I completely agree. And yeah, to your point, it is a way bigger issue, and it's not something I don't think one discussion could ever tackle. I didn't know. I do know Kinetics is working on that. I need to watch his streams more because that guy seems like he's doing a ton that I don't know about. So, but yeah, I just wanted to make sure you knew about Matty. He may have information. He's a very knowledgeable guy, and maybe he has a way to. I know he's works with the Staker app, obviously, and he might have a way or have had this discussion you're wondering about in the past, and it's just
95 gang, where you at? Rise up, 90s
poking
gang.
out there to help. But yeah, awesome.
Yeah, that
Thanks for everything you're
aspect
doing.
is that aspect is pretty, like, I'm comfortable talking about it. There is no issue there. It's just like, the marketing itself, like spreading the message, having more people see it, having more people engage. I just don't have that much time in my day, in my week, to do these things that much, like, full-time job, and got other responsibilities. So like the thing that we were discussing mostly was how to like make this community or create, because it doesn't exist. We're gonna do the first like hex group. First of all, we're gonna start with that. And like from the videos I did, the like probably like 600 or 1,000 people watched the video, and the response was good. Some people were curious. They reached out to me. Some people already sacrificed and stuff. So the community is there. We just have to organize it and you know help new people join.
Yeah, agreed. It sounds like you're doing good work, and like you might need some SEO help or assistance, from the community, and that they could do that remotely. And also, even just you discussing the technique and how to describe uh, this yield, versus interest thing is very good for all of us to just hear and understand. Because I know Papa Boner as well was bringing up the topic as well as Maddie, so he's trying to spread the word and spread the linguistic in terms of just how to discuss. Thank you, bro.
Yeah, no problems. It's definitely something I'm passionate about, and I want to do. I want to help this community and like see these projects succeed. And like Arab countries, like there's so many Arab countries there, and there's like hundreds of millions of people that like we could target. And a lot of them have a lot of money and are into crypto, but they're just not fully aware of
Yeah,
the good cryptos and the ones that aren't
uh,
that good and all that stuff.
maybe you could also recommend some SEO, tips from your side of the world for the folks doing making content in other parts of the world. So that's sort of the idea. If you tag it properly, that's more exposure by algorithm.
Yes,
100%.
I agree. I'll have to look into that even more and all that. Sorry, Famous, go ahead.
No, I was agreeing with him to tell you, like, if you have like, translations or any products, or sorry, not products, any information, the guides in your language that's already typed up in Arabic, and you want to share it out, let me know. I'll post it on whatever I can. You know what I mean? It's important to have those tools, a quick PDF file, non-editable, just readable, easy links that everyone could just send out on a website, that everything's there, Like, I think that would be very important.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
thinking like,
or even just like hashtags and just the right names of things, and you just like include it on the bottom of every video, and then it just reaches more people. See,
yeah.
like basically Web2 SEO stuff. Same thing.
Yeah, what I was thinking in terms of like content and like, additional information, like besides the videos I'm creating. So like I'm not actually like very good in like writing in Arabic, like even though it's my language, but I've lived most of my life abroad and stuff. So but what I do have is I have the resources. I have like a translator that I know. I was thinking to give them like a couple of the good articles or good information, and then they can just translate it, pretty efficient, and they do it really well. So that's something that I am planning to do. But the only thing is that like there's so many terms in like crypto and in general that don't have like an Arabic word for them. This space is so new that there's so many things. If you try to say it in Arabic, it sounds weird and too complicated to like say like one term in a proper way. So that's like definitely like one challenge, but I think that like maybe start with simple stuff and just like the most important stuff, and maybe work on that later. Maybe coin some new words on in the way. But thank you guys for all your input. Like it's definitely making me want to work on this more.
Thanks for your questions, man. And input. You had some awesome stuff to add. So
Yeah, I think in general, like we need to like work more on these other languages, like besides Arabic. There's so many more people around the world that might be interested and are already into crypto, but they just have no exposure to this kind of information. Because just imagine like how likely are you to even remotely hear about hex if you don't know English. So this applies to all the other languages as well.
I think that's one of the geniuses behind Richard Hart's whole Enigma diamond buy. That is the biggest in the world that's ever been around. Every country, small to big, is gonna hear about that, and I think that kind of ties into what you're talking about. Like, he's aware of that same idea that we need to get exposure and everywhere we can, and we need to use different ideas to find ways into these little niches. And you're 100% right. Like, a language barrier assignment for the community is definitely something we could try to tackle, I imagine. So just keep spreading the word of what you're doing, and I guarantee people are going to be willing to help. And the more we grow, the more languages we'll be able to translate this beautiful language into. So
Well, it's smart too, right? Because, buying the diamond is a hex ad without being a hex ad. And if somebody was going to ask me, $4 million for a diamond that every major news organization is going to tweet, or $4 million for a Super Bowl ad, I would go diamond. One is you're going to get a lot of coverage from wealthy people that are going to see this and be interested. And Richard's already made it clear Godwell was his favorite hexagon. And then two, you could always resell it. There's a lot of things you can do with it to where a Super Bowl ad, as soon as it's done, if it was even ran, is over and your money is gone. So I think getting the diamond is a great move in all aspects that could be considered.
Yeah, the rarest diamond in the world, the oldest diamond, about almost 1 billion years old or something like that, is always gonna be the rarest. So you're definitely gonna have the value.
What time is it now for you? I'm on.
So it's 11:54 p.m., almost midnight.
That's amazing. It's 3 p.m. where I'm at.
Yeah, me too. Well, I'm not actually. Me, it's 4. It's crazy. So you're in the future, man.
Yeah, and that's why I like this spaces, because like I'm always, just chilling before I go to bed, and I'm done with my day. I can just hop in. I think it would be difficult for me if it was 3 p.m.
Man,
See, I
it's too bad.
prefer.
Oh,
Go
sorry.
ahead,
Go,
bro.
go. No, no, go.
Well,
I
I
was
was
gonna
just
say. No.
we're both trying to be too polite. No, I was just gonna say I prefer this time, and that's why I stay on, most of the day, even if I'm, running appointments or errands or whatever it is I got. Because by the time I get home, I'm doing more listening because the wife's cooking, she wants to chill, the kiddo, she's young, she's running around the house and talking, and so it's much easier for me to shoot the shit around this time than it is at, 8 or 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I agree. It's like an attention span thing. Like real life kind of comes in later in the day. So like when the brain's still ticking, early on in the day I'm sure for you, obviously it's midnight, so it doesn't really apply for you there. But yeah, I agree. This afternoon, it's awesome that it works out for you all the way over there. So keep joining up because you got a lot of stuff that I'd love to hear about. It seems like you're very intellectual about a lot of things.
Yeah, it's great. You got people, around India. I know we got some community members from Kenya. I know that they post or did a Twitter space like a week or two ago, and a bunch of people in there were from Kenya. So that's cool. It's crazy how much it's grown. And I know when you're in the moment and the price is flat and you're just, kind of talking and waiting for PulseX. But when you really think about it in the scope of things, I mean, this community grows and grows every day organically. And what other kind of community would you want? Because the ones that grow organically are going to stay. It's not going to be like a pet rock that's real popular for a year and then it's dead. I'm very happy with the way things are going.
Yeah, just one last thing I wanted to add to this awesome discussion, and to add to what you just said. This community, to me, the way it's reached so many cultures and areas around the world already, it's become my new information source outside of all the deception, censorship. I find that I no longer need to tap into any other social media outlets. If I really want to find something that I want to, have questions about, or it's already being talked about in this community. It's quite astounding. I don't want to sound like that's the only thing I absorb is only from. You always want to keep information sources that even you may not side with, in your ear, so you know kind of what's going on. But it's quite a paradigm shift for me in the sense that so many people provide so many different outlets, and when the world is all fighting it, I can't trust the CNN news. So like having like a Mon, I can literally get on and like ask him how it really is over there live. It's like, what more could you want? It's a beautiful thing, and yeah, it's only getting better.
Yeah, that's definitely something very unique to the community. How, like, we're so different. Everyone's got their own lives and everything. But, this project brought in like minded people, and we all want to improve and better our lives and our families and our future. And we're thinking a lot more than the average person, maybe. So, and like most people in HEX, almost everyone I meet, they're all very intelligent. They're all like, have interesting stories to share, interesting backgrounds. And it's definitely like one of the most valuable things in this whole community and this whole project is the community, and how, diverse it is, how everyone got their own stuff going on, but we can still agree on the truth, and that's what matters.
Well said, man. Wow. Does anybody think, to change the subject, maybe on a lighter note, does anybody think that Diamond Richard bought is like the kryptonite? I was just thinking it was funny how it was dark and he bought it with crypto. Maybe that's the thing that, like, maybe it's a good thing that a good guy got his hands on something. Maybe it has some powers we're not game theorying about, some different realm of thinking. Huh.
It's funny how you say that crypto night, like crypto and the night, so it's black, so it's
Yeah,
like dark. It's the night.
exactly.
That's dope. I like to play with words. I
Yeah.
like that. For me, it's the fact that it's 55555 because the four fives represent the angel of making your dreams come to fruition, but you have to go and do it. You know what I mean? It's just funny. And then there's a diamond that represents that for like beautiful symbology is insane.
We could create a different Superman runoff with that. Like use the diamond. Maybe in the future, Richard Hart can play Superman with his kryptonite rock, or he can. Been a long day. Sorry.
Hey, Lionheart, just trying to add you.
Hey, what's up, guys? Appreciate you hosting this. Hey, what you guys talking about the diamond? I had a thought. We have the 5555 club. I was thinking we could have a black diamond club, or maybe it could just replace the 5555 club.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe the crypto night 5555 something. And I mean, you could literally use the image they put of the diamond because it's like a diamond hands right there. I mean, they're holding it. Pretty much play on words sitting there right for you. So it's pretty be easy to make, that's for sure.
I agree.
Hey guys, and like with these articles I'm writing, I'm like not a writer or a blogger. So if you do read them, or if you have a moment to, let me know if you find any issues or suggestions or anything like that.
Hextra, read all about it.
Yeah, I heard you guys say that. I'm like, oh, that's a good way to start it.
I'll be back on a little bit later, guys. I gotta take care of some last things at work, and then can't wait to hear what we're talking about later. But good discussion, guys. Awesome. Good to see you all.
Does anyone have any ideas for memes or anything like that? You just maybe don't have the skills to make it, but you have ideas for them.
You know, the say no to sex, hextra, ask AHA, like haha, you know, like ask Hexicans anything. That's something I wanted to do as a hashtag too, like hashtag haha. You get it? Ask Hexicans anything.
Yeah. Okay.
What else? My ideas are gonna be for suck, but they're coming out like fast like butter. So I don't know. I don't know. The fact that he bought the diamond, we cut the competition. No way of stopping us. We're gonna cut the competition. I don't know, something like that.
What competition?
We're gonna cut Bitcoin's price. We're gonna cut the competition, right? So, I guess. Well, yeah. What competition? I like that answer. I like that.
Well, no, I dig it. Cut. Cut diamond. I dig it.
Well, because diamond's it's strong. What's stronger than diamond, right? We're the strongest. We're the strongest. The diamond, So we cut through the competition. They have no. It's unstoppable. There's nothing stopping us.
Yeah, and the black diamond is like one of the strongest diamonds as well. It's usually used in industrial drilling. They're hardly ever used as like gems. Oh, hey Kim, did you want to come up and throw some ideas out? I sent you an invite.
I got one. How about I'm talking about. How about our diamond hands are stronger, are bigger, stronger, and earn daily interest.
So what's going on? What are you guys talking about?
We're just waiting on you to come in so you can explain what you were talking about earlier.
Oh, cool. Yeah. No, yesterday when that space, when we were all kind of talking about some ideas, you actually had the idea about doing the memes or putting some, creating some really good memes, maybe using Canva or possibly Fiverr, I guess, where we could actually create some memes that we could share on LinkedIn, even Facebook, and then Twitter. I do think that they should probably be evergreen, like maybe talking about the diamond because it's not going to go anywhere. It'll be relevant today. It'll be relevant, 6 months down the road. But I mean, maybe just take advantage of the meme thing that goes on and put facts out. And it's something that we could easily distribute. So that was really my idea. Just kind of to explain the key points of the HEX token and then PulseX and Pulsechain. or we could make some. I was just thinking last night too that we could take some of those memes that are kind of popular, and I guess the ones that haven't been turned into NFTs yet, because I know some of those memes, like the girl that was standing outside of a house that's burning down, and she's this little girl, and she's looking, ominously about it and smiling. I think she sold her meme, for six figures. But so I don't know if we could use something like that. But I think it would be really cool to take some of those popular memes and then just put a hex spin on them.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I played around with Canva a little bit last night. I mean, it has grown up since the last time I used it. So I'm going to try to see if I can, just play around with it and just start coming up with some ideas when I'm vegging out
Yeah,
and stuff like that.
I definitely I have Canva, so I could definitely try it too myself.
Do you have the free version or the paid version?
I have the paid version.
Do you? Okay. Yeah, I see if it's worth me just getting it, because they've got so many new tools in there.
Yeah, you just get a lot more elements, and like you don't have to pay for anything. You get a lot more elements to use and create with. So I use it for my business. So for me, it's like I'll have it anyways, so it works out.
Oh yeah.
I hadn't even.
It's really simple.
Oh, I was thinking. Don't ask me why it didn't cross. I mean, I don't know. I hadn't thought of taking some of like the standard ones and putting them in like other places, like my Insta or whatever else. I'm a sucker for a meme. I am. Memes, emojis. Like if I would have done very well in ancient Egypt if I could just communicate in pictures. So I think that's a great idea. I'd love to see what you guys come up with.
Well, now I know who to tap for some ideas too, because I agree. I think visual makes a difference, and people on social media have such a short-term, memory, or what is it, attention span. Um, so I think memes will be a really good way to do that. And honestly, I haven't seen something like that happen in any of the other communities, that with a lot of the other tokens. I mean, people use memes, but to actually kind of be intentional about it, and to kind of put together, a plan of action or a marketing plan to get that out, I think that would be really good.
Definitely. I have a, late 20s, 30 something, niece and nephew, and they were blasting me with the Omicron memes right around the holidays. So, we'd all just been together, or well, I was with one of them and not the other, but they were just like, it's only, Omicron if it comes from the Omicron region of France. Otherwise, it's sparkling COVID, just like stupid stuff. And I was just on the floor, and my niece was sending him to me like in batches. And and her and her friends were rolling on the floor. So I was like, oh, that's pretty effective.
They are, absolutely.
That's a really good one, by the way.
Oh, the Omicron?
Yeah.
Oh, I was dying. It was my favorite during New Year's, of course, because we're all, most 90% of the my non-Hexican friends were popping things like Prosecco or California sparkling as opposed to Dom or Cristal. So we were having a lot of fun sharing that one. Charcuterie was another one that came up often around the holidays. First of all, how to pronounce it. I've got a funny one from that one. Yeah, like I said, I'm a sucker for a meme, and I feel like I have a pretty decent attention span. I just like to laugh, and I'm fairly goofy, so
So Red, are you an artist
So
or?
Red, not even close. I work in legacy finance. I'm like the exact. My mad appreciation for art and visuals and music comes from my complete lack of talent in those areas. They definitely they move me, but I have to appreciate artists that create them.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think getting it outside of Twitter would be really good. Just because Twitter is so congested, and it's not everybody's on Twitter. So getting capturing some of those newer audiences is really good. And we're not gonna if we wait. I mean, it's good that we've got the news. That are talking about the Black Diamond and everything, but that's going to be here today, gone tomorrow. And then but every day I see other, like some of the other ones that like Yahoo will capture. I see news articles about those, and so a lot of people hear about those tokens. They just don't hear about the ones that are maybe possibly a little bit lesser known, because we know it, but there's like 4,000 tokens out there. I'm sorry. Oh my God, I cannot talk. I've taken cold medicine. I probably shouldn't be talking. I've been sneezing like crazy, and I took some cold medicine and I'm feeling it. So
you're fine. I've been in this space for about 5 minutes, but you've been quite well spoken as far as I'm concerned, and you're not sneezing, coughing, and hacking, so that's always a bonus.
Thank God. Yeah, exactly.
And I am, so my Twitter space is, very, it's mostly non-doxing, and I don't really have my intimate friends or family that I'm connected through this space. So when I'm engaging here, I'm almost always engaging with other hexagons, pulsodians, whatever. So that's this is kind of a crypto space for me. So it would be fun to throw fun things into my more personal social media places. For a couple of reasons, I'm a few months from being able to dox myself fully as a crypto person in even my personal spaces. But when that changes, I will be, I'm known for, just being an image person. When I, communicate back, it's gifs, memes, personal photos. So my people, the people that know me well would respond to that sort of message from me. And it's not something I had considered before. So I'm glad I was able to hop in here for a little bit.
Yeah, that's a good point. Everyone on Facebook, on my Facebook or other places, I've tried to test the waters by putting things out there. And I mean, I've even tried to put things out there about like Webull for stock purchases or talking about anything related to finances. And, it's like crickets. And I think my
Yeah,
family probably thinks I'm batshit crazy for even, thinking
Facebook
about
stuff.
crypto.
Facebook stuff, and it changes. And as soon as you get comfortable with like even the user interface and the way that the whole thing works, like they change it on you. So yeah, if you don't get so much love there, don't worry about it. But the cross referencing of all those memes, great idea. Because that's just visual communication, man. We're in a visual world right now. And if you guys aren't aware, I know some in the room are, some might not be. If you can find your way to the Telegram space, there's an entire room dedicated to hex memes. So that might be a cool conversation also. As well as
Oh,
hex design.
really?
Yeah, and hex design. So you get like
Okay.
creative-minded people. The community's broad, from politics all the way to art, and they kind of congregate in certain spaces. So you find a meme theme in certain spaces over there. That's for sure. A meme theme in certain spaces. Love sharing ideas over there. I'm sure.
Yeah, what's that called
Love
again?
sharing ideas over there.
This
I'm sure.
the Telegram group.
X memes.
Okay.
X
Cool.
memes. Yes.
Okay.
It's the main
Cool.
yes. X Telegram group and Pulsecom Telegram group. And there's like a Pulsecom Telegram. In the pin messages, you'll find the other groups. In the pin messages, you'll find the other groups.
Thank you for sharing that. I have to do some serious spring cleaning on my Telegram. It's got way too much right in it right now. I was talking about that the other day, but by that I need to purge some things and narrow down others. So definitely I'll be adding hex memes. And that familiar image thing that both you and Kim were speaking to, right? It's something that they've already seen once before, but just a little spin is I always say it takes, well, at least with my kids, it takes them at least 3 times to hear me pick up the sock, pick the sock, pick the sock. And I think I don't think we ever grow out of that. I find it to be the same way at work or in my personal life.
Do you guys have any idea how many people are holders of HEX? I mean, is there a way to figure out like the number of addresses?
Yeah, if you go to hex.vision, that site has the information, and I think it's around 400,000 wallets. But that doesn't mean like all of them are like I don't know, like it's not like all of them are staking or anything. These are just like the total amount of wallets that held or are holding hex at the moment.
I honestly had no idea we had about 400,000 wallets out there. So thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a really cool site. Like you should definitely check it out. It has a lot more data that you can see, and like what's most interesting to me is there you can see like when people's stakes are ending. So you can use that in your game theory of when do you wanna how many days do you wanna stake?
Oh my God, that is huge.
How many days do you wanna stake?
Because if I'm thinking about this correctly, if I know when someone's stake is ending, what is that when it's better to time it when they're ending also, especially if it's like a um, or how do you play that? Is that when it's better to
So there
time
would
it
be
when
like a
when
couple of
they're ending
factors that
also, especially if
affect
it's
that
like a
game theory of it.
or how do you
Like one, when people stakes end, the T share rate goes up. So like that's good for you as a staker that's staking longer than them. However, if you see like a lot of people selling or having stakes ended, then they might sell. So maybe you would also want to put your stake just a little before theirs, so that you can sell before they do, and you get the higher price. Maybe there's a lot of game theory that goes into it.
Oh man, this site is awesome. I'm looking at it now. This is huge. Thank you so much for that, because this definitely helps figure out how to add more stakes. Um, I have a few. I mean, I've gone all the way out to 55, 55, and working in, but there hasn't really been a strategy, um, and this helps.
It's interesting because like a lot of folks that come in as they come in are curious, or like what's up with this, or they realize how cool it is, and they realize how complicated it is, and they ask around, and you kind of realize slowly that even like the OGs and at the beginning, especially when the hex price wasn't so, like it is today, it was a lot smaller, didn't, and it was a lot more like less expensive to make these transactions. There was a lot of random staking going on, and it took a lot of folks a long time apparently to realize and to develop like the solid like idea of what it does, how it works, and how to make these ladders. Like on that chart, if you can see the stakes, like you can tell like when a lot of people years ago made stakes because they're all coming out at the same time. So if you were a trader, like would you want to trade before that or after that? So that's like one like visual consideration. And those charts like didn't exist for those folks back then. So consider us lucky. That's why you might not get like an exact like strategy, because they're going to be like, hey, you have more tools than us now. You figure it out, and then help us. It's that kind of thing. It's pretty cool though, I'd say overall.
Yeah, the game theory around that is definitely interesting because if you think people would restake or if you think that people would want to hold, then having longer stakes than them would be advantageous. However, if you believe that people are gonna sell, then you want to sell before they do to get, and you want to sell as well. You would sell before they do. But generally speaking, even if you don't pay attention to that, like having a good solid staking ladder will just work fine because you might get 1 year or one of your stakes ending at a bad spot while all the other ones are good, and it's hard to predict. Like it's kind of like you're trading in an indirect way by doing this. You think that you can time the market or outperform the market. You definitely have more information than usual. So you could possibly do that, but it would be very difficult. But just like as a good thing to double check when you're like putting a stake, you could just take a look, just move it around a couple of days, months or so. So it's a good tool to have, but it's not gonna uh, make sure that you're gonna win. There's a lot more unknown factors than that.
Yeah, that's true. It doesn't mean that you're gonna win per se, but I guess it just kind of helps you in having a strategy, and that's one of the things I've tried to work on with my investments is at least having a strategy. Know when. I'm not, I guess, not to be too greedy, if you will, and not to be too afraid on the other end. So just trying to have a strategy and being comfortable with you know uh, or putting some thought behind what I'm doing instead of just saying, okay, I'm just going to plug this in for 5 years down the road or 3 years, and I don't really have a reason. So this chart is awesome. Man, it's going to really help because I also try to look at some of the other things that could be crucial to the market, like the Bitcoin halving, or halving. I don't even know how to pronounce that. But that's coming up, I think, in 2024 or 2025. I can't remember, but just trying to time things around those big market movers as well, both in the industry and then anything I know outside, that might affect the world, that could affect us, or you know. So this is really good. I mean, there's just a lot of thought that or things um, that go into game theory.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, like, yeah, I agree with you. Like, it's definitely um great what you're doing, and you're doing the right thing. Like, thinking macro is more important and has a higher chance of succeeding than thinking more short term or narrow. And I believe like this tool is so innovative. Like, imagine you could know when someone is gonna sell Tesla stock in the future, for example. If you know that Elon Musk or we don't care who, but the percentage or the amount is gonna be sold or gonna be available to sell at a certain time. Like if this tool was available in like traditional finance, people would be just like so happy. Like it's insanely innovative. And when Richard says he needs a Nobel Prize for the work he's doing, I see these small details and these things that Hex, allows as like definitely things that have never existed in this way, and like this whole dynamic of how the system is designed is just like revolutionary.
Being in legacy finance and also, being of a certain age, and that's where most of my peers have, their assets. They feel like they need to do something, but they don't know what. And this is a really great opportunity for them. I'm looking forward. That it's some resistance because they've been around the block long enough to be skeptical. Peers of mine that are older than me have experienced severe losses from 2008. Friends of mine that are my age, younger, watched their some of their parents, in retirement, get seriously ravaged by events like that. And they can feel it. They can feel the inflation. They can feel, the printing of the mad printing of the money. They can feel something coming, but they also feel a little bit stuck. I'm looking forward to reopening conversations with them, especially after Daytona, some of the more public events. Um, like I've said, I've already messaged them 1 to 2 times. Recently onboarded a really one of my oldest and closest friends who's has a ton of money in real estate, and that's been his bag. He likes the fixed assets, and he's like, nope. I need to know more about this. You seem to know something. Let's get together. So
Yeah, definitely. Like the older generation is a great like demographic for this kind of product where, especially as it matures and proves itself, like that's what they want. Like they don't want to be trading or doing anything. They want to earn and grow their wealth in a safe way. And as more people are aware about security, having your own private keys and your own control over this is definitely an underrated aspect to it. Like most people just don't think about the risk associated with like being on exchanges or being in banks and stuff like that. Like whatever middleman you want, people aren't aware of that risk. They're too comfortable. And like the people that been through recessions or any of those like bad economic conditions, they are more, I think, open or willing to listen, but as long as the awareness is there as well. So the awareness is the missing part, I believe, and the importance of these different
The
aspects.
timing's really good because there's no yield. You can't buy treasuries. Stock market's kind of sketchy. Um, you know, rents are pretty good, but you get tired of that after a while. So the timing's great. I mean, you can't. There's not CDs aren't giving you any interest. Savings accounts aren't giving you any interest. So if you're ready to retire or slow it down, you've got to put your money to work because inflation's going to eat it away. And if you have a substantial amount, that's a lot. I mean, 7% a year is a lot on a big amount. So what are you going to do? How are you going to keep up with inflation? There's nothing else. There really isn't.
Yeah, Hex is going to be the new concept of a 401. And people are, hopefully, when they learn about it, they start at least putting in that 55-55 ladder, just getting that going,
Some
so they
people
get the
can't.
most return.
Some people can't, do that if they're older. But you can at least know that if you got $1 million or something, you can at least know you're going to be eating away at 7% a year. So putting 70,000 in isn't a huge risk for somebody who's going to stay in cash and know guaranteed that it's going to be eaten away anyway, right? So from that perspective, it's safer than the bank because you're going to lose it anyway.
Ooh,
Yeah.
man, I felt like I was in church when you said that.
Yeah, it's true. You know, it's going to be gone. I can't believe how much gas and groceries. My wife's telling me groceries are, I mean, everything, dining out, the whole thing. So it's gone anyway, you know.
Hey, Chris, I heard you mention 7% inflation. I was kind of curious, maybe where you came by that figure.
That's what it was last year.
And I know inflation kind of hits industries and supply chains differently. But, you know, from what I've seen in the housing market, it looks like 20% food prices. I mean, year over year, like on something like bacon is 35 to 40%. So it's just,
it's not a real number, right? When they use
right.
It hasn't been for years. I'm just saying that I think the print was somewhere around there. Maybe it was a little 7.6 something. I haven't looked, but yeah. So anyway, it's you know, you're guaranteed to lose 7% and probably more next year if you keep it in cash. And what else are you going to do? You can put it in a CD. You know, the banks are insured for $250,000, but you know they can take 30 years to give it back if in a crisis. So, and that people don't know that, right? But they can. They can take up to 30 years to pay you back. So, if you know you're going to lose the money anyway, and you're sitting on a bunch of cash right now, as a lot of people are, then you know what are you going to do? And buying real estate's a little tough because you know it's like buying the top right now. Maybe, I mean, it could run for another year or two, but if you lose 30% on $1 million, that's real money, right? Or more. So there are people out there with a lot of cash sitting around, and it's just wasting away. I mean, that's how I look at it anyway. You know.
Oh no, real estate is, you know, you don't know what it's going to do. Inflation could keep it high, or it could, you know, make it, you know, or it could, or you could, or not. And the other problem is that you got toilets to repair and tenants to roll over and roofs to fix
Yeah.
and like.
Oh my God, that's
People have
my
heard me
life.
say this before, right? Mine's on the market right now, and it's like it should close pretty shortly here, and I'm over the moon.
Yeah, I just sent a link. I put mine on the market an hour ago in Seattle. My place in Seattle, I have a couple of places I'm trying to get rid of, and we already have 4 listing appointments in less than an hour. So it's probably not going to last through the weekend, I imagine.
Yeah.
I'm in the same boat trying to put mine on the market, and I need to get flooring done. And I mean, I even went to Home Depot, and they quoted me for my house at like over $20,000 to just add some. I mean, really, to not. It's just really expensive.
It's tough
And
too because your workers they're gonna want the big jobs, so they'll start strong and then you won't hear from them for a while. So I actually flew people up to Seattle to work on my place because it was a real problem, and I hired a couple of local guys and they were just flakes, you know. And
yeah,
everything was more expensive. I paid somebody $1,000 to rake the yard. They didn't do anything but just rake it up, right? I mean, the maid was $1,000. So they're trying to get theirs while they can too, and they know that everybody wants to sell. So everybody's raised their prices. It's nuts. I feel really bad for my kids coming up because with prices where they are, and it's just, and you know, wages where they are, and you know, it's I just feel I did not have these disadvantages when I was out of school, you know, and it's kind of heartbreaking.
Oh, I came out in the middle of a recession, so I mean that's a lot of my people, right? That that demographic that I was talking about that knows they need to do something. They're great. They make great hexicans because they hold on to stuff. They don't trust anything because of the nature of, you know, just kind of what we grew up in.
Yeah.
And then, but I think any artist Kim out there meme, you know, T-shirts over toilets. T-shirt never, you know, spewed poo all over my house.
Yeah, your T-shirts never called in sick either. They just show up to work every day, do exactly what you expect them to do.
Well, my son bought a truck, and because he has a big family, and he bought a new Ford Explorer thing. And I know a guy that owns a dealership here, so we got his price, and they've got a great price, but it was still $75,000. And I was like, God, man, cars did not cost that percentage of my income when I was younger. I mean, they've gone up. It's gotten horrible. And used cars are, they said it's something like 40% this morning. I think they've gone up so over what they should be. So it's a dire right now.
Yeah, totally. Like I'm trying to sell I have a 2012 M3 that I have for like the summer. And I bought a few years ago for like 21,000, and the same car going around, there's not too many for sale, and it's going for like 42,000. So I could literally make 100% gain on my car. And I
Right.
drove it for, a couple years, and so I love it though. Like I don't want to get rid of it because it's such a fun car to drive.
Yeah. No, it's pretty sad. And I think I told you, was it you that asked me something about tech? And I said, my generation got in because we wanted to make the world better. We wanted free speech and we wanted all those kind of things. And then we didn't expect big tech to shut it down and the government to shut it down. And so when I got into crypto and saw that it was being, all the shenanigans going on, man, I took it really personally because that was not the intent. And so when I saw Richard, it was like, there's a guy who's roughly my generation who's trying to fix it. And, and this fixes it. So I take it very personally when people get ripped off or they lose their money, because that was not the intent. I mean, we worked hours to make the internet freer, to make information freer. Never expected it to be used against everybody and cancel culture and everything. It's terrible.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I 100% agree with that. When I got into crypto, it was in 2017, but even then it was just like I was using Ether Delta, but I did have to use like a centralized exchange to get fiat into my account, and then I would just withdraw it onto my ledger, and that's all I knew how to do. And then my friends were like, "Oh, you should go on Bittrex and all these other exchanges. That's where all the gains are." And I just fell into that same mainstream loophole of people, or I guess whirlpool of like retail investors trying to get in and get rich quick, without having any insight on like investing. I never invested really before that. So I am grateful that crypto was like the first time I started investing. And then from there, it's been getting wrecked in trading, making gains in trading, and just having this like frustrating mentality of like, how do I make it? And, it's like, wait for that big dump and buy it then. And, hopefully you'll do well. And it's good. Like, it's good to stay consistent, whether you're losing or winning. But now with HEX, it's such a stress relief. And I think that's what my new passion is just educating other people to get their lives back and take control.
Yeah. I mean, that's right. This community is doing a lot. I mean, we wanted more freedom information. We wanted people to be able to do peer-to-peer, just, more news, better jobs, less stress, make life easier. That was the dream. Right. And, you hate to see the big companies taking it over for greed. And so I'm really grateful for the group because it's supposed to bring people together, and hopefully, and I see HEX doing that. I mean, I see the people. I mean, everybody says we're a cult, and so be it. Whatever. If that's a cult, I want to be that cult because this other cult is really harmful. So I see a community that's diverse all over the world, every sort of background, coming together and doing what tech is supposed to do, and I'm just glad that Richard is carrying out that vision. He's holding the torch because I don't see anybody else doing it.
Yeah, 100%. The culture is optional. You can invest in HEX without, you don't have to, no one's making you tithe, or, give up your social security number or, how much you make a year. So the cult is optional. And Richard, said in a tweet the other day, Hexican passion is a feature, not a bug. Like I come here during my workday, for good news, for, the fun, the culture. This is, why I pop into spaces. I get sick of, just when I get burned out on the legacy finance-ness of it. And I like what I do. I believe in what I do, and I actually enjoy what I do, and I might continue to do it even, after I don't have to anymore. But yeah, I mean, the culture is amazing.
I agree.
But I can unpark myself from a mic if other people are pending. I don't know. Thanks for inviting me up, Hex to Learn.
We definitely have some more space, so you're still
It's my
good.
pleasure. And there's I honestly I actually bug people so much. I keep always asking them to come up and come up. So it's if someone wants to come up, they usually get it right away because I'm actually poking at people sometimes to come up. I don't know if you guys realize that. Because everyone's always this. I'm loving it how it's always the same people in the chat, and I actually do sometimes try to suggest newer people that come up sometimes to come up, but I poke at everyone. I hope no one minds.
No, I had planned to come in to listen, but then Kim was talking, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I love what she's saying. Thanks for inviting me up. Your timing's perfect.
Exactly. And I'll just be perfectly honest. I'm very much of an introvert, and then just kind of into the things that I'm into. So it's definitely an exercise to actually come up. So I'm, stretching some muscles here just to get on the stage because I'm, especially when you've been, this is what I love about the community of Hex, and I, yeah, I mean, I'm a holder of a lot of different bags. I'm believe in diversity for me. That's my thing. But um, I just love the communities. There's some things you don't need or I could do without, but the community is what's been really amazing, especially during a pandemic where you can't get out and other things. So it's just kind of like it's been very good. It's keeping me sane, um, if anything else. And I definitely like the Hex community. We're getting some momentum and some excitement, and it's just, and I like where we're at this, kind of at the accumulation stage, and I just think even as an industry as a whole, we are right on the cusp of, crypto becoming, mainstream. I just think that we're really close to it. And so just being here and kind of, just realizing that we are still very early and we've made these smart decisions. We're just in a good position. And it just reminds me of the early days of, the internet and things like that. And, the I wish I would have gotten involved in a lot of the stuff back then, but of course the internet wasn't there, so we didn't have these tools at our disposal to invest into, like the Amazons and things like that. So we're here, and this is huge. And for me, I'm African American, and a female, and so I just the way I see things, or that necessity for um, people like me is very important. And so I just hope that in, I just feel like in many ways for myself, I am trying to lead by example. I don't want to walk around and be like, or drive around in a Lambo one day and be like, ah ha ha, see, when you guys thought I was crazy. um, but I do want to be able to be there to educate some of the people that come out of the communities that I was raised in. And I really do think that this is the opportunity. No excuses. You have full control and ownership, and it truly is freedom. And I think, especially for people of color, we've always been searching for that freedom. We're still searching for it, and that's what crypto is for me. So that's why I just think that just everything that's going on, and with Hex, and even the black diamond, that is so symbolic to me in so many different ways. I just know I'm in the right place.
Yeah, that's very awesome for you to share, and I agree with everything that people are discussing right now. But I just gotta go head to bed. So I just wanted to thank everyone for this conversation. It's been really awesome.
Good night, man.
Good night.
Hey, thank you, Amon. Have a great night.
Thank you, guys.
I know we were talking about it earlier, but the amount of press that diamond, just the rock purchase, is getting it's insane. I've seen it on almost every major news outlet has released some form of that story. Most of them reference Richard Hart. Many of them reference renaming it to the Hex.com diamond. I mean, breaking through, right? Slowly but surely. I think Amon, who just hopped off, put it like you're winning the lottery in slow motion, but it feels that way. Every day there's something new to get excited about.
What a fun analogy. I had not seen, I've been locked in my work bubble and my Hex bubble, so I hadn't seen outside that it's getting more more press properly ascribed to, Richard Hart and, the renaming to Hex. So that is fantastic news. Thank you for sharing that.
It's a cool story too about that diamond, just in terms of the origin is mysterious enough that it kind of has some of those elements that news stories look for, I think, in terms of number one, not knowing where it came from, being the largest cut diamond, right? 555.55 carats, 55 facets. So, I thought it was a little funny, like just a little nudge to the Hex community that it's going to be part of our, Hexican historical heritage, if you will. But yeah, it's really cool to see those news stories getting picked up, and even some of the reporters that wrote those news stories on Twitter, mentioning this as well. And I see people in the threads going, "What is a hex?" So, breaking through slowly but surely.
Yes.
And it's so nice too to have some women in this community and on the microphone right now. It's oftentimes I've been in these spaces and there's 100 to 1. So it's really nice to get that other perspective, because we don't necessarily always think the same way, or anyway, I don't know. It's just nice to see. Thanks for being here.
That is hashtag facts. We definitely don't see the world the same way. But it there the way I feel is, at the end of the day, this is how we're in an industry that hasn't even completely arrived yet. You know what I mean? Like, there's lots of busy bees working on it, but really the only real use case at this point has been NFTs, the NFT market. I mean, people are actually using blockchains for their creativity. That's the first thing, and then obviously they're some of them are making a ton of money. But we're here, and there are a lot of women that are coming in from the NFT side, of the creative side, that are helping to build this. And I just don't think this was around when the internet first started. I mean, mostly it was um, mostly like the Bill Gates, the Zuckerbergs of the world, you know what I mean, that were building it. And so to have all of this happening at the same time, I just haven't seen it before in my lifetime. So that's what's really huge, is that there are so many women, and just people around the world that are actually building it. And then luckily we have this ability to communicate, which is good. So, and I'll be honest, I just, I grew up with no money, and I grew up super duper poor. But of course, I'm definitely doing better than the way I was raised. However, learning about money is still a new thing. I mean, they don't teach it in high school, even if it was, something I should have learned in my family. I certainly didn't learn it in school. So, I sometimes come in a lot of these groups, and you know, uh, the reality is, with men, is you guys think about numbers, and you think about the need to provide for your families. And, you know, it's got to happen with money, and you kind of remove the emotions from it. So I think it works both ways.
Agreed. You know, speaking of, you brought up NFTs and charity. There was a lady in the space yesterday. She goes by Sequoia, but she's working with someone that's, I guess, pretty well established in the NFT marketplace to launch a charity-based NFT project on Pulsechain, where 25% of the proceeds go to fund breast cancer research. So I just thought that was really cool to see, you know, somebody taking both, you know, a financial approach to it in terms of blockchain and NFTs and capitalizing kind of on this movement that we're seeing, while simultaneously using it for good, right, to try and help people in the world. It's beautiful.
Sorry to cut you off, Hatter. She's here.
Well, who better to talk it? Hey, Sequoia. Hey, Sequoia. How's it going? Can you hear us?
That was like the perfect intro.
Seriously, I think her ears were burning or something.
She won the Grammy. Come on up, Sequoia.
She was down there. I sent her an invite. I was like, "Come on up, come on up."
Hey y'all.
How you doing, my friend?
Hey, I'm doing well. I'm just like in a appointment right now, but it's good to be here. If I can say anything or whatever, yeah, I just jumped into space. So if anyone can guide me into a question I can answer or anything, I would love to, for sure.
Well, we were just talking all kinds of nice things about you there, Sequoia. And Kim was talking about kind of some of the differences between men and women in terms of our thought modalities and how we approach, you know, life in terms of whether it's numbers or emotions. And the topic of charity came up, and we just mentioned that yesterday you were telling us that you were working with someone that's established in the NFT space, to launch a NFT project on Pulsechain, where I think you said 25% went to charity. So if you wanted to elaborate on that, that'd be really cool.
Hey, yeah, definitely. I appreciate y'all, and it was great to hear that just come up randomly now. Um, I would love to go more into it. 25% is intended to be donated to breast cancer research. Um, yeah. Sorry, I'm just like getting lasered actively right now, so it's really funny.
Oh, that's all good. That's probably a little more important right now.
But I will say, yesterday we had a really great space on this conversation, this topic. Um, and the space was recorded. So it is pinned on my profile. And at about 30 minutes in is when we get to the topic more so. Other than that, I also went into the recording and recorded like the audio of like this particular clip of it as well. So I'll probably upload that soon as well.
Very cool. Thank you for sharing. What's going on, Keith? Hey, Collector. Some of the usual suspects up in here.
What's up, guys and gals?
Hello, everyone. Yeah, yesterday, Mad Hatter in the room with Sequoia and others, we had a doctor. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
Good. Yeah, there was a doctor that came in that was a radiologist. You know, as Sequoia was talking about her, the thing that she's working on, and you know about general breast cancer awareness and getting tested. Redbird was in there, and so the doctor was, you know, telling us, you know, along with looking at research, to be considering prevention. is that, hey, try to get it early so you don't have any suffering. Excuse me, so you can minimize suffering. And so he went into a real good conversation with us about stuff like that. And I was telling the group that one of the ways that we levered NFTs last year is there's a lady named Jenny Kuta. She's a high profile lady, and she was helping others develop a charity where NFTs were donated and auctioned off, and and I actually contributed one of my pieces for them. Sent it to the burn pile and then sent it to her so they owned it. So they could auction it off and get funds. And there's 47 other artists that contributed to the fundraiser, and they're supposed to have a space on the 15th, so it was very fortuitous that it was coming up. So last night I texted Jeannie about what Sequoia and them were thinking about, and she offered to provide them any advice or counsel that they need. And so yeah, it's just really exciting. The network effects of people being able to communicate with one another over Twitter, and the things that people are looking into to give back. From the great fortune that we find ourselves in. So it's exciting times, without a doubt.
Hey, Collector, out of curiosity, what did you used to do for work?
For now, I'm still keeping a low profile in that regard. Just to say that had wonderful opportunities that grown in the country that I would have never anticipated. So,
Hey, Collector, sorry, your mic is wrecked. I don't know if anyone else is catching up on that. Yeah, sorry, Collector. I'm gonna try and mute everybody and unmute, and sometimes that fixes it. I don't know why.
Looks like he got rugged.
By the way, while he's reconnecting, Sean, it's awesome what you're doing with what's not on the news. All the articles you're putting out and sharing. Definitely doing our best to retweet them, like them, comment on them. I think it's powerful.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of coming naturally. Thankfully, I mean, I've never wrote or been a blogger before, but it seems to be pretty straightforward. If that's what it takes, like I'm not quite sure if it needs to be a little more thorough. I'm just putting out, something that's simple to read. It's just getting the key points out there. I'm not really writing like essays or anything like that, but just to get, what I did earlier today is like I just searched, like last night, I searched like sends 27 million in Google and I didn't find anything. And I'm like, that's really odd. Like that's an exact, reference to what happened. $27 million given from 2 cents from Richard Hart. There was one post that was like ranking number 1, but it's a dead website. So you like click it and it goes to nothing. And then the second ranking page was like something to do, it's like a blogging journal about science, and all you see is just like there's all these comments of people like they're kind of like, what's HEX? We don't know, we're just happy, like the article was pretty long, but I didn't read through it. I just went through the comments and it was just a bunch of people saying, why are they getting this HEX token? So like, they didn't even know what they were doing, and there's a bunch of links of like, it's a scam, and all this normal, non-coiner, let me Google it, now I'm an expert. And I have like, I have to make a comment on like warning them not to take money or something. I don't know, but I decided, what, might as well just put that article up. It took me maybe not too long to write. And I know I've been getting a lot of views and stuff on the Black Diamond one. But it's good to see that there's some other like major news articles now actually claiming hex.com and stuff like that. So that's good. But I did get, according to like the analytics on Medium, I did get a good amount of views compared to the other. And then this one I wrote today was just the whale stats. I saw somewhere on Reddit that, the whale stats had us on there. And then I did some more digging and I found out that like they're owned by CoinGecko, and they're shilling their own whale token or something dumb like that. It's like, like the irony of it all. It's like you guys take out HEX and you put up like, and you're shilling your whale token. Like, what is that? So what's the use case of it all? So in the end, it's like, it's just collusion, and that's kind of where I came up with it. It's like it's inaccurate with the side of collusion. And hopefully, more people like and share that one. But I think like how it's gonna go down is like if we get more likes on the Medium post itself, I think that would help rank it on Google and stuff. But it'll come in over time. I'm starting to share them on like the HEX Facebook group, the Pulsechain Facebook group, and the PulseX Facebook group. And if anyone has any suggestions or ideas for more content or more topics, just give me one subject and I'll try to put it together. I know someone sent me something yesterday in regards to the ENS, so Ethereum Name Service. Like what's going to happen when the Pulsechain launches? Is it going to be like a .PLS? I don't know. I don't have enough info on that, so I can't really say. But yeah, what's up, Shill? I don't know. He has his hand up. Hey, Shill, you got something to say?
Yeah. Hi. Yeah. Sorry. I was just like looking at crypto Sparbug. Their show started. I was just like too many Hexagon news outcasts going on at the same time, and I'm over here trying to still work on the vector for PulseX. And anyway, I know this. I could YouTube this, but I still haven't figured out if anybody could answer this and make like dumb and down for me. Like so. I kind of aped into my stakes, and I did like 555 Quantrosynchro stakes, right? I did like a couple of them, and I did like 10-year stakes, maybe like 7-year stakes. But then like yesterday, I fell into or somebody sent me a link. The ladder, what website? Right now. So like, what is the difference between like me putting up, like let's say X amount of hex for let's say 10 years, right? One stake, or X amount of stakes hex for 10 stakes. What is the difference in that? Can somebody explain to me?
Yeah, so with stakes you get
Hex
better.
ladder, that app. What's like? Yeah? Can you explain to me that?
From my understanding, you do get rewarded bigger T-share rewards for the higher amount and the longer your stake. So if you have a bunch of 1-year stakes, none of those are going to add up to the same as like a 10-year stake if you did the same thing. So, in the end, you're also going to be paying a lot more in gas fees to unstake and stake. So there's that you have to consider too. So having like what I wish I had done this as well is that like when I jumped in the same time as you, like around January 9th, and I started just making all kinds of stake as I DCA'd, and I wish I had just kind of been a little more patient and reduce the amount of stakes that I made, and held them for longer. So in the end, it's just like a learning curve. But right now, I mean, I guess my opinion would be what I'm going to plan on doing now is just DCA a large amount until I have a good amount, and then stake one longer than doing multiple small ones or even multiple mid-sized ones.
I see. So like when in that website, stake hex today, right? Your X value is divided about by the number of stakes, right?
Yeah, so that's just like an automated entry. You can edit that to put one stake or whatever, and the projections can be a little crazy sometimes. So it is a good way. I kind of reduced the price, so I'm not like expecting some crazy amounts, but in the end, like it's as accurate as it can be. It's just it doesn't really know how well things are gonna go, because your APY can be reduced if, like, let's say 20% more coins are staked, Therefore, the APY goes down. But the good thing is HEX is an auto balancing system to where if the percentage of circulating coins gets staked goes higher, you will see a massive increase in price. So, you know, there's no like loss whether like the APY goes up or down, because that means your value is going up. But yeah, I mean, like if you're looking at StakeHex today, I like StakeHex today. It's a way I can like show new onboards like the potential gains. Like I have some friends who are like, oh, if my dad put 200 grand in, how much would he make in a year? Would he make more than the 7% his bank's giving him? And I'm like, yeah, I would give him like 15%, you know? So it's like giving him double the value, not including the appreciation of the coin. So if he wants to do it because he's like 65, he doesn't want to wait 15 years. So, you know, he has a good amount of money, he can value. Like, and if you look at some whales, you could see like they're doing, you know, 20 million hacks for like 5 months, and they're taking the profits from that, and it's a great design. But in the end, like it all boils down to like how much you're putting in, how long you're willing to stake it for. But what I always focus on is before I hit my stake button, I always look at what the T-share payout is, and then I kind of go through different variations of dates to kind of find the best T-share value that I feel like I can wait for.
Got you. So like just to like understand a little bit more clear. Let's say that like I want to throw $100 into a 10-year stake, right? If I do the ladder of like $100 or 100 hex for 10 one stake, right? That's one stake at, but like let's say that I do 100 hex at for 10 and do 10 stakes for this amount. That means that the it would break it up into 10 different stakes.
Exactly. So if you're like, let's say you're gonna do 10 100 hex stakes, it's better to just do 1,000 hex stake, because you're getting a better T-share rate. And I usually, before, like, don't look at hex today to kind of calculate. I would go to like I would go to the like the go.hex.com/stake website where you actually stake it, and then you can put in amounts there and kind of dictate what your T-share payout is. That's, I think, a better way. You can choose like the date, and it'll say your T-share effective hex and your stake T-shares. So I would go and calculate, because you're already planning on doing it. You're not too worried about like what the projected, you know, payouts are going to be, because, you know, no one's going to know that. It's better to understand what your T-share rates are, and that's why I would just go to go.hex.com/stake, and
Oh yeah, no, I see the difference. Is that
you know,
like
and it shows you your T-shares, and that's kind of what you should be focusing on, rather than like the APY or the percentage gained, or, you know, the current, what the maybe the value might be.
um no, I was just a little confused by the hex staking ladder calculator, the hex ladder.web, because I just thought that if I put like, let's say, total number of stakes, right, and it does that sort of calculations, but it doesn't do that's not the input that go.hex.com does. So like
I mean, the hex ladder is probably more of like a game theory than like
yeah,
a,
right,
you
right,
know,
right. It's
than
game
like a, hey,
theory.
this is what you're actually getting. So yeah, like in my personal opinion, like I haven't actually used the hex ladder because I already had my game plan. But I'm looking at it right now. And so like I would just change that to one. You know, you could change that to one stake.
Right.
And you know, and let's say it's doing it like a minimum. Yeah, so okay, so I understand. It's like if you want to ladder it, that's when you would want to go into there, and it will tell you like how to ladder it correctly. If you had like, if you wanted to make 3 different stakes, like if you want to do a 15-year, a 10-year, and a 5-year, you can do it that way and kind of look at what your projected total returns would be. So yeah, I mean, like in the end, I guess your question is like, how should you stake it? Like
Oh
how
no
should
no
you?
no no no. My question is that like no, I think I answered my own question. But my question was that I thought like between the tools that between the Hex Ladder dot web app and Hex today, you know, there's that function where it's like number of stakes, right? Um, and it breaks down like the number of stakes, right? And but then go.hex.com has just one stake, so it's like those are the tools to strategize. While go.hex that's where you initiate the smart contract and put your tokens in play and stake and chill. So yeah, so I thought it was like where you could do the ladder in the stake go.hex.com itself. You know, like you could do you know that ladder play right at the website. You know, at go.hex.com. You know, I just realized that the ladder those are just game theories and tools to help improve you know the ROI of potential and understand it better.
Yeah, exactly. It's just gonna give you an idea.
Yeah, it's an idea, right? Exactly. So I thought, yeah, okay, cool. So all good, all good. Yeah, because like I thought like if I was there an option to do like a 15-year stake, right? Where it's like every year a little portion comes out, right? And then you could stake that little portion. That's what I was
No,
thinking.
there's no stake that like whatever you stake, you're gonna get anything out of it until the day it ends, unless you early emergency end stake and take a penalty.
Right.
So yeah, like that's why, you know, a good game theory is to do a 15-year, 10-year, 5-year, and leave some liquid. Personally, like, you know, right now I'm planning on DCAing and adding to my liquid as much as I can. So when the fork happens, I have some PHEX liquid and I have hex, and then I can stake them both there. Um, that's just kind of what I'm doing. That's my game theory. Like what I don't know if it's right or wrong. I don't know. I just want to try that. But either way, buying hex and staking it, in my opinion, is not a bad thing, even if you do it now or later. Because I think like I'm kind of being foolish of not doing it earlier. I'm waiting for my DCAing to get a larger stake in. Because the longer you wait, the less T shares it seems to be like as from what it
Yeah.
seems like T shares are going down since I've been staking. So like the value and how much hex it takes to get a T share is increasing from even a month ago. So, you know,
Yeah. Yeah,
it might be
my strategy, sorry to cut you off. My strategy is that like you know like whatever X amount I could invest into a Quantra Synchro, you know, so like a once a month, you know, regardless of what the price is, I'm gonna be putting in a Quantra Cinco, you know, so that way 15 years down the line, I'm 32, so like 15 years down the line, hopefully, you know, like the stakes I put in now, if I'm alive, to unstake them, you know. Um,
Well, what you can do too is you know there's not it depends on the amount, right? So if you're gonna DCA, and let's just say it's
what's
a
what
hundred
is
dollar
DCA? I don't know what DCA is.
dollar cost average, and
Okay,
so
okay.
basically you're not doing 10 grand at one time. You might be doing $100 every time you get paid, type thing. And
Yeah.
so, depending on how often that you purchase, you might want to hold a little bit liquid, and then by the time you DCA 2 or 3 times, then just do 1,555, and then the next month you do 2 or 3 DCAs, and then make another 5,5, because you don't want to do necessarily a 15-year stake with $50. Now on the Pulse chain with the cheaper fees, you could go ahead and do that, and so it depends on your strategy and how much you're coming in with,
No,
but if it
no, my strategy is like 2, 3 grand every month.
gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I just want to make
Yeah.
sure because everybody's different. So I just wanted to put that out there just in case.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, so like my strategy is like I'm like you know all in. This is all in. Like I don't see any other product anywhere. And
Well,
I'm
what you can
hmm?
Well, my bad. What I was going to say was because I think when you're first starting, I think the 15 and 10 and 5 is a good idea. And then you can start following in them gaps because once you have one every year, so let's just say hypothetically you got in a year ago and you have one ending this year or next year. If you need it, sell some of it. If you don't, then you could
Right.
do another 15-year stake for today. And then you have another stake coming out next year. And then that way you always have a 15-year stake coming the
Yeah.
following year. You know what I mean? So you'll
Yeah.
get there.
Oh yeah, no. This is like like I used to have like this phone that I used to play Monopoly at, and I got like I increased the rules. I kind of like made so I made the game of a Monopoly. It's me versus computer. So like I was playing a game of Monopoly for like every 5 minutes, like just killing it. So like play thousands of rounds of Monopoly with this computer, right? And this to me is the funnest game ever. I like I love this game. This game is amazing. This like if people understand the concept of this game and respect the rules, we're just gonna crush it. We're just gonna crush it, and then I mean, I'm happy because we're gonna crush it, but I'm kind of like terrified because like Dallas, calm down.
Well,
Um,
and if you think about it too, it is a game because you can keep score. You keep score by the digit in the wallet. And so, that's definitely a good way to look at it. And it's kind of gamified too because you're ranking in the staker class yeah, in the staker app. If you're a turtle, be the crab or the squid or whichever one's next. And so, there's definitely a leaderboard for sure because if you're turtle 7,000, then there's 6,999 people ahead of you, you know?
yeah, that Staker app is amazing. It's just like I I don't know. I'm trying to like I live in New York, and so I'm trying to after Vegas, I'm gonna try to like open up a New York Hexagon Center somewhere in either Brooklyn or let's see if I could we'll see. Like I'm trying to like pull together some funds. Who knows? Maybe Hudson Yards. Like get a Hexagon Center in Hudson Yards. That'd be awesome, right? While I'm gorilla doing the laser stuff. So hold on, I'm gonna like
It
close
sounded
off
like
my phone.
too. It sounded like too that you were like talking about like if it pops off, to be mentally prepared. And Kareem talks about this too, to where if you do a 5-year stake, you have 5 years to be mentally ready. To where if it does get to an amount that you don't know if you can handle, you just become a better person. You become a more strategic person, and it's not like the lottery where a poor person wins the lottery and now they have no idea how to spend $30 million and they just blow through it. Now, not saying that's going to happen. Of course, anything is possible. But as you stake, if everybody spends the time to be a better person, better friend, better husband, better dad, whatever it is that they need to work on, once that time comes, then everybody will be mentally ready to handle it. And if you're not, and you're in a space that you're not, then just restake it, even if it's for 6 months. You know, and that's kind of what they say. Like when widows when they get like a big um, assets, from when their husband dies, it's like you don't have to make a decision 2 months after. Like there's no shame in waiting and let time pass to figure it out.
Sounds like Thomas is excited about staking Hex too.
Yeah, no, Dallas is he's just like likes to voice his opinions. Yeah, he's super excited that I'm a Hexagon. He's like he wants to be recognized as well. Um, Yeah, so thank you, dude. Yeah, I mean, I'm very minimalistic. Like I like my motorcycles. I kind of like YOLO'd into Hex, and I sold my Harley, and when I found out like you said like day 760 or 770, I sold my motorcycle, just like took a hit of like
No,
20% APR. No,
don't
it's
sell,
just like you
dude.
know and then
I still have my Harley. I haven't sold it, man. I can't do it.
nah, bro, come on, man. Like, I had America
bro.
dealership, like the dealership, the guys were looking at me like, "Yo, didn't you just buy like 2 months ago?" I'm like, "Yeah," and like, I'm like, "Yo, if you wanna, I'm about to come back in like 5, 6 months from now and get like more," but like they're like, "Why?" No,
Well,
but well, the thing is,
now's the time to do it. I mean, my mom had a Ford Explorer. She owed 8 grand left. Took it up to like CarMax. They give you a quote in like 10 minutes, and they offered her like $22,000 for it. And so, if you're going to get rid of something with a motor while everything's at an all-time high, I know a ton of people selling their cars, and it kind of makes me worried just a little bit in the grand scheme of things, because how are they buying thousands of cars at this rate? Like, what's going to happen? Like the side effects a year or two, down the line. But yeah, I know a ton of people cashing in because they're getting ridiculous amounts for their used cars.
yeah, no, they snatched it up off from me real quick, but like I was like, I can't be onboarding in New York the Harley Davidson deal. I'm like, yo, listen, you gotta like go buy this Hex. They're like looking at me like, yeah, you're crazy. I mean,
They're gonna look at
anyway.
you crazy either way.
Yeah, well, yeah. You know what? I've been trying to onboard people at when Bitcoin was like $200, and they were like looking at me crazy. So like now I'm trying to like onboard people, and there's like more tools, and it's a complex game, and we've been through the battles, right? We survived. I don't know how I survived. I fucking have a bag full of. I still have like all these coins, like good products, or good promise coins, but they can't survive because of the fees, right? The mesh networks, they can't survive because of fees. So like,
Quick question for you: what
mhm.
has been the best way for you that has been successful for you to onboard people, in your opinion?
Oh yeah, I found it. What was that? What's the best way to onboard
The
people?
Yeah, the
Honestly,
best way
honestly,
or the best tool that helps you onboard people.
man. So I got divorced, right? Because like when I got into crypto 2017. I mean, I've known about crypto. I was like, I went to school and I studied ethics and politics uh and asset classes, and I'm a tech guy, so it was like, it's just a matter of time before we somehow use like technology to um to make sure that there's no crime in assets transfer. And then when Bitcoin came out, I was like, this is it. This is it. This is the solution, right? So like, I tried to get in, but I didn't have money, So like when I got in, it was like Bitcoin was like at $900, but like I had all these personal issues going on. So like I was only investing maybe like 100, $200 when Bitcoin was 900. Ethereum was like 300. So like I was getting married, and then it's like my ex was like, "Oh, this is bullshit." And I was like, "Yo, listen, like every meal we have right now, that's $400 to 300." My ex was like a YOLO type of woman. She's like, she wants to live in the here and now, and I'm like, um, yeah, but like in a month from now we'll be broke. Like not really good numbers, And I'm like, Bitcoin, like every 400 we save now, or every vacation we go on now, like we could be potentially millionaires, billionaires, and I was like, happy wife, happy life, but it was killing me because I knew that like the Bitcoin price is going, but so like I'm getting married, I'll get dogs, so like I could only throw a little bit at a time, to keep the wife happy. But like, I mean, anyway, we split up, and I took my dog and like bounced, because like um to answer your question, onboarding dude to me has been difficult, because like I'm stubborn headed. I used to teach kids how to swim and adults how to swim, and it's like, like finances is such a touchy subject because it's like, like it's such a touchy like person thinks you're trying to like scam from them. You're like asking to borrow money or something, and you're like, no, yo, I'm trying to make you money because if you're rich, our community's rich. We all level up. But people don't think like that, you know. They're like, oh, you probably want something from me, you know. Um, so like for me to onboard somebody, it's been really difficult because like I used to tell everybody in production world, like when Bitcoin was still at like 1200, buy Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin, buy. You know what people were telling me? Yo, stop talking about it. We don't want to hear it. You know what happened? I stopped talking about it. Bitcoin moon to 69,000, and then people were like, hey, how's your portfolio? I'm like, yo, listen, don't worry about my portfolio. You know, so like those sort of people, I don't want to talk to them anymore. And the people that are around me right now, you know, the ones that I feel like need, you know, can get in early before hyperinflation hits the fucking fan. You know, they could save themselves. You know, but I find it really difficult in New York, especially. A lot of people on crypto. You know, there's so many scams, Ponzi's, NFTs, bullshits. You know, like after doing, you know, I don't want to say NFTs is bullshit because then I'm an animator. You know, I know how to animate stuff. I don't make NFTs, but I understand the purpose of NFTs. It's a smart contract. You know, this hex is a smart contract, no different. NFT. You know, um, but like all there's going on is people like doing all these scams left and right, you know, and people don't know crypto or can't, you know, they don't have like, especially COVID and production, they don't even they can't invest into anything right now. You know, everybody's hurting. So, and then you tell them like, hey, listen, this product could make you $1 go to $10,000. They're like, it's bullshit. And it's like no matter how much information you could throw at them, right? They just it's just like, you know, unless, so that's why I want to open up, you know, like I was getting a haircut and I was telling somebody, hey, listen, I know the securities, you know, hardware walls, this and that, you know. Um, I want to open up a center here, and this young little kid was like, hey, can I get your card? You know, when it's open, I'll give you a call. So I give him my card. So like I don't want to onboard people around me, you know. I want to onboard people that are interested in like, hey, what is this? You know, the other day, I was at Lincoln Center in New York City, the theater, and one of the technicians over there, you know, he's brand new. He's like looking into NFTs. I'm like, listen, dude, you're brand new. So I give him my entire tool list, you know, of Hex. I'm like, this is gonna set you up for life, you know. And he did a little bit of digging. So like, you know, I just know from teaching people, there's some people that, you know, forget about them. You'll never change them, you know. They're walking towards a meat grinder. There's no point of stopping them. Just go, you know. But there's some people they're looking for the exit, you know, and the ones that you see them looking for the exit, you know, they're willing to listen. They're like searching for the truth. You give them, and it's easier. The ones are that are impossible, don't even fucking waste your time. Like, yo, you want to go? You want to be a Bitcoin maximalist, Ethereum maximalist, where the shit implodes? You're gonna be holding the sack. You know what? I told you, you know, and you could have, but you know what? I'm gonna rub it in your face, you know, like just because I told you, and you thought you like, like I have a lot of respect for Richard Hart and all of you, because I see this community of just like a bunch of passionate people that have integrity. You know, a lot of these you know, a lot like a lot of blockchain is just like everybody wants free money. You know, it's like we're gonna do this, and here's a sticker, and it'll like pay me $1,000 for the sticker. It's like what the fuck, you know, like where's the product, you know? And it's like finally somebody came through with a product delivered, you know. And because this space has been invaded by so many scammers, you know, it's kind of like hard to tell somebody like, listen, there is a way, a solution, you know, and it's already built, you know. And and it's complicated, you know. And most people, you know, they don't understand. Yeah, you probably know, like finances enough. They don't know how to budget, you know. And then you're like, hey, you know, this money go in moon, you know. So like the people that know me that missed the Bitcoin wave now, they listen harder. Like I just like one of my homies that's flat broke. He was able to round up like 5 people, like $500 each. To like to YOLO into this thing. Because like he got into a project, and I was like, yo, listen, you're in a shitcoin. Sell it while it's high, and because once the rug gets pulled, you're gonna be. And he didn't. He's like, whatever it is, I'm gonna let mature, and he got pulled, and that's it. And now I'm like, listen, this is it, and he's onboarding people for me, like, and that's why I want to do the research at the center here, because it's like I don't want to have the same conversation over and over with one person. I'd rather have a conversation with 10, 20 people in a classroom. So like what I'm trying to do, I'm a production person. So in New York, I DJ, I do lasers, lighting, and I have some older friends that are DJs. So like my vision for this New York Hexagon Center is like a classroom style. By the way, I'm making renders for this. Um, so I should have these renders in like 4 or 5 days. They're gonna be like it's visualizers. I'm using software for lighting, and it's like almost like a game, like Unreal Engine. If anybody's familiar with that, or Blender, so you'll be able to see the what I'm trying to do, and like how the actual venue is gonna look like. So and my homie's coming up with pitch deck that way that like the focus is gonna be you come we educate you, like it's like Bitcoin in New York City back in the day, the Bitcoin Center, but except we're gonna be Hex is gonna be a chill vibe, a bunch of like pillows, and where people could bring the laptops. I'm gonna have a projector and stuff, educate people on security, hardware wallets, like risks, like the crypto shit. Like listen, if you're gonna go into an investment and your first investment is gonna fucking kill it, there's nothing else. So it's like, but I don't want to repeat myself like
Well,
1,000
what
times to one person. I'd rather repeat myself 1,000 times to like 100 people.
What I would recommend though is at least practicing with one person before, you're in a room in front of 50 people.
It's fine.
And
I already onboarded a bunch of people to like a bunch of cryptos. I onboarded people to Hex. Like I know how to teach, educate people. I educate people in martial arts and swimming. I know the process. And like if a person doesn't want to learn, like get the fuck out of the classroom. But if the person finds their own way in the classroom, they want to learn. So easy. It's easy. So it's like that's why the center is so important, because like a comfortable vibe, and people with integrity, and a product that has integrity, that's designed already, that's built. Um, what can go wrong? We can only win. Like that's it. Like I'm gonna go and shill the shit out of this in New York City with my lasers. Hopefully nobody arrests me. Like
And
I'm
man,
be
if
I'm
you
be
want to practice that strategy too, you can practice it in rooms like this, right? I
what
think most of us have at least had a couple conversations with either friends or family or people close to us that we want to see succeed, and we've had some learnings from those discussions too. So if you ever want to run any ideas by us in terms of an approach, or you know I think some of the best advice that I've heard is just start where people are at, right? I mean, everyone has motivations, they have dreams, they have goals, um, but if something like this can help them get there, and you can slowly introduce it that way, it's generally received more positively.
yeah.
absolutely. And they just need to be forward thinking too, because, we live in a world of likes, dislikes, instant gratification, DoorDash, I want it right now. And with Hex, it really doesn't work that way. I mean, yeah, the price appreciation could be great, but it's really bargaining with the future to better your future self. Just like, if you were to start your own business or go to college and not just stuck in the meat grinder, working at Target. As soon as you get off, you call a buddy, y'all split a 12 pack, y'all go here, you're playing Xbox. I mean, it's really not for those kind of people. That's more of like the Doge crowd. And so, it's definitely great to do that. And so what I've kind of told people is like, if you're stuck at a job in college and what the youth is, and you don't have the resources to start your own business, then maybe you should look at Hex, because that's going to pay you every day while you're still trying to figure it out. So maybe this is your college, or instead of starting a business, you're basically accumulating T shares instead of accumulating overhead, because not everybody's in a situation to where they can just drop everything and start a business. That's why I always encourage people to do it young, when you're living at your mother's with no rent, no bills. And the only downside that I could see is start a center in New York is that's overhead. So who's paying for that building? And how are
Well,
you going to make
I'll be paying for the rent.
right? But the money that you paid for the rent, you'll just have to look and say, okay, if I put in this in Hex, would it be more than a bunch of people, purchasing Hex and then pushing the price up? Because, initially
I already YOLO'd into this, so I know I'm gonna be good. So like the money that I have coming in from my job, yeah, it could like can net me like a couple more millions, but you gotta understand, like, I don't know if I told you this, I'm a burner, right? Like the thing about Burning Man is like it's community, right? And the thing about Hex is I pump your bag, you pump my bag. The stronger the stronger and more knowledgeable a noob is, the more and and if they don't sell, my assets go up, your assets go up. So like I look at it like long term, right? If I'm at yeah, sure, cool. I might be my the overhead. I'll be spending like a couple thousand on overhead that I could be potentially investing into more Hex. But if I'm onboarding people in New York, they're increasing their financial literacy, and like onboarding them is the best product mankind has ever seen, right? Like,
And one thing I want to say is like what you're saying, it does have a lot of merit, but I feel that what you could do is also do it digitally, which you could reach 10 times more people. And
hello, I think you got rugged. Did I get rugged?
No, he got rugged. Basically, what he's just saying is kind of like Richard's philosophy is, you can start a hardware store in your city to where you're only selling to your community, or you can start a crypto and you can shill it to every person in the world. I mean, most billionaires are shilling a product to the entire country. They're not setting up one store in one city to where
Yeah,
their outreach isn't as big.
that's true. I see the point of that. I see the point of that. But like I like I go to Burning Man, right? Why I keep stressing that it's just like like community is everything, right? Like we could be crypto, right? And if and we if like let's say like we're in a
I
train,
don't
there's a
even know
whole
what Burning Man is. To me, that sounds like a bunch of hippies tree hugging.
Did you just say
What is
Burning
that?
Man?
yeah.
Burning Man is a hell of a clientele to be pitching cryptocurrency to. If I can just butt in
No,
for a second.
I'm just trying to explain like what is a community, right? A community is a
It's a
landmark.
bunch of people dancing in the desert, bud.
Well, it's just more than that. You've been there?
I understand it's more than that, but you
You've
you
been there?
call a
You've been to
spade
Burning Man?
you call a spade a spade. You can see that festival from space.
Have you
However,
been to Burning Man?
I've never been to Burning Man. I've had
Okay,
close friends that have been to Burning
okay.
Man and have made
It's listen.
sculptures to
It's
go to
like
Burning Man.
looking but not buying. In crypto, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Like until you go, you can't judge. It's not just
and
about
and and,
dancing.
and when you go there, I
hmm
understand that, but when you get there, you're actually in the middle of the desert looking
hmm
for trailers that have water, and you accidentally stumble into trailers where people are just having orgies. I
Okay.
understand Burning Man is only about crypto.
I don't want to deviate this conversation by your lack of like understanding what Burning Man is. Like, and I don't want to take away from Hex. I want to keep it on Hex and community, right? Like until you go to Burning Man, right, you'll understand what the value of community is and the power of when people believe in principles and community, right? And when I say I like
That's
it
the
would be
same like
like
Tomorrowland.
sure we could have no, it's not the same thing. Like
It's not the same place. It's the
have you
same
been to
feel.
Tomorrowland?
You can't even
Have
buy
you been to
tickets to
Tomorrowland?
Tomorrowland.
Have you been
You
to
can't even.
Tomorrowland?
You can't buy tickets to
Have you been to
Tomorrowland.
Tomorrowland?
No, I have not.
Okay, that's it. That's the end of conversation. I just killed you. Like your argument is done. Like you just said two things you've never been to, and yeah, and I've been to both of them. So what do you want to say?
No,
I'm
no
a
problem.
lighting
Just
guy,
speak. Just
and
speak.
I'm a
It's
lighting
all good.
guy, and you telling me that it's the same thing. You never been to either of them. It's like you going buying Doge and Litecoin and comparing them. It's like listen, buddy. Well, please, I'm not trying to shill Burning Man or Tomorrowland over here. I'm talking about community.
They should be shilled. They
I
should be
recognize
shilled.
community in HEX. I recognize community in HEX and the smart motherfuckers out here that and Richard Hart designed a product where we all win. And in order, right, for people, yeah, it's I understand, I understand like the digital verse, right? And we could all be crypto, but at the end of the day, it's community, right? When you open up your wallet, right? And you used to pay something, coffee, it said USD, right? You're part of the USD game theory, that community makes you the United States citizen, and you're part of that game theory. So in order for us to switch this game theory around, we have to build a community that educates the community, right? Like, yeah, it's cool having Twitter chats and stuff like that, educating people in virtual rooms and having YouTube channels, but until we have a community resource centers where people trust each other, you could put a face to a face, not a metaverse bullshit, we are humans. We need community, right? We need that place where we could trust each other, right? So like that goes beyond digital verse. I trust y'all because somehow we have the same principles, right? Finance is fucked, and we are here because of that,
Well, the only
right?
thing that I'll say is, being smart is learning from your own mistakes. Being wise is learning from other people's mistakes. So I would just say, like everybody, opinions are valid for sure. I just wouldn't necessarily anybody try to focus on being right and just kind of focus on what's being said. But that's all I got.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Like, you know what? Tomorrowland, just to make a point, like I've been there. It's amazing people, amazing festival too, right? But it's not Burning Man. And everything is about community, right? So like Hex, it's a game theory. If we're all gonna win, we need a safe space. And that's why I would like to build a community here where people come, hang out, chill after class. We could like listen to music and network, right? And then I'm pumping your bags, you're pumping my bags. And how do we network and how do we onboard people? We have to onboard people in a place, in a safe space. You can't onboard somebody in a taxi. You can't onboard somebody in a strip club. You can't onboard somebody underneath a bridge. You know what I'm saying? You can't onboard them during Thanksgiving Day, a safe space is a place where the community exists, like a camp, in Burning Man. When you go to a place where you're, let's say Burning Man, like you were talking about, a bunch of orgies, right, in camp. If that's what you're looking for, hey, listen, buddy, the camp where their ideals are, we want to have a bunch of orgies and drugs. That's what you're gonna find, right? You shall find what you shall seek, you know and in a place where a community center that wants you to educate you about security and a product that time locks value, and if you believe and you play by the rules, right, we all win. So that's, what, you might be right, I might be wrong, but I believe that a community needs an actual place of education where people feel safe, they could chill, and they could have discourse afterwards. But it needs to be a physical space too. I mean, and that's why well, I don't know about y'all, but I'm going to Vegas. Why are we going to Vegas? Why is there a PulseCon? Why do we have these gatherings once in a while? We want to recognize we are social beings. We need to touch each other, we need to see each other, we need to hug each other. And digitally we trap ourselves, and we become a less human, dehumanized in a way, like we forget about like our own selves, like, and the more we are around our community, the more human we are, and the more we feel for each other. So like a center where finance can be taught in a safe space is very important. I believe so. I believe it's very important. Like you could debate on me all you want, but like if I open up a center in New York City and I put my money where my mouth is, right, and I'm educating and onboarding people, they see that more valuable than I'm trying to like be like, hey, come over for breakfast at my house, and I'm gonna tell you that, it's just like if I dedicate my life to something and I believe in it, and there's a product and there's a community behind it, and this is the brick and mortar, it's a safe place. It makes people feel safer than you just trying to like, hey, I need to talk to you, like this is the thing, it's just they can be like, yo, what are you on, like get away from me, another Ponzi scheme, like how many times I've felt that, so like you got to put your money where your mouth is, and then you gotta like when when people come to your place where you're about to educate, you gotta come correct.
And that's the
Otherwise,
beautiful thing about Hex, right? Because anybody can choose to market how they want. Like what's on the news might do it digitally. You might do it at a center in New York. Somebody else might do a state fair in California. So I'm all for everybody trying whatever method that they seem fit. Doesn't mean everybody has to agree with it, but as long as somebody's spending their
right.
own time and their own money, then I'm cool with that. Let's not beat a dead horse, though. If we're still on this topic, that's cool. But with the hands up, collectible, go ahead, and then Junior, whatever you got, brother.
Hey, Steak, Skippa, and everybody else in the space. It's good to hear from you guys and everything. And Steak, I just wanted to tell you, I appreciate you looking outside of yourself to potentially help other people. And, you got a vision and you have experiences with other communities that may not be what everybody else would want to be a part of or associated with, but you're looking at expanding the community of HEX and Pulsechain, creating greater network effects. And, New York City, I mean, what a city, what a population to tap into. What a collective group of diverse people that need to hear about cryptocurrency and potentially get into it. Some of them are at the highest parts of the food ladder as far as economic well-being, and some of them are not. And I look forward to hearing about what you're able to create and bring people in. And just like Skip is saying, it could be a conversation with your mother-in-law that takes 3 years to where she finally gets in it to organize events such as the conferences, Las Vegas meetup, a Daytona race out in the parking lot, Sparbook, traveling the country, and then what you're doing. What are you actually going to call your particular project? And I'm just looking for the name of it, so as time goes on, if I can see that and I say, yeah, that man told us what he's going to do, then maybe 3 months or
like
4
I
months
thank you,
down the road
collection.
that we had
I
actually see
appreciate
that it was successful. I'm sorry.
thank you, collection. Collector. I appreciate your the compliment. And so so the Eventbrite, I'm envisioning. I have a partner that has opened up several um, venues in the past that were like party venues. But
Yep.
this isn't a party for me. This is more of the goal of this is education and then network after education class is over, right? Then we could social. So like Eventbrite on Eventbrite, to make it look clean, it would be called New York Hexagon
So I was wondering,
Center,
what are you going to?
right? And then the event itself will be called Stake It. So like I am a lighting designer, so like I am rendering an actual 3-dimensional room, and it might be done in a week. It might be done in like I'm hoping I get it done before I go to Vegas, and then I'll share the
Yeah.
visualizers with you. That way you
Yeah,
could
were you
like
actually
see.
talking about the one that was going to be lighting up the New York Stock Exchange and then possibly the Fed?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh
That's
man,
that's
that'd be crazy. That'd be
yeah.
crazy. Yeah,
Well, I
but
mean, like, so like I'm a visual guy, I'm a laser guy, like and I do projection mapping, I do lasers and sound here
Yeah.
in New York. So
Yeah,
like
there's been other countries that I've been into where that's been used for great effect, and so I'm excited for it. I look forward to seeing some reporting on it and stuff, and look forward to you tweeting out about your successes and things that you've learned that we all can do better and stuff like that. So I deeply appreciate you bringing your vision forward. Thanks for the
thank you.
time.
Yeah, we're hoping May 5th, 5/5. We're gonna, like if there was like if we were living in 2055, that would have been better. But we're
Yeah.
living in that would have been like, but like May 5th, or like we're hoping to open up by May 5th. So
Good.
we'll
Hey,
see.
Shillet.
Hey, Junior. I know I've been talking a lot. It's I know you got your hand up if you want to talk, Junior. And thanks for the time, guys.
Yeah, I jumped in the group because I just onboarded my sixth person, and so far I'm 6 for 6 on 5555. So I wanted to thank the community. I wanted to thank everybody that's in this space, especially because I see a few faces in here. It's thanks to you guys that I got to the point where I am today, where I can actually do the things that I've done. Exactly. You guys know who you are, the famous, you know, Hatter to Collector, Hexy. You guys, anyways. I was just happy. I'm happy I got to where I got, and I'm happy that I was able to guide him to the. He's safe. He got himself a laptop. He bought himself a laptop. Bought himself a ledger. He sacked. Sorry, he's gonna sack, and he staked. So I'm happy. So far so good. And since I'm on the mic, Shillet, I have zero disrespect for Burning Man or Tomorrowland. It's a world that I've left behind a long time ago. It's opened many doors in my mind that I'm grateful for today. It's just that when I jumped into the conversation, I just found it hard to imagine myself in those spaces trying to talk about cryptocurrency, not as much lasers or the theatrics of it, but rather the one-on-one interaction that you need to have with people that might not be ready to receive that type of information. That's pretty much my entire spiel. But thank you guys. That's all. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, that's good news, Junior. Yeah, congratulations on
Yeah,
the
I'm
onboard, bro.
happy. Thank you guys. Skipper, you
Mad,
too,
what were?
bud.
Yeah, all good. Mad, what were you gonna say, bro?
Oh, that was great, Junior. I'm glad things are working out. For Shillet, I was just curious if you're familiar with the Crypto Sparbuck guys and kind of the model that they've taken to educating within cities, where they'll rent out like a conference center in a hotel or different venues, and then just hold an event, say one night or maybe 2 nights, as opposed to like a dedicated space that's operating, you know, 7 days a week. I was just curious if you were familiar with that or if you'd given it any thought. It might possibly reduce your overhead, but either way, just love the vision and love your passion. It's great to see. Absolutely love your passion, brother.
Yeah, I think he dropped down to a listen and possibly left the space. And I think that was a wonderful question, Matt Hatter. It's interesting to listen to people that are living in a city about in a city. That's where they're wanting to dig their roots. Because population in New York, I think it's the most populous city in the United States, isn't it? And so there's just such a target-rich environment of people that need to be educated and digging down roots. You can build community in a big way. As you possibly get into the local community builders and people that are tackling a lot of problems other than just the onboarding of cryptocurrency. and I would envision that that's the direction he's going. I'm excited to hear more about it as he goes forward. And Junior, I absolutely respect, what you're saying, as far as, hey, that might not be the target rich environment, but it is a target environment. One thing that's never lost on me is, bringing that story out from the Bible is that Lot, Lot was in a city that was surrounded potentially in darkness. Yet he was there, and he was worth saving and worth talking to and dealing with and stuff.
Absolutely.
And so even in these areas that we might go into that might not have the sense of morality that we would hold, there's still people to be valued, still people to potentially to be brought out of the fiat currency world into a world that potentially can provide them greater freedoms. And like Rich Hart talks about, trying to free people from various addictions that they may be suffering with and stuff like that. So it's I laud people that are willing to go to places many would shy away from, because all the people need to be reached with messages as we go forward and stuff like that. And with me is, if you were to stand the worst person from Burning Man or from Tomorrowland, I'm no better of a man or a person than that person is, because I'm fatally flawed.
And I agree.
Every day I'm begging for help and to become a better man, a better friend, a better husband, a better Hexagon. You know what I mean? And so I enjoy being in the space, listen to all the diversity of the folks in here.
Yeah, and I would agree with that 100% too. I definitely think everybody's ideas are absolutely valid. The only reason I kind of tried to pause it a little bit is when the same sentences are being said. So if we're moving the conversation along, whether it's agree or disagree, that's fine. But just not rehashing it, and be respectful of the other people that might be looking for other info is all. But as far as that goes, I'm definitely cool if that's who he wants to shield to.
Yeah, I got
I absolutely respect what you're saying, Skip. I think sometimes when sentences are being repeated or thoughts are being repeated and given, is just to make sure that people are hearing it, especially when thoughts contrary to what's being stated might be creating a point where they feel, hey, my words are not getting through. And I definitely agree with you, Skipper. We need to be respectful of one another's time. Present the ideas, take some feedback, and re-engage, and then potentially pull out. So we give other people opportunities to speak. Is there anybody in the space that would like to step forward, to ask a question, to offer a statement? We'd love to hear from you. And so please feel free to hold up your hand and come up, and one of these great co-hosts or hosts will bring you up, and we'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Collective is always the king of the fucking segue. That's hilarious.
He's a Speaker of the House, no?
No, El Presidente came in last night, and he already started handing out roles. I think he gave Speaker of the House to HEX Orchid.
They don't all always call the best moves, right?
What's not on the news?
Question,
Hey, I
guys.
read your latest article, and I commented on it. I deeply appreciate what you're doing there in the blog sphere. Look forward to more stories coming up. It's really neat. I assume that the gatekeepings can only last for so long. As the math doesn't lie, performance doesn't lie, and then just the sheer size of what's taking place, people can only ignore it for so long. And this diamond purchase and the dynamics of it in the news is just absolutely fantastic. So, and it's sheer genius to rename it. I mean, great. Just awesome stuff going on. Very excited for the community.
Famous, what do you got? It looks like you're
I have
ready
a
to
question.
pounce.
I want someone's opinion. I just got a treasure. Now, I'm gonna reset one of my laptops, completely hard drive set. Now, what do you suggest I do? I use my home network VPN, or do I use my 3G VPN?
Fuck 3G, bro.
Are you on WPA2 security for your home network?
No, I just use a VPN.
Okay.
I don't want to touch the router because it's not mine.
Got it. Yeah, I don't know, brother. Maybe Papa Boner might have an answer for that in Telegram. I would say if you're on WPA2 security with a real strong, real strong setup, you'd probably be all right. But I don't know otherwise.
I don't see how you could go
WPA2
wrong with
plus
this
a VPN, bro.
So one issue with the VPN is it's actually routing your traffic to some other computer around the world, and you don't necessarily trust that computer, and you don't know. So you might rather stay with your local network.
Sounds
That's
good.
a doxing question, but it depends who your internet service provider is, though.
Yeah, I know, that's why, man. I worked for them.
Then you already know.
Exactly. Whatever, boys. Let's check this out. First time using a treasure, we're gonna test this out. I'm already liking it.
My first hardware wallet was an Elipal, and I can thank Corn Bureau for that one.
But when did you get it?
I unfortunately got it, like, first in this entire Hexagon journey of mine.
Crazy. But it's always good, better late than never. Like I told you, JR, man. It's at least you know. It's a little price you'll have to pay.
I know.
It's better that than getting hacked.
It's like Jay Future says, right? It's tuition. So that's what it is.
Hey, I was wondering, let's say we get, like in a couple of years from now, Hex matures the way we do, and we're all billionaires, I just was wondering, um, I feel like I'm really good at educating people, in what I'm good at, and if they're bad at what I'm good at, it's easy for me to kind of like explain to them, in a safe place, because I taught hundreds, if not thousands, of kids how to swim, and martial arts, not thousands, but hundreds. So, I know as an instructor, um, in a place where I am the sensei or the instructor, with the students, like they take me seriously, and I could pass down that knowledge, right? And that is why I'm so passionate about opening up the center, is because, and that's why I feel like a community center, would be a safe place, where people can like relax, drink some tea, um, and be really comfortable and learn, from the comfort of a safe space. But like my vision is, onboard people, but by trade, I am I'm a lighting guy. I work in clubs, I work in birthday parties, weddings, but and let's say 2 years from now I'm a multimillionaire, maybe like 5 years from now I'm a billionaire. I'm gonna still be onboarding people because our school system right now currently doesn't have financial literacy, well, it doesn't prep, I feel like it doesn't prep the younglings to succeed, you know um at a young age, nor does it give them the resources. So like that's what I want to do. Like, and so I was wondering, when you get that, fuck you money, what do you want to do?
So, Shirley, one thing I wanted to say about that was we are establishing like local areas of strength around the world, especially let's just say in America right now where we did our workshops. And so from that, we're going to eventually organize chapters for HEX in local areas. So you would have, like, let's just say your major city of Chicago, you'd have a HEX chapter where you could go and have once a month, kind of like a workshop meeting, but you don't have the like official building or overhead where somebody's eating it every single month in bills, but you could actually meet potentially in a space like a hotel, or you can meet in somebody's home and get together and bring in some onboards, and you can take the time, whether it be hours and hours hanging out at somebody's house and really walk people through this stuff, and it's really effective. So I'm hoping certain areas get stronger to where we'll start doing that either on a bi-monthly or monthly or quarterly basis.
Oh, that's cool. So you have a plan and initiative where these chapters are going to exist.
So there's certain places where HEX is more prevalent, I would say. Like in certain major cities, we already have Hexicans that meet up, monthly or bi-monthly, and yeah, it's definitely starting to pick up. I would say the Crypto Sparbucks team going forward and taking the initiative and going city by city kind of activated that, because now people said, wow, this is fun. I'm meeting real Hexicans. I'm bringing people to the workshop in person, and guess what? They buy Hex. I brought my brother-in-law. He bought some Hex right there at the workshop for the first time. It was, it's magical when you got 100 some odd people getting together and chatting about it. And it becomes real, just not like what you were saying, some kind of like, okay, this is an internet thing. It's what is this really? Is it legit? And yeah, but some of it's organized in Telegram into local areas. So you'd have to kind of look at where you are locally and if they have a group. And we don't really want to isolate into small groups yet, according to Richard Hart, because we are not that plentiful. But for maybe once a month purposes, it could be a real resource.
Great. I'm happy to hear that you're onboarding people. And listen, hopefully May 5th comes around, and me and my homie we pull it off, we find a nice cool venue, and we will have, like, I'm hoping at least like 2 or 3 meetups per week, for onboard people that are just interested, like, and hopefully word of mouth spreads. And the thing is, me and him, we're entertainers. Uh, I DJ, and I know a lot of people in New York City that aren't crypto. They're no coiners. So, like, we're kind of using that funnel of the party scene to get people in, and they're like, and like, come in and come hang out. We're gonna be teaching this thing on Hex, and if they're interested, maybe they'll want to be participate and buy. And if they're not, listen. At least there's a good after party, and don't people love after parties, right? They like so it's a win-win, So like I'm building a community where people come hang and relax after the education class, and but like the main intent would be like to build a community like what you're doing, I it's just like I find a real need in New York City, um to teach people, and I find it more so now than ever before. Especially people are hurting, like price of goods is going up, living conditions are going up, wages aren't going up, so it's like, you know um
Yeah, people need a vehicle. People need a
yeah,
vehicle
this
to
is
be able to
it.
help themselves.
This
And
is it.
Collector, I know you got your hand up, and then I'll go after you.
Hey, wonderful conversation, guys. I'm really excited about different people, like Starbucks, and then also what Shillett's saying and stuff like that, and what other people are doing that we're just absolutely clueless of. The community is getting so broad inside it, so diverse. There's just crazy stuff going on there that we potentially would never hear about. Some things we recently heard about is people meeting in different countries, whether it's 40 people together, and our one guy trying to start a group, Amman in Kuwait. And so it's if there's various people that are gathering, and also that other gentleman like in South Africa we met the other night. So if there's people in New York, it'd be kind of nice to know if there's a list somewhere that, we've talked about this before, is hey, this country, these are the people that are meeting in various groups. It's not like one person's in charge of it, because some of these cities are so big, there's no way one person can cover it all. And we need people creating projects all the way from soccer moms all the way up to high earners, and and so forth. Some people don't want to go dance, but hey, other people might want to go waltz, or other people might want to go for a walk or have a picnic in the park. And so there's just so many opportunities out there for us to build network. It's just absolutely unbelievable. So if there's a list out there, it'd be really nice. And what's not on the news might be a wonderful article if you wanted to write something up, about what was just mentioned here about the growth of communities, and try to get people pointed to a website, somewhat of an authoritative website that would maintain this listing of various people meeting in various spots. Just one more point, and then I'll stop talking. Is when I was a kid, very limited means. Sometimes I lived in a big city and didn't have a lot of parental oversight and stuff like that. And so my brothers and I, and friends of us, would walk the streets. You know what I mean? And so then we ran into a place where we could actually go play pool. The Boys Club of America. And it was a wonderful experience where we could build community with one another, and it was safe, a safe place. Never felt threatened there ever, going there or coming from there. And so when these safe spaces are created where people can learn good things that can impact their lives and the lives around them, I'm absolutely all for it. And I'm glad some people here are made such mad gains that they're going to be able to afford it themselves. They're not even going to have to ask people for money to support the projects that they're working. So my hat's off to all the people that are trying to build community.
Yeah, well stated, Collective. For the record, by the way, I could probably listen to you for days, right? I could just have your voice on some kind of soundtrack playing in the background when I'm working, and you're always dropping experience, knowledge, and sharing that freely. So thank you as well. Thank
Hey,
you. I think
Collective.
you help keep moving the conversation forward.
Hey, Collective.
And did you want to say something, Famous? I was just going to say one other quick thing.
I thought you were finishing, but it was my headphone that was dying. I just want to say, hey, Collective. I love you, man.
All love.
Oh, I love you guys. I love you guys. I'm so excited to be part. I'm so excited to be part of the community.
Just let's clarify. I had my tag name was steak it and chill yesterday, but I felt like I didn't realize that this is the first time I'm kind of like using the spaces chat. So like I just thought like chill it would be better. So like I rebranded. So from last night. So and you know what? I rebrand sometimes a lot. So this is crypto. So like you could see, you could look at it as I have multiple personas. I mean, but like in terms of like not personas, but yeah. Anyway.
Hey,
So
Shillet.
yes.
Just a quick question. Are you kind of a younger guy? Are you in your middle ages? Are you older? Just out of curiosity.
I just turned 33.
Okay. Yeah. So I just wanted to share something with you that I've kind of learned along the way, just in life. What I thought at 15 years old was drastically different from what I thought at 20 and 25 and 30. And what I'll say is that it's fun to kind of have that idea in your mind about fuck you money, right? I think I've heard that term thrown around a little bit. Might mean something different to different people depending on how you grew up, or if you were privileged or if you weren't. But one thing I'll say that I've noticed kind of throughout this community, whether it's the streamers, whether it's people like Crypto Heartbeat that are putting together something called the Compassion Cartel, which is essentially just dedicating a portion of your bag to some type of philanthropic effort, right? And you decide what that's going to go towards. If I could give one piece of advice, money is great, right? Cars are fun, houses are nice, but you get to a point in life where I can tell you honestly, and just from my experience, and maybe it's different from other people, but meaningful relationships and helping other people, I don't see any higher purpose. So what you're talking about in terms of being, a sensei in your community, um, about trying to help people, right, that may be slightly disadvantaged or maybe just don't have a good support network and give them a place to go. I think that's beautiful, right, and that's 100% aligned with everything I've seen in this community. Um, so that's all I wanted to say, man. Is really well done, and I think it would be a value add, absolutely a value add for people to have a place to go to talk about these things.
Thank you, Matt Hatter. Yeah, dude. Like I was born in Moscow, and I came to like a really bad part of Queens in New York, and like I've gotten my first Palm Pilot when maybe I was like 16, and that was just like what, like just the world's gonna change. And I've always been like a more of a sci-fi bug where it's like, like I had the foresight of like, computers are gonna revolutionize the way we communicate. So like and I feel like, I studied history, a lot of history, and to me materialistic things, they just create the incentive for people that don't have to steal and kill for their own, uh, maybe they didn't have, and they wanted to feel it, and maybe they did something bad, so like a lot of criminals were created out of a place where they didn't have. So like I'm very minimalistic. I don't need Lambos. I don't need penthouses. I'm fine with even having like a tent and living in the tent. So like, and having a bicycle and just living on a beach somewhere with a dog. But like at the end of the day, we are social people. Like I could be doing amazing in a penthouse with like 10 Ferraris, but when I go downstairs, right? And there's like 100 people that are homeless, and there's like one of them that's a teen, or even maybe like a 10-year-old girl or boy, you know, if that doesn't make me feel like shit, then I don't know, you're a horrible person, So until we fix the problem, that why do we have so many empty houses, and why do we have so many people that are going starving? Until we fix that, and that takes community. The game theory that we play in right now is fucked, and it creates a dog eat dog world, and it makes us compassionless, right? And I feel like with this game theory where we win, we get the fuck you money where we could actually help the community. We don't need a government stimulus. We don't need anything from anybody because we have the support from the community. That's when, and then when I say fuck you money, it's not like I'm gonna go to a strip club and have a crazy orgy with like kilos of cocaine, and I'm like, I'm not gonna go to work, and I'm gonna on to the next party. No, no. For me, the fuck you money is like, like we don't need cops because people in our community have food. We take care of each other. We don't need prisons that create more criminals. The community. If there's somebody does something bad, like there's a place where hopefully it's not murder, right? It's maybe like because most crimes are committed out of lack of resources, right, or out of love. So if it's I don't want to get into love and that topic, but
Yeah, it's a deep topic.
yeah, I
I
don't
don't
want
I
to
don't
get
want
into
to
that.
interrupt you. If you want to finish out your thought, but Junior's had his
Mhm.
hand up for quite a while too. He might want to chime in.
Yeah, so my just to wrap it up is like the fuck you money to me isn't about my personal success. No, my personal success is when everybody wins. Everybody wins, like as much as I would love to go, right? Like these massive gains which we know I will have. I could YOLO and be like, you know what? I'm going to go buy myself a little island in like 2 years from now and never and not look right at the shit that's gonna go down in New York, right? but I'm not one of those people. I just, like, how long can you turn your blind eye for? And if you have that fuck you money where you could help everybody, would you? I'm one of those people. I want to help because, like, in my when I was educating people how to swim and teaching them defense classes, like, I value little people. You call them kids, I call them little people. I am a bigger person, right? But the little people, I value them. They're fresh. They're like a blank slate. They don't know any better, and you're there to educate them, and we could mold a better generation. And if we have the tools and resources and assets to help build better people and heal ourselves, then I'm here to do that in New York City, and that's done.
Really well
Hey,
stated.
Sheila.
Hey, Junior.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh,
Junior.
sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted to underline the fact that like Shillet, I come from a construction background, so like for me, ever since I was a child, I stuck 2x4s together, and I'm trying to explain to other people that stick 2x4s together how to invest in crypto, and it's extremely challenging. And my I gotta give you props because if you're in the party scene, I have an uncle of mine who was a DJ, and he was a DJ in the 60s where Corvettes were hot. So I can just imagine in today's era where I, I, I give you props. I give you props because it's a hell of a market to introduce something as important and as complicated as crypto is to those people, and it's just good. I'm happy Collector spoke his part, and I'm happy he said what he had to say because it's true. Everybody comes from different walks of life. I apologize. Um, it's tough for sure. It's tough to bring different people in, but at the end of the day, when you're in front of a person, you know if regardless of what they're doing, where they are, who you are, and what you're doing, regardless of that fact, you know if someone is interested in what you're talking about. If you're passionate about it, well then, hey, I don't know if I'm allowed to say welcome to the team because I'm a 5555, but if not, welcome to the team.
Yeah,
Hey,
Thanks,
Five,
William.
555. I think we should start doing like the 99. When they say 99, we should do 55, 555.
Hey, Junior. Those were very kind and wonderful words to share. Hey, Shillet.
But
While
they're
you're
true though.
yeah, absolutely.
You know it.
Yeah, Shillet. As you go to rebrand, you're rebranding because you want to make sure the words you use don't adversely impact people, or if they do impact people, they impact people for a positive. And I know Matt Hatter was talking about the FU money. It's not even a word I would use. And the reason, and I would encourage you to rebrand it as well, maybe call it help you money, because that's what you're really wanting to do. There's specific people in various audiences that will be that type of language will appeal to. Then there's other people in the town square that when you come in and talk to them and they hear that word and they don't hear it once, they hear it twice, 3, 4, 5 times. The first time they hear it, some of them will turn and exit and go out of the community square and not even listen to what's being said and miss the beauty of the message that you have to share with them. So I would just, and the same thing for my wife. If my wife would, I turn the volume down when that stuff starts going down so my wife will not hear it because it would be very offensive to her. And so I would just encourage you to think about those words in the audience that you're using them. Is it a public
Thank you.
square, one-on-one?
Yeah.
How would you use those words to influence people? Because I know that's
Yeah.
what you want to do, is influence people for the good.
Yeah. No, thank you. I definitely like, cause by just like I'm a martial arts person, so like I'm very aggressive, not in an aggressive way, but like I like to make a point, like first, and then play defense, right? So like Shillit is very aggressive, and it might want people will be like, "Oh shit," So yes, you're right. I should make it a little more.
Yeah, that's great advice because whenever you say stuff like that, it's gonna appeal probably to people with less money than you, but it's not gonna appeal to people with more money than you.
Right.
Inviting, do you have something?
Yeah, I got some probably a bunch of trash, but thanks for letting me talk.
Let's
Um,
go.
thank you, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to talk on the topic because I definitely can relate to a lot of what you guys are saying. I'm the same way. I came up in basically a lower socioeconomic, raised in a lower socioeconomic neighborhood, and one of the, it was dubbed one of the the 10th most dangerous city of the world, you know, or of the U.S. Probably not, definitely not the world, U.S. Excuse me. So anyway, what I learned was when I tried to shill, it would be to people obviously in my neighborhood, and that's the most difficult thing to do, because I thought to myself, what should I do, coming up from absolutely nothing, and getting this incredible opportunity, and basically it's like this, I don't even know what you want to call it whatever you want, blessing, universal gift, whatever. But I'm like, I have to do something, that's what I went to school for, everything. And now that I have the money to do it, I'm just like, there's just so much. So I thought I'd build a business around it, right? And I was like, no, that doesn't feel right. I want to give back first. But I'll tell you what, I held meetups in my local community for maybe the first 6 months. No one showed up, and the people who did show up, no one took me up on the offer. I mean, I can't tell you how many people in my neighborhood have my number, got excited when I told them about it, but not a single person. And I said, I give you my time 100% for free. I'll walk you through it. I'll even onboard you. I'll give you your first. I even told, you know how many people I told? I said, whatever you're willing to put in, I'd match up to $500. And when I tell you that not a single person has taken me up on this offer, I'm 100% honestly telling the truth from the bottom of my heart. All good, light universe, I'm telling you, and not a single lie. No one's taken me up on that offer. I noticed that the people who do want help getting into HEX are people who are already familiar with crypto, who are already well off, who already could figure the shit out themselves, but they just don't want to take the time to do it. And that's, like, thanks, but, I don't want to spend my time doing that. So the only thing I would say to show it is this is what I found, and obviously it works different for everybody, but being in the same line of spiritual work that you are, Shilip, what I found is you have to figure out a way to qualify people. And now that we have this gift of having all of this ability to change the world, don't just give it away, like don't just find things. Because I mean, like, yeah, you could go and help people here and there and give them clothes or give them food. And the best thing that I found is to offer them an opportunity for the people who qualify themselves to come out, meaning offer like for instance, it's so horrible because I'm shilling my own shit right now. I'm doing my food literacy center where I'm helping people understand the depths of how poisonous and how horrible the food system is, how to become healthy. And because we got into that, and we're setting up a center in Kenya, we're setting a center up in the United States, I said, let's start a financial arm to this, and we'll do HEX, we'll do crypto. So we're also doing this, but this way the people come to you, and the people that need it, you know what I mean, that want it, they qualify themselves, they come to you, and you can help them out of it. But anyway, that's my trash.
Hey, so thank you. That's awesome. Loved your trash. So like, I just want to say something. Like, as an instructor, swimming instructor, aquatics instructor, right? When you teach somebody how to swim, let's just say this, like if somebody's panicking, right, and swim and like they can't, what do they do? Like in the water, like if they're drowning, they don't know how to swim. What do? They drag down other people, right? They try to drag down the people that are. I'm looking at our entire economy, right? And people that are drowning, they just don't know yet, and they don't want to see the light in this. And you know what? They want to drown, and they want to drag other people down with them. I'm not gonna be around them. You know, I am trying to educate people that when the boat goes down, listen, the ones that didn't want to learn how to swim, they died, and the ones that learned how to swim, they swam. So you know, I live in a bad neighborhood too. I've seen people get stabbed right in front of me, right? So you know,
Did
that
yep.
so
Not fun.
so so so
Real.
like when people they're driven to bad places, you know, I'm not over here. I'm not Mother Teresa over here, you know? I know the reality of things. I'm not gonna like I'm not gonna force anybody to do anything. I know that as a community, Darwinism, baby, you know, survival of the strongest, and the weakest. Guess what's gonna happen to them? You know, the wolves are gonna eat them. You know, so as a community, we have to evolve, right? And unfortunately, the ones that don't want to learn how to swim, hey, guess what? When a boat sinks, you die.
One thing I'll say.
You
Oh,
yeah,
I thought you were done. Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
all good. No, no, it's just you know, when this boat starts sinking, you're gonna. And to me, this is kind of like terrifying because like if hyperinflation goes through the roof, right? People are gonna wanna go ape shit, right? And I'm gonna stay in New York as long as I can safely before that panic kind of happens, right? So that's it. You know, I'm trying to onboard as many people before I realize that listen, maybe I need to get the fuck out of New York. And when the shit hits the fan with inflation through the roof and people start panicking because they can't afford gas, you know, electric, you know, and the crime rate starts rising, that's when I can get the fuck out. You know, for now I can still tread water. You know, the water is still up to my knees. But when the dum dums that can't swim, know that I know how to swim, they want to hold on to me. Guess no, I'm not gonna let that happen. You know, if you know the metaphor, what I'm trying to say. You know, so
Hey, what's up, everybody? I
sure.
wanted to try to jump in on this. How's everybody doing? I would love to touch on what Collector said. He always shows so much patience when he speaks to people. Same with Mad. Absolutely experienced. And all the people I'm hearing in this chat room that are talking about onboarding, I find the same exact experiences. You know, you come across some people that are fired up, totally excited, and ready to jump in when you talk about it. And then when it's time to act, nothing, no shows. It's almost, the analogy sounds like you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. So I would hope everybody in this room that has been knowing about the diamond and hearing about, you know, the angel number and the rarity of it and the timing of it. There's so many things that are coming into play right now that it's a big picture. It's overall the big picture. So try to remember spending your energy and being around people that are not giving it back to you sometimes is damaging. And sometimes this is good telltale times in your life to redevelop yourself, redefine yourself, find a new avenue and a new group of people sometimes that feeds you the energy and gives back to you exactly what you're putting out there so it can continue to recycle and continue to grow. So I'm in the same boat. I've probably onboarded a dozen people, and some of them, when I talk to folks, they're absolutely, let me know, call me later. And you give them a call and they're like, yeah, you know, I don't really know about that crypto stuff. I'm not too sure. Okay, take it easy. Let me know if you have any questions. That's it. I'm done. Like, I'm not here to shill anything. And whenever you do shill something in life, if anybody's ever been in sales, you're not selling the product, you're selling yourself. So if they're not buying you and you're excited about it, be careful about who you share your good news with. It's just something that I wanted to throw in there. I do appreciate hearing everybody. I always like all the back and forths and everybody's perspectives. It's a lot of fun to see where everybody's at and all the hoops they're jumping through in life just to make it happen every day.
Yeah, good
Anyhow,
shit,
that's all
bro.
I
And
got.
I just, I just want to jump in real quick because JR said that he was, doing 2x4s. I'm in the construction world too. So if you ever want to bounce ideas off, feel free to send me a DM because I know how to talk to those guys too. And last thing I want to say before we go to the hands up is, sometimes if you want to help people that's down, sometimes the best thing to do is help yourself, and then you can help them. Maybe they're not ready for the financial part. So the best thing you can do to help them is to be successful instead of trying to convince them to be successful. And that's
For
all I'll say
sure.
about that.
For sure. Lead by example.
That's true. Like I say, like I have done exactly that. I've been well, when Bitcoin just became popular, I was probably in 27, and I was just just proposed to my ex-wife, and my dog needed a hips replacement. So like I wasn't in a place where I the money that was coming in could have made like I couldn't invest into something that could have made me into a millionaire. So I was trying to onboard people to help them out, and the ones that were like, "Oh, you're dumb, like you're broke, and you can't afford your own," like, and I was like, and so those people I cut them out of my life, right? Because like now they're like Bitcoin is 69,000, and they're like, hey, how? And I'm like, click, like the people around me that are I know now, they know I'm smarter, better, like more picky, more selective, um, and I'm really only shilling hex to the ones that I think that like if you're a little bit of crypto, I'm like boom in your face, hexing it all day, that way, and like sending you links, and like I just onboarded somebody yesterday. Like I met them one time and they're already a hexagon. They did like I already know they're like he already hit me up. I was like, yo, thank you, fams. So like I know how to onboard people, and if somebody that like doesn't deserve it, I don't even bother, because like they like they like their USD, right? That keeps fucking them. So fine, you know what? I don't even bother. So it's like I know where to shill and I know where not to. Been sales, and like some people like you give them a golden goose, they wouldn't even know where the egg comes from.
Yeah, well,
It's
it's like
good,
that
man.
saying. Yeah, it's like that saying. I mean, you become the five closest people that you hang out with, and so I would definitely spread a positive message because not to be the Debbie Downer in the room, but the woe is me, life's unfair. All my friends think life's unfair gets on my fucking nerves. But other than that, all the positivity I'm here for, and helping others I'm here for. But the life's not fair deal. Everybody has a hard life. I mean, some people's parents die, some people have a job loss, some people have kids, whatever. Everybody's got a story. And so that woe is me shit, I'm not really down for that. But inviting and Hex is the way. Y'all two go ahead. Pick whoever's going to go first.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to say you guys are on the totally nailing. What is it called? I'm a little tired, but you're right. You're saying, yeah, thank you. You're saying all the right stuff. It's so interesting. It was sort of a spiritual awakening that I had when I realized one of the biggest reasons I felt my pitfall was accepting that I didn't have the proper influence. People didn't want they don't want to onboard me because I'm not influential. I don't have my shit together in a way that they would see, right? And so I really like cleaning up your own household first, cleaning up yourself. The best way to help others is to help yourself first. And most of all of my onboards were people that were following me over a period of 8 months into my HEX journey. At first, I was trying to shill to everybody. I was like, I found something incredible. I was so excited. I knew about it. I mean, I even had my own blood aunt tell me that I was a scammer. And this hurts because this is completely against I mean, everything that I've ever done in my life, right? And told my cousins, called the rest of my family, say that I was asking for money, which obviously I'm trying to teach them about crypto, so that wasn't the case. But she said I was a scammer, and that hurt so bad. And I'm just like, okay, well, this is a really big awakening to me. I'm not going to call the rest of my family. I'm just going to sit on it. So I ended up, my sister was one of the first people who I was like, listen, I'll tell you what, just throw in $500, and this was at about maybe 8 cents already now. And I'm like, just throw in $500. If it goes to trash, I'll pay you back. She was like, do you know what? Just because you said that, I love you. I'm going to try it. So she threw it in, and I mean, like, she wrote it up. Then my mom got on it, my brother, his girlfriend, his boy, everybody. And then now my phone won't stop ringing off the hook, because now everybody know that because you have to have the influence. Me going around telling everybody about this, they don't hear it. But if you know somebody who has the influence, right? So my sister went and told her boss, who my boss was just like, well, that's interesting. And she's just like, yeah, I saw my sister's bag. It's incredible. Now I'm doing it. You want to know? Call my sister. So all my onboards are usually from other people who I've now onboarded, who have also now benefited. But again, the whole thing was realizing the spiritual, acceptance that I'm just not fucking influential enough, and I have to get my own shit together. And that's why, I appreciate a lot of, even though people give a lot of criticism to Richard Hart and everything, he's trying to put and peg that persona of influence. He wants to become that influencer in different ways, and he tries different things. And a lot of people underestimate his intelligence, but I think that he's brilliant. If you really see what he's doing, if you really understand his marketing tactics and the things that he's trying to accomplish, because he's playing to a different type of level of psychology for everybody in the United States. He's going from the bottom all the way to the top, and people who can so anyway, but I love what you guys are saying, and thank you so much also, because the other thing that someone mentioned, I think it was Frankenstein, was the emotional exhaustion, the bandwidth that we have. And when we try to help too many people, it starts to become toxic to us if it's not working. And you're like, well, what the hell, am I just gonna say F you everybody, I'm gonna come up on my own, which I'm not gonna lie, I had a couple months of that. And it didn't, it wasn't horrible. But the cool thing is that that's what the HEX community is for. And I got to tell you, the HEX community has saved me so many times. I get deterred, I get upset, I jump into the HEX community. You got all these amazing influencers jumping, giving you that, just helping you with that emotional, that heart stuff, that mind stuff, all that stuff that you need to keep going, that power. And it's just amazing. And I absolutely love it. And also, I'm gonna, do my little plug for Hexo. Hexo was the one who saved me. So I just have to every time I try to give that little nudge, I mean, it was post big payday. It was that, down to that 0.0022 dip, and I was ready to everyone was telling me to sell, and I was about to sell, and I was like, oh my gosh, I have to get out of this. And then I jumped on this Hexo thread or this Hexo stream, and he's like, buy everything, sell everything, and buy. And I'm just like, wait a second, he's pumped up about this? And I'm like, hell yeah, yes, and so what did I do? I just started putting my crazy. So anyway, I love you guys. So it's great that we're doing this, and community is everything. So thanks, guys.
I got that dip too. That was a glorious day.
Yeah, how could I follow inviting freedom on a speech like that? Oh my goodness.
Damn, I'm so
That's
jealous.
amazing.
I missed it.
Yeah, so we should
Buy everything.
yeah, I was gonna say basically kind of combination basically with Skippa and inviting freedom and Franken as well, that your personal your social capital or your personal influence is what carries a lot of weight in onboarding. And if they don't even know who you are, then yeah, maybe they're just a speculative degen and they're buying HEX and maybe they won't stick around. But like in my case, I started with mining for 5 years now of Ethereum. So I got a street cred of a crypto person, right? And people started to see me from, I didn't have barely anything. I had one computer. I started getting more and more, and before you know it, if somebody came to my house, they would see like, wow, this guy's got $8,000 computer here, 8,000 there, and they start counting all the graphics cards, and they're like, those things are $1,000 a pop, and they just kept growing and growing, and they saw me pulling out cash and selling Ethereum like crazy, and it was like, there's something to this. This is real money, right? And yeah, your life starts changing. You buy a better vehicle or a better house, and people start following what you're doing, and then they say, okay, I want to hear a little bit about this. And for some of my people that I onboarded, it took literally years of them seeing some improvement in my life before they were willing to say, okay, let's put in $500 or $5,000, and let's try this out. And I'm still on that teetering edge where there's a lot of people who are still skeptical, and that's kind of why I do various, things like including YouTube, and, I'm still working on people, and sometimes it takes 6 months, but I don't really push it or shill it. I kind of just advocate, and whenever they have questions, yeah, I'm there as the resource, and if they're not interested today, it might take 3 months, and then they have the money ready, so I don't really give up, and I don't get pushy, and otherwise, some people, yeah, it's not their time, and it never will be, so I don't really stress it.
Enjoyed those words. Invite Freedom, you might be starting a political campaign to become the president. I think he needs to get worried. And so I'm just excited to hear your story. It was absolutely a wonderful story to share, about that network effect and how it works. It starts with a few, and then all of a sudden it just turns into a fire, spreading across the community, across the city, and across the land. And we're so early. It's fun to watch as the intensity heats up, more people getting involved, and these other countries coming online. So it's exciting times for us folks. Really, really exciting. One more plug on the use of flowery language. One thing that I've marveled about watching Richard is that he's evolved over time in his pitch. All of us, when we talk to one another, we talk differently to different people depending on what actually is going on. And I would encourage us as we're going along, when we're dealing with one-on-ones, dealing with groups, dealing in the public square like we are now, or on Instagram or YouTube, is to figure out what type of language that we should use that would not alienate people or make people be offended to where they would tune out the message. One thing that I've remarked with Richard over the past 3 to 4 months, he's turned his cussing down, to where now it's extremely rare. I mean, I when I watch him on YouTube and stuff like that, I hardly ever hear him use a curse word, and he's doing it on purpose. He's a smart man. He knows that those type of words alienate some folks and cause some people to tune him out, just right off the shoot. If he was talking to somebody, some of his gangster buddies, out there on the hard city streets where he grew up and stuff like that, the verbiage may be more flowerful. And I don't think that that's being two-faced or hypocritical or whatever, but it's just to figure out what type of audience you're trying to communicate with, and try to use language that does not prevent people from hearing the wonderful truths that we have to share. And so I think the more good communications that we have with one another in the public square, I think the better off we all are going to be as a community. And I appreciate all the wonderful experiences that y'all are telling and stuff that y'all are sharing. After Famous speaks, if there's anybody that would like to come up and ask a question or has a thought to share, please put your hand up so Matt Hatter or What's Not the News can bring y'all forward. We'd love to hear from you.
Hello, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Please go ahead.
Hey, so just real quick, I just kind of got into this space and not knowing what it was or what it was about. I had a long drive, and so I just wanted to listen to something other than the radio. and I thought what you guys were saying was something interesting. So I've been just quietly sitting here and listening to this. So, and unfortunately, I can't text or look online on my phone as I'm driving. So what I'm gathering from what so far what I understood is that this is a cryptocurrency. Can someone educate me, please? Just give me a quick elevator pitch as to what HEX is and what it's all about. Because I'm a total virgin as far as this is concerned. But I'm interested in learning.
This is fantastic. Who wants to grab it?
Hey, Skip, this one's all you, brother.
Yeah, so basically, what HEX is, do you know about crypto at all, like Bitcoin or any of the cryptos?
Yeah, some years
Oh,
ago,
hi.
I got offered the Bitcoin at a very, very low price, and I really shoot myself in the foot for that one, right? So yeah, I'm all yours now. So
Yeah, so basically what HEX is it's basically like Bitcoin with the proof of work change. And all that that means is, the miners mine inflation, and that's what makes more tokens come out for them to sell on the open market. So in HEX, instead of there being miners, there's stakers. And so the idea behind it is delayed gratification. So once you get HEX, what most people in HEX do, and it's optional, so you don't have to, is they create stakes. And you can stake from 1 day to 5,555 days, which is 15.2 years. And the yield that you get is based on your stake length. So right now, the average stake length is like 6.1 years. And so if you're an average size, average length staker, your average APY is around 38%. So if you stake for 1 year, it's probably going to be around 12 to 14%. If you stake for 15 years, you might get about 40 to 45%. So it's a sliding scale based on how many people are in the system. And so the idea behind it is who gets rich in crypto? Founders of exchanges, founders of tokens, and holders. And so if all we're doing in this crypto game is holding, then why not get paid in the native token for doing so? And so let's just say hypothetically you got one Bitcoin and you hold it for a year. What are you doing? You're looking at the chart hoping that the price is higher a year later than when you first purchased it. Because if you bought one Bitcoin a year later, you still only have one. To where in HEX, there's a daily payout every single day based on how many shares you have in the system. And so a lot of people will talk about accumulating T shares, but based on the price, which goes up every day, which simulates compound interest, you may or may not get a T share. And that's irrelevant because either way, you have shares in the pool that's going to create yield every day. However, you can only get the yield when your stake is up. So you can't pill it off daily. So if you stake for 3 years, you're going to get yield every single day that your stake is active, but you can't actually claim. You're freeing your mind to do other things that you're interested in. So you're not looking at charts, you're not trading, you're living your best life with the people that you enjoy to be around, with a community that's just as invested as you are, because we're here. We're not looking for newcomers to come in to sell on top of your head to make the price go to zero. We're all staked for 15 years, 10 years, 3 years, 2 years, etc. And my daughter's going a little crazy right now, so I'll pass it off.
so basically, if I understand this correctly, it almost acts like a some type of CD of sorts digitally. I mean,
It's
you're
exactly
Yeah,
that.
you
It's
boom,
exactly a CD.
boom, boom,
That's boom.
boom.
It's exactly a CD, man. So at the end of the day, what you have to think
A
about
high
it
performing
as
CD.
a high performing CD. If you want to compare it, like if you want to do a comparison, right? I can do a quick comparison for you, like in a general terms, right? Bitcoin, the owner, nowhere to be found. Us, the owner, is top front, in front of everything, on camera, does everything for free,
Buying
explains,
diamonds.
helps. Yeah, he's buying diamonds as marketing strategies. He's he's taking care of all the coins itself as creating. So he created Hex. He made it not he made it immutable, so you cannot touch it, you cannot fuck with it, you can't do anything. He's creating 2 other coins. So Bitcoin didn't do shit, right? So the guy is nowhere to be found. Bitcoin, when you hold it, does not give you a value. You cannot create value off your Bitcoin. You just hold it and you hope the price goes up. With Hex, there's a staking mechanism, like you said, like a CD. Other, so many other things. You look at the community. How many times have you heard of a Bitcoin community sponsoring something? We recently sponsored NASCAR. We purchased the biggest, the most expensive diamond in the world, and there's more to come. People
That's
are spending.
that's as a community that purchased it, or
Yeah.
is that coming from the owner?
No, there is no owner. There is absolutely no owner. He created it. He's the creator. There is no owner. There is no owner. He went publicly and told us all on camera, we, the Hexicans, the community, Hex.com, own this diamond, and we changed the name to Hex.com Diamond. So we are owners of that diamond. He even said it himself, so we could say it.
Yeah,
said,
and
we
let me
are owners.
And let me jump back in real quick. So, and the point that I wanted to get to, whenever you said CD, it made me think of this. So say your grandparents or you give your grandkids, I'm not sure how old you are, a CD. And if you cash that in early, there's a fee, there's a penalty. And that penalty goes to the bank. And so in Hex, if you make a stake, it's you and the contract. So there's no middleman whatsoever. It's just you and the code. So whenever you make a stake and your stake is due, you mint your own rewards, just like a Bitcoin miner. Except for the shares in the system, there's no overhead. So there's no electricity, no outgoing cost to you. But let's just say hypothetically somebody decides to end their stake early. They had a life event, they got to cash out. There is that option, although you should be very, very careful and know what you're doing. But if that occurs, there will be a penalty, but the penalty in the system goes to the other stakers. So in essence, you are your own bank in a sense. And so with Hex, there's 3.69% inflation. And so the inflation is delayed though, because the inflation only hits the market when the stakes are ended. And there's a bunch of videos on YouTube that describe this system. We do Twitter Spaces all the time, so I don't want to overload your brain. So if you have any other questions, please ask. But that's what Hex is in a nutshell.
Okay.
But
Well, I mean,
Righteous, what world do you come from? How were you presented Bitcoin?
So finance is my background. I used to own and operate my own real estate office, and I had a lot of friends in Wall Street. Owned a real estate firm over in New York and New Jersey, and then of course 2008 hit. Had to give it all up, cut my losses, moved out here to the West Coast here in California. So so a while ago, a friend of mine in Silicon Valley told me about Bitcoin when it was coming around, and at the time, I was a little leery because, of course, coming around from the 2008 debacle, I was a little leery about any other investments. So now I kick myself on that because I really wish I could have jumped on it when it first started up.
Well, and I know Inviting wants to jump in, and I just want to leave you with one thing to consider. Whenever you're in crypto or any market, what you need to realize is how many people know about a thing versus how many people will know about a thing.
Well, I consider myself, first of all, I consider myself somewhat worldly in the sense that, I try to keep my eyes open and ears open to whatever's going on, but I personally have never heard of Hex until, again, I just literally came across this and, like I said, I was trying to kill time here. So,
which you know what that equals? It equals opportunity. Because, like, for example, Bitcoin, it's on the news. Everybody
yes.
knows about it. Elon Musk bought like $2 billion worth, and the price didn't even move. Nobody even knew until he tweeted about it. Because there's so much liquidity, it takes a lot of money to pump the Bitcoin price. And so when you're in a situation like Hex, the liquidity is set such there is more volatility, but you don't get rich without volatility. And I'll pass it to inviting. And before she's or after she's done, I don't know if Redbird. I don't want to put her on the spot, but she comes from legacy finance and real estate, and she might have something that she wants to talk about as well. So inviting, I'll hand it over to you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'd like to hear then if Redbird has something to say. It'd probably be better than what I have to say. But all I want to mention is actually maybe a question for you. After your experience with this, the stock market and everything, what are you doing currently? You don't have to give specific details, but what are you doing to store your wealth, or if you have any passive income streams? Like, what are things that you
Yeah, great question. And no, it's not a personal question, honestly, because all of us, every one of us, and want extracurricular things, other areas where we can make passive income. You know, if you're not doing that, you're pretty much left behind, so to speak. So, you know, of this time and generation of sorts, we all should be looking for passive income or some way, shape, or form. So that's why I always keep my eyes and ears open to what could be coming around the corner. That being said, I also, due to my previous connections in the world of finance and whatnot, I was able to make a lot of deep connections, really, really good connections. So, you know, I do side deals with those guys, making connections, basically like a power broker of sorts, because with my contacts, I get calls from time to time saying, "Hey, I need this." Oh yeah, I have a guy who can do that. So I'm currently working on one right now, with a streaming service. So this is where I'm interested, because if me, who kind of keeps his eyes and ears open to stuff, and I have not heard about Hex or what the possibility is with Hex, then maybe it's a marketing issue. You know, and I'd be interested in learning more about it. If I can get involved with it, I certainly will. And then obviously, you know, I want to make it known, if it's going to help drive up traffic. I mean, if that's what really ultimately this is to drive traffic to Hex, because I'm pretty sure this is what the community is about, is to grow the community based on what everyone says. So then why not do some marketing? And anyway, that's just my 2 cents.
very cool. Thank you for answering that. Yeah, that is, we're pre-viral. We talk about that a lot. We're definitely pre-viral. The community, and I'll just leave it at this. If you get into crypto, and even if you don't, end up getting into Hex specifically, there are some things that you should definitely know before you jump in. So make sure you educate yourself, because it's, DeFi world. I wouldn't want you to, get excited and then you hear about us and you go look at something else, and then you get, rugged or wrecked or whatever. So there's a couple things that a couple I guess features of Hex that I'm just going to relay, and these are very important and sort of like qualifiers if you look into something else. If you want to find another crypto, I would definitely, first of all, the money's in DeFi. I'll just tell you that right now, right? It's DeFi. So DeFi is where it's at. And look for things that have audits, which Hex has 2 audits, and it has security audits, and I think it might even have 3, as multiple security audits, and then it has an economics audit as well. It's immutable. So it's basically code. There isn't someone in the back end that can rug you. We don't have admin keys, which is really, really big. That's one of the first things that, pop up on, I've even heard developers talk about. Like, if does it have, they'll ask them your, opinion. Hey, I heard about this crypto. Does it have admin keys? Does forget about it. We don't have admin keys. So there's a lot of really cool features. with that. And also, you know, I've gotten, you might want to consider it then as well if you're interested in the CD. And then, you know, because I've onboarded people. I think my biggest onboard was maybe 65,000. But one of my favorite stories and one of my favorite one of my favorite rescues was my friend who fought me hand and nail. He's one of my closest friends. He's in the stocks and he was doing great, and his you know, he was just doing wonderful, and he got buried, and his portfolio went down to about $60,000. It was really, really bad. And I was just like, you know, you've been telling me to get into these stocks for months. You were doing so good. You're making, you know, big money. Why don't you just try Hex? Just try it. And he's like, I really don't want to get into that. I was like, just try it. You know, what else could you do right now? So he got in, and let's just say that he thanks me every single day. Like, he calls me up and he feels like he owes his life to me. And I'm not even joking. He says it, oh, are you still alive? I just wanted to tell you how much I love you, and is there anything I could do for you today? But so it's something to look into. But good luck to you, and definitely follow the host and the co-host so you could find the community again if you want to just have it. If you have any other questions after you look into it, and if you want to, if you need any help, even if you want to just do a walkthrough just to get to know it, feel free to. You could even follow me, and I'd donate my time to you, volunteer my time to you. Thanks so much.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I'll definitely do the research on it and reach out to you guys once I can get done with it. But yeah, I'm very interested. I've actually personally have, you know, allocated a few $1,000s already to do some cryptocurrency here because I've been holding off too long, and so I just decided, you know what, I might as well. So whether it goes good, goes bad, at least, you know, I'm willing to just spend a few to kind of play around and see what happens and get educated along the way.
Hey, Righteous. Thanks for hopping in the space. It's great to hear some new questions. You know, one of the things that we talk about a lot is security in cryptocurrency, and I'm sure having, you know, been exposed at least to the Bitcoin story early on, you're aware that, well, there are hacks, if not every day, every other day, right? In terms of people losing whatever they invest into cryptocurrency. And so one of the things as you're going down this path, if it's something that interests you, make sure to focus on something like a hardware wallet. There are some great resources out there in terms of securing your cryptocurrency, just to make sure that, you know, if you do put in a little bit and it turns into a lot, you just want to make sure that nobody else can access that. I've personally had one of my best friends that did not keep his operational security anywhere close to where it needed to be. And it's still a pain point to this day. So, you know, even before jumping in or as you're doing your research, I think one of the best places to start is, again, security. Hardware wallets, they aren't the only option, but they're certainly one of the most secure. So keep that kind of in the back of your mind if this is something that you do decide to jump into.
No, absolutely. No, thanks for the advice. And yeah, I'll make sure.
Hey,
I just
Redbird.
onboarded
Oh.
someone. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I just onboarded someone that bought a $300 laptop, bought a Ledger Nano S because it doesn't have a lithium battery, and that at least is it's a good starting point, in my opinion. But you have people in this chat that are willing to help. If you have trouble getting through, I don't know if the guy got rugged. Righteous, yeah.
He might have fallen off. Oh, I think he went back to listener. So he might still be listening. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, if you're listening, you have crypto to learn. You like the host of this space is he'll actually give you the time of day to walk you through doing things the way they're supposed to be done. Now, at least you'll have an idea to first of all to do it for yourself, first and foremost, and then you'll have at least a clear idea to do it for others afterwards. You can bring yourself to the lake, but you don't give a man a fish. You teach him how to fish. And so far, the HEX community it's pretty good at that. So you're in a good space.
Oh, well, no, thank you. And I heard you. I heard you. I just went back to listeners. Sorry about that.
Regardless, you were listening. So that's what it's all about.
Very cool. How's it going, Redbird? You had your
It's
hand up?
yeah, it's good. I didn't know if Rich has said any other. So yeah, as I'm in this space from time to time, and my background is legacy finance. 2008, I'm very familiar with, and all that. Excellent question, inviting freedom about the diversification, because that's one of the things that I think is important when I'm talking to my friends who are in stocks or real estate, which I have many, and we're not necessarily young, so we've seen a lot of volatility in that market, which I discuss with them when they want to talk about the volatility in crypto. Um, I'm not going to rehash features that have already been discussed. But yes, the passive income element is one that's nice for me. The diversification, you might have heard T-shirts thrown around. I haven't been in this space the whole time, and I am still wrapping up a bit of my work day. I do still work in legacy finance, and I love what I do. Sometimes when I've got a lot more to do than I can normally do, I don't love it as much, but that's just par for the course. Any job would be like that. I'm sure even hexicans that are full-time hexicans have those moments. Specifically, did you have any other questions? People here have talked to me about
the T-shares and passive income. Something that really triggered my interest in HEX as I first started learning about it. I know Matt had talked a lot about in a couple he shared a lot in a couple rooms one night. I didn't get all of it. I get rugged quite a bit. I don't know why. I just get dumped out the room and then have to get back in. But I was wondering if I can ask a question about creating passive income by staking on multiple levels at different times, and some of the things that you guys can share to, kind of educate me on that and anybody else interested.
Yeah, so I'm going to keep mine brief, and then I'll let Skip hop in. But just a matter of, I'm selling a rental property, and I really, really love my T-shares because T-shares never, throw poop all over the house. Whereas, the toilets and the roofs and other things sometimes do. So not that I'm going to, completely avoid real estate for the, as an option for, I won't call it passive because real estate can be a lot of work. So alternative sources of income, not to say that that's not something I'm going to, continue to hold or have, but I like having the T-shirts too, because they sometimes frustrate me less.
Yeah, so I just wanted to leave y'all with two things. And as far as the T-shares go, what I did and what I recommend all my buddies do is create a staking ladder. And so it's better to do your longest stake first because the longer you stake, the more T-shares you get. And then you can fill in your staking ladder lower to where if you don't want to wait, 8 years, 6 years, 10 years, whatever the length of time is, you can start filling in the gaps and then you could do rolling stakes. So I give this example a lot. Like I have stakes every year for the next 15 years. And so, like, let's say my stake this year, let's say I don't need the money. Well, I can end my stake, do a 15-year stake, and technically it's year 16. And then next year I have a stake and I could sell just the yield. I could sell all of it, or I can restake for 15 years. Now technically I have one on year 17. So I have a money printer creating yield every year forever. And the two things that I want to really hammer home, and I had to take a phone call, so I'm sorry if I'm kind of being redundant here, and I'm sure other people are happy to jump in because everybody's so passionate. Two things. One is there's no, not to my knowledge, and if y'all are in legacy, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no other financial instrument on earth that people lock in for 15 years. I have a house, I could sell it tomorrow. If I had a Bitcoin, I can sell it tomorrow. But if you have a 15-year hex stake, you are locked in and you don't even get all your principal back until 7.5 years. So you have to wait at least that amount of time to get your principal back and then longer to get some of your yield. The second thing I would say is I'm a business owner. The worst thing to me about owning a business is HR. That's just my personal deal, to where you have employees taking sick days, vacation days, they got diarrhea, they got a sunburn. I've heard every excuse in the world, but the shares that you have create yield for you every single day. There's no overhead, there's no vacation days, there's no sick days, there's no PTO, there's no vacation, there's none of that. And so I would really implore like all of y'all to look into the system and see how hard you're really working to make this money and how easy it is to make yield by holding shares in a system that pays you every day just to hold it. And there's no other system in this world that I found that's better than that. And that's all I got.
Yeah, 100%. And no, you're right. Nothing requires you to wait that long, and that's a feature. Just like the community is a feature. There's a couple of people in here I want to give a really big shout out to. The HEX community has done some really amazing things with, NASCARs and diamonds and whatnot. But Hatter, Collector, Sequoia, and a lovely gal named Kim X, who I don't see in here. A conversation that started last night that came up again. Hatter, you brought it up a few moments ago, and I dropped off immediately. That was to go book my mammogram screening. We had a Sequoia's working on an NFT project that will provide where the 25% of the proceeds would go to cancer research, specifically breast cancer research. We had a radiologist, a doctor, and as he pointed out, most people don't realize that radiology is an MD. He pointed out yesterday that screening is important, and I totally forgot that I'm due for one. And then Hatter mentioned it today, and I immediately left the space and called to schedule it. And I was just like, wow, okay, that's hexagons are just amazing. This is a feature of the community, or the community, I should say, is a feature of being in Hex. You don't have to be in spaces. You don't have to listen to things. You don't have to go to the live events. But for me personally, my life is already enriched by doing so, and now possibly saved. So thank you all.
Thank you, Redbird.
Thank you, Redbird. I see Chris joined the space as well. Chris, was there something that you wanted to say?
I'm eating ice cream.
Oh man, I'm jealous.
Hey, I saw that pinned post on the top of the space. Is there an actual video, or is that like recorded earlier, the ABC or the NBC News?
Well, I hadn't seen this yet. Is that a interview with Richard Hart?
Looks like it.
Look deeper. That's a screenshot. Yeah, I did the same. Not a screenshot, a Photoshop. A Photoshop.
Oh, it's a Photoshop.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I was like, what? Oh, wait.
I've been trying to find it. I posted it, but I'm all worried. Let's just post it everywhere.
Yeah, it's definitely Photoshop. I was like, holy shit, Richard's talking to Lester Holt? What the hell?
I was literally like going through everything. YouTube, I was going through Google. I didn't want to say anything, but I wanted to find the video. But there's no video.
I was like, what in the Alice in Wonderland rabbit hole just happened? And then I looked again, and I'm like, oh, okay. Someone's
trolling.
I'm so excited he's debating Peter Schiff. I would have paid $100 to watch that, and to know that I'm getting that for free, I'm so excited.
Yeah, it's going to be recorded on the Highest of Stakes documentary as well. So what they mentioned on Discourse Syndicate was the documentary team is flying out to Peter Schiff and Richard as well, so they're going to record segments of that for the documentary.
And I'm with Skippa. I would have done a pay-per-view like UFC fight payment to see that thing, but don't have to.
You know, one thing I'm curious about is whether Peter Schiff sees any value in blockchain, right? I mean, I know he's a gold guy, but any at all? Does he see any value in it? You know, I think that's a good starting place to have any kind of discussion with somebody that's a cryptocurrency founder.
I don't think so. I mean, of course, his son Spencer, you know, is a Bitcoin guy, but as far as Peter Schiff, I can't recall hearing one sentence that had anything positive to do with crypto. But look at your last 5 year returns and look at gold, and all you can do is chuckle.
Okay, so we got maxed out on spaces or on speaker spots.
Yeah, we just
I'll
got
drop
there.
down.
Oh, you're okay. You're okay.
Yeah,
Just
you're
don't-
okay. You're okay until someone else requests.
I'm fighting technology on my office computer right now, so I'm going to drop down anyway. But I'll see you in a bit.
Collective, sound like you want to jump in, bro. What you got?
Hey, yeah, that Mad Hatter and the conversation that y'all having about Peter Schiff, you know, and going into a pay-per-view, but you know, fortunately, we won't have to pay to watch it. You know what I mean? But you know, I would even pay to watch it. You know, because it'd just be absolutely fascinating. You know, Peter Schiff is no slouch, and you know, both of them are big, heavy hitters in their area of expertise and stuff like that. And I think Mad Hatter, that's a wonderful question. You know, does he see any value at all? You know, in the blockchain? I've listened to him some, and so you know, I sent y'all a couple of videos of where he. I think I sent him to you, Matt Hatter, and I think I sent it to Richard too, about where he debated Pompliano. You know what I mean? And it'd be very interesting to study those videos to see where there were weaknesses in his argument. You know, not in. You know, just to be have an understanding. You know, I know Richard doesn't need anybody to school him or anything of that nature, but you know, just to have an understanding of what's going on there. So I'm gonna go back and watch them. I started listening to one of them last night, but I was too deep in Twitter Spaces to spend too much time on it. And I know you sent one question already, Matt Hatter. Was that the question you sent, or did you send another one? And I think it would be very interesting to create a thread of, you know, what are the best questions to ask Peter Schiff. And I don't even care if Peter Schiff prepares for him. You know what I mean? Because if they're hard questions, he's going to have to. The onion's going to be peeled back on him in a big way.
Are they having a moderator? Does anybody know?
I think there is a debate moderator. I would hope so.
So can I chime
Yeah,
in on
there
this
is.
blockchain thing?
I think
Yes,
he's from
please.
like Australia. I think he's from Australia. The guy. I think he mentioned someone from moderator Australia or something. I don't know if I remember.
No,
Funding Jim said something. Funding Jim said something like that.
I think he did. Chris, what do you got, bro?
So blockchain is not really that controversial, even among really conservative people. I mean, Amazon has a blockchain out. SAP is using the blockchain. There's internal and external blockchains. And internal blockchains, you don't need cryptocurrency because you're managing the servers. It's decentralized, but it's between companies, and you can add companies if you want to partner with companies. Really easy to bring people on. It solves the trust, sort of the I trust my guys, my IT guys, but I don't trust your IT guys. So those problems go away. Authentication solves a lot of problems that's being used internally by big companies. You know, MIT teaches a course in blockchain, but the controversy comes around cryptocurrencies because cryptocurrencies require a crypto coin to pay miners or pay validators in our case, and that's where they have the sort of the what is that worth? You know, I understand it because if you're going to run a server, you have insurance, you have liability, you could lose money, you don't, you know, if you don't validate correctly, make mistakes, you have to pay electricity, that kind of thing. But that concept that thing's worth something is the big debate. I even heard somebody on a Grant Williams podcast say, you know, if you need a cryptocurrency to run a blockchain, it's a scam. But they were only looking as business people at internal blockchains, which is true. Internal blockchains don't use things, but external ones like what we've got, where you're connecting people in communities, you know, do. And so that's going to be the thing. Like, why is Bitcoin worth
so damn much money. It's just writing to a Merkle tree. I mean, it's just a ledger. It's just a spreadsheet, basically. So why? And that's where they kind of have the problem. And I've talked with people who are big in the financial community, and they kind of see it that way too. What's with the 50 grand or the 40 grand or the 100 grand for, and Richard says all the time, the miners get together and change that number. It's a myth that they can't. And then you've got this, they just confiscated a bunch, and they're probably going to dump that on the market. And then Sailor owns, 1% or 5%, but Sailor owns 1%. They confiscated 5 billion. It's 834 billion. Satoshi has a bunch. So that's kind of where I always see the arguments in those circles anyway. But blockchain's here. It's not going anywhere. It's not, they're just, when Amazon invests a bunch of money in it, and in SAP, major financial accounting system, and MIT's teaching classes, and now they're teaching blockchain classes in school. So, it's this crypto thing that's got everybody upset. You made your own money. That's a sin, man. You're not supposed to do that.
It's so bad.
I love how he says that. It's a sin, man. You shouldn't make your own money. It's so true, though. Oh my God.
Yeah, you actually had thought of a way to pay people to
Thou
keep a
shalt
record.
not pass.
Yeah, you found a way to pay people to incentivize people to keep a record accurate without using actual fiat currency. Shame on you.
I work just way too hard for these possibilities not to exist.
I'm interested to hear the debate between Peter and Richard. I get worried that sometimes the concept of blockchain and cryptocurrency will get lost among the the garbage of inflation or whatever else. Not saying that inflation is garbage, because it's definitely obviously one of the main reasons, at least a lot of us are in crypto. But what's frustrating is like I lost my thought. So crypto, I can't believe I just lost my thought. I was just waiting and then I lost it. Damn it.
Well, I'm happy to chime in until you forget it. Then feel free to cut me off. I mean, that's just the beautiful thing about Hex, right? It's like you make a stake. Like if you're in stocks, especially single stocks, you're watching charts. Or if you're in a 1% money market account, like everything in the stock market is okay, honey, is boring as hell. Like everything is boring as hell. And so like with Hex, you get your Hex, you make a stake, and you go live your life and you make trustless interest. It's just you and the code. And it has 100% uptime. And what a lot of the new people don't realize is Bitcoin's been hacked. In 2010, there was 184 billion Bitcoin printed. Hex has never been hacked. Ethereum had to roll the chain back. There's rug pulls all the time. Solana sucks and just shuts the network off for 3 days. But in Hex, it's flawless. There's absolutely no issues whatsoever. And so, do you want to be in a protocol that has zero issues? Or do you want to be in a protocol that's had issues? And it's a very simple answer.
Yeah, it's a simple business decision, right? If you're investing, it's a business decision. Where do you want to put that capital? Where is it going to work most effectively for you?
I remember when browsers weren't graphical, when you couldn't see anything but text on them. Everybody thought that was goofy and silly, and was frivolous, but they weren't thinking about the public. I remember when we were trying to get people to use shopping carts. I worked for a startup company that invented the cart, and we got all these companies on board. And we had to talk to people and convince them that it was okay to spend money on the internet. And everybody said, "No way, I'm not putting my credit card on there. There's too many scammers." And there were a lot of scammers, but they eventually figured that one out. And now there's Black Friday and Cyber Monday. So I've seen this. I've been down this road before, and you're always going to meet this kind of. I mean, when you disrupt and I've been in disruptive technology pretty much my whole career. when you disrupt, especially a bunch of old stodgy Ivy League finance guys, you're going to get some pushback on it. It's not new though. I mean, I remember from graphical browsers to shopping carts to trying to get Nordstrom. I remember we got trying to get Nordstrom to put their merchandise online was so crazy. And then there was the cloud. And you would think we went in when I was at Microsoft, they sent about 5 of us around to talk to the CTOs and CIOs. And here we got a company, billions of dollars. We had 130 employees at that time. And we had a huge security department, lots of programmers, the best programmers. You'd think it'd be a slam dunk. And they all said, no, I'm not putting my stuff in the cloud. Somebody's going to hack it. It's going to be full of all kinds of crap. And then you got machines in Russia. What do you mean you got machines in Russia and India? Are you kidding me? Got data centers there? I mean, this happens. But then now everybody's on the cloud. Now all your photos are on the cloud. This kind of stuff we're just early, man. It's already happened. You're not going to stop it. You're just seeing this is part of disruptive technology. I think it's great.
I just remembered my thought. I'm sorry about that. So yeah, what I was saying was I'm a little worried that Schiff and Richard are going to get lost in the debate on, inflation and things like that. When I'm hoping that the idea that cryptocurrency and personal power is going to be one of at least a very prominent theme in the debate, because let's just be real. Isn't it like 1% of so if 1% of the population, I think it's if you make 400 in the United States, if you make $450,000 or more, you're considered part of the 1%, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I could be wrong, but around that side, around that range. Now, most of us in here have that. Okay, just think about that. We already have $450,000, or at least it's in the line of sight for us. So, and we wouldn't have been able to get into the things that we could have if we started where we started financially, because the stock market, we were literally regulated out of our ability to do anything that made money, with something as stupid as the pattern day trading rule, right? All those regulations, you have to have $25,000 in order to, day trade more than 3 times a week. But are you kidding me? It literally made it so only people with money were able to continue to trade stocks and make money and do the things that they wanted to do. And we were regulated out of it. So DeFi and cryptocurrency has allowed the little guy with nothing to throw in some money and get some power and really equalize the playing field of finances. And it's still very slim. So we're still, and sometimes I get frustrated with, how many people aren't interested in crypto, but I got to remember the amount of people that are interested in crypto would be around the same people that would be interested in stocks, and not too many people are interested in stocks. So, and I've been seeing the amount of interest. It's getting so big, and it's excellent, and it will continue to rise because we are, again, it's taking our power back, and we are being able to, make these massive gains where we otherwise wouldn't have the ability to, because we've been regulated out of our ability to do so. So I really hope that personal power is something that's talked about.
That's a great point. And let me tell you something. I'm a qualified buyer and a credit investor, and I don't know anything. I mean, I was just talking with a firm that he's a guy who's on here and trying to get me to invest stuff. And I don't know. I mean, there are guys that know way more about what they're trying to get me to invest in. My kid knows more about the crypto fund that they're trying to get me to invest in, but they won't talk to him. They want to talk to me. And I'm new to this stuff, man. I'm like, it's not fair. In this room, there are more people that know about HEX, way more about HEX than I do. And yet I have this thing, it's a letter basically from an attorney or accountant. It says I'm a qualified buyer, accredited investor, that allows me opportunities that it gatekeeps everybody else. Apparently, they think they have to babysit people because they're not as sophisticated, because they didn't have some of the breaks that I had, or and it has nothing to do. Believe me, that's the only qualification, is that you have that letter. You don't have to know anything more than you guys, a lot less than you guys know.
And I just want to say real quick, inviting freedom, you are very well spoken, and you should come in these Twitter spaces more often because there are women like Redbird and Sequoia and a bunch of women that come in here, and y'all should definitely hold your own space one time. Not that you need it from me, but I've been very impressed with how you've talked about HEX and financial in particular. So kudos for that.
Oh, thank you. I'm gonna keep it.
I agree. You should run a Spaces one day.
You guys are too nice. No,
Literally
but
a drill
seriously,
space
it's just
only.
to piggyback off of what Chris is saying again. I remember I was so pissed off when I learned about the pattern day trading rule. I had to have 25,000 to even participate. So then what they do is they shove you in the spaces where you can trade, but then they give you those massive fees, right? And so it makes it impossible anyway. But I was so pissed. I was like, I need to find out why and who put this regulatory policy into place, for what reason, Chris. And that's exactly what they said. They said that they did it to protect the average American investor from themselves, so they didn't lose money. Are you kidding me?
It's an old rule, and I think it's before, there wasn't a lot of data, and this data that we have now, the information age, has allowed a lot of people to understand what's going on, and they just have not caught up with the fact that people can get on their computer and research, and there are a lot of smart people who can get on their computer and research and figure this stuff out. They don't need that anymore. And if you want to put your checkbook at risk, fine. I mean, who cares?
So off topic, I'm about to DoorDash. So what sounds good right now? Because I have no freaking clue.
Thai food, man. Go for the Thai food.
Ooh,
Go for the curry.
yeah. Or you could go for some pho if you like pho.
My favorite part of the spaces are how it goes from super serious to fucking hilarious.
Bro, from where I'm from,
100%.
I don't know how to spell pho,
In a
and I
second.
have no clue what that is.
Vietnamese.
PHO.
Gotcha.
It's like beef broth noodle soup.
Pho just refers to like those noodles. All kinds of pho.
What's up, Collector?
Didn't know you were a pho expert there, J Future. Sorry,
I actually
Collector.
prefer Thai food.
Too funny, hilarious.
But I've had legit pho. I've had pho in all over Vietnam.
It's called Pho, and we have a place in Seattle called Pho U. It's pretty funny.
I'm more of a dumpling expert.
Hey, if you want some Vietnamese advice on food, just ask, man. I'm here now.
Yeah, speaking of which,
get some bun thig nun, which is like a it's not a soup. It's like a vermicelli noodle and vegetables and pork or chicken, whichever you want, and all kinds of mixed stuff. A little really light fish sauce in it. It's delicious. It's all Vietnamese is just amazing food if you get the right restaurant that's ran by actual Vietnamese people.
There was a place near where I went to college called, Phuket Thai. But if anyone knows how to spell the lovely island of Phuket, none of the college kids knew how to pronounce that. So it was just fuck it Thai.
Yeah.
Where are we going? We're going to fuck it Thai. Collector, how you doing?
Hey, doing awesome. Thank you, Redbird. Hey, and Vite Freedom, I appreciate your sentiments. Also, Chris's words there about things that are going on in his part of the world and how it influences ours and stuff like that. So it's real good things. Going back to one of your comments that you made, is the debate going to get lost, as they get into the weeds of inflation and stuff like that between Peter Schiff and Richard Hart. I would envision, with a moderator, that it's probably going to be a world-class debate, between two titans, a titan of gold and a titan of cryptocurrency that's been in the space for many of years. The thing I love about both of the gentlemen is that neither one of them are mental slouches. Both of them have their own level of genius in their areas of expertise. And Peter, he's been debating hard since pre-2007, before, and, I've watched him in Fox News, CNBC, and I mean, they just pound him to death, but he just does not relent. You never see him back up because he's got a lot of hard facts on his side, the stubborn facts, and we know that facts are stubborn. And the same goes for Richard. One of the things that I love about Richard is that he does not mind stepping into the breach and being there with people that are shooting the hard questions and firing them off to him one by one. And his level of ability to sit back and listen has been a marvel to me as a master communicator. And so I'm very excited about what's going to happen. And along with the moderator being there, it's going to be terribly exciting. I watched the debate. I don't know if y'all guys did, and I'm going to go back and relook at it. It was a debate between Michael Saylor and a gold bug. I can't remember the guy's name, but anyway, it was Frank Gustra was his name, and he's a big-time gold bug. So I'm going to go back and look at that. And I imagine that Richard's going to prepare. In some respects, he might not even need to, but I would encourage him to. And for people to fire off hard hammering questions to him on areas where like Pompliano had failed, because Pompliano interviewed Peter Schiff a couple times over this within this past year. So, I think those would be good things. And I think Pomp wanted to keep a good relationship with Peter Schiff and stuff like that. So I'm very excited about what's coming up. Thanks for bringing up the topic.
Hey, I just want to say, Collector, I think you're right on. This is going to be such an interesting conversation. I've been watching and following and listening to Peter Schiff for a long time. When 9/11 happened, I had just sold my brokerage book, and I was pounding the table on gold, pounding it to everyone I knew. I was telling my stepfather, who was wealthy, you literally have to flip your dollar into gold right now, and he didn't know what the hell I was talking about. A very conservative guy, older gentleman. And what's I think going to be interesting is they both come from, in essence, the same concept, where Peter has been talking about, fiat and everything, and, the government flaws and all that stuff. But, in essence, kind of that's what this all is. And so does Richard, right? So there's a part of what I think where they meet, part of their background is, and the posture that they're both taking is very similar, which is the underlying foundation of why we're all here, kind of, which I think Peter has been pounding. He's just been a gold bug pound, in essence, and an anti-dollar. But what's interesting is I wouldn't be surprised if Richard just comes out and said, hey, man, how's your performance been for the last 15, 20 years? Because Peter's performance has been extremely subpar. If you just look at Euro-Pacific, and if you look at his fund's performance and his actual, what he's done, I think I wouldn't be surprised if Richard just pounds him over the head with performance, with just compare the two, even though, hey, we might agree on a whole bunch of stuff here. And I think I hope they're going to agree on that, side of things, deflationary dollar, et cetera, and the concept of why gold is so important, but this is just so much better. I wouldn't be surprised if he just pounds away and just asks him, what's your performance been like? Because here's the stats for you there, buddy. And, oh, yeah, here's what HEX has done and what I'm doing, and I wouldn't be surprised if something as simple as that just is like a shot across the bow and just lays it all out. Buddy.
I just hope there's a flow.
Yeah, one thing.
I was just
one
going
thing
to
I
say
was
like
gonna
one
say,
sentence.
Oh,
Go
sure,
ahead,
absolutely,
bro.
Skip. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I just hope there's a flow to the conversation. Like, they're both alpha males. They both want to spread their own point. And I hope it just doesn't get cloggy to where they're just talking over each other the whole time. But that's all I was going to say.
I don't think it will.
I think if we all know Richard's a pretty smart guy. Back in college in debate, I remembered before I'd go into a debate, I'd actually study my opponent and their arguments. And then, so I think a good thing is if he goes back, and I'm sure he's going to do that, but go through all of Peter Schiff's previous debates with Scaramucci and Eric Voorhees and who else? Brock Pierce, all the other debates that they've had, and make sure that he has a solid response to all that, and make sure he basically understanding where he's going to go, understanding what position he's going to take, and his talking points. When you talk about something so many times, you can see the underlying idea, and kind of make deductions. So I'm hoping that I'm pretty sure Richard is pretty smart, so he's going to do that. And if he's super excited, he'll probably hire somebody to even, ask him to take the position of Schiff and say, give me your best shot. You know what I mean? That would be fun. But it's exciting. Debate is fun, but yeah, understanding. When someone had just mentioned about the flow, concerning about the flow, I'm very interested to see where it's going to go.
Collector, you're going to say something?
I would be absolutely shocked if the conversation devolved. Both of these men are too smart for that, from my perspective. Because what I've seen with Richard is even when he's being attacked hard on, he actually lets the person communicate, and sometimes to the point where I would not have responded as kindly as he would have if that man would have just said what he said to me. And so I've marveled at Richard's skills that have been honed over the years, because he's been attacked relentlessly. You know what I mean? And Peter's been attacked relentlessly. And so both of these guys know how to listen, not deflect, but then respond to the hard questions. And the people that are in the cryptocurrency world have probably asked Richard harder questions than Peter Schiff could. But Peter Schiff could ask things that are not as focused on cryptocurrency, dealing with the gold world and finance in general and stuff like that, to where these other people haven't been questioned Richard in that vein, at least not to my knowledge, on what I've seen. So I think it's going to be a world-class communication debate. So I'm very, very excited about it. I will not be disappointed if it don't go just as I want or whatever like that, but I'm just very excited.
Yeah, I'm excited as well, and I do hope that it's a world-class debate. Another thing that I've noticed Richard does is he really takes the time to analyze what someone else's position in a debate is, and in some hilarious fashion, occasionally he'll help them make their point, and then respond to the point that they're trying to make. And we had a new speaker in here for the first time. I've never seen Rise before, so I just wanted to welcome you to the conversation and see if there's anything else that you wanted to add.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate that. I just wanted to say, I hope you're all keeping well. And I just wanted to ask, can you ask any questions, or does it have to be about HEX?
Anything at all.
So I just wanted to get your opinion on liquid loans and what you think about that coming up, and is anybody going to use it, or what is our opinion?
I was just referred to a Telegram spot where there are different strategies for using liquid loans laid out. I have not had a chance to peruse that yet, but I'm looking forward to looking at it. I don't have I'm the jury's out for me, but I am very interested in looking at what those look like. The person that sent me there is OG. Knows the systems, knows this, knows legacy finance, knows crypto. And
is that the haunted strategy? He does the haunted strategy, is it?
No, there's a bunch of different ones in a Telegram group, and I'll see if I can find it and give it to Hex to Learn or Hatter, or someone who can post it up there, if that's something that the community is interested in posting to the top of the space. But I literally just got that information when they're like, yeah, I'm going to check it out. I'm looking at this strategy. I'm like, what? Oh, okay. I guess I have a homework assignment.
Hey, Redbird, I really appreciate that you're even putting out there that you're going to do some research first. And Rise, I guess my question back to you would be, how familiar are you with leverage trading?
To be honest with you, bro, I wouldn't know too much about it. That's why I kind of wanted to get user guys' opinion. I've like seen a video about it, and a friend of mine was telling me about it. Just what attracts me to it is that you don't actually have to sell your PLSX, and I think you get PLS in return. not
Yeah,
100%
but you can
sure what
also
happened.
get liquidated, man. That's the issue. Is I think where Mad Hatter's going is if you're not already very familiar and kind of an embedded trader with history behind yourself and knowledge of trading and leverage, you can get liquidated if you do this at the wrong time and you take leverage at the wrong time. I don't see, because of, I come from finance like a lot of us here do. Um, I don't see the risk reward personally being a benefit to getting into anything that could possibly liquidate your PLS or PLX, whatever you're using, simply because of what I personally believe, and it's not financial advice, as the future performance of Pulsechain and Pulse X. It's already going to be substantial. It's already going to be astronomical. So why in the world would you ever risk your principal if you're already going to potentially get, again, this is, not financial advice and it's not at
Yeah,
all,
100%.
like past performance doesn't dictate future results, right? But
Yeah. To
based
be
on
honest,
what we're seeing, like, just if you can, why would you put that at risk? Because there is a risk factor if you do this at the wrong time and you top yourself out and you take out leverage and you don't have enough collateral in there, next thing you know, you're getting liquidated and you're going to freak out. And you like, why? It's already going to run. It's already going to do better than anything maybe you have invested in the past. Very, very risky in my personal eyes. That's just my opinion.
And what I would add to that too is like, how many times in your real life do you actually need a loan? So you get a loan when you buy a car, you get the loan when you buy the house. But other than that, like, how many times in real life do you really need a loan? And so really, why would you need a crypto loan would be the first question. But there's definitely risk involved. And I think Ben Luck and Matt Hatter were starting to hit the nail on the head there.
Yeah, it's the only reason I was thinking about doing it. This was before Richard Hart brought out that we were going to be able to stake Pulsex. So I kind of haven't really thought about it much, but just kind of wanted to get his opinion on it just to see what the community is thinking about it. But to be honest, I don't think I'm going to do it. I think I'm just going to stake. Might as well just stake. Makes more sense.
Hey Rise. I just
Yeah,
wanted to say,
Reese, sorry, Reese, bro.
Reese, apologize.
Reese, you're all right, bro. You're all right.
Just wanted to say thank you for coming into the space and asking the question. And we've had this discussion, I think, almost every night or every other night for the last couple weeks. And ultimately, what I would boil it down to is probably a set of questions for you to go do some research on your own, right? Because I think we've all formulated our opinions through some of the discourse that we've had, and some of us feel quite a bit more strongly than others. There are some people that understand leverage and know how to use it at the right time to maximize whatever it is that they're trying to accomplish. But the vast majority of people that use leverage not only get liquidated, but it can be much worse. And so, anyways, if you're gonna risk one of your, Richard Hart, I think we've coined this term now, Genesis Richard Hart financial software tokens. There's got to be a really good reason for you to take on that risk. And so I think a list of questions, maybe you can do some more research and ask yourself. Number one, why would liquid loans have a sacrifice phase? And where's that sacrifice money going to go? Number two, are they going to audit the code? And will they ever release the code on public testnet, right? Because right now it's running in private mode. And then number three, and I think this is really the key, is what's your familiarity with algorithmic stablecoins and some of the risks associated with that. And I think with that list of questions, you may be able to come to a decision just based on your research. So again, I don't want to dissuade you or anybody from building in the space or creating brand new protocols that are fantastic for the community. But at the same time, there are some questions that we need answered, right, before anything could be recommended.
Well, I appreciate that, bro. That was well said. I think you hit everything on the head there with that one. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave it for now, bro. To be honest, I'm just gonna probably stake me Pulsex and keep staking me HEX and wait for a dip for the Pulsechain. It was unfortunate I didn't actually get the chance for the sacrifice for the Pulsechain, so I'm just gonna have to wait and just get it. Obviously, when the dip comes, I'm just gonna try to buy as much of it as I can. Instead, I don't want to be swapping PLS X before the bridge ran. A few people advised me not to do that. Could get wrecked on the ratios and stuff. So just gonna sit back and wait now, bro. Isn't it?
That's I'm not advocating it, liquid loans. I was in the hard pass camp until someone told me to go do some more research. Somebody I trust, so I'm going to go do that research. Leverage trading is not something that I'm very interested in, but closed years, I never would have found HEX. So I would have just, Googled it and, seen it's a scam, it's a Ponzi, and, probably never would have gotten where I'd gotten in this community. So I promised myself I would do my own research, and I would listen to things even when they challenged me. But I'm not doing research on it is not an endorsement for me.
I don't use leverage at all. In fact, even with real estate, if I can buy it, I'll just buy it. And I'll take the meaty middle every time, and I'll do it over and over and over. I'll miss 10, 15% on the way up for a confirmed upswing, and I'll sell. I won't do this with HEX, but if real estate or something, I'll sell before the top. And if I can do that repeatedly over time, you do really well. You'll be really, really comfortable. So I would just, I know it's tempting, but you're talking about 1,000x. So if you put $1,000 in, that's $1 million. I mean, at some point, if you have a pretty solid guarantee that you're going to make 100,000 or 200,000, I don't think this is the only product he's going to come out with. I think you're going to get other opportunities in life down the road and years from now. And if you're staking, you're going to be able to take advantage of those opportunities. That's my view. But that's worked for me. That's kind of everybody has their own hustle, but that's my hustle. Is I'll take less chances, but I'll do it a lot.
Without a doubt. And I almost look like leverage, almost kind of like lottery tickets. Like when you really think about it, it's a tax on the poor, and leverage is really a tax on people that don't know what they're doing, and they lose everything.
It doesn't mean you don't swing for the fences if you believe in something, but you're talking about volatility that's off the chain, man. I mean, look at Solana. It's like down half in a matter of a couple of weeks. Crypto is a different animal.
Hey guys. Yeah, other than what I've covered already on what's not on the news, any other ideas would be helpful while I have the energy to write these articles. I'm scouring things, looking on Reddit for options and ideas, but anything you guys can think of, send it to me or let me know.
Somebody tweeted that the incentive token should have the diamond on it. I thought that was a cool idea.
Yeah, well, I mean, like what I'm currently like working on as far as like articles is stuff that is for sure like we already have. And I mean, it would be a good idea to kind of put it out there and say the hex.com diamond will be the incentive token, or like the Black Enigma incentive token. I guess it'd be like, what would be a good ticker for that? Diamond, Enigma.
Yeah, maybe BLD, like Black Diamond. I don't know. Somebody
Or
else have ideas?
BBD, Big Black Diamonds.
Is it only hexagons with the is where else are you? It's your website, right?
It's like, well, instead of my website, it's actually, if you go to the website, it's and you click articles, it's just the Medium now. It seems like much better. It's better for SEO. it'll get out there. It's got a better function. And my website, like I just have a basic right now. I didn't want to put too much effort into like creating like a hardcore website. I'd rather put more time into creating content. So I'm just writing them all on Medium, and then over time it can be easy for me to like take that and put it into like a website that's redesigned on like WordPress. So I decided to just start making everything on Medium. And then I just have like some crypto tips on the website, like how to buy and stake HEX in the US, how to buy and stake HEX in the US, in Canada, as well as like what Hart's Law is. Like I have a page for that, but that's all I have for now. I mean, I've been working on it for about a week and a half.
One of the things that I thought that was really really awesome about the PulseX sacrifice, and while it's still in play, is for US users in particular, was that you can sacrifice your XRP. I don't know if you've done anything about that, but if it's going to like a wider crypto audience, like that's kind of significant, since XRP is basically illiquid in the US unless you want to, spend $1 bazillion in fees and go through 16 steps to try to convert it to something else.
That's a good idea. So XRP holders can rejoice with an opportunity to sacrifice for PulseX.
Yeah, they can, they can wait for the lawsuit to settle and see what that does, or they can potentially, be part of the sacrifice. It's an option. And I thought it was an interesting one. I'm a banker. I'm legacy finance. I've been following XRP for a while because I've seen humongous wires get lost in the Swift, transfer codes. So that was one of the earliest.
I've done a lot of wires myself. And one crazy thing though is I knew just XRP wasn't going to make it because you're competing with the banks. And somebody like JP Morgan, they just took Ethereum and copied it, rebranded it, made it centralized, and they can transfer money through all their banks with that system as a digital asset, basically a JPM coin. And once you realize stuff like that's going on, then it's pretty obvious we're probably going to get a Fed coin pretty soon. So the use case for XRP is pretty much nothing. Sacrifice away. That's great. I had some friend who was like putting in 10 grand in XRP, and he's like, what if it goes up to $10 and all this stuff? And it just keeps going down and down, and it's all the hope of one government action that's going to flip and make you money or something. And it's like gambling, basically. I don't like to play on the Fed or play on those little like, oh, what if they do this or that, then I might get this. And man, HEX is so much more beautiful than that, because we know that the T-share system is going to ratchet up, right? It's guaranteed.
Yeah, no, I wasn't advocating an investment in XRP. I just said it was because of the nature of my industry. It's one of the first things that crossed my path in crypto, several years ago. So, but yeah, that might be a good article, especially considering what HEX is the way I was just talking about.
Maybe do an article about the difference between experiencing gains through appreciation versus inflation or new coins or stock, for example, because most people, it's all about the flip, right? And they got to do the flip. They got to do it at the right time, or else they don't actually make any money. Just like the gentleman who brought in the board ape last night, the Yacht Club ape. Well, does that ape really make him any money? I mean, he's in an association where he can visit places and maybe eat good dinners or whatever at that club. But how can you profit on something? You're going to have to sell it, right? And you're going to have to sell it higher. And so that's the benefit we have with HEX, is we don't necessarily ever have to sell our principal, right? And we can continually earn the new yield. So I think that would be a great article to say, okay, people, everybody's all about this appreciation. Bitcoin went from a penny to 65,000 or 69,000. You appreciate, but once you sell it, how are you going to make money after that? And there's a different way, you know, and that's through earning more coins, right?
Cool. I took that down. Thanks.
Are you there, Collector? Looks like you have your hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. My connection was drifting out. I might get rugged here. Y'all let me know if something's bad. Hey, Mad Hatter, I wonder how far are you along in making your video debut on liquid loans, and what's not in the news. The other thing I was thinking is that another format that bloggers use sometimes is they actually do like an interview. You know what I mean? Like, for example, if you were to do one on liquid loans, you know, these are the general questions that get asked, and then you could interview somebody like Mad Hatter or the liquid loans people yourself. You know what I mean? And start doing some interview type of blogging. I'm not trying to give you more work. You know, I'm just excited about what you're doing, and I appreciate it. And I appreciate Mad Hatter, his insights, along with Redbird and Famous and others about those projects that are coming on board. That we just need to keep our eyes wide open as we go to engage them.
Yeah, that's a really good insight, Mad Hatter. I was thinking about maybe reaching out to that one project that I sent you, possibly seeing what that's all about. I don't know if you did any more research into that, but we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, I looked at it briefly, and I don't know if Richard will see it or not, but I forwarded it over to him because it seemed as though, you know, while they're using the same general theories, there may be some infringement there, in all honesty. And so
it literally says it's like, oh, it's just like this, you know, and it's yeah. So I briefly read through it. I didn't really go through it yet, but I might, you know, just to get some information. So if you want to help me come up with some interview questions, like Collector was mentioning, to guys like Liquid Loans and even Hedron and everyone else, just to put other options out there and seem like, you know, like we're just trying to figure out what everyone's, you know, what they want to do and put it out there and just help with the information that's coming out. So, you know, we can answer a lot of the questions that come in.
They've popped in the chat sometimes and stayed as listener. I sometimes give them the mic. They don't come up, but sometimes they pop in. So I don't know if someone tags them or if you have any questions, probably tag them and they'll come in and come and chat. Most probably.
Hey, Famous, I've invited them to speak multiple times when I've seen them in the chat, and they never come up.
I think one of the reasons that they wouldn't do it is I think they're just in lurk and listen mode, just trying to figure out how they're being portrayed within the community, or what type of questions people are coming up with, and stuff of that nature. I think as they, you know, like one person I deeply appreciate is Alex. I mean, Alex steps up. You know, I've thoroughly enjoyed being able to question him directly. And he does not pull any punches. You know, when you ask him a question, and he spends quite a bit of time with, at least he has in spaces that I've been in and stuff. And I think the others are just, hey, they're trying to figure out, hey, what's going on here? You know, what's being said. And I think as we get additional content out there, I think it's going to be wonderful. And so I deeply, deeply appreciate the content creators of putting. It's one thing to say something. It's one thing to write it and put it in writing and post it where the public can consume it at their own pace. And it's one thing to say something and then to put a video to a face to it, and or to a. It doesn't have to naturally be a face. It could be something else. You know, it could be an NFT or an icon or something of that nature. But it's a completely different thing once you come on record like that, because that. Typically out and out, that's people that have looked at it hard, especially within our community. I expect that they would take that level of diligence before they spoke on a topic. So I'd be excited if you're all able to create that stuff for the community, because these are big questions people are asking. And last thing we want people to do is the Pulsechain launch can't protect everybody, can't protect everything, but there's going to be scams, but there's also going to be a lot of opportunities for wonderful products that were priced out of the market to come to bear.
Yeah, and Collector, I just wanted to make you aware too that Liquid Loans and Rags to Riches are doing some kind of stream tonight, where some of these questions that we've been raising are getting asked. So
Thank you. That's great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
But I like the written format as well. So either Famous or what's not in the news, maybe one of you or both of you, kind of work on some of those questions and then put it in the medium format. Because sometimes, some people want to read rather than just watch a 2-hour stream where you don't know exactly where the question is that you want to hear answered, And with a medium one, you could literally search straight away and find exactly what you want to know within, a few minutes. So I'd recommend that too.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing an FAQ, but using Gitbook for the FAQ. Because I really like how Gitbook, it's like chapters, so you could like divide every question into like categories. And it's very like crypto friendly, so people in crypto understand that Gitbook is used for usually like docs and for coins and stuff like that. So I feel like if we were to like do something like that, I don't know if anyone wants to object, but I feel like Medium is a good for articles, but for the like questions and like a FAQ style thing, I think the Gitbook would be awesome to show it.
Hey, Famous, it's been my experience, as things are developing, where you have a lot of people across the community are firing hot and creating a lot of content and WordPress, what's that say for that nature, and like we got that shot there is to encourage. This is just a personal opinion, based on my time in doing web development, design, and stuff like that. Is as the floors are being laid, the foundations are being laid, is not to spend too much energy on anything that would require too much rework to get it placed in a different format that could get it consumed on a broader scale. I would imagine everybody that's creating content now, some will be able to launch off onto their own channel, type of thing, their own website. But I think others are probably going to want their information aggregated into a central store, not to be controlled, quote unquote, but just a central place that people can go to gather relevant information across the board. So I would just encourage you not to expend too much energy or create something too complex. Because like you can do frequently asked questions in WordPress. It's just a simple web page with links on it, questions and answers, you know what I mean? And I know you know that already, Famous. So please accept it in the way that I meant it.
For sure, I completely understand. I understand. It's just the Gitbook. It's like chapters, right? And I feel like if you do it on WordPress, in order to organize it, it'll take a long time to load. So if we're gonna put a lot of stuff on it, it'll take a long time to load. So, but there's ways to go around that. But the Gitbook, it just organize it, and you could have the search in Gitbook and everything. It's just it gives less chance for people to come on the website and tweak the stuff, because people could do that at the end of the day. And like I'm not gonna, like I said, it's WordPress, right? So if it's just links, like I can't have my WordPress with too many things, because I would have to also monitor security on it at the same time to make sure people don't fuck around with the website, and then put their links and so on and so forth. So, or
yeah,
do
for me
copies
is
or
that I've
people
moved
like that.
away
So
from WordPress. Yeah, for me, I moved away from WordPress. I'm absolutely astounded how well it works. Because there's just so many people. It's open source, so many plugins, and so many people doing just absolutely wonderful things in there. It's absolutely astounding how powerful it is and how many different applications you can make with various things and stuff. I moved away from WordPress and moved over to Squarespace. The amount of time that
I'm sorry, Collector, but I don't know if it's me, but you're always cutting up, and I don't understand what you're saying. I don't know if it's just me, but
It's not just you.
No, he's cutting out for sure.
Yeah, he's cutting out. Hey, Sean, just real quick, I just sent you a list of like 15 questions, just the ones that come to mind so far, for the LL protocol, just in case you wanted to take a look at those and see if you want to build on top of them.
Awesome. I'll take a look.
Yeah, that helps a lot because the thing is, some people, for example, if I'm not so interested in a project or something's coming out 3 months from now, I'm not going to spend so much time on it. Maybe other people are really interested or invested. Then if they have all those questions laid out, well, that could save me a bunch of time. If I'm only 10% interested, I could just cram through those articles and questions, and that'll, yeah, I mean, I'm really about efficiency and time if I can help it, because there is a lot going on in most of our lives.
Yeah, totally agree. Hex is the way. I think Chris put it really well earlier too, in that you don't necessarily have to get in right when something breaks, right? You can take some time, sit back, assess if you're seeing what you're really seeing. There's so much opportunity in this space and so much opportunity cost in terms of jumping into something without fully understanding, how it works, what the protocol is, and especially with like algorithmic stablecoins. What is your mechanism to make sure that it maintains its peg? We have a couple examples now, like Titan Finance, where it absolutely didn't, and a lot of people lost a lot of money. It's really unfortunate, and so maybe these are those hard-hitting questions that really need to be asked. Maybe they have a solution for it. So, yeah, you don't necessarily have to be first, right? Especially when you're jumping in with a significant amount of capital. You can take some time, sit back, see how things play out, right? A lot of people did that with HEX too, right? They didn't want to be in right at the beginning. It was too new. It was too different. I'm sure they maybe lost a little opportunity cost having known and not jumped in, but maybe they felt more comfortable with the decision that they ultimately made when they did. So.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hey, y'all just throw out the peace sign. If 2 or 3 of you throw out the peace sign or not, I'll know my connection's hosed up. I'm finding how I'm. So I'm breaking up, so I'll go ahead and leave. Too funny.
No, actually, your connection was better now.
Thank you, Sequoia. You guys are just too much. Y'all crack me up too much.
We can hear you.
Hey,
we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. But yeah, I'm finally getting down to the nub. Like Trap was trying to figure out last night. Why is this happening? You know what I mean? And I'm finding as I do different things of what's happening to my connectivity and stuff. Hey, Famous. The only thing I was saying is that I moved away from WordPress and went to Squarespace just because it was so much less work to maintain it and keep it up to date. But I did lose tremendous flexibility, but trying to create workarounds on that because it's basically create and just continue to update, not having to worry about updating all the plugins, worrying about the security of the system and stuff like that. It's been quite freeing to me, but it has limited my capabilities as far as different things you can do because there's no plugin support within Squarespace in and of itself.
I hear you, Collector. I'm sorry, man. I'm just cooking, but I hear you loud and clear. It's just that flexibility is what gives me pleasure in making websites because I have a lot of creativity and I like to play around and like try different plugins. Mainly always the free stuff. I want to see what's free, what could people do, how to help people for free. I don't want to always spend money and have to do, because obviously if you spend money, you fix everything, right? It's like put the tape. Well, how could you fix something without, what you have, be resourceful more. So, You know, because then if I could do that way, then anyone could get influenced and, you know, come up and do it. But I understand what you're saying, and I'm gonna check out Square. Would you say Square Up?
Squarespace.
Oh,
Yeah, the
Squarespace.
creativity.
I'm gonna check that out. I never heard of.
Yeah, the creativity.
I never heard of Squarespace.
Yeah, the creativity that you can do within WordPress is unrivaled. You know, as far as ease of creating websites with very dynamic capabilities, different themes, and stuff like that. And so, yeah, I absolutely agree with you in that regard. And due to how you try to dig into stuff and bring out the best of it and stuff like that, Squarespace would probably be a tremendous bore to you.
Hey, famous.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will add. I have also used Squarespace, and yeah, it's pretty good. I switched over the site. You know, for my site now, I'm using Wix, and I think Wix provides a lot more flexibility, freedom, creativity than Squarespace does. So that could be another platform to look into if you are interested in. Right.
Then I probably won't use Squarespace. That's the secret. Then I probably won't use that. Because Wix really limits you, man. You can't edit nothing. You can't
Yeah,
have plugins. But
there's
it's
a
okay.
lot you can do.
It's just very complicated sometimes for certain people trying to build their website with WordPress, because it literally builds and it's like a white page. So if you don't really have creativity and you don't see things to like drop down and like error, then it's like you always have to redo the page and redo the script. And honestly, for myself too, I'm like, I don't code, but I'm starting to understand it. So like when I'm trying to use the scripts and stuff like that, and all these like embedded tools, I go into like, you know, the docs, and like I try and edit them to how I like them. But I'm learning shortly, but you know, I'm learning. I do it all by trial and error, so it's pretty cool. It's pretty fun. It's not like it's a profession or anything, but WordPress for me is pretty cool, and it probably cost me less than getting Wix and all the other places, because I got a really good deal on one of these hosting websites.
Yeah, WordPress has a ton of plugins, so it's really good.
Yeah, I'm really
One
excited
thing
for
is,
you, Famous. You're going to have to get me your, going to have to DM me your website so I can take a look at it. Check your skills out.
it's in the link. It's in the link, man. Go check it out. And link in my bio.
Okay, good. Thanks a lot, Famous. I appreciate your work for the community.
Thank you so much, Collector. And it's not finished. If you have any suggestions, let me know.
Yeah, also it depends on if you get into the themes. Some of the themes they have for WordPress are really, really amazing.
Yeah. Well, luckily I have a dummy computer where I just test and error torrents. It's not like I have like, over my career of being in computers, I think I have like numerous years of torrent downloading, and I kept all the time the files, and I would always update the files. So, you know, it started from like 2000 if I remember when I started, I think it was like 2012. So I always updated everything: 2012, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 if I had to, 18, 19, and now 2020. And I stick to 2020. I don't really like the 2021 updates. They're pretty, like, it's just hacks and stuff, you know, like, yeah. But I keep my my torrents up to date, and I have like pretty cool applications that I use for multiple hobbies that I have. Yeah.
Yeah, if anybody wants to step up to the mic, I see some new people in the chat, so just if you want to request.
Hey, does anyone have the exact number of how much XRP has been already sacrificed? Is it like 3-4 million or something?
XRP?
XRP, yeah. I'm just writing that article that
It would be on Pulse. If there is a number and if it's available, it would be on pulsexlead.com.
Is
But if it's
XRP, is it like a separate chain than ETH?
yeah, it's
It is,
XRP
right?
chain.
It's its own chain. Yeah, I
It
don't
has
think
its
it's
own.
on
It has its own mainnet.
Okay, I'm
Everything
gonna
that's
look up the address. I'm gonna look at like the sacrifice address.
everything that's not on MetaMask. Think about it like that. Everything that's not on
I
MetaMask.
just, to be honest, I didn't know if it was on MetaMask. I never checked. So
No, it's not.
You're going to have to go on pulsex.info, and then you're going to have to get the sacrifice address for XRP probably, and then you could probably pull that up in some kind of XRP block explorer and see how
Right.
much is in that address.
Got it. Thanks.
Yo, famous, that website's sick, brother.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, bro.
So if you ever want to onboard someone with Richard Hart, you could just literally send them the link to the Richard Hart page, and it's like it has everything. It has the Twitter,
Yeah,
boom, boom. I know there's
bro.
Richard Hart. I know there's RichardHart.com, but at least you know it's there.
All the
We have a page
hexagons
for
and
Richard.
all on it, bro.
Yeah,
Deadly.
that I'm gonna edit. That's gonna be so. There's gonna be like YouTube, then there's gonna be Twitter, then there's gonna be Telegram, and then there's gonna be I'm gonna try and make a directory of worldwide. So then slowly but surely, as I meet and as we meet Mexicans, then we vouch. Then if we contact them, and if they want, bro, literally as like write your own bio, like
Shane,
literally write your own
you
bio.
have all his YouTube videos up there as well, bro. Has everything, like.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And there's so today I tried it out. I don't know if anyone could go check. So we're on Twitch, YouTube, and we're doing a live video stream on Twitter. So it works. So so someone on Twitter could just watch the video, and I don't know why they would, but it's just cool. You could still share it on Twitter and have like, anyways. So we're on all three. So Twitch. So there's an embedded Twitch. So if you are anywhere in the world, you could just go on hex2learn.com and tune into Twitter Spaces, because on the website there's the Twitch embedded, so you could chat on the website too. So yeah, it's giving people options. Even though I don't want them to stay on the website, I'm still giving them the options to stay on the website. You know, might as well.
Did Gar send you that finished?
Yeah, that's
NFT?
fucking nice. I
Bro,
like the background that he used. It's nice.
sick.
Man. It's nice. It's
Absolutely
very good,
sick. So yeah, what you thinking? Like, we want to try and get Richard's opinion on it, but we don't know how to get to him.
I really don't think, personally, man. I really don't think you'll get his opinion.
No.
Right now, impossible, man. Think about it, man. The guy is.
Yeah, I
The
know
guy's
what you
getting.
mean.
The guy's
Yeah,
getting
yeah.
ready to. He's devolving. Like, I don't even think he's gonna do a stream anytime soon, because he has to take care of that diamond first. Then he's probably filming the Riches movie. Then he's probably taking care of the dev work too, because it's still not completed. You know, he hasn't boasted about it, and he has 2 coin launches, 3 included with the incentive token, because he still has to do the incentive token if there is one.
Yeah, he's a busy man, bro.
I'm not saying it to hurt you, man, because it's very
No, I
good
know.
art.
I never even thought of it like that, bro. Honestly, I never even thought of it like
You know
that.
what I would do, and I think would be a better impact, and if you could
Yeah.
show it to him, and probably he will accept it, like a painting or something, is like maybe get it as like a, you know what I
Like
mean,
a bit more
man,
real, like something more like you can like touch it, like.
what I like personally, what I would do, man, is I'd buy like when he makes you money because of this Pulsechain, I'd buy him the flattest flat screen, a memory card, and just put the memory card in the flat screen and say, hang that up on your wall. Here's your
Yeah,
NFT, man. Here's
because
like a
that's what
poster.
we that's what we
If he
wanted
wants
to
it,
do.
keep it.
Because Richard's doing so much for everybody, you know what I mean? And
But
no
right
one's
now, man, you
really
have to
no
think
one.
about. Right now, I want him to focus. You know what I mean? Like right now
Yeah,
right now is the
yeah.
moment that could change your life. You know what I mean? I
know,
have so
bro.
much trust in him that like I wouldn't even tell you where to go, because I'd be like, leave the mans alone, man. He's taking care of all our pockets. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Taking
right,
care of
yeah,
our
bro.
families, our pockets. You know what I mean? So I'm just
Leave him
saying it
to it.
honestly. I'm a very honest person, man.
You're right,
Unfortunately.
bro. You're dead right in what you're saying. Honestly, I'll
But
just wait.
continue the work. Continue the work, because actions speak louder than words, man. So if you have actions and you do it and you onboard and you create, you give out, because like that's dope. But I bet you he could switch a bit of things, make a bunch of free ones. The 555 limits, make a bunch of them, and then and then you
Yeah,
give them out for free with unlockable content. Unlockable content is the pamphlets. Talk
yeah,
to
yeah,
what's on the news. It unlocks people like, what's this unlockable content? Boom, hex.com, PulseX, Pulsechain. Did you know 38%? But anything that
yeah.
I'm pretty sure Sean has even the Canadian, and I think he made the American. I don't know if he did, but
Who's that,
you know what I
Sean?
mean.
Sean
Anything's
K, is it?
possible, man.
It's
Anything's
me here
possible, man.
too. What's not on the news or Sean K. Yeah. So if you go
What's up,
to
bro?
my website, WNOTN.com, or you could type in what's not on the news.com. It should be in my profile.
Yeah, no,
You can
yeah, bro.
see it says crypto tips on the top. And if you click that, it'll say stake, buy and stake HEX Canada, buy and stake HEX USA.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's just a complete walkthrough on how to do it using the Staker app. So if you're in the US, then you can use it through the Staker app. If you already have like ETH and you have a hardware wallet, then you can use the Canadian version just because you just have to kind of skip through where you got ETH and then it'll have the links for you to use to go and trade.
Yeah.
But if you're in the US, like, so where are you at right now? Like, as far as like,
Well, I'm in the north of Ireland at the minute, so yeah, I use pounds and all. You might as well say it's the UK, you
okay.
know, man.
Yeah, I think you could still do Staker. Have you bought any crypto before?
Yeah, bro.
Okay, and do you have any ETH already?
Yeah, I have Ether, yeah.
Okay, so you really like and how do you have it stored? Like just on a MetaMask or in an exchange?
Just on MetaMask, bro.
Okay, so for now, what I would do is I would just go to 1inch.io and you
Yeah.
can buy HEX there.
Yeah, no, I have
And
HEX as well. I have HEX as well.
oh, okay, so then you could just go to what's it called? The go.hex.com/stake website.
Yeah.
If you want to stake it. And you can play around with it. Just remember that your goal with staking HEX is to acquire as much T shares as possible.
Yeah,
So
so that's what I'm kind of waiting for, because I'm only about halfway there to a T-shirt, so I'm hoping I can scrape up enough to get up a full T-shirt before Pulse goes live, because I'll get a copy of that stake then, and I'll basically have 2 T-shirts then, you know.
yeah, I mean, like,
That's
yeah,
the
like,
goal, like.
And
the
man,
only
you're next to Europe, so you could get the treasure, man. I got my treasure in 3 days, and I'm across the water.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that. I was talking to
So
Papa and all the other day about getting
on
one. Yeah, I
the
need to get
bottom
one.
of every page, I put both links to the Ledger website and the Treasure website. So you just choose, man.
Yeah, and I
there you
need to
go.
get 2 as well, isn't it? You have to get one for a dummy wallet as well, isn't it?
It's 59 euros. And
Yeah, I
probably
need to
the
get
shipping
2
will
of
be
them.
cheaper.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely gonna order them now tomorrow when I get paid 100%. Cause
Yeah, just Trezor 1. Yeah, Trezor 1. You'll be fine.
yeah,
Honestly, man, Riz, I just literally just unboxed mine. I set it all up. It's
nice,
fucking
bro.
beautiful, man. It's
Nice.
fucking beautiful, man. Oh,
I'd
I
say
have
it's
a
like a
question.
weight off the shoulders, isn't it? I'd say it's just you can actually
It's
relax.
just
Oh
nice,
man.
man. I'm just so happy that I have this now
Yeah.
because it's like, I just have a question. The hidden wallets in the standard wallet. The standard wallet is the wallet that'll it'll never show on MetaMask, right? Because it's just the wallet that's embedded in the thing that's offline, right? Or is the hidden wallet like
You get to import which ones you want to connect, right? So when you like connect it to your MetaMask, it should ask you like which wallets you want to bring into the MetaMask. Like it gives you like a check mark, so you can
it gives
choose.
you a bunch of them, but which ones does like this
You just put the ones that
like
you're gonna use. Like, so if you want to like
okay, and then the
transact.
only way to verify that is to go check the ETH address, right?
Yeah, exactly. So what I do is like whatever wallets that I use more for transactory or, just whatever that I want to keep track of, I will go to them on Etherscan and then bookmark them. So then I have fast access to them. But even from MetaMask, I'm sure you could see like there's probably like an Etherscan button where you just click it. I just have the bookmark, so it's fast and easy. I know where it is. I also, what you can do is if you go and make an account on Etherscan, then you can add 5 random wallets. It doesn't have to be yours. It could be any 5 wallets, and anytime coins come in or come out of that wallet, you get an email that tells you, oh, transaction was made or something like that. So that's another backup to where if you notice like a transaction happen on in your email, you're gonna be like, wait, I didn't make anything. That would immediately give you the sign that, hey, your wallet might be compromised.
Hey, that's another article you could put up on Medium, tips and tricks for Ether scan.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll do that.
I missed that. Did y'all talk about token removals to add to that article?
And basically when I unplug the Trezor, it's going to do like the Ledger, right? So I'll still be able to see my wallet, but I won't be able to transact without it, right?
Exactly. So once you go to like actually hit accept, like when you go to, let's say you're on 1inch and you hit like swap, it'll open the MetaMask up, but it won't let you until the device is actually connected and unlocked and like on the Ethereum app. If that's how Trezor works, I'm sure it does. And then once it is, then you can approve it from MetaMask. Then it's going to send the contract and ask you to sign it on the device. If you don't do it, then nothing happens.
I would go on YouTube, but I'm recording the whole space, so I can't. It would play like double audio, you know, through the PC.
Yeah.
So
I get it.
Then another question. The passphrase, is it the same passphrase for all the accounts that I create, or I can make a different passphrase for a different account?
Yeah, so like the one passphrase that unlocks this Trezor is going to be associated to all the wallets that it accesses. So you would have to like erase, or like not erase, but just like reset the Trezor and then create a new Trezor like account, like, you know, set it up again with a new 24 seed phrase, and then that's a separate device. So then, you know, you would have to like, that's why they always say get a couple, because then you can have one that's like your vault that you just don't use a lot for. You have most of your stuff there, it's locked away, and then you have one that you're more transactory on.
Is there a way to create a wallet without being on the internet with the one, or is it only with the T?
No, I don't know. I don't think so, because you have to be connected to the unit. Like, I'm pretty sure like when it creates the wallet, it like sends a sign to the blockchain or something, because I don't understand how it would.
I think you actually create the wallet offline. I'm not an
Oh, is
expert
it?
on it, but I'm pretty sure you can.
Okay.
I could do it with the one or just the T? Because the one, it didn't look like it had the option to, because I have to connect it to the PC, right?
Yeah, the T is like wireless, right?
Come on, it has more on the screen.
Oh, okay, got it. I don't know. I haven't used the Trezor, so I'm not the best to answer this.
I'm just asking.
So I found the address. It looks like so far about 3.2 million XRP has been sacrificed.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, 3.2 million sack. So I'm putting that article together. Redbird gave me a good idea.
Included in that article, man, you could also mention how many whales own that. There's like a bunch of photos that show like the percentage of how much people own XRP, which is you're gonna be very surprised and you'll laugh.
Oh, it's like 99. It's the most centralized coin in the market is XRP, from what I see.
I had some XRP. I sent it into a sacrifice, I believe, for Pulsechain.
Docs. Man, homemade French fries has to be the best French fries ever. Like, you know, when you cut up a fresh potato and you fry it. Wow. Sorry, guys. That's what you get when you have a walk.
From Trezor to from Trezor to fried potatoes. That's awesome, man.
Yeah, man. Wow. I love food.
if there's anybody in the room that has a question or a thought and wants to step forward and ask the question or offer some information, share some information with us, we'd love to hear from you. Please step forward.
Yeah, we're building the Korean website right now. We're working on the translations. Almost all the Asian languages are translated. I mean, we're getting pretty close. And I've been working on that. So sometimes I'm not in the spaces either if I'm working on it. But yeah, I mean, the main thing is just getting something out there. It doesn't have to be perfect. You can update it later. And at least communities get some tools to onboard without just stretching their brains with only English.
That's awesome. Good work, man.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Yeah, Tech.
Hey, what's up? So I just tried to make my first purchase on Coinbase today. A little ETH, a little USDC. But it's saying that I can't send it for like 8 days. Is that normal, or is that just because it's my first transaction?
Could be Coinbase's like policy until they verify your account, and they're probably doing that so you get bored and trade, so they can get some fees out of you.
Okay. So as soon as it's processed, I'll have the ability to send it to, like, say, Staker wallet, and then they won't do that again, will they? Or is that every time you know?
I think it's the initial, yeah, like when you first set it up. I know a lot of exchanges, 8 days sounds a little extreme to me.
Yeah.
Crypto.com does 24 hours for whitelist.
Yeah, most
Well, I
of the exchanges
downloaded Voyager too, because I heard Jay talking about that. So I'm gonna try them both out, see which one I like better.
I heard Voyager for Americans is very good. I've heard some really good things about it.
And I've heard Gemini is pretty good too.
J Future, I guess, a lot like says that he uses it.
Yeah, he gave Voyager his full endorsement the other day.
Yeah, you can do Coinbase. You just have to do a wire transfer. Just do it early in the morning. You can get those funds same day. And then you could do a instant out from Coinbase and exit. It's probably about $35 for the total thing. Otherwise, if you're set up with them, if your account's confirmed, then you can actually set up your debit card on there, not credit card, debit card. And it depends where you live, but you can purchase something like ETH with your debit card, and you can instantly remove it to your MetaMask.
Okay, yeah, I linked just the bank account. Said it was recommended. I don't know.
Yeah, so that's a ACH. So that's a free transfer, which is a great way to go if you have time to kill.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure I don't have to like plan my my HEX purchases like a freaking week out. You know, it just seems kind of ridiculous.
When I do my DCAs, sometimes I just get in there with my debit card real quick. The thing that you have to think about is, yeah, sometimes HEX price is going to explode and you got to get in when you got to get in. And the other thing is they charge a little fee, but if you go on other websites, they give you less Ethereum and maybe less or no fee, but then you don't actually get any benefit, right? It's better to get the most Ethereum for your money in the end. So it's kind of a game of, hey, we have no fees, but you get less Ethereum.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think eToro is like that. They kind of hike up the actual like value, the shown value of the coin before you buy it to kind of compensate for lack of fees.
Please don't use eToro, man.
Yeah, that was stupid. I kind of did a little bit in there.
I'm just saying.
Realized it was totally useless.
Like at that point, like if you eToro, like at that point, you're better off using like Binance US, man. Just, literally, even if you have like 2 coins to buy. See, Binance US, if you guys could use it, wouldn't have been that bad of an idea because you could send BUSD for nothing to your wallet, and then you sacrifice it for like a cent.
Another option is if you know somebody very well who's your like best friend or whatever, and they are trusted, you could do a quick over-the-counter transfer of some ETH or just give them some cash. Or some ETH or just give them some cash. Or some ETH or just give them some cash. Or some ETH or just give them some cash.
Excuse me. Oh shit. Excuse me. Oh shit. Excuse me. Oh shit.
A lot of people try to avoid fees, but then they miss out when HEX pumps, and they're like, "Wow, I saved $35 and I lost 200 or 300."
I got a question for somebody. I got a question. If you have your HEX staked on ETH now, when the snapshot, when the fork happens, are you going to get that? Is it going to be staked? Or is it going to be
Correct. Yeah. So all you do is like when you go to like go.hex.com/stake, you would just switch your MetaMask to Pulsechain, and then all your stakes will be there.
Okay. So you're not going to have. So if you stake everything, you're not going to have anything to trade with if you wanted to trade before the bridge.
Well, I mean, you'll have what like in the end. Yeah, like my plan is to like add some stakes soon, and then just add more liquid hex in my wallet. So when it does happen, I have that flexibility to like either stake it on the Pulse side or trade it for Pulse, depending on what I want to do. And like what's happening, you know, there's just like no knowing until we get there. But yeah, I think you know getting the T shares on both sides now is great. Yeah, I think you know who knows, maybe people will see that like, oh, maybe the P hex isn't, and people might emergency end stake to get more pulse or something because they see it like that. Who knows? So the way I look at it is that having some liquid isn't a bad idea. So you do have that flexibility, in my opinion.
For me, Chris, it's more for. I would suggest that people that want to keep it liquid to consider that the liquid hex you'll keep is because you'll lose a lot of it in fees. So you know if you're gonna put in 10, 20 grand, don't worry about the bridging fees, right? Like if that's the issue, like you'll get a double copy so you can bridge it over if you're trying to provide liquidity. But I would mainly suggest people to hold it. If you're thinking about like you're trying to bring over $500, $600, $700 from now until the main launch, then that you might be looking at like bridging fees of like $200, $300. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I was just thinking it'd be cheaper to stake on the Pulse chain. So
yeah, if you want to do like a crazy ladder, like start doing like. What I'm going to do personally is like on the ETH side, I'm doing my longest staking possible, so acquire as many T-shares as possible. And then when I go over to PLS, I'm going to start with like every day, every 3 days, every week, every month, and then slowly go to the every 5 years. So like that later on at one point, every day a stake will be you could start with like just the first month and have 30 stakes every day, and then at the 30th day you just restake the stake that unlocks, and then you'll have stakes for every day for a month. There's a lot of ways to think about it,
Yeah, you can customize it for your personal life, and you think about your income. When do you want to pull the money out, and you build it how you want, which is cool how it's every single day, so you can pick any day you want and You know, it's such the beauty of the software is you're running it for your life purposes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say, you know, in times like this too, you can use HEX as a savings account. So, you know, Pulsechain's coming out. You just pick up some more HEX here and there, dollar cost average, and instead of ever feeling the pressure of emergency end staking, let's just say what if HEX went up to $2-3 and you were like, oh my goodness, you know, I really wanted to pay off my house. Something crazy, you know, your mind goes crazy. But if you had some liquid HEX, you'd be like, all right, no biggie, forget about my stakes because I still have a little bit of liquid HEX. No biggie, forget about my stakes because I still have a little bit of liquid HEX. No biggie, forget about my stakes.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks.
Also think about too, like if you want to provide like liquidity as like the paired ETH, like the ERC and PRC, that could be very profitable for certain pairs. You know, USDC, stuff like that.
I don't like the whole impermanent loss idea. Yeah,
But you would, but
I gotta watch it.
if it's the thing is that if they do become pegged, there's barely any permanent loss because it's the same coin, right?
I'm gonna wait.
That's what's really cool.
You do it, and then you can tell me how it works.
That's what's really cool. 100%. I'm gonna show everyone. But you're right, though. It's like the pairing of certain coins might not come up. But I would be very shocked if the stable coins don't do it. I'd be very shocked. I'd be very shocked if the stable coins don't do it. I'd be very shocked.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to have a video about liquidity pools probably coming up pretty soon. You know, there's certain ways where you actually can have impermanent loss, but you still make a boatload of money, which is perfectly fine by me.
Yeah, I'm interested in it, but I've never done it. I've been reading about it, and I don't know. There's these arguments on both sides, so I thought I'd just lean on your knowledge after the bridge. Lean on your knowledge after the bridge.
Yeah, definitely. The cool thing is you can do it with such a low amount of money on Pulsechain. Like, so when I was doing it on Ethereum, just to get involved, you would literally have to put up like, to get it started, $100, $200, you know, but then, you know, you have to put up that much money, thousands of dollars just to make that money back, right? And you could literally try this on Pulsechain with like $100, $50, $20, and you could run it and you could just play with it without feeling like you're risking anything.
I'm looking forward to the videos.
You're risking anything.
I'm looking forward to the videos.
You're risking anything.
I'm looking forward to the videos.
You're risking anything.
Hi, Ty. Hi, Ty. Hi, Ty. Does anyone know when the Rags to Riches video is today? The YouTube. Does anyone know when the Rags to Riches video is today? The YouTube. Does anyone know when the Rags to Riches video is today? The YouTube. Does anyone know when the Rags to Riches video is today? The YouTube. Does anyone know when the Rags to Riches video is today?
It says he just went offline an hour ago, so maybe that's the video if you look at hexstreamers.com. Otherwise, maybe he's on again. Let's see.
Matty All In is online, actually. He's live. Rags to Riches, he always wears glasses, right? It has to be this. Yeah, it's this.
I'm not quite sure.
Last stream was 21 hours ago, though.
If anyone's got any questions, let me know. I'm just here typing.
Yeah, it's kind of getting to that point on Pulse sacrifice where probably not worth it. I mean, if you didn't have any Richard Hart exposure, and you had some kind of coin like an XRP, I'd still probably dump it in there. But yeah, I was gonna say I love these sacrifice phases though, because if you're down and out on your coins, say Bitcoin took a dip and you're like 30%, 40% down, if you dumped it into one of these sacrifices, what are the odds that you're actually gonna recover your 30 or 40%? I mean, it's very, very good. So I think Richard Hart's just saving so many people from this crazy market.
100%. I totally agree. That's why I'm saying, like, hey, even if you didn't sacrifice yet, it's still not too late. You can still put some in, and there's a very high chance, in my opinion, that you will do very well, even with that exact, like, current bonding rate.
Is that Sean K talking?
Yes, I agree with this.
That is Sean K talking.
My bad. I just noticed you changed up all your stuff. I was just making sure it was the right person.
It's a different account. So I made like the what's on the news account. And I still have Sean K as well, but this is just like the media account that I started blogging. So I started writing all these articles, and I was asking everyone to give me some ideas.
Oh, right on.
Hey y'all, I actually have a question.
Shoot.
So I was actually trying to sacrifice more to PulseX right now, and I have like some coins like locked up on my Ledger Live that I'm not able to send because they're saying essentially, well, I've had to change the seed phrase because so when I first got my Ledger Live, I started with a new seed phrase. And since then, I had to reset the device itself, and then I've like imported my external seed phrases to it. But now that I'm trying to use what was on my Ledger Live before, it's not allowing me. It's saying, like retry, like make sure that the device matches the seed phrase that is associated with the account. And so I'm wondering if there's any way to access these funds without me having to reset my device all over and recover that other seed phrase.
Yeah, so if like exactly, so if that if those coins are on your other, if the Ledger Live is currently synced to the other wallet that is hooked up to the other seed phrase, then you would have to, unless you have another device, you'd have to reset the ledger, put that other seed phrase in, then you'd be able to access those coins and send them. And then, yeah, so that makes sense if that's what you're asking.
Yes, that's just about it.
So where do we think the HEX price is going from here?
HEX price, I mean, I think it's kind of just waiting for the sacrifice phase to be over. In my opinion, I hope it doesn't go anywhere too far at the time being, because I'm still buying HEX. But in the end, I guess don't really know, in my opinion. I mean, everything's just a psychic evaluation, I guess, or like you gotta go rub your magic 8 ball to find out. But I personally think that it's starting to like make a move out, and it's found like a little support around 20 cents, but I haven't been looking at the chart, so I can't really do any TA or anything.
Yeah, another 20x this year would be pretty awesome, from what we got last year. So I was just curious if anybody thought we were going to bust down lower or if we were going to move on up from here, because I feel like it's pretty much time where people are almost done sacrificing and everybody's going to start loading up their bag of HEX, for that copy.
Yeah, I agree, man. I mean, Daytona coming out, the diamond news, all of these like people, they're getting their like first whiff of HEX, and it's been gate kept for so long. There's so many people in the community that are putting out content, educating the public, and that's why I'm writing these articles on Medium, because it will rank better on Google. So if random people just start typing in HEX, it might do better, or just on social media. And that's why I'm just asking everyone, like, hey, if you can like it on Medium, that would help rank it out and just kind of push down all the negative BS that's out there. Because that's all I see when I type in stuff, is like the negative stuff that's like old, 2 years old, is still ranking up. It's not updated or anything.
Yeah, I definitely remember Googling HEX whenever I got into it, a little over a year ago, and it's just nothing but bash and HEX and stuff like that. And pretty much all the content out there is just bash and HEX. I mean, we've came a long way in that year, though, from where we were at, definitely seeing progress, but it's just not going to be as fast as, some people, some like coins actually like pay, for all of this advertisement and for people to, speak good on their behalf.
Did you see that BitBoy just announced that he's going to stop taking paid shilling for those trashy coins?
Yes, I saw that, and I actually saw somebody post something maybe like a week or two ago, and was like, "Oh, I work in the crypto industry or something like that," and everybody's trying to be like Richard Hart now, and I was like, I wonder if BitBoy's going to shut his mouth about all these shit coins, and maybe just talk about one that has like good tokenomics, good game theory, because like he didn't even shill Hex, but he literally talked about how he made probably the most returns ever from the $350 Hex that Motley gave him. Like, and then you have like all of his call outs and stuff. Like, I remember him saying he was one of the ones saying, Bitcoin's going to 100K by the end of the year. Yeah, XRP, this and that, just all this stuff that really didn't happen, these big call outs. And he just, people been hounding them for months and months over these call outs. So, I mean, maybe it will be good on his part for, not doing that now.
Right. I think he got a lot of death threats too, and a lot of people got wrecked. So I think maybe he's growing up a little bit too, and all of us should. And I know, like, for myself, a lot of people, they demand the price predictions like crazy, right? And they're like, tell me this and this about Hex. When is it going to do this and that? And it was so much last year, and everybody gets so obsessed with that. But when you realize the power of the T-share, that literally it could stay the same price for the rest of my life, and you're going to be set. You're really going to be set. So that's kind of a cautionary tale too for people making content in Hex, that although it's great to see what Hex can do and most likely what it will do, that we also don't want to become furus ourselves, right? And push out all these crazy promises, and then maybe it doesn't happen, and maybe people get wrecked. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting year for sure.
Yeah, you definitely see it a little bit in Hex. I know from like some of the influencers and stuff like that. But for the most part, most of the people who are promoting Hex and stuff, they always go straight to the T-share. They really don't go straight to like price predictions and stuff like that. They literally just tell you about the T-shares and the game theory behind how Hex actually works. I mean, there was a lot of people yelling, $1 by the end of the year, $1 by the end of the year, Hex, and stuff like that. But I don't know. It really just depends if sometimes people, whenever they're on the outside looking in, we might be joking about, $100 Hex tomorrow or something like that. And then somebody from the outside looking in who's, never heard of Hex or anything might think your account, is, trying to speak truth instead of, just joking around or something on social media.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, if we're talking to each other every day, even in these spaces, and then people listen to us, and all of a sudden the point that they listen to is like, hey, X has a great chance to be at $5,000 15 years from now, and they just hear that, but they don't take into consideration the type of person I am that's very cautious and is, maybe I'm throwing ideas out there, but that doesn't mean I'm serious, and I'm not predicting that's going to happen, so context is really important, like what you're saying.
Yeah, definitely. I'm pretty sure a lot of people have started to realize that context, plays a big part in social media, because most people can cut and edit clips and stuff like that, and, make it sound like, something's being like that you're portraying something else that, you might not be portraying. So, I mean, but we see that a lot in social media nowadays, especially with everybody being able to edit videos on their phone and stuff like that. And then, you got TikTok, short videos, people blasting out content and stuff. And there's not really, people can say whatever they want. So, like, trying to Google, like, hey, is coffee good for you? If you Google that, it'll tell you like 10,000 good things about coffee for you. Then if you Google, is coffee bad for you? It'll pop up with 10,000 reasons why coffee's bad for you, So it's definitely pretty difficult, to understand what's bullshit and what's truth, and where you should put your money right now.
Yeah, so Steak and Apes, did you see the article that's posted up here, or the tweet by Gerardo saying I'm forking OpenSea is what he says. Did you check that out, and what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I saw that, and I already commented like right below it saying, "Oh, I'm coming with you," or something like that, or I'm building an army of NFT guys to bring over there. I saw him in PLS NFT Marketplace talking about it on Twitter. So, of course, I liked it all. I mean, there is a lot of issues with OpenSea and their interface and how it operates and stuff like that. Pretty much, if you've ever used that web application, like, you're pretty much, it crashes literally every 5 seconds. Like, me doing an NFT giveaway, whenever I do those, I'm pretty much on OpenSea for a couple hours at a time, giving away NFTs and stuff like that. And, I constantly have to reset it, close the application. I'll try to send something. It won't send it, but it said it sent. And then I got people, why didn't I get my, NFT, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, guys, I swear the green check mark came up. It said it sent to you, and then, it didn't. So, and then they have their hidden section, like there should not have to be a video for me to explain to somebody where a hidden section on OpenSea is, like, because whatever, like, you're looking for it on OpenSea, you have to like scroll down and then scroll to the right. But a lot of people don't see like that option where you scroll to the right. So it's very difficult to find this hidden section, on their application. But yeah, definitely a lot better interface would be nice. A program that actually ran, But you got to think how much volume they're dealing with on OpenSea, and they just might not be used to that volume and stuff like that. So that could be an issue that maybe Gerardo and PLS NFT Marketplace ran into. Is the amount of volume. So whenever you have a lot of adoption and stuff, and you're growing, fast, like, it's pretty much like the same thing with Coinbase. Like, as soon as Coinbase releases their NFT marketplace, they're going to crash for a day. And then they'll be up for a week. Then it'll crash, and it's just going to continuously do that. It's amazing that, HEX has had 100% uptime. So, I mean, that's a big thing that Richard's always proud of.
Yeah, I kind of like to point out too that potentially we're not going to see 100% uptime potentially on Pulsechain. We don't know for sure, but that's fine because we will need updates, to the entire network at certain times. And it's going to happen in the future most likely, and it might not be long, but there might be a couple hours where we're going to have to shut her down and update all the validating nodes.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see how that plays out with, downtime and stuff like that. Because Richard, he's preached about that 100% uptime. I mean, now you're not just running ERC20 on Ethereum anymore. Now you're dealing with the entire layer 1, so there's going to be a lot more moving parts than there will be, with just most people just swapping for your coin and stuff like that.
Yeah, my dad's been an artist just for himself, for fun, for his whole life. And I was thinking about that whole getting involved into the NFT space just for his sake. That I could, create some kind of collection. And maybe I'll do it with my brothers where we could set it up for him and then see how it goes. But I was just cautioning not to do it until Pulsechain because I am not paying $100 to mint these things.
You don't have to on Polygon, but Polygon's down more than Ethereum's down. So, I mean, they literally ran out of gas on the platform like a couple days ago. But yeah, you can mint on Polygon for free every day. Free all day, every day. So, I mean, there's definitely a lot of different marketplaces and stuff out there and resources that you can use. A lot of people get hung up on the gas fees and stuff for NFTs on, OpenSea with like Ethereum gas fees and stuff like that. Dude, that issue has been fixed. That's like whenever I was talking to Richard Hart, a couple weeks ago in a space, I'm like, so all I hear is all these influencers keep promoting, hey, yeah, we're all for NFTs. Well, we're going to have cheaper gas fees, stuff like that. You guys, that's already been solved. They have Polygon, they have Solana. There's millions of other marketplaces out there that have very cheap gas fees for minting and stuff like that, but nobody goes there. So what's another thing that we can utilize to tell these people rather than cheap gas? So whenever I was talking to him, he's like, same exact code. So you're going to have to do less web development and stuff like that because it's literally the same code of Ethereum. So all you have to do is put it from Ethereum onto Pulsechain, change a couple things, and then you're good to go. You don't have to rewrite the storybook like they are doing on Solana with their smart contracts. You don't have to rewrite it like they're doing, with all these other places and stuff like that. So a lot of people, whenever you're promoting Pulsechain and stuff like that, we need to try and gear more towards like it's going to be easier for web developers and stuff like that rather than these other chains, like Solana, Avalanche, all these other ones that are coming out. It's going to be just a lot easier for web developers because like AVAX, they preached, hey, cheap gas. For the first, couple months, it was cheap gas. Then, it ratcheted up as the blockchain filled up. It's going to be a continuous problem with, gas fees and stuff like that whenever it comes to blockchain technology and adding more people and your network filling up. So you can't always preaching, cheap gas all the time. Like, I mean, yeah, it's good, but once it fills up, then the whole thing that you were preaching and the whole reason why somebody came to your network was cheap gas, and now you're just kind of like a liar. It's going to take a long time for Pulsechain to fill up. I'm thinking probably at least 5 to 6 years before we start running into gas issues. But I mean, it's still going to be a factor eventually.
Yeah, I really like what your point about the developers. So a lot of people really don't get this concept that when you're building an entire internet or an entire infrastructure, that the time that the thousands and thousands of code writers have put in, if you could leverage that, and then if we could just copy it and it would just, change 2 lines of code and you're connected to the other network, that's going to be way more important than cheap gas fees in the long run. Because yeah, you get the good devs that are able to do it, and then or otherwise you can make your own front end for a whole lot cheaper with your own devs because they don't have to do the whole work. They just do a little portion of it and it's hooked up, and there's a lot of smart hexagons who can get that done pretty fast. So that's actually one of the main reasons why I was skeptical about things like Solana or Cardano, and because of the problem that it's not exactly the same thing as Ethereum, right? Which Ethereum's been the number one.
Did I get rugged? Hello?
No, you're good.
Oh, right on. You cut off there for the last bit. Hex is the way, but yeah, definitely. So I mean, it's just going to be that much easier for all of these big people to move from writing code on Ethereum to writing code on Pulsechain. It'll because they've already done it on Ethereum, same thing, copy and paste, come over, change a couple lines, and you're good to go. You don't have to rewrite the entire storybook like, Solana is. That's why they're getting freaking, hacked left and right. And they're running into all these issues, causing people $20 to $30 million that is getting stolen and stuff like that, which that's ridiculous. I couldn't imagine if I lost, $20-30 million. But I mean, I guess they're on a larger scale with their, market cap and how much their, company's valued at and stuff like that. But that's crazy. Could you imagine like being that guy losing that money? Shit, I'd be mad as hell. And it was just because of the developers and stuff, not finding a bug, and you happen to be, the weak man on the totem pole and it happening to you. But so I think if we start promoting that more and then target more actual web developers and people who are writing code and stuff like that, because I think that'll be more effective in onboarding and stuff like that, because there's a lot of people like to build their own stuff in Web3 and crypto. So, if they can come over to a new chain, get that first mover average onto a new network, and they already know how to use it, they're just, it's going to be make us just like, that much better than everybody else, because now, they can move. You're going to have those Ethereum maxis. They're going to stay on Ethereum, and there's not going to be a single thing that you can tell them, to change their mind, because they are okay with paying $40 worth of gas. They've made, hundreds of thousands of X's, holding Ethereum for 7 years. So they already got that money. They don't give a shit about gas being high. But when it comes to the new people in the space, the new developers, the new tech guys coming in and stuff, and they want to build their own network, they want to build their own coin, they want to build their own NFT platform, program, whatever it may be, bam, get them over to Pulsechain, now they'll be good to go.
Did you see Gerardo forking OpenSea? I don't know if that's true, but
yeah, that's what we were just talking about. I said I was forking. After that, I said I was forking Bored Ape Yacht Club and making it Richard Hart Yacht Club.
That's dope.
But I got to head out, guys. Actually got to get on a call with Schmyrus. So tomorrow at 7, we're going to be holding the space, though. I'm going to be giving away free NFTs. I don't know if you guys have checked my pinned tweet on my page. I'll post it up top real quick if, y'all don't mind. But yeah, so me and Schmyrus, he's a Hexican. He's getting into the NFT game. He's all about promoting Hex and stuff like that. He saw what I was doing. He's like, hey, bro, let's make a collaboration. I need so we can start getting my name out there and stuff. I think he made the T-shirts for Motley for the NASCAR race. Like, he's doing a lot of stuff in the actual Hex game and stuff like that. So we're doing a collab, and we'll be giving out probably like 100 of his NFTs. He just kind of combined the Schmyrus and the Pulse Boy NFT ape. So check it out tomorrow. We'll start a space live. I asked Hex Orca to host it, but whatever Hexican or whoever's holding a space that has like a decent volume at 7 o'clock, I want to start talking about NFTs, go over it and everything, and get people a better idea of what they're getting into in the space, more or less educate them rather than all of these other top NFT, producers and guys like that who are just like, buy this, it's going to 10,000x and you're going to make all of this money. So, I mean, what I like to do on these Fridays is, give a live discussion. There's a lot of Hexkins in the community that are great artists, great web developers and stuff like that, who they got put off a little bit by the NFT space because, they had Richard Hart yelling about all the scams and stuff in the space where, I mean, any place that money flows, there's always going to be scams there. But they are great community building tools that, you know, we can utilize as the Hex community, you know, to make us look that much better to the entire crypto community and more welcoming, because a lot of new people are getting into crypto now because of NFTs. So let's show them the way to correct cryptos through our NFTs. But thanks for having me, guys. It's posted up there. I'll see y'all at 7 tomorrow.
Take care, man. See you there.
Peace, take.
Hey gents, how we going?
How's it going, Ty?
Too bad, my man. How you been?
Very good, man.
Good, man. Good. Have you guys had a look at Richard Hart's posts on Instagram just now? Oh, sorry, no, fucking a while ago. But he put something up about a stake wrap draw for doing 555 stakes through the stake wrap. Just curious as if that's him fucking around or if that's an actual thing.
What's the handle? Like, are you sure it's the official handle? I'm gonna go check. Hold on.
Yeah, man, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
He put it as what, a story?
Yeah, man. Yeah. It was up on his story. I just had a look at it just then. I think it was posted. It was posted a while ago.
I don't think he would have done that.
Oh no. Yeah, no, that's the wrong page. That's just someone trying to fucking get all the stakes go through.
Yeah, man.
Cheers.
Richard, we're not.
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Cheers, man.
So. We still haven't hit just $1 billion in beneath.
Yeah, it's teasing that billion mark. Hey,
it hasn't moved though in ETH. It's like people in ETH don't want to spend anymore.
Has it? Is it still like just before it?
It's still at. I don't know if it makes. Let me check this website.
I remember last I checked, it was 9.8 or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. It's still at. Just still at this much. Still $1 billion and 20 million.
Shit.
Fuck.
how high do you reckon this price will bounce for HEX in the coming week or so?
I don't know, man. I wouldn't even know what to say because it's not the same as everything else. It depends if people buy it or not. And everyone's just waiting, man. Everyone's steady buying, steady selling. We're waiting. We're all waiting.
That's it.
We're waiting for Richard.
Yeah.
Literally.
He's a busy man.
Like for the last 3 nights, it's been like that. Just waiting.
It's good, man. At least we all talk to each other, man. I've been in too many coins where no one talks about anything, or all it is shilling. There's no development behind it or communication. It's just terrible.
Yeah, it's like, hey guys, I don't want to show my project, but yeah. So my project is.
I don't want to show, but I've just taken all my money out of. I was in that massive DAO craze. I had probably about $2,000 sitting in all these DAOs, and now I'm down to like $500. So I'm taking what I've got left and putting it all into HEX now.
Good job, brother. Did you sacrifice?
Oh man, I got in on the. I missed the Pulsechain sacrifice, but I got onto the PulseX sacrifice. I probably put in about $450-$500. And I feel like I think I got in before the rate increased. I was on it pretty early, so I got the $1 for 10,000. So I think I'm sitting with 4.5 million Pulsex, and I'm waiting for the bridge. I had a little bit of a dabble with the game theory and everything and trying to get in early for the rates and whatnot, but I figured it's probably just safer just to wait and then get some cheap pulse and send it through that way. Yeah, no, I've been dabbling. I've been in HEX. I was in HEX Orca's big space for a while. I've just been popping in, sticking my head in, listening.
That's nice, man.
Yeah, man. I think I'm like a. Let me check staker real quick. I think I'm like shrimp 7,500 something. So I'm a small boy.
It's okay, man.
But when I put the rest of this stake through.
You know, when Bitcoin was 3 years old, someone was a small boy, but now they're pretty. If they held everything, they're probably a big motherfucker.
That's it, man. Hey, it's a long game. Got to throw the long ball.
100%, man.
I've got for the moment, I think I've got like 0.3 T-shares or something like that. But I'm shuffling through. I'm waiting on this bridge to process my all my fucking USDC. But then I'm gonna load up and pretty much double my bag. So I think I'm gonna split it up into three 5.555s.
Nice.
Hopefully that takes me from a shrimp to a crab, I reckon.
It's okay, man. The game is time. Game is time, man. And
That's all.
DCA, man.
That's it. Yeah, I was just looking at that chart too, and I'm thinking, if everyone's holding out and waiting and everyone's buying in, I bought in probably about a month ago when it was still on its way down.
Mm-hmm.
And every week I've been putting in 200 or so. So now I'm hoping to get in now before it shoots back up a little bit. And what's the correlation with the T-share price to HEX? Is that just...
It always goes up. So the
cheapest
time to buy it is right now. It never goes down.
Fair enough.
The correlation, man, from what I understand, is that it just goes up. It
just goes up.
I don't really want to know because it doesn't matter, right? Because it's gonna go up regardless. So
as long as it's going up.
All you have to know, man, is that as longer you wait, the less you're gonna get.
Oh, that's fair enough.
That's the best way I could tell it. I don't know any other way There's obviously tools. There's obviously tools. You know, go on hex.com on the links.
Yeah, no,
But
that'd be
you know, my best advice, man, as neutral as possible, is it always goes up, so it's always gonna cost you more, unless
that's fair
the
enough.
price goes down, right? But if we speak in hex
Oh
terms,
well, then
but then that's just in fiat, right? But like when you
buying opportunity, that's
when
it.
you're in crypto and you just look at fiat, you're lost. So you gotta look at it.
Yeah, no, that's
100%. You know, so yeah, man, hex is
yeah.
just look at the chart, man. I don't have to explain it. Just look at the chart.
I've been starting to try and onboard people through StakeRat.
Nice.
And using the referral link and whatnot. Like I wanna say I head a local crypto group, and I go around and I get people into DeFi and everything.
That's nice, man.
I talk to a lot of older people that are used to the whole leverage and tax side of everything, and it's all really risky for them.
Mm-hmm.
And I try and hone them into safer assets like Hex, where it's just it just keeps going up.
It's the way to go, man.
It's so much easier. Hey, like I think I put my first stake in for Hex, like I said, about a month or two ago.
Yeah.
And like just listening to all the spaces is just a better mindset than shuffling around looking at the charts, day trading like a fucking maniac.
It is. It's less stressful, eh?
Yeah. You just got your life back.
That's exactly, man. Like, I mean, I'm a hospitality worker myself. I've managed bars and shit, so I don't have much of a life to begin with. But like, what time I have spare, I can spend it doing other things. All right.
Of course.
And the rule about the markets is you're never going to be right. So unless you get something
it's
like
always
T-shares, you're going to get wrecked.
Yeah, it's always the opposite of what you think it's going to be.
Exactly, man. It's literally gambling, man. It's a roulette table.
Oh yeah, 100%.
That's why I do it with $5, man. Put a nice little 25x. Say F it.
There you go. Cheeky bit of pocket change.
And then I open a beer and I say cheers.
Yeah, that's it. Done for the week.
That's it. $5. Yeah, but why not? Who cares?
Yeah.
Could pay my.
Yeah. Why not?
I could pay my. By the end of the month, I might open my phone, and if it gets liquidated, $5. Who cares? That's how I.
That's it. A lot of the time we refer to using house money. So once you've doubled, you take your initial and you're playing with house. Yeah. And I mean, it's just even that is stressful, let alone with something like Hex. Or I mean, I'm hoping for something like Pulse, where it's just a safe bet.
Well, like you see, when I go to the casino, I only like to play, like, if I do play blackjack, it's me against the house. Always.
Yeah.
Always. I don't like it. That or if I'm at the end of the table. I can't be at the beginning.
Yeah,
you know?
that too.
I have to be at the end of the table because people just don't understand.
Yeah.
But not a lucky guy, man. It's what I've learned about casinos is it's gone. You still have it. Perfect.
That's it, right?
But no, man. Go have fun, you know. I usually buy more drinks than I play. I play like $40, $50. No, I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm not a gambler, man. The day you see me gamble thousands of dollars is because I have millions and billions.
Oh, dude, yeah, no.
You know what I mean?
The second you see 4 digits in my gamble is the second I'm a billionaire.
I sweat when I give $5 to my friend and he's playing.
Yeah, $5 profit and you're sweating like a pig.
I've always been like that, man. I've been I don't know if stingy would be the word, but I've always been like, it's my money, like Uncle Scrooge with my money, you know? I work hard, man. I remember I used to work 3 jobs. It was like, I had forgot how to spend my money. Because that was my problem as a kid, is I only knew how to spend. So I would work like an animal and spend. And then at one point, it's like, it became such a problem that like I had no money saved. I would always take my paycheck and just go out and, you know, like do what kids do, you know?
Yeah, man. You got to do it.
Yeah, I guess you're right, but it's just sad, man, because it's like fuck. I knew I was doing, you know. It's like you're aware, and you're just like, oh, fuck it, I'll make money.
You know it's happening.
Yeah.
I'm turning 21 in a few months. I'm still very much a baby.
Fuck, man.
But
Whoa, don't spend your money, man. Don't spend your money. It's not.
no, man,
It's not worth it, bro. And you're
complete
lucky you
opposite.
got
I know.
COVID. You're lucky you got COVID. You think you're unlucky because you got to stay home, but for your money wise, your bank, your pocket, you're
Oh,
lucky.
dude,
Maybe
dude,
got to work. If not, you didn't get to spend. So money saved is money
bro,
earned, bro.
that Stimmy was very much my initial crypto introduction.
Congratulations, man.
How do I spend my Stimmy and make government money work for me, right?
Enjoy. No, but you know what?
That was it. I was like,
imagine, dude. Imagine if if a fucking Stimmy is the reason why later on it was able to give you money so you could be good in life. It would be
dude, right?
It would be a fucking hilarious story. You know
How cool would that be?
It would be hilarious in my opinion. I don't think it would be pretty
Oh,
cool.
yeah.
People would be pretty pissed at you. People are gonna get pretty pissed at you, man. Tell them that. Hardworking people would be like, "You motherfucker."
You motherfucker. Yeah, man. I'm working. I want to say 2 jobs. I'll say 3 because crypto's a chore most days. Well, not for much longer with HEX, but yeah, I know how you feel. I've got mates that spend all their money. He goes to the clubs every weekend. He buys guitars and shit, and I'm sitting at home. He's like, "Come on, man, come out." And I'm like, "Nah, man. I need to put my $300 a week into crypto." And for the last few weeks, it's been HEX.
That's amazing, bro. Because at your age, forget about it. I didn't know what saving was.
Bro,
I didn't even have a savings account. I just had my checkings and my credit card.
Right?
I didn't even know you could.
Like, I remember. I spoke to my dad when I was in Saitama for that initial pump. I got in on it quite early.
Oh fuck!
And yeah, right. Shit coins, right? Shit coins.
Yeah, but if you made money, man, who gives a shit, man? You know, at the end of the day,
bro.
You know,
like I was. What was it? I was 20 years old and I had $40,000. And I was raving. I told my dad I had my first 40K, and he looked at me like I was a madman. And he was like, "Did you put an initial deposit for a house and all this other stuff?" And I was like, "Man, that's just not how this works. It needs to be in the game to make more, right?"
Yeah.
And yeah, and then it fucking tanked, and I lost it all because I didn't take it out.
Oh no.
Yeah, I was sitting here living my dream, put money in everything, and then I fucking.
Welcome to the wrecked
it's
community,
it.
man. Well, it's okay, bro. You're gonna learn, man. I can tell you my stories.
Fuck, you gotta lose.
I can tell you my stories. They're pretty funny, man. I have a lot of stories.
Yeah, I tell people that if I'm gonna make millions, I've got to lose millions. That's how it's gonna work.
He said it really well, man. Even Richard Hart says that the price of what does he say? The richest asset you pay for is the price of volatility.
I'm pretty sure, yeah. But yeah, like I remember, like I think my first introduction to crypto, I had this scammer actually make me download Binance, and I got scammed. Actually, me and my missus got scammed for like $4,000.
Oh shit!
Yeah, and it was like, okay, now I got to make this back. Now I've got Binance. How do I invest it? And then I found DeFi, and it's changed my life.
Saitama, man, crazy, right?
Dude, it was wild. I was on that early bargain, like before that first write up.
When they were like, we're gonna be the new Dogecoin.
Dude, way before Doge was even mentioned, they were still on their own bandwagon. They were just, we're gonna be the shit.
That's funny.
Yeah, it was cool.
Hey, can I ask a question here, guys? Sorry.
Yeah, of course, bro.
To interrupt your conversation there, but I need to pick up my kids from school soon. So, just quickly, I recently posted that marathon spaces by that HEX Stalker had. I ended up buying some HEX, which is for my kids for their future, right? So I did 1,000 each, so it's 3,000. Mind you, we're on a low income, so this is part of the savings that I do throughout the year. So now I said to my husband, well, why don't we just put in a little bit more, which is like 1,000 for each of us. So I'm just wondering, once I do that, what do I do with the HEX? Do I leave it? Because you guys are all talking about staking and what was the other thing? Sacrificing, which are the things that I hear the most about. But I just find some YouTube videos are really, I just don't understand what they're talking about. And I find that these spaces make it easier for me to understand, basically. So I was just hoping that somebody could give me some light in what I should do now. Do I stake now, or do I wait for Pulsechain and then stake? Or I also thought once the airdrop comes to take out some, to have some liquid and then keep the rest where it is, or I'm not sure. I need some financial advice without having the financial advice, if you know what I mean.
Okay. So,
Hey, look, famous.
yeah.
Pardon?
No, I was just gonna say, man, you take that. You take that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, financial advice is not something you're gonna get. What you are gonna get though here is information definitely about the coins. So if your main question is what is everything and how do I make it work for my best interest, you got to look at what at the first point you got to look at and see what you need to do, right? So do you understand what the ecosystem is doing? Like, do you understand? So you don't understand. Like, from what I understand, is you heard about it, but you don't understand how it works, right?
Oh, I really don't know. Like, I mean, you guys are talking about stuff. I just know that we're going to be moving to Pulsechain very soon.
Okay.
I kind of jumped into this because I felt, for some reason, it just feels right versus other things that I've probably tried to look into. I don't know. I haven't really had much interest, to be honest, but I kind of feel like I'm, just want to make some changes in my family and my household. My kids are still small. Well, my eldest is 12 years old, so he's still young, but he's,
I understand.
I don't work. My husband works, so I just want to change the financial dynamic of our house. We don't have our own house. We're just in a pretty bit of a rut, to put it that way. So I just kind of feel like, when the kids get older, I want to be able to give them something that I wasn't able to receive. And,
Yes,
anyway,
of course.
I just want to make some money, right?
You want to open them like let's say in old terms, right? In older terms, like the way we were when I was brought up. You want to get a bank account, put some money in there, and have it for when they're older. And when they're going to be older, they'll have a nice little bank account with some money in it, and they'll be able to buy whatever they want.
I suppose.
I understand.
Yeah.
So it's a wonderful product.
I can live with little, but they sort of are not really that way inclined, Not that I really want to live with little, but I want to make some fucking changes in my house. I'm sick of being poor as shit,
I understand.
Anyway.
I understand.
So when I asked Orca and a few of the other guys were saying just buy your HEX for now, you'll get the airdrop and then, stake, or I don't know, can't remember if they talked about sacrificing or anything like that, but I've seen people talking about staking, or what I've tried to find online, and they're all saying 5555 club, and then there are others asking, well, what are the benefits? So it left me a little bit confused and not sure what to do exactly. And then when I come into spaces, everyone's talking about doing this and doing that, and I'm like, what the hell's that now? So it just leaves me a bit more confused. So basically, I'm going to buy some more HEX now, coming up soon. Yeah. So that'll be 5,000 Australian dollars in total that I've put in, that's all I can really afford. So, yeah, I just don't know what to do after that. Do I stake or wait for Pulsechain to...
Well, at the end of the day, it's always your decision. It depends on what you want to do, right? I'm not a guru. None of us could tell you what happens, right? Because then that's like playing a video game at the end of the day, right?
Speculation, right? Yeah,
exactly. So what I could tell you is that if you've definitely already took the steps to onboard yourself in understanding how to take the steps to go from the fiat currency, so from your Australian dollar to crypto, you're doing well. If you already took the approach to your security. So if you have, the MetaMask or a Ledger, because if you're planning on keeping it for a long time, a piece of paper with ink on it, in my opinion, is not the best of the options. You know, you
I'm
you
gonna get a
might want.
hardware wallet. That's my
Yeah,
next
and you might
step.
want to, yeah, if you want to keep it for the kids for later on, maybe get like some people say, you know, washers or pieces of metal where you carve things in, but you know, maybe laminate it and keep it somewhere in the house, you know, so like that the ink stays in because you never know, flood, fire, you know, there's a lot of steps you need to take to make sure you keep it for that long. You know, you're not keeping it for a year. Everything for a year is easier to remember, right? But 15 years, a lot could happen. So, you know, you want to
So,
take the security measures, right? But next is if you want to stake, it's your best option because if you're not going to be part of the ecosystem, if you're not going to be active in the ecosystem, the best solution you could do is keep the coin, right? So if you don't take your PLSX or your PLS and you go and stake it, or you go ahead and do what you know what HEX does, in my opinion, I would go ahead and put your money in something that works for itself, right? A lot of people talk about T-shares working and never taking a day off. So if you want to take stuff and
so
put it for your
okay.
kids,
That's the other one, the T-shares. Yeah.
you know, the T-shares you get it for staking on HEX. So if you purchase HEX
Right.
and you keep it and you just hold it, you're not utilizing the full potential of the coin. So if you go ahead and you lock it up and you put it for a maximum of 5,555 days, which is 15.2 years, then one, you would be receiving interest. You would be getting interest due to the fact that you would be getting T-shares for the proportion of what it's worth at that time, and then those T-shares per day are going to give you accrued interest on what the T-shares pay.
So
yeah.
Yeah, so the 555, that's or the 15.2 years, is that dependent on when you actually stake, or is it as of a set date? So you've staked.
The second you press the button at 7 p.m.
So you could do that any time, right?
So the next day at 7 p.m. UTC, sorry, no, 7 p.m. for me. I'm sorry, at midnight UTC time. I'm so sorry.
Right.
So at midnight UTC time. Yeah, well, and just in case there's someone listening and I don't want to get them confused, at midnight UTC time of the day, the blockchain updates itself. The easiest way of explaining it is so it updates itself and your stake gets recognized. So from the second of that day at UTC at midnight, for 5,555 days, you will have to wait, and then on the 5,555th day, you'll be able to click end, and you'll pay a gas fee for the end stake, and then you will hopefully have life-changing money.
Okay, so so if people have so you could technically stake. You could have staked last year. And you'd be kind of, you could end your staking a year before myself, right? Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. So you would be as many days. So today we're day 801. So if you do, you know, you would do 801 plus 5,555 days, and that usually gives you a day, right? So yeah, it would be exactly from the day you stake. And
so it's about 15
when you have the tools that allow you to you could visualize it and see the date, so you could mark it down on you know, on a Google Calendar in case you know.
And so it doesn't actually, it wouldn't give you an estimate of, it would be speculating of the price or the cost of what you would accrue in the 15 years, right? Does it say how much interest you earn, or no? It's not a set amount, right?
It could give you an approximate value of how much it's worth, but every day if you go ahead and look at how much it pays out, it varies. But it's not it doesn't vary like, you know, 6, 4, 2, 1, 5, you know, it's usually like 5.9, 6 right now. It has an average of 6 about T-shares per day, but you could see sometimes 6.1 6.1 hex per day, sometimes 5.8 hex per day. So it's around that price. And apparently it should be going up with time. I don't know how it does go up. I'm not the proper person to explain it. But take into consideration that your T-shares right now is the cheapest time to buy it for that amount that you want to spend, right? So $100 today and $100 tomorrow will not buy you the same amount of T-shares.
Okay. So the T-shares just come by itself, right?
I'm sorry?
The T-shares just comes with staking.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have to request, I want to buy a T-share. No.
Well, you don't buy it, and what you do is that you have to click the button. Well, you stake,
like
and what
earn
happens?
It. Yeah.
Well, no, it's a bit more complicated than that. So what happens in the mechanism is that your coins actually get destroyed, so they get burnt, so it reduces the supply, and in exchange, the system rewards you with T-shares, equivalent to when you press stake.
Right. So if I want to end the 555 days, if I want to do it beforehand, like if I want to end it, can I do that? If there's a fee involved, correct?
A massive fee, especially for the 55555.
Yeah, let me touch base on that. So basically on most stakes, just think about the 50% time range. So if you staked for 15 years, you would need to serve 7.5 years. Otherwise, you're going to lose all of your principal and interest. So it's a hefty penalty. So yeah, you're committing to a lot. I would suggest that you would get a 5555 for each of your kids and get them 1 T share. And that's running currently at about 6,000. It's almost 7,000 hex, basically, for that 1 T share.
Right. So if I see how much hex I've got right now, I'd be able. I think I've only got like 10,000 or something. I've got 12.
That's still a good amount. I'm not gonna lie. That's very good
So
amount.
if you separated that, put it into 2 hardware wallets, and then you did a stake per each of your kids, right? You said you had 2 kids, right?
3, yeah.
Okay, so you
I've
have
got
3
3 kids.
Okay, great. Well, congratulations on that.
They get 1,000 each, but I'm not telling them because then they'll say.
Well, that's the thing, right? Yeah, so you're not going to actually give it to your kids because, if they turn out to completely horrible people in life, then you probably don't want to give them the T-shirt when it's worth $10 million.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, they could be doing better than what I could ever imagine that, or what I could ever give them anyway. You know what I'm saying? So there could be that possibility, which is great. But if not, there's always this. Okay.
So it's a great thing for them to look forward to and become, they can become the best self, thinking that they have something. Think about the kids that feel absolutely worthless through their teenage years, and some kids don't have anything to look forward to. Yeah, this could give them a positive outlook in life that could really change them or save them.
In a way, you gotta see it in a way, you gotta see it like you're investing that money and you're building a business for them. So it's like buying them a real estate where you won't never have to get a tenant. You will never have to go fix the the cracks of the tiles, or the bathroom never working, or the window breaking because someone threw a ball through it, or you know what I mean. Just you'll never have those problems. You'll never have an employee calling in sick. You'll never have a leak. You'll never have a flood. It's every day working for yourself. So in a way, it's like accruing interest every day, and it's working and paying your children. So I would really suggest, maybe I wouldn't, a lot of people say split it. But if you do it properly, I think if you're not involved with crypto, I think it would be best to have one and hold that very tight.
Yeah. I mean, I
But
originally bought some other.
A lot of people would say different. But if you're like, because then if you have 2, it's easily you'll lose half, right? But it's up to you. I would keep it hold, and you probably have a very, very safe spot in the house somewhere.
Yeah,
we say.
Are you talking about like the hardware wallet when you say that?
Yeah, some people say to put it in a cinder block in the backyard,
Oh.
and you drop it in the back.
I'll put it with the dead lizard, but the graveyard. Yeah.
It's really up to what you want to do.
Yeah, I mean, I just think having it all in the one spot for me is easier to do, but because I don't want to have to go ahead and buy 2 hardware wallets, which is still $200, which is my weekly grocery budget. That's how tight I am.
The problem you might have is the splitting, right? That's the problem. The splitting. Yeah. At the end of the day, that might be a problem, because if it's worth a couple million, it's the splitting. Even legally, it might even be a problem. Because they have to split it. Who's gonna get to take the taxes? You know, so
Yeah.
you know,
Is that in the case that if I die, like, you know what I mean? The splitting you're talking about, or
not necessarily. Like, let's say I just don't want to say anything. I really wouldn't want to comment on that as I'm
yeah.
knocking on
Oh
wood.
yeah, they could
But
end
you
up
know,
hating each other too. Yeah.
well, you know, it's not even hating each other. It's just what happens if, you know, in order to claim it, the one's on the cross of the other world, you know, and how are they gonna, you know, do the transaction? Well, obviously, you know, it's possible, but I'm saying anything's possible. You never know if the way life is, where you can't talk to each other. You know, I don't know, in-laws and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, I like what Famous is saying though about just because honestly, I would recommend having a T-shirt for each kid. But if you don't have that exact amount, it might be best to leave it together, keep it safe. And one hardware wallet is it's probably about $60 US for the Trezor.
Is that like the cheapest
Model
one?
1.
Yes.
Yeah,
The Model 1.
It's 60 euros. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That's
it's
what I
also,
was going to look at. Yeah, I think it's $120 here. I mean, I don't know.
and if
yeah,
you want
that's
my
okay.
best advice, advice, do whatever you're comfortable with. Like you said, like you really mentioned, you said I might be more comfortable. And you know, my experience, because I'll tell you, I worked at a bank, and when I would approach clients, I would always tell them the first thing you need to do is, especially when you're dealing with money, you know, it's not a car, it's your money, it's like hard-earned cash. It's you need to be very comfortable, you know, because as soon as you're uncomfortable, that's when you tend to do mistakes. So make sure you're comfortable. We could only give you the best information, and then you make your own decision, right? Please don't get influenced by other people saying, yeah, I think you should do this, or I think you should do this.
Yeah.
Do what you think is best for yourself.
Yeah. No, I think that's a good point. It's not necessarily also about comfort. It's just what I can handle right now. I'm really sort of I've just got a lot going on. My husband's just been in an accident. I care for my mum, and it's just 3 kids. You know, I don't work at a job, so I just
another option
take
you
it.
could.
I got too much load.
Another option you can consider is like you could stake 1 T-share for the 15 years, and then you could leave the rest of the HEX liquid in your wallet and wait for Pulsechain. And then you'll be able to do some shorter staking with that. Like if your income's really tight, then that might be an option too.
Yeah. Well, that was one thing I was thinking, which is kind of probably, you know, not considered a good idea, which was when Pulsechain comes, or the airdrop, you know, which will be double what I've invested. I thought, well, maybe I'll just take out what I invested and put it back, you know, into family, and stake the rest at the time. Can I stake once Pulsechain is in? Did I just get rugged?
You could. You could. If I understand correctly, you're gonna keep the HEX. You're gonna wait for it to get copied, and then you're gonna do you're gonna do your stakes on the Pulsechain side, and you'll just take back your principal, right?
Yeah, I've thought of that.
You know, listen. You know, let's say if in 5 years from now the price of 1000X, I think you're gonna regret that. But if that's what I'm thinking needed, also, you know, what's your opportunity cost, right? Like I said, what are you comfortable with? If you really need, you know, if you need that money to continue on with your life, so you could go and claim it in the future, you know, by all means, you know, you have to do what you got to do. Responsibilities over everything, right? This is obviously an investment. It's not a responsibility. First and foremost. So take your responsibilities first. So if your plan is to, you know, you want to take the chance and you want to go ahead and just take the copy and go ahead and put that for the long term, and you know you want to take a chance on that, hey, it's a very good decision. Is it the best decision to maximize your profit? Obviously not. But it could be a very profitable decision. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You know what I mean? And if you need to pull it out, then yes, you could definitely do that. That could be an option too, of course.
I just want to know if that would be the option, if that is an option, because, you know, like I said, my husband's not working. I don't have an actual job. I'm a photographer. Mind you, I am trying to get a collection together to sell as NFTs, but at the same time, that's not guaranteed either, you know. So it's just, I don't know. You just
I
never know.
understand.
I just don't know where, you know, like I have no emergency liquid, you know what I'm saying? So
that's where if you went and put all of it for 15 years, it might be very challenging for your life circumstance. That's why I was saying, if you just put in like 7,000, you put that for 15 years. The rest of it you leave liquid, and then you could have options when Pulsechain comes out. We could see Hex go $1, right? $2. And whatever money you had there could be 500% more. And then maybe you stake some of that on Pulsechain. Maybe you pull some cash out, you know, and you're going to be, it gives you options. I like to think about Hex as 3 different things in one. You can use it as a bank account, like a savings account. You can use it as short-term passive income, and you can use it as your retirement account. So I like to use it in all 3 of those ways. And I think you could start along that path by leaving a little bit more like a savings account buffer, so you're not like dying for every last dollar. And then another recommendation I would say is like, if a lot of the money I invested in crypto has been my side gig, my side hustle money. So I don't feel bad if it crashes 50%. I don't feel bad because it's extra, right? So if I did like delivery driving, I went and I got some delivery driving. Then I went and bought some Hex with it. And if worst case scenario it goes down 50%, I'm not having a heart attack because it's not my family money, right?
Yeah, that's my issue really. Like, anyway, well, actually, one other thing that I did want to ask. So when we go over to Pulsechain, can we actually just buy the coin, or like, say for example, I put away a certain amount of money each week. Like, say I save for Christmas, right? So if I did to want to buy $50 worth of Hex or Pulse each week, do I have to be swapping it over all the time? Do we know that, or do you know what I'm saying? Do I have to buy ETH all the time to then convert it, then to swap it to Hex? Or?
Once the sacrifice gets done right now as we speak, if everything continues the way it's going, yes, you're gonna have to buy ETH or an ERC20 to bridge it over, and it's gonna cost you a lot of money to go bring it
all
over.
the time. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
But
That's a hassle.
for your stakes, like for your stakes to have gas, so you could, and when I mean gas, I mean transaction fee money. There will be an option from the community where to onboard new people, such as yourself, they will be giving out free PLS for the transaction. So if you're just planning on, you know, keeping your copy, and putting that just a copy in, and you know, 15 years, you know, you amen, and that's all. You know, you throw the bottle, you put the cork on the bottle with the message in, and you throw it at sea. Then you do that like that, and you wouldn't have to go ahead and bridge over money and spend money on ETH for that. But if you would want to buy PLSX, for now, the only option, because there's no on ramping, would be to buy ETH and bridge it over.
Swap it. Yeah. Okay.
No, not swap it, bridge it over. So you still haven't swapped it yet. So it's gonna cost you money to bring it over. So if you're thinking you're gonna bring over $500, that $500 might end up being $20.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, it might.
All right. Well,
the website you mentioned,
you guys have really helped me. I have to say, I've been waiting for I've been in like these spaces for the last 3 days, and I couldn't. My request hadn't gone through to speak, so I couldn't ask anybody, and so I really appreciate you guys for helping me out. Sorry, you've probably said this many times with lots of people before,
It's our pleasure. This is why I'm here.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
My pleasure.
All right. So
I know you got to get going, but yeah, there's a website. Famous was mentioning the website called freepulse.io. freepulse.io, and that's going to be a faucet where you don't need to do anything except go into MetaMask and click connect, and then click for your free coins, and they're going to give you free Pulsechain coin. And that could potentially be worth thousands or hundreds. You never know how far these things can go. And when you have it for free, there's no risk to you, right? So it's a very great option for some of the rich, hundreds of millionaire, rich community members that are probably, they want adoption. They want millions of people using this. And so for somebody like, in your scenario, you could literally have your kids getting free coins and your husband and you could have 5 wallets and you'd be getting all free coins. And before you know it, that could add up.
Okay. So, so do I look, is that freepulse.io? Can I be looking at that now, or is that something that will be coming?
No, you can go now and test it out.
Okay. All right.
But I would suggest,
Something to
not
look at.
bombarding yourself. I would suggest not bombarding yourself. Oh, wait, wrong phone. Sorry. I would suggest not bombarding yourself with all this information.
Yeah.
We're gonna have the space open every day. Every day
Yeah.
at this time, whenever you want, lay back, have a coffee, come in, put up your hand. I followed you, so I'm gonna follow you.
Okay.
I'm gonna follow you. So whenever you have a question come up,
Yeah.
and obviously, answering your question could answer someone else's question. So
Sure.
thank you for having the courage to come up, Chris.
Oh,
Your name
thanks,
is
man.
Chris. Is it Chris?
It's Christina, and everybody
Christina?
calls me Chris. Chris, yeah,
Well,
just call me
Christina, it was
Chris.
my
It's
pleasure.
fine.
You
Thank
should call
you.
me the famous. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I saw you in one of the other spaces the other day, and I think I followed you
I would
from
give
there.
I would give my name, but unfortunately,
That's okay.
there's some crazy people in the world.
Yeah, that's okay. I get it. That's why I'm called Chris. Yeah. So hardware wallets, Trezor one is the best one. Lastly.
I just got mine today, so I'm gonna be a bit biased. I really like it. I've used Ledger for a long time. I really like it. There's for you, I don't think there would be that much of a difference, but I think the Treasure would be better.
Yep. Okay.
I think the Treasure would be better.
Okay then. Which I've heard before, and that's what I was leaning towards. But somebody said that
A lot of people in the community like it. So if the chances that you're in a community that's very helpful compared to maybe a customer service or online directory of FAQs is not the same, right?
Yeah.
So for us, you have a Telegram. You go in, you have questions, anyone will answer you. I know Hex is the way is in there. He can tell you firsthand that if you need help, the community has you, and we're all going to give you the right information. And if we know someone's giving you the wrong information, trust me, a lot of people would have definitely have shut me down if I wasn't giving you the right information. That's for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I just find, as a novice, I find you guys easy to understand. So appreciations. Okay.
It's
all
hard
right,
to
guys.
understand this. It's hard to understand it, but good job.
Well, there's
though.
just
Thank
so
you for
much
coming.
going on. It's like, yeah, it's a new language to learn. Also, if you come from, making coffees and taking photos, it's a whole new world.
I was
Okay.
parking planes, so don't worry about it. I completely
There we
understand
go.
parking planes, cutting grass. So I trust me, I know.
Well, thanks, guys. I'm going to head out now. I've got to get my kids from school. It's the end of the afternoon. So once again, I'll see you around. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. What a nice lady. So yeah, I hope I did
so
well,
much respect
right?
for that kind of. Sorry, man.
So I hope I did well because no one said nothing, right? So I guess I did well.
I didn't want to step up, man. Like, I've been listening to you guys talk for a few days now, and it's just everything you say. It's a very broad answer, and it's blanket gonna at least lead someone on to another question or at least to an answer. So like, I just wanted to step back.
Listen, man. I want people to get it, because sometimes it's too, like, bombarding people with information is not the best way to do it. But it's hard not to bombard it because anything we could say is, and for some newcomers, is a bombarding, right? It's bombardation.
It's almost
Yeah.
just as bad as them needing the question answered as the first place. It's just adding more to the pile, right?
Yeah, of course. But it's okay though, because sometimes they want it to be like. Sometimes I get like people to ask me, they're like, "Can you dumb it down though for just a bit?" I'm new. I'm like, well, if I dumb it down, you'll never learn because I need you to ask me the next question because then I'll know where we're at.
Exactly.
It's tricky.
You walk a very fine line, man. You do it well.
Thank you, sir. I have. Well, you know, when you work and you do that, I've done it already. It's helped me, but you know, it's hard to walk a fine line, honestly, man. Neutrally, because you know like myself too. Like I'm really hyped, you know, and like sometimes I say things and I try to take it back because it does sound too positive or too negative. I try to stay very neutral because it's what's needed, I find. But it's hard, man. It's hard to not be excited too, right? But don't get me wrong. I like being sometimes the party pooper because it makes people think, you know.
I tell you, man, I am very, very, very much just. I've got mad respect for you because I cannot do that. I'm like I said, I'm a hospitality worker and I've got to be hyped. I don't really have that that mental filter until post, right? Like afterwards.
Yeah, man. Well, you know, my mom always told me treat people the way you want to be treated. So.
Oh, exactly.
I try my best.
Do well. I've got a question actually. So when Pulse launches and that the network's up, I've got like I said, I've got active stakes already. Will I have to restake my HEX on the Pulse chain, or it's already active? It's copy paste.
If it's already staked, it's getting copied, so you're just gonna see it staked.
Yeah, cool. So it'll be same amount of HEX on Ethereum, same amount of HEX on Pulse. It'll all be there still.
Well, you have to understand that it's Ethereum HEX and then it's
E HEX and P HEX. Yeah,
because they're not the same. They're not the same yet.
No, yeah.
When you get as soon as it's copied, they're not the same. You get you're gonna get
it's an equivalent
version. Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. It's the best way to put it. But hey, one day it might be worth more than the other side. One side might be worth more, might be worth less.
Oh man,
one side might have a different APY than the other.
What's his name? Hex Orca. I was in that chat and they were talking about all the game theory between people out buying on Ethereum and only buying on Ethereum and only buying on Pulse and all sorts of how the APYs outweigh each other, and it's really interesting stuff.
You know, in my opinion, man, if it's gonna be what we want it to be, it doesn't matter what happens. It's gonna go up.
This is true. This is true.
Not, you know, it will only matter maybe in, you know, because it's the only time that really does matter, in my opinion, because it could pop at any time, right?
Oh yeah,
the only time it matters is when you finally decide that you had enough.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you, 100x, man.
You reckon?
It's hard to not look at it and say, "Fuck! I just did 100 times, man. I just 100x'd my bag."
Yeah, right.
And then 1,000. Like think about if someone had to do like, you know, I wouldn't even put Hexa. I'll say Bitcoin, right? So someone in Bitcoin, because there's not a lot of stories of someone who bought it at the beginning and still has it. So
you barely hear about it.
You know, many people like you think how much you think the guy was shaking when he put it with 1,000x. I'd be shaking.
I wouldn't.
Every dollar you put is 1,000. I would have been shaking.
I couldn't look at it, man. I couldn't look at it.
I'd be like, shit, man. You know, it's just X. It just, you know, every dollar goes up, it X's, and just anyways.
Every time you look at the chart, you think about it, you want it to happen, and then it's there. It's like,
So it's hard, man. So the you know that to me is like, you know, that's why Matty All In. I don't know if you've seen his YouTubes. You know, he does therapy where it's like, you know, you got to be
sudden wealth syndrome.
Yeah, pretty much. And it, you know, when I told someone about it, they laughed and they're like, "Bro, are you serious?" I'm like, "Yeah, man. It's like
it's a thing, man. It happens.
Imagine you can't touch it. Like, you
right?
Continue your life, but in the back of your head, you're like, you open up your PC, it's worth $40 million, but you're struggling to pay your bills because you can't touch it. And if you touch it,
you're at 7.5 out of 15 years, and you've got 40 mil. Say you got 40 mil sitting in there, and you're halfway through your stake.
You know, man, there's probably someone out there, unfortunately, that feels that way because, fuck, man.
That's it. Because what?
$500, $600, and I were to have millions of dollars right now, like
dude,
right now,
the turnover.
I'm here, or even before before I pick myself back up, I would have my hands would be clamping. I'd be shaking. I'd be like, man, I need this. I'd be like, I'd give up all this money just to pay my bills. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Just to
right.
pay just to pay my credit card. I don't want to ruin my credit. You know, I don't
The
want 3 jobs. You know, like a lot of people, like there's people out there that it's something that's like, oh yeah, wonderful. But then what are you gonna do when it happens? You know, and this is all aware that in our community, it's like we're all, it's like you need help, someone's always there. You know, it's not like a community where it's like, you know, I don't know if you've been around the NFT community, but you know,
oh yeah,
they're not there for you, man. As soon as something goes wrong, they're gone. Here everyone, like, you know, anyways, I don't want to get into it, but someone,
there's always.
unfortunately, you know, everyone's here for everyone. So
I found especially that there's always someone that's come from a different line that's got so much more experience and something to share from a different, like, I was listening before. I think it was you or what's his name? Someone else was in here, and he was from State Line, or someone that was doing like you're ex-banker, correct?
Yeah, I worked at the bank.
Like it's a crazy space.
There's a lot of people in finance in here, and it's really awesome to hear. You know, there's one there's Crypto Bit Law. He's a lawyer from, I think, from Louisiana. There's so many cool people. You know, there's anyone. There's construction workers. There's normal, normal everyday worker people, normal mom and dads, and brothers, sisters. You know, anyone. We don't. You know, it's like the community that everyone wished they would be in, but it's finally there. You know, it's like it's hard to explain.
Could not be better said, I reckon, man. That's I mean, personally, just being in this space for the past 2 months, like I said earlier, it's just opened my mind up.
Exactly, it changes your head. It changes. Like, you have to live it to believe it, in my opinion, because a lot of people don't understand. They're just like, okay, it's just another thing, but soon.
You get
it's not even viral. Like, how happy do you feel? It's not viral.
You get a lot of outsiders too saying, "Oh, they're cultists. They're very in their own network." And for some projects, yeah, that's 100% true. But like, we have such a broad conversation scape, even just in this chat, but in all the spaces. Like the conversation varies so much, and it's just being a part of it's amazing.
And there's a lot of people, man. I've heard a lot of things from a lot of people, like, just hear their professions and their experience, like, even just not random people coming in, the daily people that are in this, that come in my spaces, like, it's so fucking cool to hear who they are. Like, it's like, whoa, you do that? That's awesome, you know?
Yeah, right.
So, yeah, man, it's sorry,
Everybody shows their project. Richard Hart said it best. I mean, Bitcoin was a scam. Real estate's a scam. The bank is a scam. Ethereum is a scam. I mean, you can talk to anybody. For me, I'm a construction worker, and I bet you I can build a house better than the guy that's going to come 30 minutes after me, that's going to quote you on building your house. You know, bottom line is, who do you trust? It all boils down to you. What do you need? And who do you trust? Who do you want to build your house?
And the community is so, like, the way that the community helps, it's like there's no excuse. Like, look at Richard Hart, right?
The dynamic.
It's not even that. You look at Richard Hart and what he does for people: streams, answers questions, answers DMs, does this, the coins, not even just the coins. Everything he does, he's a multi-billionaire.
Buys diamonds, bro.
And he does it for free. He's not even getting paid to do this, you know? Like, he doesn't give a shit. He does it all for free. So if he does it, what the fuck is our excuse? What's our excuse to not help everyone that's in this chat? And that someone comes up and says, who am I to be better, right? I tend to sound like I know more, but it's just because I have experience. It's just like, if you would have done 8 years of 7 to 10 hours in crypto and lost a lot of money doing transaction fees and got wrecked and do this, and I hope no one ever gets that, you would have that experience too, right? It's like, there's people in the chat, and, you know, like you, like JR in construction. I definitely don't know how to build a house. I know how to hit a hammer, but I definitely don't know how to build a house. You know, there's people in here. You know, I love to hear Chris talk. It's like his experiences of his work. It's like the time he's put in. It's like It's like, wow, I want to listen. It's that's experience, you know. And I've learned that experience is the best thing you can get. It's the best. Even experience at McDonald's, fuck. It was one of the best jobs I've ever got in my life because it taught me how to fucking be a savage ass worker. That's it. So, you know, you got to look at the positivity and everything. And this community really shows that. It's like no one has an excuse to not help you to the fullest, which is wonderful because it's like, look at Richard Hart. He does that for everyone. Why can't you? And that's how I felt. So I was like, what, man, I gotta be able to do more than what I'm just not going to stay here and listen to all these people give me this information. I'm going to help people too. I'm going to do my, you know, anyways. So I hope, yeah, man, this fucking community is awesome.
That's it, man. I've been a bit of a SpongeBob myself the past, I want to say, month. Hey, just I'm aware that I'm a very naive child when it comes to the financial world so far, and I know that I'm ahead of some people. I want to say most people my age, and that the fact that I'm in my saving grind now rather than later. And I'm investing and doing everything else. And I try to onboard my friends. I'm not even onboard, just educate them about saving rather than investing. And I feel like, it's tough to put into, I'm stumped.
It's okay, man. It is hard, man. It's hard to do a lot of things. You know, at the end of the day, you wake up every morning, right? And you're doing a very good job, man. Don't worry about it. Just think positive, man, because it's unfortunately there's someone out there that has it worse. Even if you think you've got it the worst, there's always someone. I
100%.
I can't imagine what the worst person in the world feels like. Like, it's sad to say that, man, but to think about it like that, but like, you know.
But the amazing thing is, if you go to some countries where they have absolutely nothing, you walk down the street, and some of those people, especially
the happiest people in the world,
are so happy. They're so happy.
That's it, man.
There's a lot of perspective that we need to change in, I guess, Western culture or even Eastern culture. A lot to do with, you know, pushing these material things, and really. HEX actually promotes something that goes beyond that you don't need to cash out everything for some Lambo or something, that you're going to have sustained wealth throughout your life if you make the delayed gratification a part of your daily practice.
Yeah,
that's it, man.
If I would have kept my Bitcoin, man. If I would have kept my no, listen to me. Like, this is a story, right? If I would have kept $1 of my Bitcoin, and I would have invested $1 in Ethereum, and then I would have took $1 and put it in BNB and kept it, just kept it, and then put $1 in Phantom and kept it, and then $1 in AVAX and kept it, and $1 in HEX and kept it. Do you know how fucking shit rich I would be, man? It would have been thousands and thousands of X's on X's on X's on X's on X's. It would have been ridiculous. But I didn't, because I traded and I got wrecked. I made my 2X on portfolio, but I got wrecked. In my opinion right now, I got wrecked. I got fucking wrecked. Because I know now what I didn't know back then. But I could tell you, trading, you get wrecked. If I would have delayed my gratification, if I would have had a tool that could have allowed me to delay my gratification as someone like myself, which I know that I'm going to spend the money if I know I made it, because I think I'm going to believe in myself that I can make it again. Unfortunately, sometimes I get dicked when I think that, because I do too much. You know, too much of something is not good, whether it's good or bad. So delaying gratification, unfortunately, is so neutral. It is what it is. It's not more or it's not less. It's you delay your gratification. That's it. That's all. And I feel so fucking less anxious about my crypto portfolio. It's just, I don't care. I don't even look at a chart, and I've been looking at charts for the last couple of years. I never thought I wouldn't be looking at charts like the way I am now. All thanks to HEX.
And yeah, if you look at the market crash today, most Mexicans could care less right now. You know, because we are diversified out of what everybody's getting wrecked on.
Ty, I guess just take a look at yourself in the mirror. Ask yourself how old you are, where you live, what your opportunities are around you.
Oh, my bad, man. My bad, JR, you're muted. Sorry.
Yeah,
My bad.
Ty.
Yeah, JR. Yeah, yep.
Yeah, take a look at yourself in the mirror. Ask yourself how old you are, where you are in the world, what your opportunities around you are in that place where you are in the world today, and evaluate the opportunities you have in front of you. Like, again, it's always the easiest thing to do in any situation is always to compare to the crisis of others, which is why, for me, it's easier for me to speak about the mistakes I made to help other people. But for me, I come from a construction background. So for me, my time is money. If I work on something, I'll make money because I'm investing my time and I have a trade that brings me to a point where I can make money in this. But you can look at as volatile as crypto can be in the fiat world during the pandemic. If you would have asked someone to buy a revenue property before the pandemic hit, it would have been like, yeah, you know what? It's a bit expensive. We should wait. Then when the pandemic hit, it was astronomical, the prices that people were selling revenue properties for. And when you would talk to real estate agents, they would be like, just buy it. If you have money, just buy it now. Buy it now. Don't think it's going to crash. Just buy it now, because it's not going to crash. If it does, you have a revenue property. You have people paying your mortgage. And when you look at HEX, you have it's an entire ecosystem of variables that can happen. You're staking your money. You're making T-shares. And you have no control. You can be playing video games, man. You couldn't care less about what happens in the market. You couldn't care less.
I tell you what, I totally was just playing video games.
Yeah, well, it's stake and chill. It's stake and chill. That's literally what it is. And I'm a stressed out person by nature. I'm stressed out, especially when it comes, even if it's money that I'm willing to lose. I'm not really willing to lose it.
You're never willing to lose it.
Exactly. Let's not be stupid. However, you're scared at the beginning. You jump. You know, you're like that kid on the diving board there, and like everyone's pumping you up to jump in the pool, and you got one side, be careful, be careful. The other side, go do it,
do a flip.
Exactly. You know, and all you want to do is do the flip. You know, and the water's warm. Everyone's having fun. You're that guy looking in the mirror on the diving board, though. That's pretty much what it is. And when you do make that jump, you gotta be willing. You gotta be willing to play with the chips that, God forbid, who cares? You know, you can't bet the farm on it. And if unfortunately in the ecosystem, even if you do bet the farm on it, it makes it's just better for the ones that didn't bet the farm on it. That you understand what I mean?
I 100% get where you're coming from. Is it just JR?
Yeah, so far, yeah.
Yeah. Man, no, I get what you're saying, and I appreciate it heaps. Hey, like at the moment, I'm hospo. I work full-time hospo, and then when I can, I do construction gigs. I'm just a cement worker for my dad, and like I put 200, maybe even 300 if I've been working extra hard into HEX, and then that's it, 200 a week. And I mean, that's more than most.
Do it.
That's it, man.
That's fucking amazing, man. At your age, for just like think about it, how much you make?
Oh, weekly?
like think about how much you make, right? Now do the percentage. You don't have to tell me. Do the percentage of how much you're putting away to something that you have no expectations of, right?
Yeah.
So that's amazing, man. That's amazing. And you're gonna have so much more to have. Like you have, personally, you have 10 years. You have a decade.
Yeah. And I tell you,
decade, you're at where I'm sitting at right now in my life.
And I tell you what,
Literally,
man, I've been pinching myself. I've been in crypto for about 18 months, and I'm pinching myself that I only found this 2 years ago. Hey, it's two months ago.
It's okay, man. It's okay, man. Your life's been moving slow, man. Watch, now you're 21. Now watch your life. It's gonna go.
That's it, man.
Of a finger. I'm telling you,
That's
it's gonna
it.
be a snap of a finger, man.
I
remember I was
19 2 weeks ago, man. That's how I feel.
And I laughed at someone at my age telling me this. I was like, yeah, I'm such an idiot. Fucking dumbass. Why are you telling me? Why is this old man telling me this? You know, fucking old guy, oldie, fucking.
I've got
man.
No, don't say that. I've got so much respect for all.
I said that when I was a kid, right? But now.
Okay. I was gonna say, man. I was gonna say.
No, don't worry about it. I don't. I'm personally, I try my best, but I said that when I was a kid. I was naive. I thought I thought it was Superman. Forget about it.
Man, I'm a different kind of naive. Hey, like I find something and I'm all over it, and I'll jump in, and then I'll see how I go, and then I'll tell people, and I'll get hyped, and then that's what I did with the big DAO hype when everything went, all the Olympus forks and everything.
Oh shit, man! You were on Ohm.
No, I wasn't in Ohm because I was like, I don't want to be on the big boy. I'm the same with Bitcoin. I'm like, I know how it works, and that's all I need to know. I don't want to be in it. I want to be around it and buy anything that goes against it.
I understand.
And then, so I was same kind of concept with Olympus. I was in anything else I could, all these high, crazy APYs and shit. And then I got tanked, and then I was scrummaging. I'm waiting on a bridge. I just pulled all my money out of everything, taken loss on heaps. And I've got it all in USDC, and I'm going to buy some HEX when this bridge sends everything through.
Okay, but wait. Why don't you buy it now?
Oh, so no, I'm waiting. It's mid transaction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no,
I thought you were waiting for the. I thought you were waiting for the Pulse bridge, and I was like, man, why don't you buy it now? You're gonna get a copy.
I'm all about that. I can see where people come from, where they want liquid and they want it to stake on Pulse, but I'm all about that double. I just want to have it now so I can get that double.
Nah, and you want at least 25% of your HEX, at least in a 555, man. I understand.
Oh, dude, I
understand now why Kareem said 30%.
Yeah,
I understand why Kareem says 30%. Like, I really do understand now.
100%.
Now that I've explained it, I've looked at it, I've analyzed it, I've seen what it does. You know, because you don't see it in a week. You need like you need a 1 month, 2 months, 3 months to really see. Be like, holy shit, that actually happened in 2-3 months, and the price hasn't even moved. And
it's happening.
You know what I mean? And then you got to think like, there's people out there with 10,000 T-shares, but it costs them like nothing.
Dude, but what I wouldn't give, right?
But listen to me, man. It's okay, because in 15 years you're gonna be that motherfucker with a lot of T-shares because you bought it 15 years ago, and you have the most T-shares for that buck. So when someone needs to get as many T-shares as you have, it $500 in 15 years from now it might cost $50,000. So you're gonna need $50,000 to buy what you bought 15 years ago for $500.
That's it, man.
That's insane. You know what I mean? It's not a price prediction, but I'm just saying, and as an example.
Oh man, no, that's in my opinion. I want to say that's an underball. That's a low ball.
At the end of the 15 years, you're gonna be like, why couldn't you do it for 20?
Yeah, why didn't you put more in?
Richard, why?
Yeah.
But yeah, man, and also the aspect, a lot of people, they don't say it, but I say it, is you're getting into an ecosystem at the very beginning. It's not just coin. Man. It's not just a coin. It's an ecosystem. It's fuck, man. It's gonna, even if I'm not saying it, I think it's gonna be super good, but even if it's shit, people are gonna use it and try it, and you're still gonna make money off of it if it's shit. But I know it's gonna be so good, man. I know it's gonna be good because you could see it, you could read it, you see what it's doing. No speculation. It needs to do what it's saying, but if it does what it says it's gonna do, holy shit.
It's I always forget the bigger adoption curve as well.
700
When you
days.
look,
It's like 700 days.
that's it. Yeah, like when you think about it, what's the global crypto percentage of amount of people that have invested in crypto? Isn't it like 4% or 3.5% or something like that of the entire population?
Well, let's just put it like this: with all of crypto put together, we're able to buy Apple, and that's it.
Oh yeah, that's it.
That's
Only
it.
Apple.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Which is
all of us put together. All of us.
You have to look a little bit. You got to look into the retirement accounts, right? So what HEX is designed, to replace is actually a store of value that's literally retirement for the entire world. And that's kind of our product market fit, right? And that market, it's insane. And if you add up derivatives on that play, it's over $1 quadrillion. So yeah, we're just scratching the tiniest dust in the sand of the ocean.
You didn't even mention the transportation industry. You didn't even talk
Oh,
about
man.
the food industry. You didn't
All
even
of
talk about the clothing industry. He didn't even talk about the real estate industry. He didn't even talk. Well, actually, he did. But there's so many things. Just the transportation industry. I'm sorry, I don't care. If anyone knows business, the transportation industry, transporting, importation, exportation is, you're able to properly classify, document, and transact crates. There's going to be technology, the NFT technology, the blockchain technology in those domains are going to revolutionize things. It's going to revolutionize.
I remember when the phrase tokenized real estate first got popped onto social media, and that's what kind of drove me into the NFT space. And then I kind of got a bit distracted. And as you do, you throw $100 on an NFT on. I was using Binance NFT space, and you just see how you go. You flip it for an extra $20 or so, see what happens.
I don't see, but I see the real estate thing like that. Maybe 20 years.
Oh, it's extremely long term.
It needs one more cycle, because the I don't think the older people will be comfortable doing it as an option, unless it just the whole market just switches and says, no, now you need to sell your house, you need to tokenize your house, or you need to
something as deep rooted as real estate.
You need to blockchainize your house, and the whole world's like that. I don't see it in the next 20 years. That I don't see.
No,
I see education, because education is big.
100%.
Education.
Yeah,
100%. Education, transportation, medical documentation. Apparently, it's worth a lot of money, but it's not really. But it is.
Is this the general software, or is this the?
No, actually, documentation. Yeah. Like people, like it's worth money, man. Like people, not like certain documents not getting in the hands of certain people. I know because it's yeah. But it could be an industry. We know the big farmers. They do a lot, man. Just look at BlackRock. Just look at any domain they own. It's the biggest domains out there. But also transportation, I feel like it could do a lot. Plane tickets, bus tickets, cars, buying gas, tokenizing barrels, having crates, cargo, all that stuff could be used in like blockchain, right? So
that's it, man. That's an aspect that I hadn't thought of, is mass wholesale shipping, right?
Dude, I worked at the airport. You know how much money is in the airport, man?
Oh,
you
dude.
You don't even see it. You're just there going on vacation with, it's like the plane's 2 minutes late cost them something like 25 grand. That's just thrown in the air. Like, might as well just throw it in the air and have it fall and rain on you. It's like 2 minutes. Jesus. Gas is how much. A plane could take up to 400,000 liters. I don't know how in American how much fluid ounces that is, but anyways, liters.
That's not Air Force One.
No, it's not an Air Force One, man. There's like 47,000. I could go look it up for you, man. An Airbus 330 takes like about. When I was looking at the gauge, because I was right there, man. I used to freeze my ass off under the wing waiting for these gas fuel guys to finish their fueling, like a little Boeing 737 might take a couple, like it could take like 5 digits worth of liters of gas, of rocket fuel. And it's not gas, it's rocket fuel. Not rocket fuel, sorry, plane fuel or whatever the fuck it's called. It's not the thing you put in your gas. It's way more expensive. You know, and then there's just parking at the bridge is like a couple that. Then you have it's just money all over the place. The cargo inside is worth money.
I got to get into the aviation industry. That sounds like.
Yeah, liabilities, my friend.
That's it. That's it.
Instead of breaking your back in cement, from what I understand.
Oh, fuck that. Yeah, no, I'm out of there.
Honestly, man, as a kid at 21, man, at 21, 21 was 10 years ago. 10 years ago was what, 2012? Yeah, so I was like 23, 24, man. Yo, I was working maximum of 96 hours a week at the airport. I was able to work up to 96 hours a week. Fuck. That was crazy.
Oh, yeah.
I was sleeping there. Sometimes I would sleep there. I would just be like, why? I would say in my head, okay, I'm getting overtime. Do I just sleep on this little couch here or this chair, or like, fuck it, for 5-6 hours, make an extra, make an extra $150. So it's like in my head, I'd be like, the opportunity cost. Would I pay myself?
That's it, man.
$150 to sleep there for tonight? Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do the overtime. I'll just sleep, do the one plane in the morning, then go home and go straight to my bed.
That sounds like a sweet deal.
It wasn't, man. 16-hour days. Is you walk back to your car, you're like a zombie. You're like,
man, if only you had that crypto.com card and you had that airport lounge.
Exactly.
That's it, my man.
Well, yeah, right, bro. They were always closed, the airport lounges in Montreal. Forget about it. It's fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Airport lounge.
Do many of us actually have that crypto card yet, or are we on our way to getting it?
As a Canadian, I do have it,
yeah. Yeah, cool.
And what's cool for me is that I could put my Canadian account and European account. So if I need to transfer money between my accounts as a dual citizen, I don't have to send a wire. I could just...
Really?
Yeah, I could just go bang, bang.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was told to... If I was ever to take a large sum of capital gains, instead of taking it directly through the central exchange and then to my bank account, to just leave it on crypto.com and spend it through the card.
No, it doesn't. No, it's the same shit.
No,
you're gonna get screwed because you still have taxes. You still get like
there's still transaction tax, I believe.
On every sex, I know it sounds really bad, but on every centralized exchange, sorry, and every centralized exchange, they have like an API where you could track that. So you could go on the bottom of crypto.com.
Yeah.
They have a tab taxes, and you could get that, and you could add every APY. So for me, like in my case, I have Gate.io, KuCoin, Binance, I have Crypto.com, I have my Bittrex, I have my... Anyways, I have all these things, right?
Yeah.
So what I do is I connect all my APYs, and then it downloads all my transactions, and then it calculates my taxes for me, and then I take those papers, I bring it to my accountant.
No way.
I swear to God.
Fuck me, that's what I'm doing.
But I'm a Canadian. I'm a Canadian.
You see that? I'm in the land down under, so it'd be probably different down here.
You probably works the same, but if you can go ahead and check it out, maybe you have an option. As a Canadian, it's that easy. And if I can't wait to be a resident of Europe, because when I'm a resident of Europe, I ain't paying a dime for crypto taxes. My friend doesn't pay a dime.
Like I said, I network with quite a few older individuals that are. I know one or two people that are very, very well off, Bitcoin maxis from the start. Like they've got quite a lot of money, and they use all of this Excel spreadsheets and software to analyze their taxes and all sorts of crazy stuff. And he showed me like this huge spreadsheet, and then he was like, "Oh yeah, but I didn't miss a cent for tax or whatever." And I was like, "That seems like a really long way to go about doing that."
It is, but it's like it is, but I've seen people come in. I've dealt with people at the bank that the person comes with a bank book and writes everything down.
Yeah.
And it's that's the way banking was done. Not our generation, and probably not you, but I've seen that, and I've had it as a kid. I've had that bank book, and I've put down, and I've written in that little bank book. Like I've had that bank book, so it's very recent, man. That life changed, really. Like I had, and you had a computer at school. Impossible you had a computer. You were lucky if the school had 2 or 3 computers. Now it's like the school doesn't have computers. It's like, oh my God, it doesn't get enough funding, you know? But that's another thing I don't want to talk about because I'm in Canada. But unfortunately, I don't have the rights to say that because I'm very privileged for education. But, it's just, getting at like, it's also like where does crypto gonna bring you? So if the taxes are gonna be better in a certain place than others, it's like it's gonna one day be all together. Unfortunately, with Americans, I don't know how it works, but it sounds very complicated.
Yes.
It sounds very complicated. One day it's gonna be amazing for them. One day it will be because they will stop because it's gonna be inevitable. But where are you from? Because you have an accent.
Myself?
Yeah.
I'm from Brisbane, Vegas, so Queensland, Australia.
I was presuming Australia. I just didn't want to, assume.
So you're basically Canadian. No. You're basically a Canadian then.
I want to say so, yeah. I've always wanted to move to Canada, but then I remember I had a Canadian friend tell me that it's the same either way. You're better off staying here.
It's the same all around.
So explain to me exactly what it is right now for you, without getting too political.
Say again for me, sorry.
No, I said without getting too political, obviously, because or else me and you could go on forever. Else.
Oh man, I don't turn the TV on. I don't even listen to the radio, man. I don't give a shit about politics. Hey, I stay as far away from it as possible. I think it's all just really, really outdated opinions in suits with a lot of money trying to preserve their money.
Because you're staking and chilling, that's why.
Yeah. That's it, man. I'm in my own little bubble, man. I don't even let. I have to vote. When I vote, I pick the youngest 3 people. That's it.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I haven't voted.
That's the most inevitable thing.
I haven't voted once in my lifetime.
Oh, famous! Don't say that.
Don't say that. Don't put that on.
Don't say that, famous.
I don't give a shit. I couldn't care
Don't
less.
put
It didn't make a difference. It didn't make a difference, in my opinion. It would not have made a difference. I'm sorry.
It's your civic duty, man.
Do you?
I don't
You have to pay a
civic duty to what, bro? My heart's to you know where. Civic duty, bro.
You still gotta vote, though.
I pay taxes. No, I don't have to.
Do you pay? Do you pay a fee, or I want to say a fine for not having voted?
No, it's my right. It's my right. I don't have to. I don't want to. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't want to understand. It's like
that's it, man.
It's like, what's the difference? I don't know, but like as a Canadian, like JR, between me and you, because obviously a lot of people could say why, but as a Canadian, like personally, provincial and federal, what makes a difference? Our provincial laws negate most of the federal. So why the fuck I literally said fuck it. It doesn't make a difference for us, bro. You would have to go to Ontario. You would have to go to like Nova Scotia or Saskatchewan or even Alberta to get any of the benefits. As a Quebecer, we're fucked. You get provincially screwed dick. Excuse me for my French.
That's not true, though.
Like again,
come on, you're allowed your opinion, but I disagree. I think my vote matters, and that's all I have.
I know my vote
this
matters,
conversation,
but who you're voting for?
evolved.
Who you're
the
voting for? Okay.
conversation, famous. It evolved from taxes.
I understand.
There's like we're at like the third part, which is guaranteed in life. You have death, taxes, and you're
okay. But the last election, man. The last election, honestly speaking, the last election. What was our chance that the Conservatives were going to win? What were the chances?
Well,
they weren't going to win. They weren't going to do anything. It was going to be the same shit. It was gonna be the same shit. Okay, I'm not gonna start.
I
You know
did.
what? You call me later. We're
Can
gonna talk.
can I
Call
can
me
I
later.
stick up for a second?
Call me later, though. Yeah.
This is why I stay out of politics.
No, I know, but I think I got away because now we're two Italians going at it, like as if we were at the bar. I'm having a beer right now, so
Yeah, that's
I
it.
told him, call me later, and we're gonna talk about it because me and him are gonna go over. People might look at it like, oh my god, these two are really not what they are, but it's just the Italians out of us getting out. You know, it could be a little banging, a hand banging, and this, and then bro. You know,
I didn't want to ask, but yeah. So
yeah, the arms,
you're
the
at
arms, right? Like right now, you know, like no one could be in my distance because my arms are moving, and JR's too. I could tell his arms are going like the hotel.
We're just talking over here. We're just talking.
Yeah,
This is just normal
yeah.
discussion.
You can come knock on my door. I know him. Don't worry about it. But no, but it's very it's you know, my opinion. It's just at the end of the day, it's my opinion, and yeah. But I could definitely tell you, I'm gonna vote in the Dow. I can fucking bet your ass I will.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, man. I'm definitely voting in the Dow. I can guarantee you.
I can't wait until Hex is an island somewhere, and they're run by a governmental DAO, and then we're all there chilling, parked up in our yachts around this island.
Yeah. You know what? The first time I'm actually gonna vote in life is when I'm gonna be an official Italian. And I'm gonna go to the fucking and I'm gonna vote to the Italian Parliament. That's the first time I'm gonna vote in my life. I swear you, JR, I'm gonna do that. J Future, what's up, man? That's the first time I'm gonna do it.
Look, man, I think it's hilarious, dude, that you're saying you're gonna vote in the DAO, but you would never vote in an actual election, because what it seems like you don't understand is that it's the same thing. Just like you can say, "Oh, I don't have a vote," just like you can say, "Fuck it, I'm gonna work 9 to 5 my whole fucking life, die at my job."
Absolutely not. Because the vow, if the two choices in the DAO are the same, I wouldn't know what to choose. So if I don't know what to choose, I won't vote. But in the DAO, I can guarantee you the choices will not be the same. In life, when I had the choices at the ballot, to me, there was no difference. So I didn't vote because it wouldn't make a difference.
But it's not about like just like voting. It's like a mindset. Like the fact that you're like, fuck it, it doesn't make a difference. Like you and if you were the opposite, if you were like, oh yeah, I voted, and you were like psyched about voting, like that would create more people to vote. Like it's a ripple effect. Like we all influence each other. So saying that like I have one vote, my thing doesn't matter is just dumb. That's just you not understanding like how related everything is. It's the same thing with HEX. It's like, oh, I'm just one person, I can't affect HEX. Sure you can. You leverage your time. You build your stack. Pretty soon you become a whale. It's the same thing.
But the governance is different, man. It's whatever I put in. So it's not just my existence. Like
all
it's no
all money.
Listen,
plus, it gives you the right to complain for a fucking long time.
I personally know why there's potholes in the streets. I personally know why there's pothole in the streets. So I know there's gonna be nothing. There's gonna be no difference, man. Let's just put it like that.
Yesterday, how the government are just businesses, dude.
100%, man.
So it's all business relationships, you know. All of this politics. If you're not paying attention to politics, you're missing a whole part of the picture.
I kind of do it, unfortunately. I've been in Canada, and anyways, I don't want to. Now I think I fucking Guida, man. This is what happens when I have too many beers, man. Sorry.
They don't think that the vote matters for anything.
But it's not that the vote doesn't matter.
That's politics.
It's that either vote. It's either vote I would have done was the same, so it wouldn't have made a difference. That's how I see it. It's not like I had the red or blue pill. It's like I had two blue pills, just different sizes.
Y'all talking about Viagra?
Yeah. I feel like famous.
Isn't blue Cialis?
The situation you were in was, yeah, you've got two of the same option from your perspective, and I mean I'm agreeing with you. You've got two of the same option. You've got two corporate entities that are going to do the same things but just in a different way, or you've got a DAO vote where you've got two essentially forks where they're going to actually split in different directions. So
but not only that, it's not like it depends on how many coins I have too. certain like your percentage of the DAO too matters for certain things. Like yes, maybe one time, I don't know if there will be a vote where it's just one. I have one vote. It wouldn't have made a difference. It's not like I'm a fucking. It's not like my decision would have been on the thing. I know it wouldn't have. It literally wouldn't have. And it would have been the same. It's not like I was trying to go for the little party, you know. Unfortunately, like Republicans and what are what's the other group? The conservatives or whatever. I don't know what it is. In the United States, they're completely different in my opinion. And it seems to me that they have a lot of you know. They really confront each other, you know. Like I love to see the Trump
in the States. There's only Republicans and conservatives.
You know, it's like you can't.
What about the Democrats, man?
No,
I don't
that's
know.
it. The Democrats. Thank you, the Democrats. But you know what I mean.
Democrats, Republicans. Republicans are conservatives.
I would never
technically
be able to hear it. I would never be able to hear an American say, "Well, it's basically the same vote. Either I vote for this guy or this guy. It's the same vote." No, you can. That will not happen as an American. But as a Canadian, unfortunately, for the last 2 fucking elections, it's been that. The only difference is that one of them wants to buy more fucking planes to shoot down people, more spaceships.
What you talking about?
Or whatever.
Are you talking about Fidel Castro's son?
No, I'm talking about Harper and the other guy, Trudeau, and then fucking
Trudeau.
Stupidity.
Trudeau.
Yeah,
Who do you
but
think Trudeau?
Trudeau legalized weed, man. I got nothing to say.
That's
bro.
Castro's son, bro.
Good for him.
For real.
If he's Castro's son, bro, he clutched it, Castro.
Inviting Freedom has her hands up. We should hear what she has to say.
Oh no, she's gonna rip me.
It's about freedom.
No, I'm not gonna rip you. I just I want to say it's difficult in the United States because there's different types of, believe it or not, different voting. There's like your local voting, you have your special, and then you have your presidential. And yeah, the presidential works completely different than your local elections. You have much more power over your local elections and your local municipal like codes than you do presidential. But all in all, it does come down to the fact that even though we're a federal, the United States is a federal constitutional republic, still, the elections are still geared, and they work off of democratic voting. It's a democratic method of voting, so that means that it's basically 50 plus 1 is going to be your winner. So whoever has the biggest gang, whoever could come out with the biggest numbers, that is going to be who's going to win, and they get to force their preferences on the minority. But what I wanted to mention is, elections, I could speak all day about it, and I could talk everybody into it or out of it, because I see both sides as someone who's been in it like my whole life. But the difference is with, the DAO and voting with things that we choose to, that's where the democracy matters, because it's voluntary democracy. You get to choose where you want to be, and that's the personal power, right? The democracy that we live in under our governments, like the United States, we don't have the choice to remove ourselves from an election if we don't like the options that we have. We can't say, well, you know what? I don't like the left. I don't like the right. I want to withdraw my consent. We're not allowed. We do not give consent. But something like, voting with a particular blockchain or some, that makes all the difference, because that means we are consenting and, bringing our, personal choice into something and then allowing it to be voted on. So, yeah, anyway, that's it.
So are we talking about a DAO right now?
Talking about a whole bunch of stuff.
Just different types of voting, just like,
Okay.
Government elections and that type of voting is much different than if you're like voting for a blockchain, something where you voluntarily bring yourself to, and then you consent to, is much different than something like a government election, which is much more like coercive jurisdiction. Like you're going to be overturned by the majority, and your preference, the majority preference is going to be forced on you whether you like it or not, with or without your consent. But blockchain, we get to bring our consent, our voluntary choice to come and to participate in it or not.
No, you're right. Look, I mean, and then another thing too with that, with the voting, okay, you got a federal election, but each state has different voting machines. With the blockchain, it's all on one. If you look at the Postal Service, U.S. Postal Service in 2017, I think it was 2017 or 2016, filed a patent for basic like blockchain voting through like the Postal Service. So I thought that was quite interesting. Nothing ever really materialized out of it though.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
But
they've always.
Sometimes companies will file patents just to keep that technology under lock, right? So that they can't get out to the masses and they can claim patent infringement. So it's not necessarily a benefit,
yeah,
all right, unless the company brings that to market, even if it's the U.S. Postal Service.
100%. They can
Yeah.
withhold the patent.
Sorry, and yes, you're right. The different states do hold. I think Utah is one of them that allows the mail, you to be able to vote for your mail through the mail. But there's always things like, absentee ballots, where if you don't think that you're going to be in an area, you can always, like, that's pretty much all the states. But that gets it, that gets complicated too, because then there's direct democracy and indirect democracy voting, between the different states. So there's so much to it. But the only difference is with that shit, we're always under a coercive jurisdiction where we have to, whether we participate or not, we're going to pretty much deal with the consequences. So we're kind of put into not a victim. What is it? Not a victim. Sort of like a what is it called when you're a hostage? We're basically hostages. So you either choose. They talk about the allow, permit, and allow. And someone will say, well, you don't allow, you can't give permission. And it's just like, well, there is that fine line where, if you have, let's say, a robber, and he has a gun to your head and he says, give me your wallet. Yeah, you're allowing him to take your wallet, but you're doing it under, a circumstance which is immoral. It's you're being coerced to do it, and you're giving it to him. And that's kind of like the same idea. But with blockchain, it's so much different because we get to be able to give our consent. We get to show up and say, hey, I want to participate in this or not, and that just makes all the difference. But yeah.
But what if the blockchain looks at how many tokens or coins you own in that particular project, and then they do what's like a snapshot or inquiry, and they basically delegate your votes. You're allowed so much of a percentage of the vote based on what you own. Look at Cake token. Remember, famous, we talked about this, like Cake. It was one whale. One whale controlled it.
Well, I think that's what's kind of, I think that was the idea. These have to be personal choices, and this is where the free market becomes absolutely vibrantly alluring, because you get to say, okay, well, I appreciate and I want to participate and consent in this type of project with this type of voting method, or you don't, and that's just the free market. Because if you look at Pulse, you get to see how much Richard Hart. We can just say, I think we all assume, even though I know we have to be careful of what we say, but I think we all know that there was a lot moved out of the OA into Pulse. But what's the purpose of that? What is the purpose of Richard Hart being holding the most amount of Pulse? Well, is it malicious or not? And you can see that, yeah, you're going to have delegators, or you're going to have those delegators, and we're going to have to vote. And in order for you to, I guess it's the same way. Whoever holds the most, right, gets to basically set the price. Because if he didn't have control over the majority, then all the delegators it could turn into Ethereum, 3.0. Well, I should say 2.0, but it's a joke, but it's a stupid joke. But it could turn into Ethereum. The gas fees could go crazy again. But what will happen is by Richard Hart always saying, okay, I'm always going to maintain the majority here. He's going to, in a way, sit silently, and he's going to be a good actor and not allow the delegators to get out of control with their gas fees, because he's going to be able to have the control over, and that's okay. You know what I mean? That's just how that's going to operate. So do you trust him? Is this something that we like? Personally, me, I'm all for it. I whatever. But anyway. It's free market, and that's what it comes down to.
One thing about the Pulse chain as well is the decimals have been moved so far back from Ethereum. Like Ethereum started with like 31 cents and went up into $1 pretty quickly. But Pulse chain would have so many zeros before you get to that point that it's pretty crazy. I mean, the chance of you spending 6 or 10 years before you hitting into the dollars and dollars and dollars on gas fees is Still pretty high for us.
I'm very excited.
Hey, Famous, I just wanted to pop in and say thanks, man. I really appreciate you hosting these spaces, man. Did you say you were going to be doing these daily?
Yeah, I've been doing them daily. We do them daily, yeah.
Awesome, man. I got mad respect.
I try in the morning, but I've usually been going late to bed like 4 or 5 in the morning, so I get up at like 11. But I try my best as early as possible. If
do
not,
what you gotta do, man.
If not, I wake up and there's always a spaceman. If anyone you follow, anyone, what's not on the news usually does one. Keith in the morning. You can follow Trap. You can follow J Future. You can follow Mad Hatter, Steak and Apes, Hex is the Way. I would now suggest to follow Inviting. You know, there's Redbird, Collecta, J Steak, Vinlock. I can name so many. David, Tony, Hexy. There's Franken. There's the other guy, Hex. There's so many people. I see them. Lionheart. There's so many people you can follow that are always in here, and I thank everyone. I see you guys, JR. I'm sorry if I'm Sequoia. I should have just went by left or right, but yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
I was
very
going first with the
interesting
people who host. I was going first with the people who host, but like everyone, just anyone in here, honestly. Actually, everyone here, I'm looking at everyone's here is a regular. So honestly, follow anyone here, man. Actually, follow everyone. Fuck it, follow everyone, man.
Is there a follow all button?
I wish that would be fucking cool.
Yeah.
That'd be spammy as fuck.
And a chat, a chat would be awesome.
Oh, I just had a meeting, like a voice chat on Telegram with the guys from How to Pulse. They asked me, they were asking me about my articles. They want me to like maybe write for them, and maybe do some Twitter stuff with How to Pulse. I just had a talk with the guys on Telegram, like a voice chat.
Yeah, awesome.
Awesome, bro.
Dope,
What's up, guys?
Man.
And gals?
What's up, Keith?
What's up, Quick Rate?
We got Redbird.
Did you just call him Quick
Throw
Rate?
Redbird the mic here. Hold up. What's up, Redbird?
Yeah, Quick Rate's gonna sponsor our next.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a quick read breakdown. You know, the mixtures of the concrete, what we need, how to frame it right.
Yeah, send me that. I'll put it on my I'll make an article about that. How to make your.
You should make an article about what we're doing, man.
About Twitter Spaces?
100%.
Fuck
man.
yeah.
Yeah,
Don't
absolutely.
mention anyone, but just mention what we're trying to accomplish, the onboarding, everything. Just don't have to mention anyone. Just mention.
Just say
what we're doing.
hexicans. Say hexicans.
Yeah. Just go in the Twitter Spaces and search for always Hex. Hex.com. That's it.
I like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say with the tag when it was ask a hexagon anything. I always liked those. And one of the things I really enjoy about these spaces is, we'll find ourselves talking about Hex and blockchain and crypto, and then the next thing you know, we're somewhere else. But it's always interesting, and it's always great, and it's always real, tangible. Someone in the space is always like, "Oh my gosh, thank you." I hadn't thought of that, or whatever. And that's the fun. That's the fun part of being a hexagon. I mean, not that the T-shares and all the other things aren't fun, but yeah, the social element, I guess.
Speaking of T-shares, what do y'all think about staking the liquid loans token? Would y'all compare that to a T-share?
How so?
I don't know. I'm asking. I don't know how so.
I
have no idea how that.
T-share. I wouldn't consider it a T-share at all because you're just going to get that APR. It's not. You don't have like the fluctuating T-share value coming in. It's not the same aspects at all. So
that's what they said on. That's what they said on live chat tonight, though.
They said it was the same thing.
Yeah, they compared staking liquid loans token or the LP token to a T-share.
Can your T-shares get liquidated?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Look at recovery mode. Go look at recovery mode. They'll start.
True.
They'll start knocking you off at 150%, and they'll take it all the way. Whatever, like basically, if all the people that are 110% collateralized up to 150%, they're done already. and then they'll start at the 150%, and they will go as far up the, I guess you could call it the collateralization ladder they have to bring the system stable again. And so
I suppose
they're recommending 1,000% collateralization tonight. 1,000%.
Insane, dude.
It's fucking insane.
That just, you're gonna have a lot of not counterparty risk. It's gonna be your own risk that you're just introducing to yourself with them. I mean, I'm all about it because people want to do that and they're going to get liquidated. So fuck it, let them do it. And then once they learn, at least they know that we're all Hexicans and shit. And hey, come over to Hex. You're not gonna get liquidated once you lock in your immutable smart contract.
No, you're right. You're 100% right.
Yeah, I mean, we've had conversations not just about liquid loans, but other cryptos. We get a lot of people in Hexican spaces who have been, liquidated, just by trading and other cryptos, rug pulls, what have you. And, they eventually find us. And they're not going to say no one's better for, they're bad. Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe we are better for our bad experiences. I had a pretty crappy one this evening, and I'm going to learn from it. But
what happened? Tell us.
Oh, it's just I missed a meeting with my kid because I'm slammed at work and just distracted by a variety of things. But it's really it's not a big deal. It was a 10-minute meeting, and it's nothing that a Starbucks at the end of tomorrow when I pick them up, it could can't cure. In a nice apology, and offer to volunteer in the classroom. I could spend the evening, beating myself up. And honestly, I used to do that, as a working mom all the freaking time, feeling spread too thin and, not being Martha Stewart at the home and being the perfect, in-room parent and working my ridiculously involved, job where I've got a ton of responsibility. And that doesn't get you anywhere. So I opted to forgive myself, come and meet my Hexican friends for a nice light conversation about voting in high dollar volume
and blue pills,
outrageous numbers, and move on, and realize that on the grand scheme of human error, that one's pretty freaking small and pretty easy to correct.
That sucks, Redbird. I thought you were talking about you had a bad experience with crypto, but I hate that you had something real life. Even though crypto is real life, but personal life, I guess you should say, not real life, personal life.
Oh yeah, it's all life.
Well, we're here for you.
Oh yeah, I appreciate that. That's why I popped in. Not to vet my sob story, but to which really is pretty light on the grand scheme of things. This isn't very sobby. This is self-criticism, which we talk about as Hexicans because we talk about building better mental health and building better physical health and taking time to do that in self-reflection. And that's why we're here and we're not involved in in other coins.
Hey, Redbird.
Yes.
I'm the eldest child of a single mother who I've got two younger brothers, and I don't know how old your child is or at what stage in their life they're at, but I'm sure they are going to respect the crap out of you and they're going to understand 100%. Because I realized at the time I would have been extremely salty and I would have done all sorts of stuff. Oh, mum wasn't there. But then looking back at it, I hope that they have the same kind of viewpoint that I have, where you're just going to respect your mum for being a human and not having to have her faucets all the time connected to every single thing. She's got to have her focus where she's got to have her focus.
Shout out to all the moms out there.
Fuck yeah. Shout out to all the
Y'all
moms.
are all fucking amazing.
Let's shout out to all the parents, because I know I know some dads who are, have single mom-esque roles. So I appreciate that big time. And when I do have these things with my kids, I thank you for saying that. Yeah, the one that's involved in this one is my saltiest.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. I figured. See, I had to say it.
But yeah, but on the grand scheme of things, they're actually really good. And I talk about stuff like this. It's like, hey, you know, I messed up today. I missed this meeting, and here's what I'm going to do to correct it. And you know, and I apologize to you, and I apologized, you know, to everyone involved. And you know, we're gonna get done what needs to get done. And and it's okay. It's going to be okay. You know, ultimately, we'll all be fine. And I use it as a teaching moment to, you know, teach them not to spend as much of their life beating themselves up over, you know, the various little mistakes they're going to make as I did with mine. So and they're amazing. Like, you know, when I have to work you know, a little bit later, a little bit longer, and they want me to do something, and I'm like, well, you know, can we do this? No, we can't do that because I still got to, you know, do the dishes, do this, blah, 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 make dinner. Like, you know, they're like, oh, well, we'll unload the dishwasher, or you know, we'll take care of that. And you know, they're pretty awesome about that. They do leave their socks everywhere, which pisses me off, but other than that, they're pretty good kids.
Hey, get styrofoam and plastic cups and plastic silverware. Just throw that shit away. Makes life
Redbird,
so
it
much
sounds
easier.
like they've been raised well.
Thank you.
Hey, guys, I've got to head off. I got to get back to work. Famous, everyone, Keith, Trap, Redbird
Pleasure,
especially.
man.
Thanks
Anytime,
for talking to
man.
me. I'll be back. I'll be back later in the weekend. I guess for a very long time now. Have a good one,
Take
guys.
care, bro.
All right, you too, Bo.
Thank you.
What's on your mind, Keith? I know you got something to say.
I'm just thinking about concrete.
I was just gonna say.
Hey,
that.
you want
I
to
was like,
take
you
up?
found-
Let's
you found
let's
this
take the
new
concrete.
You found this new type of silicone concrete that's lighter. It's gonna take less space.
No,
more
put
durable.
fiberglass. Put fiberglass fiber in your concrete, and then you don't have to put rebar.
Hey man, or you could put copper and just melt it in copper and put it. At least it'll be worth something in copper.
That'll be expensive as hell, though.
Something.
That'll be so
Hey,
expensive.
I see. Inviting Freedom has her hand up.
What's up, inviting?
Go
ahead.
It would be expensive.
Hey guys, I have I've been thinking about something and I want to run it by you guys so you can tear it down and decimate it so I never have to think about it again. But I feel like it's a good idea, but I need help to get it out of my head. So I was thinking, you know, do you know how like people there's I might be aging myself, but you guys remember those Tupperware parties? The men might not, but back in the day there were like these Tupperware things where you would get you, and they have like these date parties where you'd go and one person would be the host and you'd go and get a bunch of your friends and then buy shit.
My mom would make me leave the house. I had to leave the house for it.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna say
That
this is very
Tupperware
funny.
party, Trap. That
I
was
only know this because of Simpsons.
That was the lingerie party.
So you know what I'm talking about.
No,
I
I know. I know what you're talking about. What do they call? Hey, what do they call those girl parties?
No, I don't know if anyone knows. I'm pretty sure everyone knows Simpsons, right? The Simpsons. Marge did this whole thing where she like dressed up as like, and she tried. Anyways, it's just Simpsons. I know what she's talking about just because of the Marge thing in the Simpsons, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Tupperware parties.
Okay,
It's pretty
good. So
funny.
this is what I'm thinking. What if we did a sort of HEX Twitter party, right? So hear me out. For onboarding, you have up to 13 people can speak. You have your host and your two co-hosts, and then you can have up to 10 other people, right? 10 speakers. What if we start hosting where, you know, what we would offer is one person goes out and they find 10 people that are willing to sit down at a specific time, that there would be and we would host the Twitter space, and they would all have to be interested enough to put in a little bit of money to a new crypto. It has no limits or regulatory. You have to have this much or this much. It could be $5, whatever. Obviously they're not going to want to do $5, but anyway, they could put a little bit in just to learn something. And how we pitch it is learning crypto and just onboarding, just to get them interested. And oh, by the way, we're going to do HEX because that's what we're into, but we want to get people in the know. So you have to get 10 people You bring them into a Twitter space. You have your host, like let's say, like I'm the host, and then I have my person. Maybe there should be, two co-hosts, and then the third person, the third co-host can be the actual individual that got the 10 people, right? And so what we would do is we would pay the individual if all 10 people showed up, downloaded MetaMask, and what we would do is we'd say, okay, we're going to do a test where I'm going to send you, like $200 to the co-host and $200 in, HEX or whatever, and it has to make it all the way back to the co-host, that same $200, right? Just so it could be $50, it could be whatever. It's just a certain amount of HEX, right? So we know everyone made a MetaMask and everyone got and learned the process of receiving and sending, right? And we would do it all. And then in the end, the co-host that invited the 10 people, we'd pay him $25 in HEX per of the 10, so that he'd get $250 worth of HEX. And the rest of us, we can, once we find somebody to do this, it would be probably here. I'd be willing to sponsor a few. Absolutely, I'd sponsor the whole 250. If anyone could come up and find 10 people that'd be willing to do that. What do you guys think?
You find 10 people, and then I'll sponsor the 250. But you find 10 people that that will come in, download a MetaMask, and put money up.
That's what I'm saying, and that's what.
That's tough. That's the toughest part right there. Is finding the 10 people to do it.
Right, but that's why we would offer, because listen, there's a lot of people in the crypto sphere that want to get into crypto. They don't have the money, and they're begging. They're trying to they're skimming the way. Listen, $250 in, this would be particularly HEX. We'd give you $250 worth of HEX if you find 10 people who will download MetaMask and do a process of send receive, just to make sure you have it, and enter a Twitter space. I think if you guys, if we pitch this to like a few people, I think, but that's why I'm pitching it to you guys first, because if it's stupid, you guys can tell me, and I'm not going to say nothing.
I think this might be okay to try on Pulsechain, but on Ethereum gas fees right now, I think that would kind of suck, doing the whole pass around thing. I'm sure somebody would sponsor it, but this might be a good plan to start on Pulsechain rather than Ethereum.
Agreed.
I think we should start, instead of doing that, we should actually have it where people start adding the testnet to their MetaMask, and then giving them I'll give them free NFTs or something like that. So if somebody wants to set up a cool video or something to put out, because I don't know, I'm not that great with videos and stuff like that.
That's hard.
Yeah,
it's hard to get people on testnet, though.
We could do that. Inviting. It would be actually a wonderful idea. Once the mainnet goes on, we could do that with freepulse.io, because we wouldn't even have to put a dime of our money. We wouldn't have to ask them for a dime of their money, and we could give them free money, and they could get free money. So we can make them. You could say, hey, you're gonna get free money. We make them download the MetaMask. They get their little burner MetaMask. They create 2 of them or whatever. And then they could go ahead and get free Pulse, and we could onboard people like that, where we could have this,
definitely.
It's not really telling them the truth, but not lying to them at the same time. Hey, you want to get free crypto? Come here, and we tell them that they could get free crypto by going and clicking, and we can onboard them that way. But if you want to go ahead and get money and go ahead and do it, like the person said, the Ethereum fee stake, that's gonna be a pretty penny. I'm not gonna lie.
So I just thought about something that you said. So yeah, I could set that up where they do it with freepulse.io, and but I wouldn't want to do that right now with the testnet, because I feel like people will get the bad vibe if they add testnet and then they go claim this crypto and stuff, and then they try to sell it on the open market, and they're like, oh shit, this is valueless right now. And then they might feel like I represented what we were doing. So once mainnet launches, then I should do the NFT giveaway for going to freepulse.io, and just so we get that consumer base, because these guys already like free shit. They're asking for free NFTs all the time. Why do I just it's kind of like
But you could still do it. You could still do it with your NFTs. Just be like, hey guys, just come in the thing, download the MetaMask. So, hey, it can even save us a step for the next onboarding party. So the first onboarding party is just, hey, man, all you have to do is get the MetaMask. Or, hey, if you get 3 NFTs instead of 1 if you do it with the Ledger. I don't know. If you tell us how to do it with the Ledger and you want to learn, or, if you get yourself this or that, I don't know. We set it up where it makes sense, because I don't think it will make sense the way I'm saying it, but you just do it where you give out the NFTs for free. And then the next one will be that onboarding where we tell them how to get the free Pulse.
I think with the ledgers and treasures, eventually, I mean, you're already starting to see like waits of like 3 months for some of them. Like for things like the treasure one, like the main one.
Yeah,
I think it's going to come. It's going to come a point where all of it's back ordered because you're about to see a huge influx.
Yeah, most of the people I'm dealing with probably don't have treasures and stuff like that, and they probably just have MetaMasks and stuff. They might not be able to afford the $60 and stuff. That's why they're trying to get free NFTs, get free crypto and stuff like that. So I think just setting them up with the MetaMask and then teaching them how to add a custom RPC would be a good plan, and then tell them go to freepulse.io. And then bam, once you send me a screenshot of that, I'll send you, a free NFT. So now now they know how to interact with it. They got their free NFT, they got their free Pulse. Why the fuck wouldn't you want to, come over to Pulsechain?
Yeah, I like I like that idea. I had the same concerns about ETH, and definitely waiting for. I mean, that free Pulse IO is a great opportunity to do something like that. But even just inviting freedom, it's been discussed multiple times, having a space that's hosted by women. I think you should call it the Tupperware party, or the whatever party, because that sounds, I don't know, that sounds kind of
That's
fun.
actually dope. That's actually dope. I'm not gonna lie.
And then as far as like, I'm thinking about putting together 10 people, like I could probably, after work on a random Wednesday, put together, a few, and then have another few, kind of like the way those Tupperware parties go. Oh, I invite me and 2 of my girlfriends to the other girlfriend's home, and then we all meet in a space at a designated time, as opposed to one co-host necessarily doing all 10 people. I guess I don't know. I never hosted the parties. I always just showed up with a couple of other people, so I never got the hostess prizes. But yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very better idea. Can you guys tell I'm mentally exhausted? I'm not even speaking. It's horrible. But anyway, yeah, I think that's a good idea. I just think that there's so many opportunities for us to utilize the Twitter space to get to help people on board, but also find a way to what is a way reward people that actually go out and do the work. Because if you're going to go out and do the work, I think it would be worth it. Like if you look at, it's funny, but politics, you go out, you get paid in campaigns. They'll these specific campaigns will pay you a good penny for each signature that you go out and get. You got to do work though. You got to have a conversation, you got to get that signature, whatever, for petitions and stuff. So I just think that we could do stuff like that and really gear it towards just honest, trying to expand DeFi, help other people. I think it would just be it would be monumental. And obviously we'd start with HEX, but because it is HEX, there's a likelihood of them falling into HEX much easier than going to something else. But the idea wouldn't be to trap them into HEX or any particular pulse or anything like that, but to help them really see, like, look, this is an incredible opportunity. You don't have to have any type of certain amount. You don't have to have $25,000 to get into this. This is, you could throw a few bucks in and see what happens. But yeah, thanks guys.
It's like a virtual 555 tour event, where Abit and Patrick are, onboarding and showing people how to download Staker app and that sort of thing. I like it. I'm going to shut up because I see multiple hands up.
Yeah, girl.
I don't think it would be fair for the $600,000 that was paid with no interest of getting paid for the sponsor, and then the $4.2 million spent on a diamond with no for marketing for no purpose in response. I think that, and then there's also a gentleman who spent I think almost like $15,000 in ads with no reason to get anything in response from anyone to not get paid. So I don't think that would be fair for that. I think it would be wonderful for us to maybe, if we would want to come up with maybe $5 each, hey, that would be an awesome idea. But I don't think I would feel very guilty to receive anything for doing anything that I do, due to the fact that there's so many people doing so much for my bags at the same time. So that's my opinion, honestly.
Yeah, I've gave out over 1,000 NFTs for free. Didn't ask for any compensation from them.
Yeah, and there would be some pushback from OGs who've been, donating their time, through various cycles over the past couple of years. If we went a little too, it's a delicate balance. I'm not saying people's efforts aren't worth compensation, but yeah, like famous state.
I think
Sorry, Luis, your hands up.
I think the word is if we profit off the work of others but it's not that. It's just like I would feel guilty because a lot of people put so much in and then get nothing in return. So if I were to create something where I get something in return for doing something, I don't think it would be Hexagon etiquette.
It's almost like an ethos, right? Famous.
Yeah, like it sounds like a wonderful idea, inviting. Don't get me wrong, definitely if you're doing like a political campaign, but I've been influenced to understand that it's not about receiving anything in return, because it's like you're gonna get it back. I don't know what the saying is. There's a saying that's on the tip of my tongue. It's like
the more you give, the more you receive.
Something like exactly. But there's another one, and there's another one that unfortunately
comes around, goes around. Pay it forward. Yeah, there's Luis.
Yeah, something about pay it forward. Exactly, Redbird. Something about paying it forward.
What's up, Luis?
Yeah, I think his arm might be getting tired. Hi, Luis.
Well, I know he got dropped down. I think he was having problems connecting a minute ago.
Hey guys, you guys hear me well?
Yeah, we hear you fine. What's up, man? How you doing today?
I'm at work right now, and it's kind of hard to connect my phone to my Bluetooth speaker. So I just stumbled upon this space, and I'm wondering. So you guys are a group of people that are, kind of talking about HEX coin, right? And kind of making it aware and showing the ropes to new people. Because, like, for me, I'm pretty brand new to crypto, NFTs, even though I already, purchased a few NFTs and stuff. But, yeah, so because I saw HEX a while back, a couple of months ago, and I thought it was pretty good, the staking and everything. It's just I never really got around to it. And, like I said, being new and not having anything. Yeah, it's kind of weird. And if you guys are kind of showing around and everything, I'd like to hear into it more.
Hell yeah, bro. Look, everybody you see in this space, follow them. Look, number one, I'd start with Richard Hart. I go to Richard Hart Win on Twitter. Then also Richard Hart. What's his? Just Richard Hart? Is it Richard Hart Win or what is?
RichardHart.com.
But his YouTube though. His YouTube
is Richard. I would literally tell him RichardHart.com. RichardHart.com, and literally just tell him to go there. Everything's there. Everything you need is there, man. For Richard, if you want to bring anyone anywhere, I wouldn't even suggest to go on my page. I just literally tell him RichardHart.com, and everything's there. All his links, Telegram, YouTube, Instagram, excuse me, and Twitter. All of them are there.
Were you looking for just more information about HEX?
Thank you.
But Luis, do you have any questions? Like, are you interested in sacrificing? Do you know about what's happening? Are you just interested in HEX? Do you have any other cryptos? Come on, man.
No, so that's the whole thing. Like I said, like I'm pretty brand new and I really don't know much of anything that's going on. Like my whole life has been just work, and that's pretty much it. My family.
But that's wonderful, man. Those are the most important things, right? Family is number one. I was wondering, like, obviously you're interested in crypto for, not for the shiny toys, but you obviously you want gains, right? So what is your, obviously, I'm not even going to go into risk, because obviously you have to know that in crypto comes with risks. But what is your, like, your, like, are you thinking long term? Are you thinking short term? Do you want to think, like, 5 to 10 years? Are you looking to do 15 to like 30 years? Like, what's your plan really, right?
Well, that is the thing. Like, to be honest, like, I'd like to be able to have something that'll help me pay my bills, not always be off of just my job, paycheck to paycheck. And that would be pretty cool. That's the thing. Like, for me, it's like I'm hoping I live many years and keep it up. That's why it's kind of long term for me.
Of course, man, laugh and eat good, man. That's all you need to do. Think positive, and you're gonna live a long life, my friend. But um, it's obviously, long term. So you want to live off of it. Okay. So what I would, I can't suggest it because I gotta stay neutral. So I guess what you could do is, you could look at a percentage of what you want to take out regularly. Unfortunately, Hex, on the Ethereum side, it's more of a long term play if you don't have that much to play with all in one shot, right? But if you want to gradually grow, I would suggest learning about the ecosystem that's going to come to fruition, and it's going to be very like the transactions are not going to cost you a lot of money, so you could get the most for your buck. There's a lot of things happening. I would really go ahead and suggest to really watch one of Richard Hart's videos, man. Honestly, it's not even just for the information. You're gonna love his content, man. The guy is awesome. He's captivating, man. You're gonna just love to watch him. You're gonna want to watch him like one episode every night. You're gonna want to watch one thing every night, before bed. I'm telling you, it's really educational. It's fun to watch. He's very entertaining. And then, tomorrow you could come back in the space and ask, and you're definitely gonna have 25 questions, and you could go ahead and slowly but surely you'll get into it. You know, you might get into it now, but I feel like if you get into it now today, or in the next 24 hours, you might not do the right choices. You got to think about security. If you're thinking long term, you got to think about security. You got to think about how much you're willing to put in. You got to think about the fees. You got to think about ROI. There's a lot of things you got to look at, because if you want to gamble, hey, if you want to gamble and do Russian roulette, I would say put as much as you can in the sacrifice and don't look back. And then slowly but surely you'll have like maybe a month, 2 months, 3 months to learn exactly how you can move with that, right? If you want to think about it 15 years from now, take as much as you can and put it in a 555 stake, and you don't have to look back, right? You can do it. I saw in your profile, I'm sorry to be eavesdropping, but I saw a nice dog and 2 kids, so in your profile. So I'm pretty sure, you want to give them something in 15 years, and you don't have to always have to save, and you might give them more. But this little investment, God knows, if 10 years ago you would have done that in Bitcoin, you would have put a simple dollar in Bitcoin, you could have, 40,000 X. So that could have been pretty cool, So longevity is the key in crypto, man. And if you're interested, don't trade. Just think about as T shares and Hex and the coins that we're gonna teach you as like passive income, man. Literally, like a lot of people say it's hard and it's passive income is a lie and that it's a myth, but I can tell you from now, passive income has worked for a lot of people, and it's working right now as we speak. So, yeah, man, you have a long time to go. If you want to go a long shot, right now, if you want to go more strategic, I'm gonna let other people talk and give you their opinion. I know Collector is gonna he's gonna definitely give you one, and Matt Hatter for sure. I suggest him also to give you one. There's so many people that are gonna be able to give you their point of view, and I really suggest, man, you go with what you're comfortable with. At the end of the day, the famous word opportunity cost, man. So you do what you got to do,
Nice. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. And
Hey,
yeah,
Collector, go ahead and help him. Do your thing. Look, Collector's good. Like, he's from the NFT space. He's got a wealth of knowledge. And I know you said you had NFTs. Like, you started off with NFTs. So I think Collector could really help you.
Hey, Luis, can you hear me?
yes, sir. Go ahead.
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Great. I see that picture. You got your 2 boys in the picture, and the dog. Is that your family?
Yeah, that's my family. I'm just missing my wife. She wasn't there that day for that picture.
Yeah, but that's a wonderful picture. A lot of smiling going on in there. Happy puppy. That's good stuff. It brings back a lot of memories, as far as time with my brothers and father and stuff like that. Just building up memories in life, and I appreciate you thinking about NFTs and cryptocurrency and stuff like that. About, hey, how am I going to pay my bills, and can I pay them better, and also can I have some to save for the future and stuff like that. And sometimes for me, Louise, is people say, well, you need to do something now. And I says, well, yeah, I've made my decision. I'm gonna hurry up and wait. And for you, if you're just, are you new to the space, as far as cryptocurrency and NFTs?
Yeah, and actually, it kind of sucks because I feel like I'm late. Like it just, I kind of kick myself sometimes because I'm like, how come I didn't notice, or how come I didn't hear anything about this? Like, why till now? Like maybe 2 or 3 months ago. How come barely if it's been going on for years?
Yeah, the beauty of it, Luis, is that you're late in comparison. That there's only 3% of the world's population that's ahead of you, so it's relative. So in reality, you hearing about it now, you're earlier than 97% of the population of the world. So there's a potential wonderful future for you. As you think things through, take your time, do your own research. Not accept financial advice from other people, but do your own research before you make your own decision. So you're ahead of 97% of the world, which is a wonderful position to be in. And as time goes on, more and more information is going to get out. More opportunities are going to come up. And you being in this community, coming up and talking to these folks and others that you'll meet and stuff like that is a wonderful opportunity for you to latch on and start learning. And it's the big thing, like Famous and others were saying, hey, is dig in. Just start consuming content as you can. I know you got a family to take care of, and that's your priority and stuff. But as you have spare time, to start digging into, like people were saying, following Richard Hart Win, on Twitter, and watching some of his videos, going to How to Pulse and stuff of that nature, and just start developing a plan. There's some things potentially you can do immediately, within the next week or so, or you might have to wait a month to 2 months, until you figure your game plan out and then launch. I know some of the biggest mistakes I've made in my life is getting a hurry and doing something before I had a plan. And also not heeding the wise advice of my wife. Some of the biggest mistakes I've ever made in my life was not heeding the wise advice of my wife. And it takes time to bring people along to figure out when they're making major changes in how they work their finances or think through their finances and stuff like that. Because like some of the others we're talking about is, your immediate needs, your midterm needs, and then your long-term needs. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I am 37 years old.
Yeah, you got a lot of time, and have you ever taken any financial courses on things that you should do to try to help get yourself squared away for your future or anything?
No, that's the thing. Like I said, all I've known is just work and provide for my family. That's pretty much it.
Right, and that's the most important thing. Is putting food on the table, putting a roof over their head, and clothes on their body. You know what I mean? And that's sweet stuff. So for me, Luis, you might want to start looking at some general financial stuff, but also the big thing, one of the greatest opportunities in front of us today is cryptocurrency. And depending on which one you get in and who you follow and so forth, you either can wreck yourself or potentially over time get some serious gains. You most likely are not going to be able to pay your bills with them today or next week or next month or 2 months from now. But potentially, next year or the following year, you potentially could turn some small funds into bigger gains and even lock them in for longer term time to where you can help make some major purchases in the future for you and yourself and get your kids through college and stuff like that. But first, I would get a plan together, think it through, talk it over with your wife, look at those Twitter, like talking about Richard Hart Win, and looking in some videos on howtopulse.com. There's a lot of information sources there. And I know we've used a lot of terminology to you that you probably thought we was talking a foreign language, And so that way you can get familiar with the terminology and stuff like that, not be afraid to ask questions and stuff. On the NFT space, Lewis, I'm an NFT artist and I'm an NFT collector. And early on in my cryptocurrency life and in my early NFT life, I made a lot of serious mistakes by getting in too fast, going too fast, and not really understanding what I was doing. I thought I was making good moves buying an NFT or buying this cryptocurrency because everybody was piling into it, stuff like that. But in hindsight, I did a lot of things that were harmful to my financial situation and so forth, deep regrets. So the thing I did is start latching on to very smart people that have been in the space, for like since 2017 and earlier, people that really understood the space and made very good, learned through the School of Hard Knocks, because I don't want you to learn from the School of Hard Knocks. I'd prefer for you to latch on to some of these smart people, even in this space and other Twitter spaces with hexagons and stuff like that, and start getting into community and learn from them. I personally would not buy NFTs to try to pay bills ever. I would, my preference would be is if I was buying an NFT, the only reason I would be buying an NFT is because I like the art. Because once you buy an NFT, that contract obligation between you and that artist and that project is over with. You're done. The only thing that they promise you a lot of things after that, but there's no contract obligations where they have to meet that. When they sell it and you get that piece of JPEG art, and that contract obligation is met, they owe you nothing anymore. Everything after that is a promise. And unfortunately, there's a lot of bad actors out there that are robbing people blind, good-hearted people, wanting to provide for their families and stuff, giving them all kinds of promises that are just very much unrealistic. And so I would encourage you to shy away from NFTs if you're looking at it to pay your bills, because good crypto is better than NFT JPEG art any day. But it's got to be good crypto. It just can't be any crypto. And I know I've talked a lot, and I know some of these other smart people in the room have their hands up, and I'm gonna go ahead and let them talk to you further, Lewis. But I'm glad you came in and asked the question, and we look forward. We're in here recurrently, as Famous was saying and others were saying, and so we'd love to see you come back and continue to ask questions after you read up on some stuff, and we'll be more than happy to guide you in any way that we possibly can. Thanks for stopping in, Lewis. It takes a lot of moxie to step up to the plate and ask questions.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to talk it over with my wife and see what we can come up with. And yeah, I still want in on crypto, and I need to learn a lot. Like I have no clue what's going on, but I still do want in. So I'm at work. I'll be listening to you guys. I'll see you. And thank you very much for everything.
Lewis, I think there's a couple
Hey,
other
Lewis.
people that want to talk to you before you leave.
Yeah, Lewis, you got a second? I have a question. He might have had to leave.
I think he said he had to go to work. But hopefully we'll see him again. Let's give him a follow. Let him know he's welcome.
I followed him already. I was going to ask him. I saw that picture of his dog, and I'm a dog lover, so I was curious what dog that was.
Oh, sorry, guys. Yeah, he's a mix of husky and like about 3 or 5 other breeds. I'm not too sure.
He's a cool-looking dude, though. I have 2 German Shepherds, so I have like a high passion for like those types of dogs. That look of dog, I guess you could say. 'Cause, the Huskies and the Shepherds, they all got the same look to them, kind of.
Hey, Lois, just a quick question. It's a very intimate, personal question. Are you familiar with MetaMask, and have you downloaded a wallet at all? A crypto wallet, DeFi? Or is this all alien to you? And you could answer honestly. Well, he seems busy, but I'm curious to know. And yeah, we'll see. Go ahead, Steak.
Oh, I was just gonna invite him to my space tomorrow at 7, where I'm giving out free NFTs, and the whole space will literally be about the entire NFT community. So if you want to join, I just sent you a follow. Follow me back. I'm actually minting them right now and getting in preparation for tomorrow's space. But yeah, just shoot me a follow. I'll DM you the link on Messenger, on Twitter, so you can join in. And then we just talk about, NFTs, the space, the community, what it's all about. And then I give away free NFTs to guys. Yes, they're on Polygon. So, the value is only in the eye of the beholder. So I'm not trying to, make a profit or, shill anybody, some pumping up project. It's like, yo, this is free, the description, check it out, and then just learn about the space.
It actually costs you money, don't it?
I mean, sometimes whenever Polygon gets congested and stuff like that on OpenSea, it'll cost, like 20 cents to send an NFT. But I mean, when you're sending out 100, sometimes they'll cost me, 20, 30 bucks, stuff like that. And it's more time consuming than anything. When I do these NFT giveaways, it's literally takes me, probably like, I don't know, hours and hours of doing it. So, it's just more time consuming than anything. But I mean, I don't mind. I'm just trying to do my part in the space. Y'all have the Twitter spaces, you have the YouTube streamers. I just had to find my little niche, that I could make effective, onboarding with. And like literally, I got people in my DMs all the time, asking me about, NFTs and asking me about all this stuff. And I'm sitting here, just directing them all towards HEX. They're like, hey, I'm new to the NFT space, what should I get into? Stuff like that. And I'm like, all right, let me teach you about NFTs first. And then I'm going to also teach you about the cryptos I'm invested in. And then you decide which one, you think is best. Here's a free JPEG. And then, but these are the, cryptos I invest in. And more times than not, they're like, all right, so how do I buy HEX? So I'm directing them to the hex.com website. I'm asking if they sacrifice for Pulsechain, PulseX. And it's more knowledge based than anything, because I don't try to, push my personal investing opinion on anybody or force anybody's hand. I just, tell them what I'm invested in, what I'm doing with my NFTs, what the actual NFTs are, so they're not fucking confused as shit, thinking, they're going to make $1 million off a picture of a monkey, because that's literally the main thing that got people into the NFT space. They see the Bored Ape Yacht Club and they freaking just go for that thing. And, that's why I'm kind of, emulating the Bored Ape Yacht Club, but turning it into like staking crypto. So,
hey, we had last night we had two holder of 2 Bored Apes Yacht Club in the space with us.
Hell yeah. Is he invest? I've seen some that are hexagons, like they have the Bored Ape Yacht Club NFT, and then their bio, they have like, hexagon and stuff like that.
Steak, I just have to say that I love what you're doing. I'm so happy you found your niche. Like, you're just killing it. And, I appreciate you so much. And your energy is just fabulous. It's perfect for me right now. So thank you for just being here and being you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Yeah, the guy I'm working with right now, he's a tattoo art. So a lot of tattoo artists are finding their way into the NFT space, because guess like I told like every single tattoo artist I keep talking to, I'm like, why are you guys not putting out, a work, like, how like they have their books in the tattoo shops and stuff, and you can like pick from one of their custom pieces of work. I'm like, why are you guys not on, the NFT space, giving out these NFT, well, not giving them out, but like, putting your portfolio out there for a collection, and then selling the NFT, like, so like if you have one piece that you created and it takes 2 hours worth of work and your shop time is $660 an hour, like, list that thing for 120, and whenever the person, if he wants to redeem it, he can redeem it at your shop. Like, this will be like a more community driven thing, because say you're in a small town or something, you're not going to get somebody from LA to come fly down. You might, I mean, if your shit's that good, but get your community involved in it and stuff. And then, hey, they buy your NFT, they come to the shop, redeem it, set your royalty at 75%. So, they can make 25%, return off of it, but you still get that main holding, like that would be a perfect thing for tattoo artists, just for free advertisement. Because instead of advertising, to your local town, now you're advertising your work to the freaking world. But the guy I'm working with right now, who's doing this collab, Schmyrus, he actually is a tattoo artist, so he does a lot of great work too.
Steak and Apes, I'm, when I look at that artistry and stuff like that, and what other creative people can do, is just absolutely amazing. That they can use their mind to direct their hands to draw and conceptualize such wonderful things to share with other people in life. And then you're giving it away for free. Steak and Apes is just my hat's tipped to you. I'm trying to figure, myself out, how to try to get into that space with you, not as a competitor, but as a helper. Trying to figure it out. I still got a lot of things to think through and stuff like that. But I deeply, deeply appreciate what you're doing. My hat's off to you.
Yeah, thank you, man. It's all about just advertisement. And, like I tell these people, these artists that I work with and stuff, I'm like, they're like, thank you, thank you. I'm like, you do realize I can't draw a stick figure and make it like look decent. Like, you actually have the valuable skill, all right? But you might be like, have, what is it called, like an intrinsic personality, where you won't put yourself out there. And I have the personality where I will put myself out there. But like, 1,000 people can do my job. Like, nobody can do art like you. You have your own custom, how you do art and stuff like that, which is great. Like, you don't need me. Like, you can go out there and do it on your own. And I'm hoping, like, once they catch that, I'm doing this, and it's not like that difficult of a skill to learn how to mint NFTs and stuff like that. But like, maybe it'll inspire other people to like go out there and, do this stuff themselves too.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. It's because it's kind of a different thought. Hey, you want an NFT? I'm gonna give you one, but the real thing you need to buy is crypto. NFT is a good piece of art, stuff like that, but you shouldn't think that it's gonna provide you any financial benefit in the future. It's just a piece of art. And but some people want to charge you hundreds and thousands of dollars for it, but I'm gonna give you one for free, and it looks great. But now I want you to concentrate on the real thing that's going to enhance your financial freedom and get you over to a good crypto. So it's a wonderful messaging and so forth to figure out how to get those people on board and stuff of that nature to, basically to rescue some people from making horrible mistakes in the NFT world. You know what I mean?
Sean K, I see that you're still here. Could you send me that how to buy HEX US version? I need to add that. I couldn't find it whenever you said you emailed
If
to
you
me.
check your email, just search my name. You should see it.
Search it.
Yeah, just search Sean, and I'm sure you'll see it. I might have replied to the same email.
Oh, it was to the same one?
Yeah, I just hit reply to the same one, so it should be in that same thread, I'm pretty sure.
All right, right on. Thanks, bro.
Yeah, for sure.
I just wanted to jump in quick and add a little bit, if Lewis is still listening. Everyone gave you their educated, mature, what else? The basically the safe idea of the non-degenerate version of how to get into crypto. I'm gonna give you the reckless version, and I'm definite. This is not financial advice, but what I found and what I like to do is something referred to as quest-based education. My partners and I, we kind of coined this, and this is what we're doing with our financial, the crypto sector of our our food and financial literacy center, which basically is get into it right away, do it tonight, but just do a little piece, do a little teeny piece. Don't overwhelm yourself. If it's just downloading MetaMask, download MetaMask. That's it. One thing. Get it done. Just get it done. Just go do it. What's MetaMask? Look it up. Maybe that's the first thing you do. Just look it up. What is a wallet? Look up a definition. And basically, and that's what we do. We do little bite-size missions to not overwhelm you, but to get you right in, because you know what? It's great when you want to take the responsible, non-degenerate path, and talking over with the wife and blah 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 blah. But for me, it's like hands-on. Let's go right now. Little teeny bits. You don't have to make any big decisions, but just jump in it. You know what I mean? Jump in it, get on it, start exploring, but explore in a way that it's going to build because it's an investment. And we have to remember that too. Just starting to understand crypto. Crypto is a techie. It's tech. This is tech and finance merged, right? We're fucking illiterates, excuse my language, when it comes to finance in general. But now we're gonna add technology to the finance. Like, excuse me, miss, but I need some help here. And if it wasn't for me just being a nosy little bitch, I would have never figured out how I said, no, I want my own wallet. I want to do my own wallet. And my babe's like, no, we're going to share a wallet. No, I just want my own. I don't care if I'm like, and if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have what I have right now. Just, creating and doing myself, because I just wanted to see it. I wanted to know how it works. But yeah, those small bite-sized missions, give yourself just a little something to do bit by bit, and you're going to build every day. And that's overall, again, that's the whole investment. And you're going to find 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, you're going to have so much information, and that's so much opportunity, so much availability. And yeah, that's it. Thanks for listening to my reckless trash. That was not financial advice.
No, but it was perfect and spot on. Like, so much jargon to digest, both in finance and in tech. Like, thank you, inviting freedom. Like, that was brilliant.
Yeah, that was a really great way to share it. I wanted to add some 2 cents. So someone that I'm really close with, I've been talking with him about HEX since I got into the game, and we talked probably once a week. Well, she just went out and purchased cryptocurrency for dummies, because for the last year she had me fooled, or I had fooled myself into thinking she really understood the terms that I was using. And inviting freedom, it's like you said, there's just so much jargon. But I can tell you that what's really worked is she's been reading this Cryptocurrency for Dummies book, and every 20 or 25 pages, she'll give me a call and ask me questions to clarify certain things, because she really wants to learn it. And it's just such a high bar, of initial entry. So even something as simple as that, it's not necessarily HEX related, but it does give you just a good overview of the space of proof of work versus proof of stake. And these terms we use every day, we probably take them for granted just in terms of, hey, we know what they are. But even the people that we love in our lives, and even they may be in HEX or other cryptocurrencies, even if they're in it, it doesn't necessarily mean that they really understand, kind of the mechanisms behind it. So would highly recommend that book to anybody listening that may be, again, new to cryptocurrency or just wants a good overview of kind of what the technology is so far and what we're expecting in the future.
Yeah, I think degen behavior definitely has its place, and is sometimes you just need to jump into the deep end of the pool to learn how to swim. For me, when I hear somebody talking about them, hey, I need to figure out how to pay my bills. I want to pay my bills. Then it's like, man, you need to think it through. You know what I mean? Because one day you buy HEX at 52 cents. 4 weeks later, 5, 6, 7 weeks later, it's at 15 cents. And you just tell your wife the wonderful move you made. Then she slaps you across the head and says, "Okay, dummy, what are you thinking?" And that love relationship you have is so paramount. Keeping to keep together, to lower stress. Because a lot of times the mamas, when they're feeding their babies, they're not too interested in the brilliant ideas that the husbands come up with to go out there and make mad gains in the world. And so it's
when are
it's
they
an interesting.
When are they ever happy with their brilliant husband's ideas?
Sometimes, HEX, like I don't deserve my wife.
Sorry.
She's made me a better man, better husband, better friend, and a better Christian. And she listening to her is a smart thing for me to do. And I can tell as time goes on, as we talk deeper about subjects and stuff like that, that she amazes me as far as how deeply she can think about topics and stuff. She's a good, I know my wife for me has been a good balancing act, to get me more grounded and stuff. So I appreciate her immensely. And the big thing for me is with Lewis is I would hate him to do something that would jeopardize his relationship with his family, because it sounds like he's working to provide, but he looks like he's worried about today's type of bills. You know what I mean? And so that's gives a little bit of a different flavor of what he's trying to figure out. And so that's the reason, like y'all were talking about, getting familiar with the terminology and stuff of that nature, getting a cryptocurrency for dummies. I used to get those books when I was studying various subjects for sure. They're invaluable, but the big thing is to latch on to somebody you can trust, that can give you good information, answer good questions, and give you good hard counsel. But it's not financial advice. They ultimately have to make the decisions and stuff. I'll be very excited to talk to Luis in over a year, just to see where he's at. Because I assume his thinking as he got deeper into it would just be very different from where he's at today. I think somebody that gets into HEX over the next 2, 3, 4, 5 months, I still think they're going to be sitting pretty for years to come. And for me, it's just trying to get smart before you dive in, because this one can hurt you on the financial end.
Absolutely, collector. Some good stuff.
Yep. My
Yeah,
wife nuts.
Luis tried coming back. He tried coming back. I tried adding him, but it said something about connecting. And then, he's back listening now. I invited him back up to speak, though.
Yeah, do you have too many speakers? I can drop down.
No, there's still space, I think. Yeah, there's definitely still space. I think it was like a connection issue, maybe. Or I don't know. He's here to listen.
Yeah, and
So did anyone tell him about?
Yeah, I saw him
getting
earlier.
his copy?
Yeah, I saw him earlier. Giving 100% and stuff like that when other people were speaking. So he's definitely still listening.
He's back.
Hey, there he is.
Okay, yeah. So, like I was saying, guys, I'm at work, so I was just hearing everything you guys are saying, and yeah, I love hearing all your stories because this way I can pick and choose, and I know, at no point is it financial advice or anything like that. I would never take it that way because I have my own mind, and I think for myself. But I love hearing everything that you guys have to say, your ups and downs. Like I said, I pick and choose like where to go, use what I can and what does work for me or my lifestyle. That would be, I wouldn't apply it to me. And, but yeah, everything you guys are saying, like, I'm here. But yeah, that's kind of the reason, you know, I like listening to people that have been there for a while because they have their stories, they have their mistakes they've done, and if it looks like it's going to be my mistake, probably steer away from it. But yeah, um, like I said, I'm here, you guys. I'm here.
Yeah, hey, Lewis, I appreciate you being out here, man. I wanted to just kind of reiterate. So I apologize. I've been kind of in and out. I was actually just hanging out with one of my buddies, helping him actually set up his Trezor hardware wallet. I remember earlier in the conversation, I heard MetaMask being used. Do you have that MetaMask connected to a Trezor hardware wallet, or is it just are you just utilizing MetaMask now?
So no, I still haven't bought a hardware wallet. I've been meaning to.
Okay.
But I've been.
So yeah, so I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but that you need to definitely, without a shred of doubt, like right now, especially if you have cryptocurrency. You don't have to say yes or no to that. And maybe I'm late to the conversation. I may have missed that. But if you do have cryptocurrency, I would highly recommend you immediately go to trezor.io, trezor.io, and make sure that you order a hardware wallet. You would set it up as a new wallet, we in our community we call it a vault wallet. So you set up a brand new 24-word seed phrase directly on the device, and start migrating all of your assets to that. So you keep your liquid assets on that hardware wallet, and then if you have stakes, for example, if you were to have stakes with HEX right now, you can migrate your MetaMask seed phrase onto a Trezor device, and you could set up a migratory instance of that MetaMask, which would be good for now. But I don't want to overwhelm you. I just want to make sure anytime I hear like MetaMask without a hardware wallet, I just have to kind of reiterate the importance of utilizing Trezors and that sort of thing. So, did you have any questions or anything on it?
No, actually. So that was the one thing. I'm guessing when it comes to hardware wallets, it's just preference wise, or is it just one's better than the other?
Well, I mean, Ledger also does the same thing as a Trezor. They're both good. They're Pop-Up-B approved. But Pop-Up-B is our top security expert, and he recommends Trezor. He says he literally said it just the other night on a live stream. He said this is the best we've got right now. He's like, he's our industry security expert. I'm gonna go with what he says. I mean, Ledger. He says Ledger's work as well. He says that's number 2 Ledger. Number 3 or 4 maybe. I don't even know. He does approve of Staker app, but he also wants to see their V2, and he still pushes people towards the hardware wallets first.
Yeah. Definitely, I'll have to get one as soon as I can then, because I do have a couple assets and yeah. Thank you.
Absolutely, man. You definitely want to keep yourself safe, especially when you're in the DeFi world, and you're on chain. You are interacting with the blockchain directly, and any protocols on the blockchain. There's no central exchange, that's doing any kind of KYC and telling you that your assets are secure. You are your own bank, and so you definitely have to keep your own personal security and your OPSEC to the highest degree possible. So, if you ever have any questions, man, feel free to DM me. But I would definitely order one. And like I said, if you have questions, just feel free to hit me up. I'm happy to help walk you through it. I just literally tonight with one of my buddies was helping him go through and set up a brand new hardware wallet, 24-word seed, everything. I was in the other room when he set it up. I was making sure he knew what he was doing. And it's very important, man. Can't stress it enough.
All right, sounds good, man. Thank you so very much.
Freedom. Yeah.
Sorry.
Hey, Lewis. Yeah, great. No. I'm sorry. inviting freedom. I hate to see that she stepped down. I was going to tell her that, when I was a 18 or 19-year-old man, I would have really appreciated her kicking me in the butt, saying, "Come on, and take a bite of this. Let's do some degen stuff here, and take a bite of this cryptocurrency elephant and start munching on it." You know what I mean? Because I'd have a lot of time to recover if I did something stupid. But I'm sure she wouldn't allow me to do that. I'd love for her to come back and tell us about that community effort that it appeared that she was talking about. I thought that was very interesting. I would love to hear more about it in the future if she's available.
Yeah. Yeah, usually. So my wife, she's kind of the anchor as well, like for me, because I try to jump in everything real quick. Like I'm like, it just feels like I'm gonna run out of time at one point or something, and she's the one that holds me back and tells me, nope, let's think about it. Let's try to see where it goes. Let's stare at it for a little bit, see if it moves or what, And she's been the one that's been holding me back a little bit, or else I'd probably be like knee deep.
Hey, Lewis, I know early on I used to send I'm sorry, Redbird.
Oh, I was just going to say with the way in, if you heard Inviting Freedom, what she was talking about with the digestible bites, like that's something you guys could do together to help her get familiar while you're getting familiar. And that's also something you do together as a couple. And that might, I don't know your wife, but if it's just something to consider. It's like, hey, I'm going to do this MetaMask, I'm going to put, or Staker or whichever, wallet you choose. Or ordering the hardware wallet, just those little processes that Inviting Freedom was talking about, and that Keep mentioned, and Collector. Again, don't know your relationship, but that's sometimes when you invite the spouse in to support the project from the start, it tends to make a more cooperative spouse.
Yeah, Lewis, when I've spoken to my wife, early on in the crypto journey, she'd say, "Have you lost your mind?" And like what you're talking about is, yeah, hey, let's take our time, let's look it over, let's figure it out, And as time passed, then she started sending me articles. I used to email her articles to get up to speed on various things, and then she started sending me articles about things that I need to keep in mind and stuff like that. And as our joint knowledge got up, she says she'll say sometimes, "Now, I gave you some money. Have you made that purchase yet?" You know what I mean? And it just makes me laugh so hard from where we first started. You know what I mean? But it was a joint journey that we went on that I wanted her to feel comfortable, even though I know I made her feel uncomfortable at times, just because I think we needed to make some decisions. But it was thoughtful and thought out, and just to make sure that she was okay, because she's my deepest concern. You know what I mean? I want to make sure that she's okay as we go down the road of cryptocurrencies. And like I said before, I think a good cryptocurrency is better than NFT JPEG art, and that's even me saying that as a NFT artist and an NFT collector. So I look forward to hearing from you as you garner on your journey. I know I've sent you information, and I know others have sent you information as well. So welcome to the world of crypto, Lewis, as you go deeper and deeper into it. It's going to be a fun ride.
I look forward to you being a Hexagon, Lewis.
I'm sorry, what?
So I look forward to you being a Hexagon.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like I said, I'd seen the coin before, and I kind of dug into it a little bit, and I saw how much it was about staking. And at that point, like I still don't understand correctly or how to even do that, but I was actually on board with it. It's just getting the person that cashes my check or keeps my money, which is my wife, because to give me that money so I can put it in.
Sounds like we need her in the space.
Yeah, she was here earlier. Yeah.
Bring her back.
Awesome.
We'll
Is there anything we could have done? Did she have to leave to go do family stuff, or was there anything we could do to make her feel comfortable to come back? Because that's like the early steps on your crypto journey really don't cost any money is the thing. So like, it's participating in the space. It's downloading the wallet. You know, you don't have to put anything in while you're doing the research.
Yeah, she was well, she's at home with the kids. That's why. Like I said, I'm at work right now.
I was about to say all the dudes could shut up and we could bring Hexy up and let Hexy and Redbird handle her, and
Yeah.
we won't say a word. Honestly.
And Sequoia
Sequoia too.
Yeah.
Sequoia. Wait.
I have to check.
And live in freedom.
Yeah. Okay. I have to go, you guys.
Yeah.
I'll keep listening to you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, take care, man.
Hey, thanks for coming, bro. I love meeting future Hexicans. It's awesome. I absolutely love it.
Did you guys see Richard was on the Polish TV?
No, but I invited. I see Dolomite's in here. I invited him to speak.
I think there's like 3 countries now. Poland, I think I just saw Belgium, but I'll let someone who's watching that more closely comment.
Yeah, Richard just tweeted it. Like, I don't know. He retweeted this person, Darius, just a little while ago.
Yeah, this is all over. So, the Polish TV. He retweeted another clip from another Polish TV spot.
And Belgium. I just saw your retweet.
Yep. It's going. Congratulations to all the Hex holders that were early, right? Pre-viral. I think it's starting to just cross over that line, maybe just barely.
Oh my word! By next weekend, let's all wish JJ Eiley an amazing race, an amazing qualifying. Let's hope he's in it for, regardless of whether, for him, I wish him the checkered flag, but let's just wish him safety all the way through all the events, all the way through Sunday.
Yep.
Is that the qualifying this weekend or?
Yeah. No, I think
he'll be
starts next
qualifying
Thursday for the qualifying.
Yeah, it'll be Thursday or Friday that he'll race to qualify.
All right.
Cool. And Wednesday they're setting their best lap time, and then depending on if JJ qualifies in either his Thursday or Friday race, that'll determine if he's racing on Sunday.
Oh, so it's next Sunday. I was just making sure it wasn't during the Super Bowl. I was like, man, that's gonna suck. Hex NASCAR or Super Bowl. That's crazy. Who the heck would schedule those on the same days?
Oh, that would never fly. Too many football fans in NASCAR land.
Well, if the Bengals win the Super Bowl, then we've got the orange colorway, so we can kind of relate that to Hex somewhat. But I know that will relate to me and Keith because we're Louisianians or whatever you want to call us. So we support Joe Burrow.
I'm just saying, if I was a Detroit Lions fan, I would be so pissed off that Matthew Stafford is in the Super Bowl now. Like, they tried so hard for like 10 plus years and just never happened.
Well, no, Matthew Stafford tried for 10 plus years.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
The Detroit Lions ownership didn't try for 10 years.
Exactly. They had the first round draft pick for like 10 plus years, You would think eventually they would have a decent team, but they could only hit like 500.
Dude,
maybe
look at Cincinnati. Look at Cincinnati.
Dude, I know. That shit's insane.
This is the first time Cincinnati won a playoff game since 1991.
I know.
There's that meme going around.
Hey, did y'all see the trophy Joe Burrow took a picture with? He's basically holding a Vince Lombardi trophy. It's like a replica Vince Lombardi trophy, but it had the Nickelodeon blimp on top of it.
What's going on, Dolomite?
Dolo, what's up, bro? He said he's figuring out his phone, so unmute yourself.
Hey guys, can you hear me? I got a new phone and I have some problems here. It's funny.
No, we can hear you good, bro. What's up, man? First time to ever talk to you.
Hey.
What's up, brother? Hey, this is one of the first Hexicans that ever talked to me.
Oh, that's good. It's good to know because I call a lot of people dumb.
Yeah, well, you responded.
But
to
I
what
did
I
make
said,
some
so.
friends, I guess. Yeah. Yeah.
No,
only the
never called me
scammers, you
dumb.
know. Only the people
At
that
least not to
call
my
HEX a
face.
scam, you know. But I try to be
Oh, you
nice
got
with
to meet
everybody.
Richard. I think your picture's with Richard, huh? You lucky son of a bitch. I can't wait to meet Richard. So what you up to, Dolo?
Sorry, what's the question? Yeah, I mean, I have problems with this phone, man. I broke my old phone and I got a new one, and it's like having problems with permissions and stuff like that. But I only have 14% battery, so yeah, it's late here, California. Very exciting to go to Daytona next week, and it'll be fun. I hope the weather.
You're going? You're actually going?
Yeah, going with the family, kids, because I want to check it out. Florida, never been in Florida, so I want to see some places that if I like to, if I feel like the place, I would move. I like California a lot. I don't like a lot of things like expensive here, but yeah, Florida would be nice.
Taxes.
Yeah.
Well, hey Dolo, I'll see you down there in Daytona if you're going to be down there early.
Yeah.
Like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, I'm gonna get there Friday morning, and I'm gonna spend some time in that Nucati area, like Jacksonville, St. John's, I guess. I wanna see that area. But Saturday, I may go around Daytona to check it out, the area, the place, and around there. But I have tickets for the race for sure. I will be there. So you guys have I mean on the Telegram, but you guys everybody's dispersed, right? There is no central place for Hexicans, right? We are trying to get some kind of tent, or I think Motley is working something there. But yeah, I got a ticket, I got everything. I'm going there. I donated money for the car, so I spent a lot of money there. So we're gonna win this race, man.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, and Motley's going to be setting up a booth to hand out merchandise for free.
He spent a lot of money.
Anybody that wants to get decked out in some Hex merch. Yep, we're going to be passing out books.
Wow.
There's some books you can order on Amazon pretty cheap. So
good idea.
Just bringing free stuff to pass out.
I told Molly to get me a suit. I want the pit suit and a helmet, and put me on the front row. And
I'll tell you, brother. I know for a fact that somebody paid $9,000 already for one of those pit suits to secure it.
Really?
Not even
Oh
joking.
my
Yep.
God!
Wait, what?
$9,000?
Yeah, $9,000 for one of those pit suits.
Really?
That's why I said, Motley, you're gonna have to get this for me, bro.
I'll see if I can bribe one of the crew members, y'all.
Dude, I can tell you right now, one of those helmets, those Hex helmets, are probably one day they're gonna be worth so much, dude. The suits, the helmets, the whole gear. You're gonna be able to dude. That's so cool to think about, because those NASCAR helmets are all that stuff is like. I don't know if y'all realize it has to be certain spec on all that, obviously JJ's helmet.
Hey Keith,
but
there's a secret about me y'all don't know, bro. There's a secret y'all don't know about me. I'm obsessed with helmets. I've always been obsessed with helmets. I've made I recreate them. So we'll recreate it if we have to. If we can't get it, we can't get we want the original ones, but.
Well, just so everyone's aware, I know that Motley and Ricky are planning some way to give away that helmet that JJ is going to wear, and he's going to sign it. So they don't know exactly what the method is going to be. So there's probably more to come, but I'm sure that every Hexagon has a chance.
How do I double my chances?
And I'm gonna put that thing on an NFT and give it away to everybody for free.
There
All
you
right.
go. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Trap, if I win it, I'll give it to you.
I'll never sell it. I mean, I'll wear it. I ain't gonna
Staking
lie,
it.
I'll wear it.
Staking
He'll
it.
show up to the HEX conference in the helmet.
No, I wish. I would love to.
Staking Ape, I
God.
want an NFT of me in the helmet. I didn't do the bonnet and I haven't done the diamond, but I'll do the freaking helmet. No, absolutely.
Right on.
Mad respect, Redbird, for you being your own person.
Well, I think as a matter of fact, somebody could start passing around the helmet now. We could start getting in the vibe.
Yeah, if somebody wants to, I guess I'll just DM Motley.
Do we have pictures of the helmet, the actual helmet, already?
Yeah, I think so. Let me go grab them off of Telegram.
Because if you got them, I'll go to the thrift store tomorrow and scoop up a helmet, and I'll start sanding it down, and I'll start painting it.
Yeah, I think I have the
graphics made.
pictures here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, is Motley getting the car? Is Motley getting a Ford Mustang wrap just like the NASCAR still?
Oh, I have no clue.
Hey, Matt, have you ever met Motley?
No, not yet. Just talked with him on the phone.
Dude, luckily I got to meet his ass in New Orleans.
I'm so mad I didn't get to meet him, dude. That was a huge fail. That was a
How
fail.
did you not know? How did you?
I was hanging out with Kareem, dude. I was hanging out with Kareem. Like, it was the Kareem show all weekend. Friday night, all night, dude. And I was supposed to, I was supposed to go fishing in the morning. I didn't go to sleep. I partied with Kareem.
Oh, that's shocking.
All night until 4:45 in the morning, and I ran from the strip club. I jogged, got in my car, and went and picked up my boy. You know, I strategically stopped drinking at like it was like 1 o'clock, 1 o'clock. This is now 4 hours later.
Are you talking about during the day or at night?
During the night,
New Orleans, it's easy to stay in a club till noon and walk outside. And it's broad daylight, and everybody's out there with their family doing things.
Dude, it was a lot. It was the Kareem. It was Kareem all weekend. We were hanging out, me, him, two of my boys here in the city, and dude, it was a great time. And then like on the boat, I was just like, oh, I'm like recovering. Like, yeah, I don't know. No. But anyway.
Well, I guess with Collector, I've already doubled my chances at winning the helmet. So, whatever it's going to take, Collector, we got to do it. Anybody else here that wants to jump on board with me having a helmet?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull votes for you there, Trap.
Hell yeah. Thank you, bro.
Hey, I just pinned the helmet design up at the top. I'm looking for the suits too. I'll pin it when I find it.
Oh, that would be hilarious. People start putting on the suit on their, creating a meme with their suit and stuff like that. That'd be awesome.
Dude, I wanted to have a suit in the stands. I wanted to be in the stands with the HEX suit and the helmet.
Trap, are you going?
Probably not. Most likely not. I have 2 German Shepherds, and I've told Hexy about it. Like, my whole deal is like, this is like my babies. Like, if I leave for 3 hours and I come back, they lose their goddamn mind. And it's hard to find people to watch them. It's hard to find, because I don't want to put them in like a little doggy hotel, because it's like, okay, y'all are going to jail for the weekend.
Yeah, that's not good.
You know, because they're not used to that. They're going to be, they're going to be locked up in a little small cage. Now they'll get to go run around. And the thing is, they're sisters from the same breed, like same mom and dad, but different litters. So you got like a big sister and a little sister. Y'all probably hear the ball dropping in the background because I can't speak out loud half the time with them. But it's hard for me to leave them. I don't know. I'm attached.
Their anxiety is real, Trap. You know, we have a couple puppies, and we've had them for about 12 years, and they're sisters too. You know, wanted to make sure that they had one another to play with and stuff like that. Took them to a hotel one time. You know, a nice hotel. for them to stay for like a weekend. And when we got back the following time, Monday, they just looked so pitiful. They were just in such bad shape, you know. And we indicated we'd never do that again. You know, can't leave them with family or can't leave them with good friends. We're not going to put them in that type of place, even though there's other dogs that do extremely well in that type of environment. You know what I mean? So I appreciate the businesses offering the opportunity, but it just wasn't right for our puppies, you know, as they've been raised and stuff like that. So I understand what you're saying, Trap.
Well, they love my mom and dad, and my mom and dad, so they could go to my mom and dad, and it's probably like the only place they could go where, you know, people aren't scared of them or suspect of them. But it would be so much on my parents. So much on my parents.
What kind of a breed is that? What kind of dog is that? How big?
German Shepherds.
Yeah, they're nice. Yeah, that's the problem of, you know, animals. It's hard to travel. My mom cannot leave, you know, have the dog. Is like, you know, they leave it for the dog. My sisters, I said, man, this is crazy. I don't want to have dogs. It's too much work. Maybe a small one, you know, you can travel, but I like big dogs. And if you have them, it's hard to travel. It's impossible.
Well, Airbnbs made it better, you know, having Airbnbs. But it's finding people that I'll tell them, like, hey, they're not going to, they're house trained. They're not going to use the bathroom in the house. You know, like they will literally lose their mind trying to get out the door. And if you don't let them out the door and they have an accident, then it's your fault, you know, not theirs. I mean, they're trying to let you know. But they don't tear up things. You know, now they'll tear up their bears or their toys or balls. I mean, that's the main thing is they want balls. But they're good dogs. But, you know, just hitting up somebody on an Airbnb and like, hey, how much do you want if I have 2 German Shepherds? And they're like, well, you got to put up another $1,000. And it's like, oh my God. Like you're not even know that they were there. Maybe besides a hair, you know.
Hey, Matt Hatter. Matt Hatter, do you have any responsibilities at Daytona 500?
Shill.
Yeah, I'm gonna be down in the pit with those gentlemen shilling HEX.com
What?
as much as I can.
You're gonna be in the fucking pit? Damn.
Hey, Matt Hatter, what kind of hat you gonna wear? Let us know it's you.
Helmet. He's gonna wear the helmet.
Oh, that's too funny. Yeah, I'll snag a few pictures.
Yeah,
maybe I'll put on the helmet. Yeah, I'll put on the helmet. There you go.
Yeah, you know, because I'll be watching it. You know what I mean? It's going to be a unique experience for the HEX community and the NASCAR community, you know, to see see a Twitter raid on the Daytona 500 parking lot. You know what I mean? It's going to just be great madness. You know.
What we ought to do is like a space. When it starts, we ought to do a space, and then we can get Motley and we can get Mad in here and Dolo, all of them that are out there at it, and they can give us like live updates from the race while we have our space going, and then we can keep the space going during the race. I wanted to have like a bunch of watch parties like around the country where we're all watching it, but I don't know the specifics about it, because you know, like if we have like YouTube watch parties for Richard, it's on YouTube, but we're looking at a nationally broadcast thing, so I don't know if they're gonna. I don't want YouTube to rug a space or rug a live stream because they're showing the Daytona 500, you know, in the background or something.
I don't know, but
does that make sense?
I'll definitely be there. So.
Oh, question. So this other NFT space that I ended up in, and it was really weird, Jay, if you're listening, was in there too. But I saw that they were going for like 63, like they were going like for 60 something hours straight without getting rugged. And we know that since Hex Orca's, you know, marathon one, you know, we kept getting cut off at like 27 hours. Even, you know, Orca's last one that started earlier this week. Do we know how to not have that happen?
It's 96 hours. 96 hours, 4 days.
Okay.
It's the algorithm. It automatically shuts you off. And if you look at when Hexorca started the world breaking space, you look when it started and when it ended, it was exactly 96 hours.
What happened like earlier this week when he had his space going?
I have no idea.
Yeah, because it looked like he was trying to go, not probably that long, but he was rugged. He didn't sign off because I was in there.
Hey, last night, the space that I hosted, I got rugged. That's another thing to know, like for everyone here to know, that it's great to have multiple co-hosts, because Twitter's changing things. Like last night, like my Twitter app went down completely, and I was hosting the space. And so I'm like, oh, the space is over. Then I jump back in Twitter, and it's telling me to reconnect to the space. And I sent Keith video on it, like of what I was trying to do. But the fact that Keith was a co-host, he was able to hold the space up, even though my Twitter, it's like I closed the app completely 100%. So we are making progress, technically. But as far as, man, I don't know how we're going to.
Yeah, we're making progress,
Chris.
Cap. I think the suggestion that you had, too, about a chat would be nice.
And I think it would be amazing. Because there's people out there that don't want to speak, or maybe they can't speak. You know, maybe they're at, like Lewis, at work, or
we definitely need a live chat.
You know, and then they could ask us their questions, and we could say, oh, okay, look, well, your question is important enough that when can you join us live? You know, and you know how Hexicans are. If they say, hey, I can't join y'all for an hour, you know we're going to keep this space going for another hour just so we can wait on them.
Only another hour? I would think that it would be open for probably another 4.
Most likely, but is Famous still around?
Hey, Chris.
I haven't heard him in a while.
Was that trap?
I was just seeing if Famous was still awake.
Oh.
He might be out.
Yeah, that's too funny when Famous gets...
don't rug yourself, Keith.
Yeah, when Famous starts going quiet, I think he's working hard. Hey, Chris, how you doing?
Hey, big girl. Hey, big girl. Hey.
If there's anybody in the space that has a question or has a thought and wants to step up, you know, please let us know. We'd love to hear from you.
I think Dolo got rugged.
Oh, okay.
He's back though.
Yeah, no, I was just playing here with this app. I'm not familiar, so yeah, I rug myself. Sorry. Thank you for adding me back.
No problem, dude. You're a OG, man. You're somebody. It's a good dude. That's a good dude right there, y'all.
I try to fix my headphones. It's like my headphones not working, and I was late at night here at home, so it's like I'm in the speaker. So, but for some reason, I think I'm gonna have to leave this space and come back because for some reason my headphone is not connecting. Anyways, it's a little problem here.
Well, hey, why aren't you back? Hey, leave, come back. Do what you gotta do. We got you.
Okay.
I'm going to do that leave, go to sleep thing. But great chatting with y'all. Thanks for being here as always. See you soon.
Awesome. Night. Y'all love Dolo. Like, y'all got to realize, like, I'm not an OG. Like, I've been in this for a year. And early on, whenever I first had questions about anything, it don't matter how stupid the question was, whatever, he took the time. And he kind of set the standard, like, for, okay, this is how I need to be. So I think that somebody, like, if y'all aren't following him, go follow him. I mean, you already know he's 100% Hexican. So just another asset to this community. Just 100% another asset to this community.
Hey, Hexy. How you doing?
Hey.
That's our rogue asset. That's our rogue asset of the community right there.
I've been popping in and out all day, but hadn't had a chance to speak or
because just been doing other things and just listening. But anyway, now I'm good. So
Are you going to Daytona?
I'm not going to Daytona. No, I ain't going to Daytona. I'll go to the beach to Daytona. If I go there, yeah. I'm going to Vegas.
Vegas is going to be fun, I believe. Keith, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's the ratio?
Yeah, it's 2 parts Quikrete mix per 1 part of water. So you do need a. Okay, this is where I'm going off the rails. No, we'll have another space where we'll do the Quikrete walkthrough.
Look, Quikrete is going to sponsor us one day.
Definitely. We just got to shill them hard enough.
I want a Quikrete sponsorship, yes.
Yeah,
I feel like
what we need to do is we get Quikrete to make like a bag, like a quick bag, like you ain't got to buy the 40, 50 pound, 80 pound bag of concrete. They sell the 2 pound bag, and it's the Seed Word Special bag or something. That's what we need. Then we can bury them all over the world, just like they did 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, we're going to have another marathon Twitter space, and Keith's going to get up and speak, and people are going to be coming in from everywhere. Then all of a sudden, the next day, there's going to be a run at Lowe's and at Home Depot on Quikrete.
Look, we're going to onboard every contractor in the whole entire U.S.
Yeah, I mean, I'm serious, man. We went down the rabbit hole several times in the Telegram rooms, and I just happened to be there one day when they were absolutely going way down the rabbit hole with all of this. And I everything I learned about these washers and these bolts and where to store your seeds after you transfer them to the steel. That's all been there, done that in the Telegram room. Like, that is where I learned all of it, you know.
How deep do I bury it, though? How deep in the ground do I bury it?
You don't bury it all at one place.
I know, but how deep?
Keith, I have another question for you, too, when Trap's done.
I'm done. I'm just fucking with him. Go ahead,
Okay,
Collector.
Keith. Typically when you go, concrete gets harder over time. So if you put your ledger in your ledger or your Trezor in the cement, how are you going to get it out without damaging it?
Not the device. You don't put the device in the cement. You put the seed phrase, your stainless steel, washers, or your titanium plates.
You build 12. You get 12 or 24 blocks that you strategically bury throughout your parish. In random people's yards, and it takes you 6 weeks to dig it up.
I mean, this is all theory. This is all theory. You can go.
Love you, Keith.
You can get super creative and build out an entire, treasure map and use a GPS phone or a GPS device and go out in the middle of the sticks in any state that you please or country of origin. Find some remote ass area and just, hey, there's one cinder block in the middle of nowhere buried about 6 feet. You'd have to do some digging.
What if you put Apple AirTags in each one?
You got to do some digging. You're going to have to do a little digging.
Yeah, Keith, wait, what's the purpose of these cement blocks? Why can't you just put it in a safe?
Is your safe bolted to your house anywhere? Or is it like a gun safe? No?
It's bolted to the cement slab.
It's bolted to the cement slab, okay.
Okay, but y'all got to realize.
Good. I don't have the ability to bolt anything into any cement slab that I have right now. I don't own a cement slab.
Here's one thing you got to understand is
it's easier to make a cement slab than to make buried bricks, right?
You ever heard of concrete sauce?
And
And
especially
his
if you need the seed words, it's easier just to get them out than to dig them out of cement.
Hey,
But
Keith.
this is why I tell everybody I'm the most dangerous person on the road. Okay, because not only like when we talk, like, this is a different subject, but it's kind of related. Like, well, let's talk about road rage for a second, and I'll explain how it relates to like the seed phrases. Is like with what I do, I deal with fiberglass, so I have a cutoff saw with a diamond blade in the back of my truck at all times. So like, if you piss me off in a road rage incident, not only do I have a gun, but also have a tool in the bed of my truck where I could cut your fucking car in half. Literally, I could cut your car in half. I can cut through anything in this world with this thing. So, back to the seed phrase thing. You got to bury them. I guess.
Yo, bro,
that don't make
here's
sense.
the thing,
That don't make
man.
sense.
You gotta go safeception, right? Like a safe within a safe within a safe, right? And then you just lose that safe. It's like inception, but for your seed phrase in safes.
Yeah, I
Let's
mean,
think, if you got a safe, I could cut your safe out your house. I could cut your. If you got a safe, you could have it buried in concrete. I'll get it.
There's nothing there. There's not like a 100% like sure. You can go down the rabbit hole of how to, secure everything, and then it's like, well, what if you need that? What if your hardware device, jacks up and you can't, okay, now you got to get a new hardware device and you got to recover your seed. So you have to go get your seed and look at it.
Hey,
yeah,
Keith.
I mean, it's nothing, there's no
Hey,
perfect
Keith, Collector's
solution.
got a question for you, brother.
Hey, Keith, I appreciate you, and I appreciate the others that are bringing up valid points, Hexy's question and stuff like that. For me, it'd be nice if there was, hey, these are the top 5 ways to protect your seed phrase. From 1 being the least secure, you know what I mean? Give it to your secretary. 2, whatever. And, going down to 5, you know what I mean? You bury it in the 7 continents, you know what I mean? And so I think it'd be extremely valuable for the community, because everything that we do is risk mitigation or risk acceptance or vulnerability acceptance. That we need to figure out, hey, where are you at? Where are you at on this plateau? And the deeper you go in, the deeper you go down the rabbit hole. I think some paranoia is a worthwhile thing to have. But for me, I would prefer to have a list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are the different things that you can do to help. And one of them that I don't hear very much of, which kind of drives me crazy a little bit, is using disk encryption and stuff of that, and those type of methods of locking stuff up and securing stuff to where it's virtually impossible for anybody but potentially a nation state country to get your. And I'm not recommended, not financial advice. Do your own
Hey, can
research.
you explain that more though? When you say disk encryption, can you go into more details about that?
I'd prefer not in an open forum trap. But the thing being, is it would be like Papa Boner saying, hey, these are the 5 ways that it can be done. Here's number 1. Number 1 probably ought to be the most secure. Down to number 5. Hey, this is the least secure, and then possibly down the line. So I would just appreciate finding that in a space, because you hear so many different things from different people. You know what I mean? That what are the possibilities, and this is the way to do it. I'm sorry I rambled there a little bit.
No, you're good. Listen, you know what I think the most secure is though? Like out of every option we all talk about. Galaxy Brains. Memorize it. Learn it. Like you learn songs.
I found a website about where to hide your phrase.
And you should hide it in your brain. I think you should hide it in your brain.
No, physical places, I'm saying. See, listen. So at the bottom of a container full of ground coffee, okay, is one spot. Under the couch or office chair cover, between pages in a book.
Now we know where to look, Hexy.
The frame of a poster or painting, of course, is safe.
They put that out there for people to
in the attic, or bury it in the backyard.
You know, as an example, there are cryptographs that you can create, and you can hide your seed phrase in open sight. The person would be absolutely clueless to understand what they're looking at, and I'm not recommending it.
Hey, what about BIP39 though?
My
Is it like
preference
BIP?
would be is that Papa Boner and other people that have experience in the environment to say, hey, this is what they suggest, you know, on how to do it. And so I'm not the right person to put out any recommendation. I would just prefer to see what those top 5 solution sets are. You know what I mean? Understanding that the decision that's made is ultimately mine, and I will suffer the consequences one way or another.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the really the best thing to do is come up with a specific cipher, where there's.
I can't hear him.
I think you got rugged.
Yeah, I think so too.
Hey, Steak and Apes, what you got?
But hey, what about BIP39 though? Real quick, BIP39. If you look at BIP39,
I was talking about cipher. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah,
We lost you for a second.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just saying ciphers. Create a cipher, but I know Vinluck has his hand up. Hex is the way. Hold on.
What about BIP39? Can Hex is the way answer the BIP39 issue? Because I've had that's been a question since Hex Orca Space.
What's the question? Like, what's the issue with the BIP39?
BIP39 is basically like, okay, let's say one of your seed words is woman. Well, all you have to know is the WOMA. That's it. And then you go to the second one. Like, you don't have to know your full seed phrase. You have to know the first 4 letters, and that's it. Look at BIP39. Like, Google BIP39.
Hey guys, I have a interesting a thing to look at for that. It's called Shield Folio. It's a stone book. Shield Folio with an FOLIO.com. It's got a ghost pen. It's a stone book. It's pretty neat. Check it out. It encrypts everything. It's pretty cool. It's worth looking at.
It encrypts everything?
You'll just take a look at it.
All right, I'll look at it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Crap. There's a way to build a cipher. You can come up with your own cipher. Like you could literally say, out of these letters, A through Z, and you can draw a correlation. You can come up with your own like mathematical, computation, or you can come up with like a poem, and every letter or number has a meaning, and that you would then transfer that meaning to your loved ones, right? Your mom or someone you trust, maybe. And,
yeah, but what if your mom dies?
Well, I'm saying, like, what if I die? Like, what if I, or my brain becomes incapacitated of some way? Then what's the point? I don't have anything. There's not. You can't give it. You can't put it in a will. You can't trust lawyers to issue out your seed phrase to your family. Like, they can just take your seed phrase and disappear. You can't leave it in a bank. The bank could go under, or the bank could merge with another bank, or you could somebody could go in there and open it.
Hey, let's get Steak and Apes real quick. He's had his hand up for a little while. Go ahead, Steak.
All right. There's just 2 things I was going to bring up real quick. So I just got the go-ahead from Motley to do the NFT for the Hex NASCAR and stuff with the helmet picture. So I'm going to do...
That will be my first NFT. Hook me up. I'll pay for it.
You don't have to pay for it. I give them away
a little bit. Well, no, I'll send you some money just because of what you do.
All right, cool.
Because I know it costs money. Like,
I mean,
and time is money. Richard has taught us how to monetize time, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, I'll list them for like $1 or something, but my main goal is to get them out for free. So everybody in crypto, and the NFT community can see, hey, a group of guys came together, that, are invested in crypto, and, they sponsored a fucking NASCAR race. I think that's awesome. But so I'm gonna come out with like a description and stuff like that. I was thinking about using like maybe an article or something, but I was seeing if there's any,
Taylor
guys.
Kennedy. Taylor Kennedy already wrote an article about the NASCAR.
Taylor Kennedy.
Great. Yeah, Taylor Kennedy wrote an
Yep.
article about like the NASCAR.
If you guys
Great.
like have any like ideals or like text and stuff like that I can add into this NFT that you would like to see, please DM me it so I can, whenever I'm minting it and stuff like that, I can make it all good. And then I'll probably just give it out, all the way up until the freaking, HEX NASCAR race. And then whenever we're live in a Twitter space, during the race, I will also give it out then. So.
Oh, yeah.
We appreciate you, Steak and Eggs.
Hell yeah, man. That's awesome. Thanks,
That's
brother.
Dude,
cool,
Steak and
man.
Apes, what you do, like you're doing things, like I know a lot of us at times aren't open and acceptive to NFTs, just from following the Richard Hart standard, but you're doing it completely different. Absolutely different.
Right.
Like you're slinging these things. Yeah, I mean, how long? You've been doing this a while too. Like it's not like you just started this last week.
No, I started this. So I came up with the ideal during the Pulsechain sacrifice. So as soon as the Pulsechain
over a month now.
Yeah. So yeah, pretty much what was that, like December or something? Like the end of December.
December 31st, December 30th,
Yeah.
around there.
So whenever the sacrifice went live, that's when I started giving away my first NFTs for free. And it had, I sacrificed for a political statement, blah, blah, blah. I had the PulseX sacrifice website linked to it. And then I was just teaching people, I was giving them free NFTs and then teaching them how to sacrifice for PulseX. So that's when the whole ideal came to me. And I was like, man, people freaking love this. Like, I'm just going to, instead of just sending people pictures, NFT it, and then send it to them. They like it a lot better for some reason,
Hey, dude, it's look.
But,
Galaxy brains, bro.
Yeah. So, but I just pinned the new Schmyrus apes that he came up with. It has like some sort of like, mutant look to it and stuff like that. Which one do you guys want me to give away for free out of those three?
I thought we were getting a HEX NASCAR or something out of this.
Yeah, you are, but this is for his
I don't want
giveaway.
to ape. I don't want to ape.
Huh?
I don't want to ape.
Yeah, well, I like that one with the green background. That's just my 2 cents, man. I think that's fresh.
Yeah, I was going to say, I like that Pulsex hat.
Up at the pinned posts at the top, Trap.
Oh, okay. I got to slide it over. I see.
So we're all
the hat's dope.
So we're thinking the Pulsex ape. I mean, Schmape.
Yeah, definitely. That would be
For
my
sure,
bet.
for sure.
Hey, Steak and Apes, can I send you pictures that I've won NFT'd? Like not specifically NFT'd, but like you could take like the picture and make variations of it. I can send you some fucking wild shit, bro.
Oh god,
Yo,
get
we're
ready.
getting back.
Trap's got some photos, dude.
Yo, Keith, did you see the tweet that I sent out earlier? It was Trap Space last night, but I one-lined the space name and wrote ancient aliens below it or something.
Yeah,
bro, it's not aliens,
Trap,
man.
tell me about that.
It's not aliens, though. It's humans that were smarter than us.
I don't know. It was like 4 a.m, man. We're talking about flat Earth and aliens.
All I know is
we
when
never
I came
talked
on
about
last
aliens.
night, Trap's
We didn't
talking
talk
about
about
flat
aliens.
Earth, and I couldn't get on to talk. I was dying.
Hey, Ben, I would have brought you up, but dude, I was like rugged. I was rugged.
I was
texting,
I was DMing you stuff though.
Did you
Trap
got rugged.
Did you
Trap
hit
got
that?
rugged. Sorry.
I was just gonna ask you, Trap. Did you look at the King George, the King video that I sent you on the new King?
No, I hadn't got
the real. Look at that. It's the real reason why the
so
Queen
many,
and the royal family dismantled.
Dude, I have so many messages. It's because I started talking about Queen Elizabeth in pictures, right?
Yeah.
And
Look
I
at the
started talking about I could show.
It's the
Queen
underlying
Elizabeth
reason why
occupied Tokyo, Japan.
Right.
Okay, I remember
Hey,
now.
one more thing on ciphering and stuff besides the Stone Book and Stone Shield Folio. I had made a little money on this company called Safe Haven. It's a little crypto. It's about it's an inheritance protocol. Do your research on it, check it out. But they focus on inheritance and masternode solutions, and your passwords and all that stuff. But it's very specific to a inheritance protocol. Check it out. It's safehaven.io is what that is. That is just another legacy, generational thing that you might want to look into to help you with your assets and stuff.
I think if it's on the IO, it's not legacy.
No, I mean your personal generational wealth. You passing on to your family, securing your assets, securing your passwords, making sure if something happens to you, how does that get
I wouldn't fuck with it,
transferred
period.
to the
I wouldn't fuck
family,
with it.
etc.
Vin, I'll be honest. Vin, I'm gonna hit you hard every time, bro. I wouldn't fuck with it.
Fuck with what?
I will not support that shill.
No. I'm just saying.
And I hope everyone in here
listen,
does
man,
not support that.
Everyone. I'm just, if someone's looking for ways to secure their seed phrases and all this other
That's not
stuff,
the way. That's not the way Vin just recommended. Is not the way to secure your shit. Everybody,
I didn't
take
recommend
note.
it, man. I'm just
Well,
putting
then why are you
something out
shilling
there.
it? I told you join us and talk with us and
All
learn,
right.
not shill shit.
I'm not
Every
shilling
time
anything.
you
I
come,
don't
you
fucking
shill
own it.
something.
No,
Every
I'm
time
not,
you come,
man.
you shill something.
Hey, Trap. Hey, Trap.
Am I wrong, Collector?
Hey, Trap. Hold on for just a minute. And Vin as well. Hey, Vin, welcome to the conversation tonight. One thing that
welcome to the trap, Vin.
Hey, Vin. Are you there, Vin?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Hey, Vin, it's one of the reasons, like I was talking to Keith, is that there's some people within our community that have great depths of security expertise and so forth. And for me, I would prefer for them to say, hey, these are the top 5 things to look at as far as you making a decision on what you're going to look at. And like Trap, sometimes when I hear somebody, offer up a website that the community is not familiar with, it scares me a little bit.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Well, Vin, every time you're in here, Vin, you're shilling something though. Honestly.
Hey, but what I would encourage us to do, Vin, is that with that type of information is to find out what Telegram group that stuff is being discussed in, so it can be vetted, to determine whether it's a good site for us to visit and start looking at how to secure our assets and stuff like that. And I think if we don't do that collectively as a community to try to help one another to get information that's vetted by some of the security experts that are in our space, I think we're treading on in dangerous territory. Everyone, I'm gonna have to step away. I enjoyed the conversations tonight. I appreciate the energy and stuff, and I look forward to hearing from Living Freedom, about that project that she's running, to get people onboarded and stuff like that. And so I deeply appreciate the diversity of the conversation and stuff. Famous as always, thanks for hosting the space. You're awesome, man. Y'all guys take care and good night.
Collector, we love you. I hope you hear from Lewis, bro.
Take care, brother.
Lewis gets in touch with you, and y'all can make some good stuff happen.
Good night, Collector.
Sounds good. Out.
Yeah, I just brought that up for people to look at it and do their own research. I didn't mean to try to shill it or anything because I just knew about it.
That's why I told you. Remember the other night when I told you, I said, hey, come into spaces and learn and hang out with us. Like I never said, don't come back. I said, come back, learn from us, be a part of the community, and you'll see over time why we were built like we're built and how we're built like we're built. And it's all good. Like we don't want to hurt no one. We don't want not one person. That's why I said, look, nobody go look at this site, because you come in here and say a site to go look at, there might be some people down there that have been following Famous and Keith and Collector or Mad, and so they take it as, okay, these people are speakers in here, and you're shilling that, And so they're like, okay, well, they must support it. And so they roll on it. You get what I'm saying? Like there's
I
a
think
bigger.
people are smarter than that, man. Especially when
No,
they
you don't. No, you don't realize. Look, hey, get in these spaces. Look, you were fucking trading shit coins and doing some fucking sketchy shit until fucking January, and then you found
Here
HEX.
you go again,
And
man,
that's a
thinking you know
fact.
who I
And
am.
that's a
I'm
fact.
not getting into this conversation with you, brother. You don't know
Well,
what
dude,
it
I
is.
fucking destroyed you already, bro. I've
No, you
destroyed you
didn't.
already.
Far from it, man.
The
In your
fuck I
own mind.
didn't. The fuck I
All
didn't.
right.
Get the fuck out
Take
of
care,
here,
man.
bitch. Pussy.
That's
Fuck
who
that
you
dude.
are, everybody. That's who
No.
you are, man. Okay.
No, that's
Oh my God,
look, I don't
stop it,
stand for
please.
bullshit.
Yeah,
I don't
guys,
I
hear
don't
this
stand
shit.
for
You're
your
gonna make
fucking
everybody
bullshit
leave.
you bring all the time, Vince. All the time.
Oh, Trap, that's enough. Oh, it's
Look,
got to
no,
stop
I mean,
somewhere.
well, I mean, look, how it stops
Just
is
all
us.
right, all right.
How it stops is us not allowing a fucking
Well, you
sketch
said
ball in the community.
Spread love. Spread love.
Can't spread love with a hater. You can't spread love when someone's out there
But
trying
that's
to
what
bring
you're
you.
doing, Trap. All you've done is hate, man.
No,
I mean,
don't.
I take
Oh
that
my
back.
God,
Not
were you
all
in
that
my
you've
space
done.
last night?
I do take that back. That's not all that you do. But for
No,
some
you're wrong.
reason, you think you know me. So I'm just, I've kindly been saying to you that you're wrong with that, and you're dumb.
Van, I don't want to take sides, but he's asked you not to mention other projects in HEX spaces.
I
Not,
told
at
you
least
to
not in here.
join us and participate. Not come in and the first thing you're saying, well, I'm going to tell you all about this fucking sketch project
Okay.
none of us has ever
However,
heard of.
let's change the subject now.
Why? People got to learn. It's the only way people are going to learn.
Hey, anyway, I don't know if y'all been talking about this earlier, but no, Gerardo, he said he was gonna fork the open space. I hear anything about that?
Did you guys hold on a second?
Open seas.
Let me pin
Yeah,
that.
something like that.
So
Open
I'm pretty sure PLS NFT Marketplace just posted something and they tagged me, Staker Class, and like Pulse Doge Win in it. It's like, I guess their new place, and I think they're working with Gerardo, but it's called Mintar NFT Marketplace. They just tagged us in it. So I haven't got a chance to look at the website or anything like that, but it has like Staking Apes, the Staker Class, the Pulsechins, and Pulse Doge Win all added in it. So I'm guessing that's what it is.
Oh, what's the name of it?
Mintar.
It's Mintra. TRA.
Mintra. Yeah, I just pinned it up there. So, I mean, I don't know if it's, PLS NFT Marketplace, but I know they were asking us.
So how does that work? It is going to launch like on the Pulsechain? Or is this some kind of something? Oh,
I don't know. I know I just got tagged into it, and I'm imagining they said they were getting ready to rebrand from PLS NFT Marketplace, and now instead of, I don't know, now they're switching. They said they're rebranding or something. So this might be their new, marketplace for Pulsechain. But definitely, I mean, if you want to check it out, but I'm not 100% sure on it.
It was that the one with all the art on it, right? The all the art that was posted on there already.
Yeah, it has like a leaf on it or something. Mintra.io. Yeah, and it has like the hexagon. Yeah, it's cool. But yeah, so that's going to be the PLS NFT marketplace.
Okay, cool.
But like, I'm pretty sure they're hexagons. I was in their like Telegram talking to them and stuff like that. Seemed like really good guys and stuff, And I think they were doing some like Richard Hart ones that were like giving away free Pulse or something like that if you minted them or something. I don't know, but they were doing something like that.
Okay.
It's gonna be crazy once Richard Hart comes out and just breaks the whole NFT space with this badass immutable smart contract that he's going to put into a freaking NFT. I can't wait to see that happen.
Do what?
I have a feeling that Richard Hart, he's gonna do an NFT and make some badass like smart contract and like this. Did you hear him in a space like a couple weeks ago? It might have been
Richard will
on
never
YouTube.
make an NFT.
No,
Richard will
he literally
never.
said
Trap. He won't
said,
make one with a JPEG, but there's other
Yeah,
purpose.
well, that's the thing. Well, I guess that's where the
This
NFT
is not a.
the
This
whole
is not
name
a.
of NFTs have been it's been corrupted. You know.
Richard's not going to make a JPEG NFT. You know.
well, yeah, that's not what I was talking about.
Well, I know. Yeah, you were saying some kind of smart contract with
Yeah, so
that
he
does
said
what?
once
Go
he
ahead,
does
Steak. Sorry, don't mean to interrupt, bro.
No, you're good. He said once he does NFTs, once he does an NFT, he's gonna do it right. I remember him saying that in on a YouTube live or something like that, probably a couple weeks ago. So I'm just
Can you
like
link
kind of
that? Can you link us to that so I can watch it? Honestly,
No,
yeah.
I did hear it.
Because I know he slammed that chick about the metaverse last week.
Oh yeah, I know.
Slammed her.
That shit was awesome.
Slammed her. And that's one thing too. Everybody here know that I act off of what Richard has taught me. Like Richard, I'm a product of Richard Hart. Okay, 100%. I was in crypto since 2017. I got wrecked until I found Richard, and so I'm not paid. You can't pay me $1 to do a goddamn thing. Besides, I mean, you can pay me to get a culvert if you want a culvert. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know much about the NFT world at all. So, but I don't.
Well, the
I
NFT
wouldn't.
is a great thing. It's a great thing. Like there's
a lot of people have come to realize that it's you buy it because you appreciate it or you support the person, not for value. Not waiting for it to turn.
Well, just think about real art though. Real art,
So,
not a
right.
digital JPEG where anybody can get on Photoshop and change the hair color, put a cigarette in their mouth, or change the ear shape, or put 2 earrings versus 3 earrings in their hair.
Have you seen collectors NFTs?
I don't pay attention to no NFTs.
Well, this is not something where you can just kind of change.
I pay attention to. I would pay attention to real NFTs, like real pictures.
Well, look at his pictures, though. You'd appreciate his artwork as artwork.
There's a lot of people actually that does what you're talking about, Trap, as photography NFT, and it's
tornadoes.
Yeah, dude, it's just people walking around with their cameras and stuff like that, taking like real life photos and then NFT in it. And because all you're really doing is just tokenizing a photo, you're just giving it properties to be able to be bought and sold on an open market. And pretty much all that contract is a view only function to IFPS. So, but yeah, there's like people actually, walking around, photographers and stuff like that. And they're taking like real life pictures. And then, they have their own pages and stuff where you can go and check out all their photos. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, hey, look, Steak, I love what you do with the NFTs. Like, because you're not out there fucking trying to sell these things for $12,000.
Yeah.
You're out there putting your time and your effort into this. And I love that, because that to me, like, that's one thing like I love, and that's one thing that has turned me into the Hexagon I am, and turned me into the just savage I am. And I'm sorry for anybody that might not like how I'm abrasive, or they might think I'm aggressive. I protect the heart. Remember that. Like, I should change my name to Protect the Heart. That's why I should just change my name to Hearts Assassin.
Hearts Assassin.
Ultimately, it should be Hearts Assassin. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But at the same time, can you screenshot my HEX stakes? Can you screenshot my Pulse when it launches? Will you be able to screenshot my Pulse X and be able to sell that? Or own it? Just own it. Not even sell it, but just own it. Can you screenshot my shit and own it? You can't.
One of the breakthroughs of cryptocurrency was solving that very problem. They wanted to figure out how you could not copy and paste something, right? So that was the goal. How could you create digital money that you couldn't copy and paste? Because can you imagine if you could just copy and paste Bitcoins, they'd be worthless, right? So the cryptography behind not being able to do that was what made it something sought after, and then made, you know, it unique enough to provide it a value.
Do you understand what the non-fungible aspect of an NFT really is, though? The non-fungible aspect of an NFT is the unique address that is deployed on the blockchain. Art is not non-fungible because you can literally reproduce it, you can screenshot it, you can do whatever you want. But that unique set of numbers that was deployed on the blockchain will never be reproduced. That is what your non-fungible aspect is for an NFT. A lot of people get caught up and think that it's the art and stuff like that, and you know, they have all these generative collections and stuff. That's not the non-fungible aspect. Your non-fungible aspect is that unique number that is deployed on the blockchain. All right, so that's where the big confusion is, and I explain this to a lot of people, you know, because like whenever that hash rate gets put down on the blockchain, it's never going to be reproduced. And to have it taken off, it's going to take 100% validation of all the validators to remove that from the blockchain.
We went through this last night, though, with the Bored Ape Yacht Club guy that had 2 of them.
Yeah, and what'd he say?
And he explained to us that it was ultimately, like, it wasn't that he owned the art. Like, basically, he knew, like, I could screenshot it. We all could screenshot it and put it as our profile picture, and not shit could happen. Basically, he said it was the benefits, like the advantages in life that it would bring him. You know, he could go on private boat tours. I mean, he went through this forever last night. And I told him, I said, dude, okay, I get what you're saying, you know, but what if you could own your own yacht?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, because if you took your fucking Bored Apes, because I don't know a whole lot about Bored Apes, but, and especially the yacht club, whatever that means, I don't know a whole lot about it. So I will tell y'all right now, I am not like the most educated person in it, but apparently they're worth a lot of money. And that's mind-blowing to me. That's mind-blowing to me. And it's like, I'm trying to get him to just dump that shit last night for HEX. Because for his future, what's a Bored Ape Yacht Club going to be worth in 10 years?
So
is whatever benefits he could get going on a yacht or invited to a private, probably controlled party, probably around people that you don't want to be around with, you know, because if they're in apes and yacht club and the NFTs, they're not for humanity, in my opinion. From what I've learned.
He was also a Hexican, wasn't he?
I don't know if he was or not. I don't
know.
And well, he was here. He was here to talk.
No, he was not a Hexican. He was not a Hexican.
I didn't think he was.
He just found our space randomly, and he couldn't find his normal space, so he came into ours. And yeah, I mean, it's great that we have the spaces open because you get a variety of people that they're just curious and they might learn something new, and maybe they'll try HEX out or not, but at least we can help people out as best we can. But yeah, I mean, it seemed like he had some really good questions and he was well spoken, and he potentially
he was
more, you know, so it was a great experience.
Absolutely, 100% great experience.
I mean, I was trying to help him understand the concept too of the point of basically how are you going to make money on a Bored Ape? You got to sell that thing, right? How are you going to make money on a Bitcoin? You got to sell it. There's no way to make money on it necessarily, you know, unless you get rid of it, you know, which is why we're into HEX, because we don't have to lose our, you know, our great asset. We actually grow our asset over time.
Well, you have to remember that it's best not to criticize someone else's bags.
Why?
You just
Why is that not?
No,
why
because
though? Why,
it's just
Hexy?
not
Tell
the
me.
approach that's going to work the best. You tell them about HEX, they buy HEX, and they will eventually see the light themselves.
Will they though?
Well, that's yeah.
Are you sure about that?
If they own HEX, yeah. And then, but
That's
that
where
might just be
I
something
think
he
the
wants to
name of the
keep too.
spaces means everything. Because last night, Hard After Dark, there was no HEX, there was no Pulsechain, There was no PulseX, and look what happened. We got 2 Bored Ape yacht member or whatever it is. I mean,
Yeah, and we introduced him to
don't
HEX.
impress me, but that's the thing. But whenever we put HEX in the logo, like in the title and all that stuff, we're only going to draw certain people. You get what I'm saying?
Not really. There's people who are just interested in, like, oh, HEX, I heard of that. I'm going to go see what they're talking about. Let me find out what that is.
But compare last night to tonight with just the name title. Just the name title.
Compare it.
You got a bigger crew. You had different people.
Bigger last night, you mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And your point?
That's why I think we need to maybe not, I mean, look, they all can come in and see. I mean, look, if you just go and look at the speakers, and you'll see HEX, you'll see HEX eyes, Pulse X eyes.
So are you saying it's better to have HEX or not have HEX in the title?
Not have HEX. I think it's better. I think if we want to onboard people, it depends. It depends on what space you want to do. Do you want to do a HEX space where you have just hexagons in here and we all just like, circle jerk, or do we want to change the world?
Yeah, I actually agree with Trev.
Well, I know. I agree with you saying too. You don't have to put HEX. You'll attract more people if you don't put HEX in it. But at the same time, when someone comes into the space, you can't say, "Hey, your project sucks. You need to sell that shit."
Well,
that's
no, you
kind of
can.
what you said.
You can. You need.
That's
Some
what
people need tough love. Some
you can
people
say it in a more tactical way.
Okay, well, how technically could I say it? That's when I'll pass the mic. That's why the spaces are great, and that's why when people ask questions, I can revert them to Mad Hatter, right? If they want security, we already know who we're going to security. We got the security man in here. I mean, he'll tell you 6,832 ways on how to fucking do security. And I love that dude because he is hard. He goes hard every day. But we can capture every aspect. That's what I'm saying is you can throw anything at us. Anybody could come in this space right now, and most likely we'll be able to help them. They could come in here saying that their dog is constipated, and somebody in here might know of that. Or they can come in here and say, hey, I want to learn about Pulsechain. Then we can all hit them.
Hey, something to mention, Trap, that you were talking about. So, yes, that's what a lot of these NFT projects are actually promoting, because people realized that they were just buying a picture. So now you have all of these founders like trying to give this real world utility to these NFT projects. And
so it proves 100% right what I said.
Yes. So pretty much what they're doing is they're promising all these people, these hopes and dreams, because, there was a successful project, the Bored Ape Yacht Club. They're actually like following through and, keeping up with their community and doing all kinds of stuff. But
they got money because people paid big money for that shit. So they got the capital to kind of play around. They're like, okay, we got all these angry ass holders of these JPEGs. So we're gonna please them. We're gonna take a little bit of our profit. We're gonna make them feel special, and then we're gonna send them on their way.
Yes, and that's what's been happening with a lot of these other NFT projects. They keep going because anytime somebody sees something that can generate a large cash flow, that's when scams flow in next. We see it all the time. It happened in crypto. There's so many shit coins and so many meme coins, but guess what? Some of them fucking kill it, like Shiba Inu. For some reason, that motherfucker just kept going up like crazy, and people have
unlimited supply though. Unlimited supply.
I think it was like 4 quadrillion or something like that.
No, it's unlimited. It's unlimited. There is no total supply for it.
No, there's a set supply, I think. But they keep promising people they're going to burn some or something.
No, there
isn't. They never do.
No, there isn't.
So yeah, there's no supply for Dogecoin. So yeah, Dogecoin has no supply. It inflates a ton every year. Shiba has a set supply. but it is a quadrillion.
Yeah, it's like 4 quadrillion. But yeah, so that's what the problem is with the space, because
Hey,
like,
I want to know, is it inflationary or deflationary though?
what?
Set supply means
Shiba.
I think it's just a set supply. So it's
But is it inflationary or deflationary?
well, I mean, if it's a set supply, it can only be deflationary because you have a burn factor that you can do. Nobody can actually mint new coins. So it's going to be considered deflationary, I guess, from that aspect. But
technically, but
yeah.
So the coins don't cease to exist. So unlike with HEX, where we literally burn our coins, those coins just go to a dead wallet.
Yeah.
But is that wallet dead? Would you trust that wallet to be dead? Would you trust that wallet? Like, would you trust that wallet like when you sacrifice for HEX? Like,
yeah,
you sacrifice
so
for Pulsechain or Pulsechain?
the thing about that is coins could make potentially a fake dead wallet. But if you type in 0x and then instead of putting in normal zeros and ones and A's and B's, you type in dead and then you put the address, it's actually an address that's not accessible by anybody.
Is it really though, or is there one person? Look, because we didn't create the microchip. Like, we didn't create chips, so somebody can access it.
Well, it doesn't matter
HEX.
if it's Richard Hart's project. You trust that it's gonna be in good hands, whoever accesses it or not.
Yeah,
Maybe
I trust everything Richard Hart.
Okay, so it's good, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Everything
Right.
Richard Hart, I trust. Hey, who's got the TV going in the background?
Not me.
That was probably me.
Oh, well, okay. I was wondering, I dropped cable like 2 years ago.
Is Famous, are you out there?
No, he's gone. History.
Okay.
He's been out. He's been out for a while,
wrecked.
dude.
I'm
You're
wrecked
wrecked?
right now. Yeah, I'm totally wrecked. I gotta go to sleep. Like, I'm just mush right now. Yeah, it's been great.
Maybe it's a
hanging
good
out with
time
everybody.
maybe it's a good time for you to catch up on your sleep, bro.
Yeah.
You've been going hard in the spaces for weeks.
Well, and we've got this thing coming up in a couple weeks with Funding Gym and the Orca taking over Twitter stream, and then Funding Gym's going to have YouTube with all the players on YouTube.
Why's Orca got to take over the Twitter stream?
It's not why does Orca. Literally, I heard Funding Gym tell him.
Okay.
To lead it up.
Is Funding Gym the Supreme Ayatollah?
I mean, no, but I mean, I'm gonna probably try to, fall in line where I'm supposed to, if that's the way that. I mean, especially if we're talking about.
I fall in line for no one, Keith.
I mean, I guess I have respect.
You know that.
For
You already
the
know that.
professionals that are trying to create a professional image with these CEOs and CFOs. I guess that's why Funding Gym was telling Orca that. I was assuming that would be the case. I don't know what the case is. I'm just saying that.
What if it's just that HEX
Funding Gym is putting on. Funding Gym is bringing these like big heavy hitters and coordinating all these schedules with him and some other guys behind the scenes. I don't know. I just know of him.
They coming in the spaces.
They're bringing them. They're working people's schedules out now. They're trying to get people to come into these spaces and be on. Have people be able to ask questions. Like, it's going to be a big coordinated effort.
Sounds controlled, man.
Okay, yeah. I'm just telling you what I heard from Funding Gym the other night, bro. I'm not saying that's the way it's going to go. I'm just letting you know, that's what Funding Gym said. Is that the end all be all? I don't know. I'm just saying that's what I heard the other night in the space. It was it was like 2 a.m, and Funding Gym came in. It was Orca space the other night, his game theory space.
I guess you didn't hear about Trap. I guess you didn't hear about the space, the marathon thing.
No, I heard a little bit about it, but.
Yeah. This is the second night that I popped into this space, and I don't understand all the abrasion trap that's coming from you, man. Like, I come in last night and like you're railing against liquid loans and, you know.
Okay, prove me wrong.
You made
Go ahead. Here's your
you
floor.
made some
Here's your
absolute
platform.
foolish points. First of all, I don't know if liquid loans is legit or not. We'll see. But
Okay, well then, what do you
can I
have to go
talk?
against?
Can
it
I
then, bro?
talk?
You just
You're
say
an
something stupid from the start.
abrasive dude. I'm trying to talk and say what I need to say.
Say it. Go ahead. I'll be quiet.
Your points were that the reason you don't like them, the reason you think they're not legit is because they use terms like immutable, that they use something called no admin keys, that they, you know, so what is Richard actually doing? He's trying to change crypto. He is preaching that this is the way, this is what you should do, this is how you should do it. And so they follow along and they're like literally doing the things that are within our ethos of what we do in this community. And you're going to sit here and say that's why they're not legit. I mean, it's just foolish, man. It's foolish talk. And then I popped in here.
Okay, well,
Wait, I'm not done. I'm not done. And I popped in here tonight.
Okay, tell me when you're done. Tell me when you're done.
And then I pop in here tonight, and you're literally railing on people. And you got Funding Jim and Orca. These guys are so respectful. They're doing such a great job. And you come in here and you act like they're doing something wrong by hosting this space coming up. And what they did, these are the guys that are actually doing legit work. And I promise you, it ain't you. So grow up, man. Grow up.
Oh, hey, bro. Okay, well, let me tell you something right now, real quick. Okay, what do you know about liquid loans?
Did I tell you that? Did I tell you that it was legit? I didn't tell you it was legit. I'm telling you that the points you made last night
Well,
are
then don't hammer
foolish.
me. Don't hammer me about. Hey, listen. If you say you're not gonna say it's legit, but you're gonna fuck with me.
No. I'm saying your points that you made were foolish and make no damn sense.
What? That I brought up liquid loan street?
No, the fact that you said the things that they're doing or why it's not legit. You said they're copying Richard Hart when Richard is literally doing this to change crypto. Okay, so Richard's doing this to change crypto, and when someone actually changes and does things the right way, you call them, you say they're not legit. So I think you're not
what
legit.
have they showed us? What have they showed us yet? Hey, listen, okay, here's the facts. Does liquid loans have a fucking working product?
Hey, partner, I never said they were legit. I'm coming at what you said.
Well, then you can't. You're coming at this shit so fucking
you
wrong,
are.
Bro. You're lost.
You think you the man? I promise you, you ain't nothing.
Oh,
yeah,
I don't
you
think
do.
I'm the man. No, shut the fuck up.
Is there any way we could jump and move to the next?
Dude, we got some stupid motherfucker in here that's in some bullshit.
Yeah, well, somebody has to tell you what needs to be said because I'm tired of hearing you rail against people.
Well, what you gonna do about it, bro? What you gonna do? Be better. Be better.
Go smoke some meth in your basement, partner, because that's all you look like you are.
Okay, I've never touched meth, but
there's a lot of ad hominems going on. There's a lot of pot calling the kettle. With regard to liquid loans, you know, I know Richard even on stream has said before, you know, there was no direct endorsement of it, and even a little bit of skepticism thrown towards these products.
Absolutely should. Is nothing wrong with that. What I'm saying is this dude last night gives the legit reasons why Richard Hart is trying to change crypto and why he's trying to make this whole thing better. And he says they're not legit because they're doing the things that Richard said is what needs to happen to make crypto better. Like,
dude,
I don't get it. I don't
do better research. Learn more. Maybe I didn't say everything. Maybe I left some shit out.
Well,
how about that? You ever thought about that?
Well,
got way more on.
I mean, even beyond.
Dude, I got way more. I got way more.
I mean, it's good. It's good to be skeptical. Everybody needs to do their own research with these sorts of things. You know, I think the main place where we should focus our energy is on how to best develop and support Pulse, PulseX, HEX, and the whole ecosystem. There's going to be a whole bunch of problems or projects that come up. Even Richard said there's going to be a whole bunch of fucking scams and rug pulls, right? It's up to the end user to do their own research and vet the projects.
How long have you been in crypto, HEX Pulse?
Me or HEX Pulse?
Hex Pulse. How long you been in crypto?
I think he's an early Hex OG.
Okay, early Hex OG.
I don't know. I
What does
read
that
his bio.
mean? That don't mean shit. But anybody can put anything in their bio. You know, I'm not here hiding behind no fucking.
And he's got like 5 times the followers you do. So I mean, says a little
Shut
something.
the fuck up, Dan. Shut up,
Fuck
dude.
you, man. He's fucking
Dude,
right. You're a fucking
take
asshole.
your fucking bitch ass out of here.
Hey guys, like I just want to keep this professional to a degree.
It's hard to be professional when this guy who's hosting this space is doing what he's doing and thinking that he's benefiting everyone. And I'm sorry, but I'm going to speak up when someone's being a total asshole. And I popped in last night and tonight. Yes, you are. And you being an asshole last night and an asshole tonight. I'm going to call you for what it is. I'm out of here. Y'all have fun. You are an asshole.
Liquid Loans?
Bye.
An asshole to Liquid Loans?
You're an asshole in general. And you think you know it all, dude. I'm sorry,
No, I don't.
but I'm a
No,
call.
I don't.
I'm a well. You come off that way, partner. And so you know
hey,
what? Y'all
maybe
have
you're just
fun.
afraid.
Do your
Maybe you're
thing.
afraid.
No,
Maybe you're
it sounds like
scared.
there's a lot of other people that are saying the same thing tonight.
Who?
You
Vin?
just don't want to hear
Vin?
it. That's 2 people
You
that have
don't know
already
Vin.
you've muted.
Do you know Vin? Do you know Vin? Like literally, like you're siding with Vin. You think that's great? You think you're on the winning side, dude? Vin is like a fucking 1 month Hexagon trying to shill projects to us continuously. It's a fact. I don't care anymore. Literally, I don't.
Well, is there any fucking topics we can go on to that might
What's
have
up, Frankie?
more of a enjoyable time talking about? Like that was fucking nuts.
Look, hey, here's the thing. Look, they called me out on Twitter earlier, and I said, hey, why speak in code? Why not just address me directly? It's a fact. I said, why not just address me directly? Do they respond on Twitter? No. They say nothing. They say nothing. Go look at my Twitter. You can see it. It's all there, visible. They said nothing. Whenever we went in Liquid Loans chat tonight, Rags to Riches hosted Liquid Loans tonight, I asked 2 very important questions. Number 1 was, what the fuck is recovery mode? Tell us about recovery mode. Well, recovery mode could liquidate your ass at 150% and go up until the system settles. So you could be literally 900% collateralized and get liquidated by them fuckers. Okay? And that's a fact. Go look at it. Learn it. I came in this shit. I've been in crypto a long time. I was quiet as hell from February of last year to probably August, September of this year. Because I learned. I sat back. I learned this community. I learned about things. I listened to Richard Hart, and he taught me so much. And so that's why I speak with fire. Like he says I'm an asshole. Okay, well, yeah, I'm not. Maybe I'm not everybody's cup of tea. You know, I'm not. I can agree with
Hey,
that.
Trap, we got Righteous had his hand up. You wanted to say something?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Righteous.
I was just gonna say I've been coming into these spaces and I've heard Trap talk a few times, and I think he is abrasive, but I also really appreciate him. I see him as kind of like the Hex guard dog, and you know,
Boom.
like a dog's gonna protect the space. He's gonna protect the space, and
hey, I told Richard.
I feel safe in a space like that, and I'm new to Hex, so I was just gonna say. I know it's harsh and he's not polite or anything like that, but I think Hexy Cajun and Trap, you guys would do a really good number if you guys are playing good cop, bad cop, and bringing people in. I think you guys balance each other out really good from the little bit of banter I walked in on, but that's my 2 cents.
You know how long I've been in these spaces? Probably longer than I probably was in the space before any of these people were in it. I was introduced to the space literally probably 3 days after spaces existed, and I started diving in with some wild ass people. like diving into Saitama, NFTs, trying to get in any group. And look, I mean, there's been so much shit that's gone down since then. And all of a sudden, last night, I shit on liquid loans. I talked about a drinking game. I said, look, and I'll just for people that weren't here last night, I said, with my liquid loans drinking game is you take immutable code, no admin keys. That's two things that I have never in my life heard. And I've been in crypto since late 2016, like November, December 2016 till now. No one has ever told me that shit. Whenever Richard Hart introduced that to me in 2021, February of 2021, I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. So I started researching. And I'm a digger. I'll research anything upside down, backwards, frontward, sideways, any way you can imagine. And I will put extreme effort into it because I want to know for myself, not to shill anything or not to, I don't care about myself. I don't care about things like that. Like all these people are like, whatever, it's not like that. I don't want no one to get wrecked, number one. And what Richard showed me was just like how disgusting and how horrible this whole entire crypto space is. I mean, look at everybody you've probably ever followed. If you were in crypto in 2016, everybody you followed was full of fucking shit. They were lying. They were paid shills. You know, they're fucking tweeting about Solana. Is Solana the next big blockchain to blow when they got hacked for $2 million that morning? Like, I mean, and look, there's a couple people that just believe in liquid loans, and it's like, okay, let's see it on Testnet. Like, let's look at it on Testnet. Is it on Testnet yet? It's in private mode. Will they show the code? Have they showed the code? No. Look at liquidity. Liquidity is not that fucking great. They talk about, liquidity excelled on the fucking Ethereum blockchain. Prove it. How? What really happened with liquidity? Look at USDL. Look at USDL or LUSD, however they want to fucking term it. Just do your own research on that. Go look at it. You will quickly see that there's a bunch of bullshit out there. There's a bunch of bullshit out there. And these fuckers, like that dude that just came in here, and I'm abrasive. Sorry. I'm an assassin. I'm Hart's assassin. I can't help it. I told Richard on live stream that whoever, because Richard said, look, I got to be like, I guess calmer. I forgot exactly what he said. You can go back and look at it on his live stream. He created his own space one night, and you can see it, and you can hear it verbatim. And I told him, I said, dude, anybody you need me to dunk on, I'm going to dunk on him for you. Because he can't do it. Like, he can't be the asshole or the abrasive person anymore. Someone needs to. And I will gladly accept that. And if I'm wrong, I will say I'm wrong. If a project's good and I said it was bad, you'll hear it from me first. Swear to God, you will. You will hear it from me first, and I will say, look, I was completely wrong. Y'all call me a stupid fuck. I'm dumb. Whatever. Don't matter. I'll accept that role. What's up, Johnny? I see you down there.
To take over co-host, I was going to drop off and pass out. Or Hexy, Hexy Occasion, if you want to take co-host as well.
Maybe Hexy. Look, Collector told us a while back. He said, look, before you bring Trap up, you better get Hexy co-hosting so she can keep Trap in line.
Put you down, Keith.
Okay, is there a way for me to step down, or do you just put me down?
Was Famous awake?
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
What's up, Johnny?
Hey, how's everybody doing?
I'm doing good, bro.
I see some.
How you doing?
I see some fireworks. I feel like it's
Always, bro.
4th of July. Listen, guys, we're all family here, man. You know, that's all I want to say is, you know, we got to respect each other, even though sometimes we get maybe like, you know, everybody's knowledge is different, you know? We're all in different level. Some of us maybe know more because either of homework we've done or experience, but we still kind of have to respect each other. That's my main thing, you know? Yeah, even sometimes.
I try to, man. Look, honestly, hey, Johnny, I try to, but when these people come in here with this stupid shit, okay? Like, when they approach me on Twitter today, but won't fucking confront me, won't talk to me, you know, when they hit up Rags to Riches and, like, basically talk about me, but and Rags even said, like, why don't you tag him? Why don't you tag him in this and ask him these questions? And have they responded yet? No. How they respond? That little faggot that just came in here a second ago comes in here and starts running his mouth. But he don't know shit. Like, he does not know shit.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
if he did, then why not hang around and tell us? You know, tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me how I'm wrong. I'm a reasonable person.
no, I agree with you on liquid loans. There's people gonna get wrecked like crazy. You know why?
Severely.
I mean, first of all, is greed. Number one thing is greed because they think they're gonna get more out of it, which Richard Hart made crypto, no middleman. Okay, you just stake it like we do HEX. I mean, we're all old school in here, OGs. You know, we stake it and we just enjoy the ride. You know, we don't even have to worry about HEX being dumped unless you trade. That's where you get wrecked. That's what he talks about all the time. So liquid loans is gonna execute so many people, it's not even funny. And I mean, that's my personal opinion. You know, is what you're looking for.
Look how many people follow Liquid Loans Twitter. You know, he wants to bring up followers. I could give a fuck if I had one follower. That's really one follower. There's only one follower I want, and that's Richard. That's it. So when he brings up, oh, I've got more followers than you or whatever, or he said some shit like that, who cares? Like, you're in it for the wrong game then, dude. Not you, but that dude, Hex Pulse or whatever.
I think somebody else mentioned that. I don't think he said that.
Who said? Oh, Ben did. Maybe Ben said that.
If anyone wants to laugh, man, I had pre-passed out, and I don't know, something woke me up, but all I remember hearing is "fuck you," and so it wakes me the fuck up.
Famous, bro.
I swear, it's my phone's on my chest. I passed out just for a tiny bit. All I hear is "fuck you," and I'm just like, I wake the fuck up. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Famous, I fear no one. You know that, bro.
But what happened? You said "fuck you." I'm presuming someone pissed you off.
Well, no, the people that talk shit on Twitter today, but won't tag me, won't address me directly, then decide to come in here and talk shit and tell me how abrasive I am. Okay, like we don't know that already. Like, you're preaching to the choir, bro.
Hey, Trap brother, listen. Can I say something? I mean, we all get excited, right? But look at Richard Hart. Like, if you watch his streams, like when he first started, right? He was just like us, you know. He would say some stuff. It's like, you know, it's funny, you know, because he would use like his original words, you know, how it is, you know. Now he's like on a little bit educated, more kind of. I mean, he's an educated man, but he start using his words wisely, and I think we should do the same. Just because some people can join the stream or join us, and just to learn about HEX and see a bunch of crazy rednecks or whatever you want to call it, straight from the mountains. It's just we should be
He's from the
just
bayou.
just a little bit,
But
maybe
you're leaving
somewhat
out the
respected.
middle. You're leaving out the middle of Richard Hart, though. You're talking about early on, and then you talk about now. But you don't talk about when he dunked on people and slammed people.
Oh, he does it. He does it. I mean, he does
Exactly.
it even today. Like, if you watch the stream, I mean, YouTube, like, if you watch YouTube, he was laying in bed, just chilling. But the way he expressed himself, I mean, not bad words, not just like, it's just funny. I mean,
Well, I'll tell you, I probably should work on that for myself. Look, I'm an imperfect human being, okay?
No, brother, listen. We're all working on ourselves to be better. That's what Richard Hart wants the community to be better, more educated, to get more people, to pull more people towards the goal, more followers. But I think the only way we get followers is being more humble, more educated, educate others. And just that's how no FUD, like a lot of people are bringing FUD into the game. I mean, HEX is so perfect and pure. We don't have to promote it. We don't have to. It sells by itself the way it is. But I see sometimes Hexicans just trying to be like a bid mode, in a bid boy mode. You know what I mean? Trying to like
get
push
paid
the
for
FUD,
shilling
and then
bullshit
you gotta
projects, you
look for
mean?
the shoe. They don't have to. I mean, HEX is
What's the bit boy?
pure.
What's the bit boy mode you talk about?
Like, how he was saying, it's gonna go to 100 Bitboy.
Yeah, we don't do that. We don't do that.
Yeah,
We
no.
fucking
Some
hate
people
BitBoy.
try to say API is different, or they'll try to. I mean, I'm not gonna say names. You guys know all the names because you're in the game. But they try to say, "Oh, it's gonna go to $1. The end of the year, it's gonna be $1.30 or something." And there's new Hexicans getting in the game, new ones. Even some of the guys I got into the game, and guess what? They got wrecked. They bought it at high. They're not staking because it's so little. They think it's gonna go to $1 something, and then they get wrecked. Watching all these videos and stuff like that. So I think, yeah, we all want to push HEX to a higher level, but then at the same time, I think we should just speak the truth, no FUD involved, be in a good mode. You know what I mean? And that's it. HEX is pure, no middleman.
Oh no, I agree with you about HEX completely. But like, look at Righteous Romantic that just came in here, and he just said, like, basically the fact that how I am, he feels more comfortable in the space. He feels more protected. So you're gonna have some good ones, and you're gonna have some bad ones. But look, my DMs are always open. And the dude that came, that Hex Pulse guy, him and 2 other guys teamed up today and tried dogging me on Twitter, but they would never tag me. They would not. And Rags said, why don't you tag him and ask him? And I responded because I knew, because somebody else came in and said I was a national treasure. Johnny DeWin or whatever said I was a national treasure because he was in the space last night. And so, okay, look, it's a wide open forum. Why not hit me up? They don't hit me up though. They won't respond. But then they come in here and want to say, you're abrasive, you're an asshole. And then he runs. Look, comes in, runs, and hides. Where's he at now? Was he removed? Absolutely not. He wasn't. Was he blocked? Hell no. I blocked no one.
Trap, we will have some wolves in sheep clothing. But what I want to say is just being on the, how to say, on professional kind of level, That's all I'm asking.
Maybe I'm not professional. Maybe I'm not
No, brother. What you were saying and some tweets I've read, You know, you follow me, I follow you. You good,
Oh yeah,
man.
and there's
You're
love.
Hexican.
There's love between us. You know,
Yeah,
like
you
I'm not.
Hexican,
There's nothing bad
100%.
between us.
There's no doubt. What I was saying is just like kind of professional kind of mode. You know what I mean? Just not like maybe some guys maybe they're not on your level, and you don't want to kind of push them away from hacks. You know, maybe it was something you might say or something. You know what I mean? That's all I was saying. You know, listen, I love you, everybody who is in Hexican community. You know, spreading love, trying to make people better, or to invest and be free from all this debt and stuff like that. We're so early. I love these people. We're all growing, and we got a great leader, and I think we should literally follow Richard Hart steps so we can be better too. Maybe
Exactly. And
I'm
if we
sorry,
follow,
maybe
hey,
even I said something tonight, but I was just speaking my mind, because
no, you're good. You're good.
I
Bro.
was listening to you guys, and all of a sudden I've seen all these fireworks. Even some guys, they're not on
Well,
our
you notice how
level
they
or
came
whatever.
in. You notice how they came in, talked shit, and then left. Just look at it. Just look at their method. They came in, talked shit, stirred the pot, left. Will they sit here and have a conversation? No, they won't, because they're going to lose. Because they're fucking shilling some bullshit. Y'all invest at y'all's own risk. I mean, at this thing, all we can do is educate people. And whether it's me going off on the deep end, educating people, or it's someone more eloquently spoken, saying it softly to them, everybody, there's some people that are going to respond to how I am, and there's some people that are going to respond to the other people. We got a world population we got to deal with. There's no manual on this. None. Zero. We're pioneers. We're paving the way. And if I have to be the bad guy or be abrasive or whatever they want to say about me, I don't care. I speak the truth. I represent HEX, Pulsechain, PulseX, and I'm going to protect the heart forever.
Yeah.
And everybody knows that.
That's a great speech. Yeah, Trav, we appreciate everything you're doing in the spaces and taking the time to educate people. This is and I actually really appreciated Johnny's words, because he's very smart, and I like the idea of being humble, right? Like, we're all trying to be humble, we're all trying to learn, and we're growing as a group. This is what I've seen in HEX, and I've been involved since July of 2021, but I've also been into crypto since 2017. So I survived all those times. I didn't get wrecked. I didn't listen to a lot of people out there. I avoided most influencers. I avoided YouTube for the most part for my information. I read on the website directly, or I read the code, and I took very calculated risks with my money, because my $1,000 I was putting in was all I had, and I had to make it work. And it became thousands and tens of thousands and lots, and what I would say is I can see, so I could say I'm not an OG Hexican, but I have a ton of money staked into Hex. And what I can see is there's a lot of Hexicans who didn't believe in Hex enough, so they did not get wealthy enough. And maybe they didn't dollar cost average for 2 years straight. Maybe they just bought in $1,000 on the wrong time, staked it, and maybe they made 300 grand. And maybe they're jealous. I don't know. But a lot of them are getting distracted and trying to chase shiny projects. And maybe they've sold their Hex and bought back a little bit. We don't know. Who can prove any of it, right? Like, a lot of people claim they're an OG Hexican. We never saw them. I was in the Telegram, since July until now, like daily. I'm the top poster on there, and there's a lot of people you will never see. And they claim that they're, all of a sudden they pop up one day and they're OG Mexican, which
that's great, but what did you do for the community? Some people haven't done anything, and maybe they bought Hex on day 10, and maybe they sold it on day 12. I don't know. If they didn't help the community at all, and they dumped everything early on, how can we verify? So there is people who put their faces on the line, and eventually that's where I tried to get involved more and more and more, because I could see, like, there's some people that got really lucky in Hex. They found something, they took $1,000 or $500 risk, and they got rich off of it, which was amazing. But did they keep buying? Are they still using the contract? Do they believe that it's their retirement for the rest of their life, right? Do they believe that they could change their families and their friends? And this is actually a worldwide movement that's growing and getting stronger. Or are they just out in it for the greed and the one Lambo and paid my college off and my house off real quick and then take advantage of people? So I think we have it's like there's some turbulence, there's some rough waters, and it's going to come with a whole bunch of smiles and a whole lot of, shiny bags of gold that everybody can get rich and everything. But really, this is a patient game. And Richard Hart taught us how to get rid of our baser mindsets of, like, I can make this happen. I can get rich. Cryptocurrency is the way to make tons of money. I've made more money in cryptocurrency than I did in, my 401k and so many years of investing. So I know it's possible, but I also was very deliberate and, cautious, and maybe a little bit too cautious, but I didn't get wrecked in 5 years. So there's something for that, right? So I would say, there's a lot of people. It seems like to me that maybe somebody made $1 million with Hex, and maybe they got together with a couple other people who maybe made a little bit less, and they decided it would be a good idea if they could create a system that they could become a 10 million or a billionaire through fleecing new folks potentially, or old folks who are gullible, out of their new beautiful Richard Hart coins, right? Like Pulsechain, or like Hex, or future Hex stakes, So there's ways that, somebody, if they really believed in Hex, they wouldn't need to make liquid loans, because they would believe in Hex so much, they would have already had made it, like literally made it like crazy, right? Like, okay, dollar cost averaging into Hex, you would have been at least a 10 millionaire, if not 100 millionaire by now, right? So the fact that some people put in once, that's interesting to me, because I believe in it so much. I did it 40 times. I'm not stopping. We're just getting started with Hex, right? So I would say I'm really cautious about somebody who doesn't believe that Hex could go up more and they think they're too late. I also am scared about somebody who doesn't understand that with the Hex staking system, you could actually finance some pretty interesting projects. We don't need to just grab everybody's money in donations or charge a $9,000 NFT for a DAO or something. Like, literally,
No shit,
if you
bro.
believe that staking made money, if you believe that we could just make a stake for 5 years and then we could actually pay for homeless people in another country or something, if that's what we want to do, we could personally do it, So I like the idea that Traps being a little protective, because what I see is a big distraction when actually right before Pulsechain, we should be buying Hex with any thing we could find in our house, or just try to work an extra job or something and figure it out, because in the next 2 years that might be your full retirement right there, right? You might be set. And also we do have 2 other coins, so it's not like you only have Hex. There's so much going on with Richard Hart stuff that it's really hard to look at anything else right now, and that it's really dangerous to allow people to lead others astray about some of those other things that potentially they could really have some coding issues. It's really hard.
They won't put
to
shit
get
out.
done.
That's the thing. They are on testnet in private mode. They won't put code out. They won't go public for us to even play with liquid loans. Like, there is huge flaws there. Huge flaws. And then it's like, another thing on top of this is, look, you got 2 projects out there right now that are targeting only Hex and Pulsechain. Nothing else. You can't put any other token coin you have into these projects besides HEX or Pulsechain. So how? Just explain this to me. Look, the day somebody can explain this to me, I'll be sold on it. How could these people come in out of nowhere and make something Richard Hart created better? When you explain that to me and say how Hedron makes HEX better or how Liquid Loans makes Pulse better, I'm all ears. But until that day, I'm not stopping.
But you're so right, Trap. I mean, you're right, brother. I just want to add, don't forget, guys, we'll have, stuff coming into Pulsechain, just like ETH was having all these different projects coming in. We'll have same stuff coming in Pulsechain. So don't forget, like even Richard Hart said, we cannot stop scam or some kind of different crazy rug pulls. But, it's us as community. We're so educated, we're so smart, just like you, Trap. I mean, you see it. You literally dig into it, into a project. I mean, you old OG.
Yeah, but they tell me, oh, he hasn't done his research. It's like, oh my God, if you want me to drop some fucking shit on Liquid Loans, I mean, just the drinking game was like my nice way of fucking laying it out last night.
Yeah, brother.
I could have went way harder. I could go way harder.
Here's the thing: Liquid Loans is complementary to Pulsechain. So, like, whenever we end up doing a 100x, 1000x, you have the option. You don't have to sacrifice for the protocol now, but you have the option at least to take a potentially tax-free loan.
What's up, Jaxa? You on your Shield account?
No, it's not. It's Logan.
No, it's Jaxa. I know.
I'm not here to. I'm not here to like have a go at anyone, but I'm just saying at least we've got that opportunity to take a tax-free loan on something and not having to sell the
Well, when are
Pulse.
y'all gonna put it on? When y'all gonna put it on public on the testnet? That's what I want to know. When you gonna put it public for the testnet so we can play? Let us play.
Yeah,
chilling us some
eventually
in
when it's
private.
ready.
So this is Jackson.
Look, I understand where you're coming from, and yes, I am pro Richard Hart, HEX, Pulsechain, and all of a sudden Pulsechain.
I know you are, Jackson.
Just trying to give the other side of the coin here. Just trying to show that it's that there's good intentions with. Look, I don't know anything about Hedron. That's not my forte, but at least where I live in my country, where the taxes are up to 47% to the dollar, I now have an opportunity of potentially to take out a tax-free loan on my investments. That's all. And I don't have to sell. I don't have to dump on people's heads.
Well, I wish you would have joined us as Jackson and not Logan. Honestly, I wish you would have joined us under your real account. That would have been a little bit more admirable, Jackson.
Guys, just one real quick question. So do you believe that, in Liquid Loans, if we stake, or, do something with Pulse, do you think Pulsechain, do you think it will never go below, around 90%, drop? We'll never have that? Do you think people are not going to get wrecked? Or Richard Hart made something flawless that we don't need like a third party where we have to like take a loan and try to get greedy to make more money. That one thing I don't understand. Like, why do we need a middleman to get rich when you just have a coin, put it in your wallet, and just chill?
It doesn't make sense because his coins go down 90%. It doesn't make sense. And they go back up 400, so it doesn't make sense that you think a Richard Hart coin will not do what it's supposed to do. And the price of volatility is the price you'll pay. He says that all the time, man. But at the end of the day, guys, you have to always remember it's their choice. You can only save them, but you can't protect. Like, no, sorry, you can only protect them. You can't save them. So, you know, it is what it is, I guess. You know, but everyone can take their own decisions. We've seen what it's supposed to do. We know what the plan is. We know what's gonna happen. I don't know why someone would be more in. I don't know why you would be more hyped on something than not the Pulse X, Pulse, or X. I think those are the number one things, in my opinion.
How much they pay you, Jackson?
Yeah, and I would agree what the famous has said there. I would agree. If you don't understand it, then I wouldn't want to dabble in it myself if I didn't understand how it works, because I don't want to run the risk of a liquidation and end up paying tax on that liquidation. So there's yeah, you've got to know what you're doing. It's like understanding T-shares. You've got to know what you're doing, otherwise you just emergency end stake and you wreck yourself.
Hey, Jackson, you heard of my liquid loans drinking game yet?
Trap, I appreciate you letting me talk on this space, but I'm not Jack, so not all Aussies. We might have the same accent, but we're not the same person. But I appreciate you letting me talk on this space, at least.
Your Twitter exposed you, bro. I'm smarter than you. FYI. Evil.
Maybe I should claim that I am.
I mean, look, I look. Well, I'll tell you all this: the Jexa that's involved with liquid loans, I like the dude. I think he's a Hexican. He does great work. He has some stain, not stain. I don't know what it is. I don't want. You could chill it. I'll let you chill it, Jexa. Chill it. What's those things that you make?
He's done amazing work with security stuff, and that
Tell us more
website he's
about it.
got
Tell
set
us
up.
more about it. It's something like it's tablets. It's basically you don't have to stamp your seed phrases in. You get like basically like blank slates in, and then you get a bunch of letters, and then you create your seed words. Like you slide them into. I think do you slide them into the tablet, or how do you do that? I mean, it's good stuff. I mean, true, and I'm saying this. Look, I don't bullshit. I don't. I think it's good stuff. Like I like that. I know Feeder has a lot of respect for you.
Yeah, I don't know what Jex has done with tablets, but mine are engraved in plates, as Papa Bone has recommended.
This is a dirty look. I'm gonna tell everybody here, crypto is a dirty, shady space. It sucks. I wish it was better. We're trying to make it better. We got to eliminate all the bad actors first. So that's why I'm abrasive.
So yeah, if you remember back in 2018, every single project coming out was an ICO on Ethereum, and all they wanted from you was, guess what? All your Ethereum. You contributed in these little white lists. You get your free this or that, and before you know it, they were going to give you your special coins that was going to be better than anything ever, even worth giving up your Ethereum for. And there were so many promises, and there were so many fake companies and internet, secret dev teams and websites that looked halfway decent sometimes. And in the end, go back and check how many of these ICOs still exist. I mean, they were all scams almost. It was, and Ethereum got nailed because of it. Because guess what those programs would do? They would take all the Ethereum and they would dump it. And they kept dumping and dumping and dumping Ethereum. And it just destroyed the Ethereum price for like a whole year because everybody was trying to get rich of all these junky little coins that were worthless. And in the end, if you actually still cared about something like Ethereum going up, you got murdered as well.
Hey, Logan, I'm about to get Rags to Riches to come in here. He's going to join us.
Yeah, all good. Yeah, like I said, thanks for letting me speak. I know it's you know, a touchy subject, I guess, what I spoke about, but yeah, it's no, I appreciate it.
I think Hexy was glitched. There's 2 Hexies.
There's 2 of them? It's like a dream come true.
Oh, one just left. Did you see that?
Dude, look, we got Hexy as a co-host, and then we got Hexy down at the bottom. Well, we got a Hexy C.
Oh, okay.
Hexy, what's up with all these separate accounts? Go ahead, show your shit.
Hexy
Show
everywhere. No,
Tell us
I like that.
about your new project called Liquid Lube.
You got me there. I thought someone was impersonating you. You got me.
no, I said no. You see, I couldn't. Trucker was talking earlier. I couldn't hear him at all. I opened up something on my computer, and it popped me on up. Yeah, that's another. Yeah, I do have 2.
Hey,
but it's
Hexy,
like
tell us
it's not
about
like
this
I'm hiding, but
project
I'm
called
not
Liquid Lube
hiding.
that's gonna just rug everybody.
No, I know you should put like PC so we know which one's the PC.
The PC.
Yeah, because now you're cutting
Right
up.
up.
You're cutting up now.
All right. I closed the other one because I can hear everybody now apparently because I left and came back, so I closed the other one.
I'm glad you're here. Hey, I'm bringing Rags up. Rags is gonna talk. What's up, Rags?
Cool.
You missed
What?
fireworks, bro.
What fireworks, fool? What are you talking about?
Oh my god, I've had to fucking destroy people. I'm abrasive. I'm an asshole. I don't know shit.
Well, tell me
What
something.
else did they say?
Who? Who said it?
Well, hey, remember the people that
He hurt my feelings.
Hey, remember the people that hit you up on Twitter today?
Yeah.
That wouldn't tag me. They just want to talk about me, but they don't want to tag me. The same people.
Oh, those people.
Yeah.
Well, you are an asshole. They're telling all that stuff's true, man. What are you talking
I
about,
am
bro?
an asshole. No, I agree. I'm an asshole. I'm an
Okay.
asshole. I'm abrasive. I'm different, you know? I protect the motherfucking heart. Right?
Yeah, you're his Revolutionary Guard. That's what you are. I will give you that.
I'm cool with that. I like that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my place. Look, everybody has their role. Okay. It's like if we're at McDonald's, you know, or just in life, you know, you got to have somebody that's gonna cook the fries. You got to have somebody that's gonna cook the burgers. You have somebody that's gonna have to pick up your trash, whether you're a doctor, a billionaire, or whatever. If everybody says I'm too good to do that, we're not advancing at all. We're not doing shit. So you got to have every aspect, right?
I think a case can be made for that. Yeah.
So talk to us, Logan. Come on, Logan. Tell us more. Jexa?
How's it going, Rags? I don't comment much on your videos and stuff, but I do watch a lot of it, and I appreciate all the work you put in for the community.
Oh, appreciate it. Have we met before?
Nah, but I lurk around, and I just watch a lot of YouTube videos and hexicans and stuff, and yours is one of the main ones I follow up on.
Outstanding. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I hope you didn't follow me though.
Subscribed, yeah.
Oh, you're a bastard. Stop right now.
Pretty
Turn back the hands
sure
of
he
time.
was
It's
live
not
with you
worth it.
tonight. I'm the Supreme Ayatollah. FYI.
Hey, you're the Revolutionary Guard. We determined that. I'm the Supreme Ayatollah.
So okay, so what is
Rags.
what does Supreme Ayatollah mean?
Google.
I
It's
don't like
something that's
Google. I
probably
don't
going to
like
get
Google.
me a jihad on my life later on, a holy war. What's up? Somebody said my name.
I think
Yeah,
Jackson.
Rags. It's Johnny Jones here. Just want to say hi. I watch your videos too, and you're the only guy that says don't subscribe, don't follow. And it is funny, you know. It's something that nobody does this. And I mean, when I first watched it, I was just laughing. You know, that's what got me to follow you. You know.
Yeah.
So, man, it's amazing what you did there. It was funny.
Dude, Johnny, I appreciate it. I mean, here's the thing, man. When I first started this YouTube thing, I sat back in my chair. I'm like, all right, I'm not gonna make content for other people. Well, what do you mean by that? You're not gonna make content for other people. I'm gonna make content for me. And if you don't like it, then get the hell away from me. I don't care. So that's where that was birthed out of. I just go out there and talk. And when I talk, I don't have to impress anybody. If you don't like it, bounce. I'm cool with that. So that's why I did it.
Yeah, you so calm. I mean, you definitely like speak your mind. You know,
Yeah.
you just like you don't try to prove nothing. No thought behind it. Just straight, pure truth.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the only people that I really watch. You know, it's like I love that. You know, and that's
Well,
what I think community should be made of. You know what I mean?
yeah. There's like, I think, but I mean, that's the type of people I watch. I think we live in a world where I'm not gonna knock anybody for what they do, but I think we live in a world where we want things to be real, man. You know, we want to talk to people that are real and all this, because a lot of the stuff we see is just fake and it's lies. But again, not to knock other people and like that create content and do stuff. That's fine. That's just not my style.
I mean, we all kind of bullish in hacks, you know.
Yeah.
We don't want to express our fakeness, you know, like, you know what I mean? We want to be pure, you know. That's what Richard Hart is there, you know, to show and prove. Look, you know, we better. Hacks is better. You know what I mean? The whole foundation is better, and we don't want to make our foundation based on lie or fuck or misunderstanding. It's here it is, you know. And just like I said earlier, hacks is so like it's a smart contract. It's so amazing. I mean, I'm a old school, you know, Mexican kind of deal, you know. So, I mean, I've been here for a long time. Just recently, I've jumped on Twitter just for the sacrifice, you know, because it was so much scam, people getting scammed, and I was so scared. So I jumped on Twitter and start following Richard Hart, and I was just watching YouTubes, you know, that's it.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, man, you know what you're doing, you know, pure, you know, truth. That's what's I think sells hacks is just how it's not for everybody though, you know, it's not, because it is a smart contract, you know, and to just break it down for the newbies, you know, some of them, they're annoying. I mean, hacks has been for 2.5 years and they ask the same questions. You know, even people in hacks community, they still ask the same questions, and sometimes it's so annoying. And, you know, it's just, I mean, like, you guys are practically leaders, and for you just to jump on the stream and say basically same stuff, even like watching Richard Hart sometimes. I mean, it's like some of the questions. I mean, I feel him. Sometimes he gets mad, and I watch his videos, and I'm like, man, this guy got patience, you know. And some people trying to say something about Richard Hart, I'm like, if I was, you know, streaming, I don't know what position I would be in, you know, how mad I would get, you know. So thank you, brother. You know, I won't follow you.
Thank you. Unfollow me, man. Don't tell anybody you did that shit either, because I can't deal with that right now, brother.
Nobody follow Rag
Thank you,
Strangers.
brother.
No one.
I know
Thank
it
you,
sounds.
brother.
I know it sounds like a gimmick, and I know people are like, you know, people keep count. You watch YouTube a lot. Who's that guy? About a month and a half ago, everybody started calling me Alex Becker. Y'all know who that dude is?
No, I've
No,
Yes.
no.
Yes.
Apparently, he's some big YouTuber, and I looked him up. And the first thing that I saw, I Googled Alex Becker. I'm like, let me see what this guy's all about. And I just listened to him talk about masturbating for 45 minutes. I'm like, I ain't fucking. Sorry, I'm not
Hey,
Alex
DM
Becker. What are you
Hexy,
talking
DM
about?
Hexy, that fucking YouTube.
Dude, what?
I'm just fucking with Hexy, seeing if she's around.
Oh yeah, but he gave
I'm
me
here.
he gave me some
I
good
don't need to talk about.
strategies not to masturbate for 45 days straight. That's all I learned from that dude. I don't think I'm like him. I don't think I'm like him.
So you saying he did that? He tested that out, masturbating for
Well,
45 days straight.
I mean, allegedly. I mean, he says his skin cleared up and he has mental clarity now.
Skin
I'm
cleared
like,
up. What the?
yeah, that's
Maybe
what
I
he
need to
said.
try that. I need to try that. Maybe.
I guess,
Yeah.
man. It's like maybe you're born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. I don't know. It's like for men, masturbation. Maybe you're born with it. Maybe it's masturbation. I don't know.
Look, so funny because when I first joined
Apparently.
this space tonight, when I joined it, they were talking about taking the blue pill, and then they were talking about taking 2 of them, and I'm like, no, don't take 2 of them. God damn.
Wait, doesn't the blue pill send you back
I don't
into
know.
the
Like,
matrix?
I thought they were talking about Viagra, bro. Yeah,
Oh,
so
my
I'm
bad,
like,
dude.
I
We're on a
think they're
different
talking about
wavelength.
Viagra, and I'm like, how do we go from Hex to Viagra?
I'm pretty sure this whole space just took a turn for the worse when I showed up. Sorry, guys. Johnny, appreciate all that nice shit you said, but it's not true, man.
Hey, you know me. I only speak the truth. I don't like the lies.
Bro, are you you got a truck in your picture there, man? Are you are you a trucker?
Bro, I am. We got a family-owned business. Just not that long
Respect.
ago, I post some stuff on Facebook. You know what I want to do though?
Yeah.
You know, since I had a thing going on, like in my mind, to make a huge sign. You know, we carry, it's a refrigerated unit we got.
Oh yeah.
It's you know, we're independent. We got our own company, and what I want to do is make huge sign with HEX. You know, and
How much
just
would that cost? Let's do it.
put that on the trailer. And well, my problem was I staked stuff like out. You know, everything is 100% staked, and we got all this sacrifice coming in. You know, in and out. You know, pulls and pull sacks, and so I was kind of scrambling some of my money, personal money, trying to put that in, not to unstake it early because of the big payday. I knew it's gonna be a huge dump, you know. So I unstaked it early, and I staked it like it's gonna be till the end of the year. My stakes is gonna come out, just one stake.
Dude,
And
I got an idea for you, man. Here's my idea. You ready?
Okay.
All you gotta do is go to Hobby Lobby, buy
Okay.
about 20 cans of different types of spray paint, different colors, and go find a talented graffiti crackhead and pay him like $50 and take care of your truck, bro. That's all you
Man, I
gotta do.
want to look at a professional though. I don't want no.
I mean, some of that graffiti is professional, man. No, you do.
I don't want to look. You know how some stuff you got
I know
trains.
it looks bad.
You know how you got trains coming in from New York, right, or
Yeah.
Philadelphia or New Jersey, and they
Yeah.
got some graffitis, you know, on the train.
Yeah.
You know, those train. Man, it's ugly. I don't
The
want my truck
cars.
to look like that.
Yeah,
You know, I want to
it
be
looks cookie
professional.
cutter. Yeah.
You know, I want to look. It's first of all, we're owner operators. You know, like me, my dad. We got like 5 trucks. You know, so it's not a big business. But we're independent, so we can put anything on our own trucks or trailers. And trailer is huge. It's like if you guys didn't see it, like 53 footers, it's huge. So
How
I
much
was
do you
thinking
think it would
put it in the
cost to
back
do that?
on the sides, you know, stuff like that. I was thinking about it. I had the idea. I posted on Facebook. Everybody liked the idea, but the problem is, like I said, even like with this new stuff, Richard Hart coming out, I'm like, man, just wait a second, you know what? It's like crazy. So I will do it when I sacrifice some, and I'll do the first truck, my truck. We got like 5 of them because my brothers, and then we got a couple drivers for us. So I'll do the first one. After have a little bit gains, I'll just sell some pulls or whatever, and just to do it.
How much do you think it would cost to do that?
I mean, signs are expensive. The ones that he gives warranty for 3 to 5 years, he says, but definitely it's gonna, just because rain and salt, we do a lot of miles. We go Florida, we drive. I mean, business in Washington State, and we drive all the way to Florida. We drive 48 states. So salt and that that when you do power washer on Blue Beacon, they wash the truck. They use this chemical, and it's just sometimes it just it. I don't know what kind of chemical is in there, but it just takes even the paint off. It's just like I see some stuff. It's just like it blurs out, So.
Well, hit me, dude.
I don't know. He says 3 to 5 years.
Toluene. Toluene is what strips paint.
$3,000 just the signs, $3,000. But then to install it, that's another $1,000. So it's about $4,000, $3,000 to $4,000 a truck. That's what comes out to. So I said at least get the signs, and I'll try to do it with my brother. Hopefully, I'll do it professionally. If not, I'll learn, and then the next truck I will do it through the. If I could do it, I could do it. If not, the company can do it, so
that's a really damn good idea, man. And I like that a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of eyeballs see that. A lot of
that's
eyeballs.
what I'm saying. We do a lot of miles. We're in the highway, and that's like, and I'm here, I'm here to help out. So it's not like, there's companies that they cannot, to advertise another business or another company or whatever. I'm independent, I could do whatever I want.
Stuff.
So
yeah,
it's bought and paid for. So it's not like, so.
Do you think you could put a? Go ahead.
Johnny slapping the ape on that truck, man.
Definitely not. No, I definitely won't do liquid loans, but I'll do hacks, pulls, and Pulsechain, guys. I mean, I'm for Richard Hart products, so
I'm gonna make you a bumper sticker. All right.
Hey, don't say that. Logan's gonna get all upset now. You're gonna upset Logan, aka Jexa.
Logan, don't get upset.
Jexa, don't get upset over that, bro.
Yeah, don't. I mean, the way Richard Hart made his products is, well, Hacks is a product, but the other ones are projects, but it soon will be a product. And I'll tell you what, we don't need no middleman. If Hacks dip 90% on big payday, why do you think I staked it? Like, I unstaked it early because I did like everybody else. Oh, it's a free coin. Let me get some, profit real quick. Guess what I did? I unstaked it early. I can't even prove it. I can't even show it. I unstaked it and staked it for another year, on top of it. That's my first one. So, guys, if Hacks dumped, 90%, don't you think Pulsechain can dump or other? I mean, Bitcoin is the first one and dump 85%. So don't get mad, guys. When we speak the truth, we're old school. I mean, we've been in the crypto for a while and we've seen it all, So if it dumps, it dumps. And some people are so ignorant and think it's not going to dump. Guess what's going to happen? They're going to get greedy and they're going to get liquidated. So, I'm sorry, but we speak the truth. And I'm for Trap, This guy, he speaks the truth. It's just sometimes like he'll get so excited, sometimes probably goes on a different level. But I tell you what, though, he speaks the truth and he's here to help the community. Like Rags and Riches, he speaks the truth. That's why I start following the guy, just because, no FUD, pure, straight information. That's how community grows. If you're gonna spread some kind of FUD or some kind of, just misunderstanding. Oh, I'm sorry, it was misunderstanding. No, people get wrecked. And guess what's going to happen? They're going to get mad. That's not what we want to build our foundation. That's not what we're here for. So I'm sorry, maybe I'm cutting like corners or speaking the truth. Hey, I mean, I'm sure, other people, OGs, will say the same. So I'm sorry, guys, but
Johnny,
that's the way it
thank
is.
you. Thank you.
Yeah, Johnny, I think we're going to have a big pullback in Pulsechain and PulseX, but I don't think it will go down below the value of the first 5 days of the initial sacrifice. What's your thoughts on that?
Yes, I agree with you. I don't, we'll have, people, you got to understand, we had people waiting. They put a lot of money into it. Pulsechain come out, it's a copy of Ethereum. Come on, guys. This is big. But see, if people gonna, they sit here already for what, 8 months? By the time it comes out, 9 months, 10 months, maybe. I'm not sure. So, it's gonna be profit on the table. 5 times the money, I could see a drop. Even though liquid loans, I watched the videos, they saying, well, they want to wait until, it settles, the dust settles and everything else. But look how much pullbacks we had in HEX. What Richard Hart said, 13? I didn't count it. I knew it was a lot. I'm all staked. I don't, I don't buy the dips. I just staked it, good amount, and I'm good, So, we're gonna have drops, guys. It's the way it is. If you're gonna gamble, at least don't gamble with a huge bag. Gamble with like quarter of a bag. If you want to gamble, which Richard Hart says it's a bad habit, you're gonna lose. You're gonna liquidate it. So that's why he made HEX, just to stake it and just ride it. You don't need no middleman. Put it in your wallet and just sit there. Just watch your bag grow. Help others. What you're gonna do in spare time? Help others. Help other people. Help your family. Help your neighbors. There's, you don't have to gamble. You don't. That's not what it's made for. If you're gonna gamble, you're gonna get liquidated. It's simple. Richard Hart says millions of times. If you watch his videos, this guy is genius. He is genius. If you don't understand that by now, following this guy, and you're gonna believe somebody else thinking, you know, somebody's coin or somebody's product or project. It's not even product, it's project. It's gonna be better than liquid, than HEX, something Richard Hart made. I'm sorry, guys. You're gonna get greedy and you're gonna get liquidated. I speak the truth. Look how much HEX had, how many pullbacks it had. So, the biggest one I think was Big Payday. I think that's the biggest one we had. So, you know.
So do you think it'll pull down, Pulsechain and PulseX will go down below the first 5 days of sacrifice value?
No, I believe it's gonna, if it's gonna go 5 times the money, people is gonna take profit. People will, because we waited a long time, for Pulsechain. A lot of us, who sacrificed back in June, and then now it's another one, PulseX, more money to put in. So people bought dips in HEX, trying to get a double copy. Guys, if money is gonna be on the table, we're gonna have pullbacks. We gotta be real. We gotta be real. If there's money gonna be on the table, people that waited a long time, they're gonna take the money. But I don't think first 5 days who sacrificed. I think 5 times the money. So let's say if you put 1,000, you got 5,000. People gonna start taking profits. That's my understanding, maybe my mind, what I believe in, but everybody's different.
The The tricky part to that is the volume bonus multiplier. So people got in different rates, and depending how large of a whale some of them are, they by the time you 2x, they could potentially have 4x, etc. So that sell pressure, there will be a lot of sell pressure, or potentially a lot. Even just after, you might have put in only $1,000 and you get a 2x, but there's plenty of large whales or people with bigger bags that will have an itchy finger on the sell button.
But guys, whales, if you watch, whales, we're all OGs here, a lot of us been in hacks for a while. Whales, they don't sell half of their bags. They don't. They believe in the project. Why do you think they went really hard? Even in Pulsechain, like, people think Pulsechain is going to do better than Pulsechain. It's a questionable. Look what whales did. They went so hard, not just regular people. I'm talking about whales. They went so hard on Pulsechain because why? I believe it's just because crypto, a lot of people nowadays, that's all they do is trade. That's all they do. They just buy and sell. That's all they do, And I think, look at what whales did. They went very hard on Pulsechain. So it's, the whole game, it's very interesting. That's why I went kind of hard on Pulsechain than Pulsechain, trying to follow the whales, thinking they know better theory than some of us, That's because I don't know nobody inside, and all these big guys, they have some kind of belief going so hard and having that multiplier for a reason. Don't you think they have a reason doing $48 million? Like Richard Hart says, don't expect nothing back. It's just straight $48 million just for something that doesn't even exist. But they believe in it, that they're going to have, good amount coming back in. And if there's going to be profit, 5 times the money, they're going to sell probably quarter of a bag. Some people sell half of the bag and let the rest ride. So everybody's game theory is different. So it's what you believe in, how you believe in. And like I said, a lot of my stakes are so far ahead. That's why I'm kind of octopus in this one because I staked it so far, some of the stakes, and my first one, like I said, is coming out this December. So I don't have no liquid HEX. I don't believe in liquid HEX because it's made to stake and make profit.
Yo, did you just create a new staker class, the octopus?
I'm about to create a new crypto class, though. Be called just straight
What's
puss.
it called?
Puss. Straight puss.
Is it a coin or a DAO?
It's called I don't even know. I'll come up with a name for it tomorrow. Logan, what do you think? What do you think the name should be? What would you recommend?
I was hoping there would be a token called Enos, so if it was wrapped on Pulsechain.
So
we need
I'll
3
take some of that
coins.
one.
We need 3 coins, and we need a fuck coin. Then we need a your coin, and then we need an anus coin. So, can 3 of us come up with a project?
Yeah, I think I might tokenize one of the anus coin as an NFT and give it away.
And then
for
if we
free.
could have like the trio of fuck your anus, that would be amazing.
Guys, just don't make it. Don't make it on the Pulsechain. Make it somewhere else.
So let's talk about some theory here, some game theory, right? PulseX is really cool in and of itself. It does things that no other decentralized exchanges kind of do. Now, if we are able to actually stake it, right? PulseX is deflationary. But now what people don't realize, and I got this idea from somebody else, Flat Earth Davis, you guys might know him in my streams.
We can't talk about Flat Earth because I'm a my mind.
Yes.
Here we go again.
The thing that we got to remember now is PulseX is deflationary, some pretty good, buy and burn function, etc. But also, just by default, you got to remember that incentive token is going to be deflationary too, in a way. Well, how does that make sense, Brandon? Well, if PulseX is going down forever, and it's only decreasing, the amount that is actually stakeable can only go down and decrease as well. So that incentive token has actually a more value than anybody's really talking about. So when people make statements about PulseX being stronger than Pulsechain, it's kind of like you're buying that 2 for 1, right? You're getting PulseX and you're getting the incentive token, and both are technically deflationary because one is dependent upon the other. So it is very interesting. It is very interesting now, and I'm not sure if people are taking PulseX serious enough, really.
Yeah, I think Pulsechain and Pulsex cannot work without each other. They're gonna work together as a team, regardless. But that intensive token, like they said, it's not gonna get deflationary because of people gonna sell it and they're gonna keep staking PulseX. That's kind of what the game theory I think is gonna happen. They're gonna keep it PulseX, stake it as much as they can.
But
But what Rex says is that there's going to be less and less to stake, no matter how you see it, because if it burns and it's deflationary, it's less and less. I understand what Rex. That's actually a very cool way of seeing it.
Yeah,
I didn't see it that way. That's actually very, very cool, because there's less and less to stake, so that means there's less and less that you can get. But
right.
Yeah, it's gonna have buy-in power and it's gonna have deflationary sell power. So it's gonna have like it's gonna disappear regardless. I think faster than Pulsechain because Pulsechain has fees so low that it's gonna take years to recover, like to make some huge gains. That's what I think, but who knows?
And then it's also going to get even more rare because people are going to pair it. Because I'm pretty sure you're going to be able to pair it, just like in PancakeSwap, how you're able to, like, people see the native token of that DEX, which is Cake, as like, oh, we're pairing it. But you don't see it like that. You're pairing the incentive token, which is Cake.
Exactly.
So I see that, like you said, it's going to get even more rare because people are going to be providing, especially when people are going to be providing liquidity for PulseX and the incentive token. Like he said, that's actually very fucking ingenious. I actually didn't think of that. Wow, good job, Rex. That's fucking mental.
Yeah, if you don't think we're taking PulseX serious, do you see this picture of this monkey that got infected by a virus, man? Taking it pretty serious.
Because it's for once you see the native token of the ecosystem work with the DEX, and that's something we didn't see with Uniswap because there's no fucking pairs of Uniswap.
Well, and the whole thing about the incentive token not being PulseX, that's massive. It plays into this equation too. It's air gap from negative sell pressure. So you can dump the incentive token, but when people dump the incentive token, what are they going to probably do in that ecosystem? They're going to snatch up Pulse or PulseX, and probably PulseX, because you're not going to make the type of yield, staking to a validator on Pulsechain that you would staking PulseX. So it's huge, man.
I wanted to ask you a question. Okay, what do you think about that 0.06% that we don't know if it's gonna burn, we don't know what's gonna happen, what's gonna happen? Richard said, like, well, we don't know what the account's gonna do. It might burn it right away. Well, I was thinking, okay, that 0.06%. What if the IFO pool, okay, I know we've been talking that maybe the IFO pool could be like, one token for another, but what if that IFO pool is PLSX? And for those who stake in that pool for a limited time, they get that 0.06%.
That 0.06, that makes complete sense. I think that
Because it's
it's
like
incredible.
the
Yeah.
DAO could decide to burn it or not to burn it. Like, imagine, like, burning helps everyone who holds the token, but redistributing it to those who put it into that pool for that certain amount of time is like burning it, but only burning it for those who put it in and hold it, and what's the word, delay gratification,
Yeah.
right? So that could be a possibility too. The IFO pool is, you read the code, it says it's ownable and pausable.
Yeah. I need to really do some spreadsheet work and figure out what that would look like, because I mean, if we're at $1 billion of volume, that equates to what, about $600,000 a month, or maybe about $1 million a month to sell pressure, or a day rather. We're doing $1 billion a day. So
the cake has what? Cake has the lotteries. How much do the
Yeah.
lotteries give per day? Like, how much the lottery? So the lottery burns like a couple $100,000 of cake per day.
Yeah. So about so $600,000 per day. $400,000 to $600,000 per day. So what would that equate? I can't do this right now. 0.06% of that goes into fees, and you quantify that out over 12
Well,
months.
because think about it, like, what, 0.06% out of 365 would be what? Let me do the math.
K4K was saying something like if it's $1 billion, then would be around like 600.
It's basically 21.9%, I think.
Yeah.
So that's a yearly APY.
Yeah, that's big. That's huge.
So you could get an APY, which makes sense, right? Because 20% of the fees. So
Yeah.
it's like you're getting a 20% APY if you put your coins in that pool. Extra. For a limited time. So only those. It could be an idea, man. The IFO pool is really interesting. Because the IFO pool is used for, like, the shit, like, not shit coins, but like coins that come in, they have like, maybe they give them maybe a couple $1 million and they put it in and they give it to people. So it's ownable and pausable. It's a very, it's fuck, man. And then someone mentioned something about sushi swap. So I haven't considered sushi swaps perks into this whole.
What are they mentioning about sushi swap?
Well, because something about the sushi X token, which would make sense because you see the name, it's XPLS.
Yeah, it isn't that interface, wasn't the interface that he showed sushi swap?
Well, because that's Pancake Swap. That's Pancake Swap.
All right.
But he mentioned that he would take UniSwap, Pancake Swap, and Sushi Swap and just play with them. So the name of the token looks like it. I know a lot of people were like, the price for me, my answer for the price is that if you're on the testnet, and if you look at the code uses ERC20 in the code. So he's probably using the PLS token in the testnet to represent the PLSX, because it's not out yet and there's no representation for PLSX. So how could you test it? You have to pair it to something. Because if you look at the 1,000-something coins and you times it by the price of the PLS at that time of testnet, it's like $2,000. So that makes 3 million. So it makes sense, the price.
Right.
So the price is just reflective to the ERC20, which makes sense because the contract is written because it says ERC20s. So I was looking at that. I was like, okay, price is just a troll. I'm like, the name means something, because XPLSX, when the token does that, it means that it's like, it's just a way of representing how the staking is going to happen for its incentive token. And then you look at, like, the fact that he crossed out the pool makes you think a bunch of things, because if he would have showed us what the pool was, then we would understand what the game theory is of that DEX. 100%. That's my thing.
Yeah. Did you guys hear on stream when he he slipped up and he was talking about how much 300,000 ETH was going to be worth on day one of Pulse launch?
Oh.
he said it was going to be worth like $30, which means that Pulsechain would launch around like 0.0001, I think, or 0.0001. Yeah, 3
Oh
zeros
my
and a
god.
1.
If that happens, I actually called it right with Orca. If that actually happens where it's at 1,000th of a cent, so it's a 10x on off official launch.
Yeah.
Oh, Orca's going to hear it from me, man.
He said it on stream and he tried to walk it back, but it was a couple streams ago. I don't know if y'all caught it, but I did the math and he said, yeah, 300,000 ETH, about $30.
I remember.
Worth $30. And then he was like, well, that is if blah 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 blah. Like, but he was calculating it for like more than 1 second. I thought it was interesting.
But I think it would make sense that it's at 0. It would be at 10x because of the curve.
Yeah, I think 10x is reasonable. That's what I thought. I think we'll pump at least the 10x pretty quick, and I think we could correct for 60 to 90 days if it follows suit with other things I've seen.
10x, I'm selling
but
everything.
Then again,
Everything, all of it.
But I'm not. Yeah,
No,
I don't
okay.
like selling, man. It makes me too emotional. I just like dollar cost averaging. That's all I
I hope
like
y'all
doing.
on my humor in that.
We're all going to be cutting a rug if that happens, Rags.
Yeah,
I'm part of the never sell cartel. Logan, I have that with me.
Never sell cartel.
Never sell cartel.
What I was going to say for Jones, is he still in here? If he sells on a 5X within a year, I mean, the tax he's going to pay on it, the 5X wouldn't even be worth.
Yeah.
No, I'm not paying at all. I'm not. I mean, I'm not selling at all. I'm gonna buy some on the dip. That's what I'm looking for.
Well, just remember when you pay capital gains, you want to wait, at least a couple years, and it significantly helps your overall takeaway in most scenarios. Not always.
No, I sacrificed a little on Pulsechain because I didn't have the money. A few trucks broke down, so I had to do this. And
no, I hear you. I'm not a big I mean, I did what I could too. I mean, every dollar I could. I'm just saying when you were saying when people get a 5X on whatever they sacrificed. I mean, like what they're saying right there, we could start with a 10X. So, I mean, you don't want to pay all that straight to the tax man.
No, brother, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna buy some because I didn't sacrifice as much on for Pulse, so I'm gonna buy some. But Pulse X, I did what I could, and I'm gonna ride it till whatever, for 2 years or 3 years at least.
Yeehaw, let's ride.
Hey, I want to shout out Steak and Apes and Zach Taylor. Steak and Apes, you made that ape right there for Zach, right? The Rags Riches ape.
Yes, I did.
Appreciate you, Zach. Thanks for wearing that thing around. Zach and Terrafin wear that thing everywhere. I appreciate it, man. It means a lot to me.
Yeah, they've been repping that one hard. It was their favorite one. Actually, if you go to my Genesis collection, that one has the most likes on it so far. Like, it really started taking off the giveaways whenever I came on your channel and stuff. Like, you have a pretty strong following. I wouldn't say it's a Richard Hart cult following, but you definitely got a lot of strong fans, man. You're doing a good job.
No, we just talk a lot of shit to each other, man. That's the key to success, brother. We just talk shit. That's all you gotta do.
Can I get an octopus ape whenever you get a chance?
Bro, I actually got you. Like, I'm guessing you're a squid.
No, I was just joking. Earlier, that guy said he was an octopus instead of a squid, and we made a comment.
Oh, yeah, Johnny.
No, I want to be different. I'm octopus.
No, I hear you. I like it, actually. I mean, who knows? I mean,
if this was hard after dark, I would just say I want a puss.
Yeah.
I want the English one on the post chick. Enos?
So I have all the staker classes ones made. So like I have the crabs, turtles, the squids and stuff like that. So if anybody wants one, you can DM me, and I'll send it to you. I'm not
In
gonna
reality, I'm just a crab, so
I got some crabs, bro. DM me your address.
Yeah. All right. I will send you an address. That's cool.
I need a Supreme Ayatollah.
Hey, you do you have squid?
Yeah, I got the squid too. Just DM me your address and I'll send it to you. But make sure you say like squid or whatever class you want. I'm not gonna like check your guys' shit or anything like that. Just and I always suggest for security, you guys, when it comes to the NFT space, please get a separate wallet, for NFTs. Make it a burner, make it a MetaMask. You don't need a treasure hooked up to it or anything. These aren't, life-changing values, Just get a straight burner NFT address, wallet, and use that for giveaways and getting out that public address. Don't, give me your freaking staker one or anything like that, that has like actual value in it. Because if you start like actually liking this space and stuff and you get a wrong free NFT, it will clear your wallet out. So security is key. Make a new MetaMask, send me that address, and go from
never
there.
send your seed words to receive NFT or anything, period.
Yes.
So let me ask you this: How have you gotten a lot of heat from like really putting yourself out there NFT wise?
It was a battle whenever I first started because the whole entire Hexagon community really hated him, and Richard Hart was just blasting them left and right. So I was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna troll the shit out of Richard Hart with some NFTs, man." And I just started trolling hard, and then I started, actually coming in Twitter Spaces and like talking to people and telling them, and then like everybody keeps DMing me. He's like, "Hey, I heard you on Funding Jim. I heard you on Rags to Riches. I heard you with Motley. I like what you're actually doing because I've took a different approach with this instead of saying, hey, this NFT is gonna 10,000x and you're gonna make all of your money." No, here's a free NFT. Read the description. It's going to tell you how to buy HEX, or it's going to tell you how to buy Pulse, or it's going to tell you about Motley's YouTube channel, Rag's YouTube channel. I'm bridging the gap from NFTs to Richard.
Oh, are you the guy a long time ago that told me you were just going to start making little HEX logos through NFTs and just blast them out everywhere? You've come a long way. I remember that convo, man. That's awesome.
No, I actually think that was somebody else because he
inspired from it? That's so cool.
Yeah. Man. Nah, Gerardo killed the game. He sold his shits for like fucking 1 ETH a piece. Yeah. That man has
not
like
a
cult-like following.
Not a Hexagon.
They weren't Hexagons that bought
Gerardo.
Well,
Gerardo.
they very well could.
Gerardo's forking OpenSeas.
Yeah. But yeah, I was just saying, like,
not a Hexagon.
Gerardo actually sold his for profits. He made like 1 ETH a piece on them.
He's going to be on. He's on my list now.
Trap.
Rex.
All right, Trap. Talk to me, brother. All right, walk me through this. Walk me through the logic, dog. No? All right. Okay.
I don't think he's walking right now. He's do-si-doing right through that.
I hope he's not connected with fucking Gerardo. It's not going to be...
Who?
Got too much. I'm telling you.
Say what? So what's your logic, but why is he not a Hexagon?
Because he's fucking shilling NFTs like a motherfucker. He's creating projects. He's forking OpenSeas. He's trying to profit off Hexagons. That's why.
Okay.
Well, even my Genesis collection, the one of ones on ETH, they are going to be sold, you know, for a profit. But I am also giving away a lot of NFTs for free. So, like, whenever it comes to, yeah, he's making a profit off of it. I mean, the reason why he's making a profit on it, because he probably got 1 million people to invest in HEX, and they made money because they watched his YouTube streams, they listened to what he said, and they made killer fucking gains, you know, from following him. So
When
now they have that
the gains
extra
though,
1 ETH.
Hex has been on a dip. Hex is fucking. There's no money to be made in Hex unless you're staking T-shares right now.
Well, yeah, but they probably, you know, got in early on HEX. Like, if you got in early on
But
HEX, you're
Gerard
like
wasn't
still
around
good
then.
even on a dip. I don't know when he was
Exactly. Look,
around.
Let's
time
just
will
hope for the
prove me
best and
right.
hope that all those 1 ETH NFTs, he buys Hex and stakes it, and then
Time
we'll
will
all win.
right.
Yeah.
Time. Richard monetized time. Richard proved emphasis on time. That's why I love that dude. Time will prove everything right. I think I'm wrong.
I mean, whenever we're all Pulsechain and Pulsex and HEX millionaires, I don't think we're going to be, you know, carrying about a fucking, you know, 1 ETH NFT or something
But
like
I'm
that.
always going to care about someone that profited off of hexagons or screwed hexagons over. It don't matter if it's for a fucking penny or $1.
Well, I
Let's
mean,
give
and what do you
him
think
a
about?
chance and see what he does with it. I mean, you never know. He could come back and make amends. But I agree with you to a point.
Yeah,
Sure.
Chase, look, I'm telling you, like, look, dude, I've done my research on this shit. Like, God, y'all just don't know. Y'all don't know.
No, I hear you. I remember when he branched off. I remember that the attack.
I mean,
kinda
look,
went-
it's obvious
I mean,
to, like, that's the thing. So many people don't see it, but it's
he's a price analysis guy too. So I mean, in the long run of what we're looking to do, it's not
you're right.
an ideal
100%. Like,
mindset.
for what Richard built, that's the thing with when you've been in crypto since 2016, 2017, and then you've seen all the bullshit, and then you see what Richard has truly fucking built, okay, with Hex. And then you see people target Hex, and then you see people that jump on Hex and, like, bandwagon it and use Hex to promote themselves. And they start making just so, oh yeah, they're great at charts and they're good at analyzing shit. And they keep going harder and harder. And then they do shady shit.
I truly believe that at a certain point, the way this system of Hex works, they're not the price analysis on a like the day to day. It's not even going to be tangible for them to. I mean, I really right now they're able to do it only because of the coil over this long period of time that we've experienced. But at a certain point, I just don't even think it's going to be relevant to try to even, you know, analyze what's going to happen. So it is relevant now, I guess, for entry points and whatever buy-in and on new. But once this thing takes off, it's. I mean, that stuff's going to be not even in the front of our mind.
I think it's gonna. I think for a couple. What do you guys think about? Let me ask you this. Old famous Hexagon. What do you think about that 18.6 cent buy wall worth $25 million that was placed? What 2 weeks ago? $25 million worth of Hex on USDC pairs, Ethereum pairs. Like, what is up with that? Anybody have any ideas about that?
I've been watching it. And what I noticed for one thing is that's kind of a wall that the sellers haven't been able to penetrate, which means everybody predicting a dump in EX might be terribly wrong.
Why though? Why was that just placed? For what reason?
Didn't Richard Hart say something about like he knew of instances where people were outside possibly manipulating the price down. And I thought right around the time he said something like that, it might have been maybe 3 weeks ago during a stream. That's kind of when I noticed that pop. It was almost like in retaliation to whoever was attacking the price. I'm not sure for exactly, but I do recall Richard Hart saying, "I'm aware." The quote I remember him saying was, "I'm aware of people, unfortunately, manipulating the price in ways that normally would not happen," or something along that line. So I don't know if that's exactly what you're talking about, but I did recognize that kind of appeared after he mentioned that.
Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around it because it doesn't make sense.
Well, if the price goes lower, then everyone gets a better buy. So if you're giving people, like, why would you, like, all the people that sacrifice their HEX, if someone's going to come in and pick it up at like 12 cents, then they could sacrifice it at 12 cents.
So here's the thing, though. He wanted to give enough liquidity so anybody who wants, that's even a little bit bigger of a player, can get out and not get too much slippage before Pulsechain. Just let them leave now.
You think it's that? You think it's just like, come on, dump it, and we're good?
It maybe has something to do with the copy has something to do with it. I don't know.
So yeah, if you sell now, you're not going to get your copy. So if you were a bigger player and you saved for the copy, well, now you're looking at the slippage and saying, hey, this slippage is not so bad because I got a buyer all the way down to 12 cents at every level. And that's a little bit more tempting than going down to 6 cents, right? So somebody might just take the money, get tempted, and then they lose their Pulsechain copy and they're out of the system. And, Richard Hart loves stuff like that.
Yeah, but it's only $25 million. $25 million can happen in an hour. So, like, I just don't get it. It doesn't seem substantial to me.
I mean, we've only been doing $2-3 million a day, and $2 million of HEX is still like 10 million HEX, right? So how many times do you see 10 million HEX dropping in a day or 3 days? I mean, it doesn't happen actually that often that we see a big 10 or 20 million HEX dump. So it does cover a pretty long ways down, and he didn't make it so they're going to not feel pain. I mean, you're still going to feel some pain, but it's a little bit tempting.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a group or an entity that watches, what could even possibly buy. I mean, at this point, the level of the way the blockchain works and the way how transparent it is, it wouldn't surprise me that. I mean, there's, even the next level of game theory going on here, like to protect.
It seems like that level's being protected for a reason, and I don't think I think, why would they not want it to drop below 18 cents? Like, why would they just put it at 20?
Because maybe they want to control when it drops, so the OA takes it and puts it back to where it's supposed to be.
Wait,
I mean,
that
could be a threshold maybe where they don't have enough to recover it. Maybe at that point, I don't know.
Well, because if you're throwing people a bone and they take it, then you go with the OA.